In this world where everyone can become an awakened one, some people are smug about awakening A-level abilities. Others despair after awakening D-level abilities. When I confidently stood on the awakening platform ready to shock everyone by acquiring an S-level ability, I was told that what I awakened was the most useless D-level ability. Just as I was about to cry my heart out, I was astonished to discover that this D-level ability was not so simple. Other people's D-level abilities are either just enough to be a chef to make a living, or only good enough to be a singing and dancing rap idol trainee. But my D-level ability can not only repair ancient artifacts, it can also transform me into a super scion. At this moment I stood on the awakening platform curiously looking at the awakening stone in front of me. Suddenly a man's voice came, "Hold it with both hands, focus on the stone, and you will be able to test your ability." Hearing this, I held the ability stone with both hands and my mind seemed to be drawn, constantly pouring into the stone. Soon a pale white light flickered on the ability stone, enveloping his entire body. The man in front of me smiled. "Congratulations, Sue, you have successfully awakened an ability. Although it's a D-level ability, you are now qualified to enter the Awakened Academy." Then I looked up and saw the words D-level ability, repair hand, a power that can repair objects with energy. The man nodded and gave me a kind smile. "You can leave now. The information about your awakened ability will be directly uploaded to your ID card." Looking at my D-level ability, I raised an eyebrow and showed a peculiar expression. Just then the ability stone in his hand suddenly flickered with a faint red light. I immediately noticed this anomaly, quickly withdrew my left hand, then grabbed the ability stone with my right hand and handed it back to the man. As soon as the ability stone lost the touch of my hands, the red light immediately vanished. I thanked the man, then turned and left the small room. As I pushed the door open, Wang Peng happened to walk out from another room backstage. Seeing me, he immediately showed an excited expression and quickly approached. "Did you successfully awaken an ability?" "Let me tell you. I just awakened a C-level ability." I blinked in surprise that Wang Peng could awaken a C-level ability, then calmly replied, "I also awakened successfully, but it's just a D-level ability." Before Wang Peng could respond, a loud and energetic voice suddenly sounded from behind us. Along with it came a disdainful sneer. "You indeed are a loser." A burly man at least 1.85 meters tall was looking down at us. I looked the man up and down in confusion, then turned to Wang Peng. "Is this guy your friend?" Wang Peng twitched his mouth slightly and whispered back, "Did you forget? Bro, this is Liao Wei from class 3 next door. Last week you kicked him into a well and it took him 3 hours to climb out." Hearing this, I showed a look of sudden realization and finally remembered this person in front of me. Listening to our unabashed whispers, Liao Wei's eyes widened and he roared, "What do you mean? I awakened a B-level ability, so show some respect." When he looked at us again, he found that Su Yi and Wang Peng, who were standing in front of him, had already walked more than 10 meters away. "Stop right there!" Liao Wei, furious, quickly caught up with us and blocked our way. "This guy is so persistent," I said, rubbing my nose and turning to Wang Peng. "Do you remember why I kicked him into the well?" Wang Peng immediately replied, "He seems to be a suitor of Tang Xiaowan, ever since you saved her in public last week. Her ardent fan club has put you at the top of their assassination list." "What a troublesome woman," I said, showing a pained expression upon hearing this. "Su Yi, things aren't over between us." Liao Wei glared at me, speaking loudly, "At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow I will challenge you. I hope you won't back down." Wang Peng finally couldn't help but stop and sincerely said to him, "Have you ever wondered why there are so many members in Tang Xiaowan's fan club, but only you dare to confront brother Su Yi?" A peculiar sensation surged through Su Yi's entire being in an instant. In his perception, the repair hand had undergone a monumental transformation. Although he couldn't yet grasp in detail what effects the repair hand now possessed, he had a vague sense that this ability could no longer be simply called a repair hand. It felt as though even if he were to use it on an ordinary pencil, it could result in some astonishing transformation. As one's level increased, different abilities could acquire more powerful effects characterized by reduced energy consumption and enhanced capability. If this were the case, the forced upgrade of the repair hand to an SSS level ability might also bring about similar enhancements and effects. Su Ye's expression flickered with a variety of emotions, his heart stirred slightly. Perhaps now his repair hand even held the power to transform mundane objects into treasures. He stood up, eager to test it out. He pushed open the door and went directly to the small room in his house dedicated to storing miscellaneous items. In that room, there was a small loft with a hollow design. He climbed up the ladder hunched over as he fumbled around, finally retrieving a quaint box from amidst the dust. This box was an old relic left behind by his parents in this world. His parents were archaeologists, and 3 years ago, during a large-scale exploration of ruins, they triggered some mechanism and consequently vanished without a trace. When Suyi crossed over to this world 3 years ago, his parents had already been missing for several months. However, they had left behind numerous items at home. The ability stone the size of a bowling ball was one such item Suyi found in this box. The box contained many archaeological tools, but unfortunately, besides these tools and the ability stone, it only held a half-broken ancient urn. This ancient urn seemed to be some kind of artifact about the size of a palm, with an exterior that appeared to be made of bronze and covered in numerous patterns, yet it looked as though it had been struck by something heavy, riddled with cracks and severely damaged. When Suyi discovered this ancient urn 3 years ago, he felt it was not an ordinary object and had carefully stored it in this box ever since. He solemnly picked up the urn and returned to his bedroom. On the back of the urn, there was a conspicuous label affixed to it. Clearly, this was placed by his parents for memory convenience, with the words 9ly urn inscribed on it, seemingly the name of this ancient urn. What effect would occur if I used the repair hand upgraded to an SSS level ability on such an artifact? Suyi gently touched the 9ly urn, and this thought flickered through his mind. The ability to transcend the mundane was not a special effect that could be used casually. He could sense that after upgrading the repair hand to an SSS level ability, he would be unable to use it again for a certain period. Therefore, the object chosen for this one-time experiment with the repair hand was of utmost importance. The reason he specifically sought out the ancient vessel known as the Jioli pot was clear: it was possibly the most valuable item in his home. Even in its dilapidated state, if he could restore this artifact to its original form, it might fetch a considerable amount of currency. Suyi allowed himself a slight smile and, without further hesitation, placed his right hand on the damaged body of the Jioli pot, activating his repair ability. A brilliant red light burst forth from his palm, enveloping the entire pot. Almost immediately, a terrifying energy wave surged from the pot, only to be swallowed as if by a black hole into its opening. As the light continued to shine, the Jioli pot began to rapidly repair itself. The previously damaged pot seemed to reverse through time, restoring its missing parts in a matter of moments. The bronze body mended quickly, and even the opening of the pot manifested a bronze stopper sealing it shut. The entire repair process took just 30 seconds. As the red light faded, the Jioli pot stood on the table, resembling an ancient bronze artifact freshly unearthed. From its appearance alone, it seemed utterly ordinary, revealing nothing of its extraordinary past. After utilizing his abilities, Suyi's palm quickly lost its red glow, reverting to its original D-level capability. Suddenly his body felt as if it was completely drained. Sliding from his chair to the ground, his eyes reflected a hint of shock. He felt utterly exhausted, his entire body devoid of strength, as though he hadn't eaten for days. Not only was his energy depleted, but his mind was also clouded, leaving him weak and vulnerable. Was it possible that this single task had drained all his energy and left him in such a weakened state? With great effort, he managed to lift his hand, grabbing the edge of the table to pull himself shakily back onto the chair. His eyes were still wide with disbelief as he pondered what exactly he had just restored. Could it be that he had repaired the legendary treasure mentioned in government records? Meanwhile, in the old district of Jean City, a girl in a JK-style skirt was casually chewing bubblegum as she walked gracefully along the dimly lit street. Night had fallen and the flickering streetlights cast long shadows, the surroundings eerily silent. Soon she reached the end of a narrow alley facing a towering wall, seemingly at a dead end. This should be the place, she murmured to herself, the breeze lifting her long hair to reveal her exquisitely beautiful face. Without a care, she spat out her bubblegum, and with a snap of her fingers it exploded midair like a tiny bomb, dissolving into nothingness. She then casually unbuttoned her shirt, reaching into her chest to retrieve a phone. If I had known that I couldn't bring a bag while on this mission, I wouldn't have worn this outfit. It doesn't even have pockets, how inconvenient, she muttered in discontent, then promptly turned on her phone to check the map before tucking it back into her chest. After doing all this, she stretched lazily and gently tapped the earpiece already in her ear, reporting in senior, I'm in position. Received. The others have been waiting for quite a while, so hurry up. Got it, the girl drew out her words, crouching down lightly as she pulled a yellow talisman from the edge of her over-the-knee socks. With a firm slap, she stuck the talisman onto the wall in front of her, then raised her thumb, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. this hesitation didn't last long. She grimaced through the pain, biting her fingertip to draw blood. A single drop of blood oozed from the wound, and she pressed her thumb onto the talisman. Instantly, an inexplicable aura shot up from the talisman and vanished into the sky. Completing this ritual, she lifted her head to gaze at the night sky, murmuring to herself, "Ju about the mirrored world. Could this really be as magical as my senior said?" The moment she affixed the talisman, from four corners of the old city four mysterious forces simultaneously surged upwards, converging in the heavens. These forces intertwined, eventually forming a square transparent barrier that enveloped the area below. "The mirrored world is now activated," a solemn voice announced through her earpiece. Meanwhile, several figures swiftly darted around the zone. "The Phantom Beast is confirmed to be in this area. Quickly locate and complete the mission. Once spotted, notify me at once, and do not engage it alone. You are not its match with your current abilities. So, what exactly is the use of this pot?" Beside his desk, Suyi fiddled with the meticulously restored 9-li pot, his face a mask of confusion. After a short rest, he had regained some strength and could finally move around normally. Taking advantage of this moment, he began to examine the pot in his hands, eager to test its specific effects. Yet, no matter how he manipulated it, even opening the spout and infusing energy into it, there was no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that this is just an ordinary ancient bronze artifact? Feeling a wave of frustration, he capped the spout once more, holding the palm-sized 9-li pot in his hand as he scratched his head. After all, he had expended a rare opportunity to use his precious SSS-level repair skill to restore this pot? Well, at least it's a complete bronze item now. If money ever becomes tight, it should still fetch a decent price on the market. With a heavy sigh, Suyi finally came to terms with reality. After a moment of hesitation, he slipped the jewelry pot into his pocket and stood up. The earlier use of the repair hand had nearly exhausted his entire body. At this moment he felt utterly drained, with waves of hunger surging through him, making him extremely uncomfortable. He dragged his feet to the kitchen only to find the fridge completely empty, prompting him to rub his forehead and sigh softly. At this crucial moment, he realized he had run out of food at home. It seemed he had no choice but to make a trip to the convenience store. Reluctantly, Suyi put on his shoes and stepped out the door. The neighborhood Suyi lived in, although being an old district of Jin City, was rather secluded. However, there was still a 24-hour convenience store on the outskirts of the community. It was already past 10 at night, but Suyi had no intention of enduring the intense hunger and going to sleep. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the night sky, as if trying to tear it apart. Fang Xian's face turned pale and she stumbled backward several steps. She did not expect to encounter a void beast directly after just setting up the mirror world. Void beast, shadow beast. She muttered the name of the beast before her, her expression growing increasingly grave. The monster in front of her stood about 2 meters tall, with 4 sturdy legs planted firmly on the ground. Its fangs glistened ominously in the moonlight. The creature was shrouded in a black energy, and faintly visible scales covered its body, while its crimson eyes burned with an intense murderous intent. Fang Xian steadied her nerves, swiftly reaching her right hand toward the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear. "Senior, I'm in." Whoosh! Fang Xian's pupils contracted as she quickly sidestepped. A black scale sliced through the night air, grazing past her cheek. In the next moment, a red scratch appeared on her delicate fair face. Though the wound was not deep, blood began to ooze from it. The earpiece that had been in her ear instantly shattered into 2-inch, falling to the ground. Fang Xian stared ahead, her eyes filled with surprise as she gently touched her face, wiping away the trickle of blood. She then looked down at her blood-stained thumb, her gaze momentarily frozen. But an almost terrifying aura surged forth from within her. "You dared to injure my face?" she murmured, repeating the words, her eyes flashing as she lifted her head to look at the void beast not far away. A crimson energy instantly enveloped her entire body. "It seems you've chosen your path to destruction." Meanwhile, in the convenience store, Suyi was taking hearty bites of bread, a look of utter satisfaction spreading across his face. The overwhelming hunger was slowly retreating from his body. The discomfort from the earlier energy depletion was quickly leaving him as well. "Brother Yeet, did you skip meals today?" the cashier at the convenience store counter asked, looking at Suyi devouring the food with a peculiar expression. The young man had been working there for 2 years. 2 years ago, due to a theft incident in the store, he was considered a suspect by the store manager and was about to be sent to the police station. Coincidentally, Suyi happened to be there to shop and had helped clear his name by finding the real culprit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhuogu was able to continue working here, and as a result he and Suyi became quite familiar with each other. Because of this incident, despite being older than Suyi, Zhuogu still respectfully called him Yigu. However, he had never seen Suyi devour food in such a ravenous manner before. Guzzling down a bottle of mineral water, Suyi swallowed his food and replied without even looking up, "Isn't it common for a young man to replenish his energy for nightlife? Oh, Yigu, did you find a girlfriend?" Zhuogu's face immediately lit up with a mischievous grin, winking at Suyi. "Want a box of battle gear? I'll give you a 20% discount." "Under my name? Girlfriend? How mundane," Suyi scoffed, downing the last drop of water and casually tossing the trash into the bin. "My only comrade is this golden right hand." Zhuogu rolled his eyes, standing aside and retorting, "Yigu, are you drained by your comrade? You're still a high school student. It's better to practice some restraint. Enough with the chatter, I'm heading home." Suyi shrugged off Zhuogu's banter and walked out of the convenience store, ready to continue exploring his abilities. "Be careful on the road, Yigu," Zhuogu called out with a smile. "I've heard there have been several mysterious disappearances in the old town lately, so watch yourself." "Mysterious disappearances," Suyi muttered as he stepped out of the store. He had seen the news about it over the past couple of days. Several disappearances had occurred in the old town in just 2 or 3 days. The police were overwhelmed with handling the situation. "How could it be so coincidental to happen to me?" he mused to himself, hands in his pockets as he headed home. A gust of night wind swept through, causing the dim and worn streetlights to flicker. In the silence of the night, a sudden thud reached Suyi's ears. Thud! He stopped abruptly, looking to the side in surprise. The sound seemed to come from another world, distant yet incredibly real. Was it just an illusion? He squinted, listening intently, but only the sound of the night wind filled his ears. Just as Suyi was about to dismiss it as a figment of his imagination and move on, another thud echoed in his ears. Thud! This time, Suyi was certain it wasn't an illusion. The sound, though distant, felt undeniably real. He closed his eyes, standing still to listen carefully. Moments later, the same muffled sound reached him again. "Is it here?" Suyi quickly opened his eyes, taking a couple of quick steps forward to look at the alley on his left. It was a dead-end alley with walls on both sides, pitch black and empty. Yet the series of thuds seemed to originate from within this alley. He stood at the entrance, his gaze wavering with indecision. From a personal standpoint, Suyi disliked trouble. However, his insatiable curiosity made him pay close attention to this strange sound. He hesitated at the alley's entrance for a long time, but once more the muffled sound echoed in his ears. The sound grew overwhelmingly loud, and amidst the cacophony, a girl's voice could faintly be heard shouting. Suyi squinted as he gazed ahead, suddenly taking a step back as he muttered to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this. Better to head back." His instincts screamed that trouble lay ahead. Choosing prudence over curiosity, he decisively turned away from potential danger. Swiftly, he spun on his heel, eager to leave, yet barely had he taken 2 steps when a thunderous roar erupted behind him. A sharp, shattering sound echoed, reminiscent of a mirror breaking, causing Suyi to whip around abruptly. At the alley's entrance, the air itself seemed to fracture like glass. Through this rift, another world appeared, eerily mirroring his own surroundings. Meanwhile, the earlier booming noises he heard were now unmistakably clear, emanating from that fractured gap. Deafening roars, violent crashes thundered forth, leaving him dizzy, his blood churning. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from the gap, "The mirror world shattered." "That's not what the seniors said, it's so fragile." "Huh, someone's there." Suyi instinctively stepped back, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the gap, his mind racing. Then a pair of astonished eyes met his through the breach. "Are you an awakener too?" Fong Xian's expression shifted the moment she saw Suyi, her voice rising in urgency. "Could you help me?" But before she could finish, Suyi turned as if carried by the wind, sprinting away at an incredible speed. Fong Xian stood there, mouth agape, staring in disbelief at his retreating figure. "He ran away?" Her shock didn't last long as her expression quickly changed. She leaped into the air just as the shadow beast's claws slammed into the ground with a resounding crash. Evading its attack, Fong Xian steadied herself midair, flinging a stone downward with her right hand. The stone plummeted rapidly, striking the massive beast's body. With a snap of her fingers, the stone exploded on impact, engulfing it in a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the gap beside her rapidly sealed itself, enveloped by an unseen force. "That wretched guy, I was hoping he could call the senior for me," Fong Xian grumbled, her face turning grave as she looked below, her expression tense. This shadow beast was far beyond her ability to handle alone. Amidst the swirling dust, the colossal form of the shadow beast launched into the sky like a cannonball, scattering the haze, yet its crimson eyes no longer focused on Fang Xian. Instead, they turned towards the direction Su Yi was escaping. Su Yi dashed through the streets with a peculiar expression. What was that creature just now? Was it the phantom beast mentioned in the database? The badge on the girl's chest, if he remembered correctly, was from Longxia Academy. According to Wang Peng, this was one of the awakeners from Longxia Academy who had arrived in Jin City. It seemed they were not here to recruit awakeners but to hunt phantom beasts. In his mind, countless clues rapidly converged, leading to a swift conclusion in mere seconds. Knowing this, the moment he saw the girl, Su Yi made a decision: run. After all, he was just a newly awakened being with almost no combat ability. Although the girl from Longxia Academy seemed to want his help, Su Yi was not about to risk his own life, thus he chose to leave. It appeared that this phantom beast had been lurking in the old city district for quite some time. Could the recent disappearances be its doing? As Su Yi ran toward his home, his mind raced with thoughts, but suddenly, just half a meter beside him, the air shattered once more. Startled, Su Yi turned his head only to see a massive black claw shattering the air and clawing menacingly towards him. Wait. Surely not. Even though his brain instantly sent out the command to dodge, Su Ye's body couldn't react in time. As the terrifying claw was about to strike him, a flash of red light shot forward faster, suddenly blocking the attack in front of him. With a thunderous boom, a gust of wind nearly knocked Su Yi off balance. He abruptly stopped, seeing Fang Xian standing between him and the shadow beast. Her dress and hair danced with the wind, and a faint red glow wrapped around her arms, though her face was slightly pale. If this affects civilians, I'll lose credits, she muttered, straining to hold back the beast's massive claw. Her eyes filled with determination. But then the shadow beast roared again. A black scale shot through the air, transforming into a beam of black light heading straight for Su Yi. Watch out! Fang Xian's face changed drastically as she shouted, but the weight of the claw in front of her prevented her from breaking free to help. Facing the rapidly approaching black stream of light, Su Yi felt every pore on his body stand on end, as if his entire being was boiling with adrenaline surging through his veins. The crisis of life and death flooded his heart, paradoxically bringing him to an eerie calm. In that fleeting moment, he charged directly forward, hurtling himself into the breach with a roll. The crack, like a shattered mirror, began to repair itself swiftly. The gap grew smaller and smaller, and the black light, though swift, failed to catch Su Yi before the breach sealed, vanishing beyond it. Su Yi sat up from the ground, looking at the colossal phantom beast before him, muttering to himself, I feel like I've barged into an even more dangerous place. Meanwhile, two figures dashed across the rooftops of the old city district. Suddenly, a young man sprinted from the side to join them. Senior Fang Xian's voice cut off. He exclaimed urgently. The leader, dressed in a blue robe with meticulously arranged hair, wore a grave expression. I've noticed, he replied. Not only that, but Fang Xian's mirror world has shown energy leaks twice, as if it's been shattered. The notion of energy leaks troubled the senior, who frowned and pondered aloud. Something's not right. The mirror world is supposed to be indestructible, nearly impossible to break, unless there's an external force from outside locating and shattering it. His face suddenly changed with realization, his pace quickening. This is bad. We must get there quickly, for Fang Xian's life is in danger. On the street below, Fang Xian shouted, unleashing a fierce red light from her body, finally repelling the phantom beast. Breathing heavily, she turned to see Su Yi rising from a roll on the ground, her face full of urgency. Why did you come in here? She questioned. Weren't you the one who asked for help? Su Yi replied righteously, though a twinge of anxiety nodded him. He glanced around, noticing that this location mirrored the previous street exactly. The walls and buildings were vividly realistic, yet devoid of any life. Then why did you run at first? Fang Xian demanded, anger seething. Can't a guy love sports? Su Yi mumbled, directing his gaze forward. The shadow beast now bared its fangs, its crimson eyes fixed on him with a gleam of excitement. It rubbed its hands together, energy pulsating from its form, poised to pounce. Just then, two pebbles suddenly flew from the side, landing right before the shadow beast. With a snap of fingers, they exploded like bombs, raising a cloud of dust and a thunderous roar. Su Yi, caught off guard, was grabbed by a figure who pulled him along at high speed. Glancing at the pale-faced Fang Xian beside him, Su Yi quickly adjusted his stance to run with her, asking, so what exactly do you need my help with? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xian reached into her chest, pulling out a phone, and instructed urgently, call the first number. Tell the senior to come save us now. The lock screen password is 1019. As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped the ground forcefully, pulling Suyi with her as they leapt 3 to 4 meters high, landing on the wall of a nearby alley. Just as they leapt into the air, the ground where they had stood moments before was struck by the massive claw of the shadow beast, leaving a deep indentation. If they hadn't moved in time, they would likely have been crushed into pulp. Fang Xian's face grew paler with each passing second. Earlier, to protect Suyi, she had forcibly withstood the shadow beast's attack, nearly depleting her energy reserves, yet the shadow beast seemed barely injured, its condition far from critical. If the battle continued like this, she wouldn't be able to hold out until the senior students arrived. No signal. No good, Suyi shouted frantically, waving his phone. Does this creature's energy block signals? Fang Xian's expression turned even more grave as she sprinted, tossing 3 stones behind her without a backward glance. The stones exploded in midair, temporarily stalling the shadow beast's pursuit. However, her breath was becoming increasingly labored. The intense energy drain was taking its toll. If she were alone, she could fight to the death, at least without such a sorry state. However, the shattering of the mirror world had unintentionally dragged civilians into the chaos. Whether for the sake of school rules or academic credits, she felt obligated to protect them. Her ability, Christmas Gift, couldn't inflict fatal damage on the shadow beast, but it could at least temporarily hinder its movements. If she could hold out until the seniors arrived, she might just manage to escape. 8 meters per second, the abdomen. A low whisper suddenly reached her ears. Glancing back, she saw Suyi running swiftly ahead, murmuring to himself, "What are you mumbling about?" Fang Xian couldn't help but ask quickly. "It's running speed and weakness," Suyi replied offhandedly, his gaze unexpectedly calm like a cold calculating machine. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that this young man, who resembled a high school student, could remain so composed in such a dire situation. "Wait, did you just say it's weakness is in the abdomen?" She quickly caught on, staring wide-eyed at Suyi. "How do you know?" She had been battling the shadow beast for so long without identifying its weak spot. Yet Suyi, who had only been pulled into the mirror world recently, managed to discover it. "Didn't you notice?" Suyi responded quickly. "If I'm not mistaken, the distribution of scales on this creature is very uniform. The explosions caused by your ability can't break through its defenses. You've thrown stones 3 times. The first 2 times it didn't make any defensive moves and took the hits directly, but during the 3rd attack, when you threw 3 stones just as they touched its body and were about to explode, it curled up. This action suggests my attack could injure it, hitting its weak point." Fang Xian's eyes lit up, immediately picking up on Suyi's words. The shadow beast curled its body defensively, precisely shielding its vulnerable waist and belly. Fang Xian was taken aback, astonishment evident on her face as she glanced at Suyi. She never imagined that this young boy beside her possessed such keen observational skills. Quickly regaining her composure, she invigorated her spirit and leaped down from the wall with Suyi snatching a few stones from the ground as she did so. "I advise against a direct attack," Suyi's voice suddenly echoed beside her, maintaining its usual calm. "This creature isn't lacking in intelligence. If our first strike fails, it will definitely preemptively prepare a counter. By then, hitting its weak spot would be nigh impossible. What do you propose we do then?" Fang Xian frowned and whispered urgently, "Use this." Suyi opened his right hand, revealing a half-broken pebble in his palm. A deafening roar suddenly erupted above their heads. The shadow beast had finally caught up, its powerful legs crushed a section of the wall as it surged forward with incredible speed. In mere seconds, it was less than 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Suyi's rapidly whispered plan was fully communicated to Fang Xian. "Are you sure this will work?" Fang Xian widened her eyes, looking at Suyi incredulously. "We don't have many options." Suyi replied, his gaze fixed ahead, maintaining his composure even in this life-and-death rush. "All right." Fang Xian clenched her jaw, stomping her right foot into the ground. With the stance of a baseball pitcher, she hurled the half-broken pebble toward the shadow beast with all her might. "I'll trust you this once." The pebble sliced through the night sky like an arrow, aiming directly at the shadow beast's belly. In response to the sudden attack, the shadow beast's body emitted a black glow, seemingly forewarned. As it curled into a ball rolling forward, the pebble struck its impenetrable scales and then simply bounced off to the ground. The shadow beast rose from its roll, standing on all fours, its fierce and terrifying face showing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. It halted in its tracks, gazing at the 2 humans with its crimson eyes, even tilting its head slightly as if playfully curious. "Hey, you liar!" Fang Xian grabbed Suyi's shoulder vigorously, shaking him furiously. "This doesn't work at all. and the way it looks at us, it's like we're idiots. I've been mocked by a phantom beast. She felt a twinge of regret for having listened to Su Ye's suggestion. Just moments ago, Su Ye had advised her not to use her powers and to throw the pebble instead. Only after she did so did she realize what harm could a mere half pebble possibly do to a phantom beast. A thunderous roar erupted from the shadow beast's mouth once again. It planted its 4 legs firmly on the ground and leaped, charging rapidly toward the duo. Less than 10 meters was but a single leap for it. Fang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly grabbed Su Yi, intending to dodge, but Su Ye's body remained motionless, his gaze intense as he stared ahead, muttering a rapid sequence of numbers under his breath. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, that's enough. His eyes flashed with determination as he suddenly thrust his right hand forward, pointing directly ahead. It was only then that Fang Xian noticed what was in Su Ye's palm, a piece of a cobblestone, seemingly the same one she had thrown earlier. The massive presence of the shadow beast loomed over them, casting a dark shadow that covered their bodies. Fang Xian could even see the sinister gleam of its fangs reflecting in the dim light. At such close range, escape seemed impossible, yet Su Yi, whom she held onto tightly, remained remarkably calm, his expression unchanging, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. There was only one chance, and they could not afford to miss it. Suddenly Su Yi shouted, and a white glow surged from his right palm. His ability repair hand was activated. In an instant, the piece of cobblestone in his hand shone with a brilliant white light. A milky thread of energy shot out from its broken edge. The next moment, the cobblestone piece Fang Xian had thrown earlier was pulled through the air by this thread, hurtling towards them with incredible speed. In barely half a second, it had crossed several meters, reaching directly beneath the shadow beast that was leaping towards them. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled, her reflexes lightning fast. As the cobblestone piece reached the shadow beast's underside, she snapped her fingers with practiced ease. Her A-level ability Christmas gift was unleashed. Boom! The resulting blast wave pushed Su Yi and Fang Xian back several steps involuntarily. The explosion transformed into a cloud of smoke, enveloping the area in front of them. But just half a second later, the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground echoed from ahead. The shadow beast had crashed down, the ensuing gust scattering the smoke and dust. Its belly appeared as if it had been blown apart, blood streaming from the wound. Dark energy rippled across its body, but after a few futile struggles, it lost all signs of life, lying motionless on the ground. A faint blue light, almost imperceptible, shot out from the shadow beast's head, swiftly darting towards Su Yi. His expression changed subtly as he clearly sensed the light entering the jolly pot he carried. The wind whipped Fang Xian's hair and skirt backward, and Su Ye's typically calm face now bore an unusual expression. Had they succeeded? Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Although they were both of the rock realm, the shadow beast's combat prowess far surpassed hers, yet she had really managed to kill it. "Did you see that?" she exclaimed, turning abruptly to Su Yi behind her, her voice filled with excitement and relief at having survived the ordeal. "I saw it, it was blue and white striped." Su Yi responded instinctively, only to feel a sudden surge of killing intent. The next moment Fang Xian had him in a chokehold, her grip tightening as he flailed his arms like a drowning man, gasping, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." A moment later Fang Xian finally let go of Su Yi, standing rooted to the spot with a blush creeping over her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. They had been tracking this shadow beast for more than a week, a creature even their senior struggled to subdue, yet with Su Ye's help she had successfully slain it. As Su Yi coughed rapidly, he muttered under his breath, "It's not like I wanted to see it." Fang Xian's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she stomped her foot in a mock threat, glaring at Su Yi. She turned sharply, gazing at the shadow beast's corpse, and took a deep breath. Could it really be that she had killed this beast herself? "Everything has a weakness." Su Yi's voice suddenly broke the silence, coming from her side. "As long as you target that weakness, it's entirely possible to defeat the strong with the weak." He gazed down at the shadow beast, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. A memory from 3 years ago flashed through his mind. Weakness. Fang Xian repeated the word to herself, recalling that she had heard this many times back at school. She suddenly realized that compared to her own abilities, it was Su Ye's extraordinary insight and judgment, along with the skills he displayed at the end, that were crucial in defeating the shadow beast. His calculations had even factored in her own abilities. "Who exactly are you?" Fang Xian's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on Su Yi and asked. "I'm just a passing ordinary high school student," Su Yi replied earnestly. If given the choice, he would rather not have been dragged into these bizarre events. Yet for some reason, the shadow beast had singled him out as prey the moment it saw him, pursuing him relentlessly. Hearing Suya's answer, Fong Xian felt a tightness in her chest, her mouth twitching. How could an ordinary high school student possess such analytical skills and judgment? She frowned, muttering to herself, "It's strange. According to seniors' accounts, the mirror world shouldn't be so easily shattered. How did this guy manage to break through the mirror world and affect reality?" If it weren't for the mirror world breaking, Suyi wouldn't have been involved in this battle at all. Normally, drawing civilians into such incidents would be a huge dereliction of duty. A heavy thud shattered the silence, causing Fong Xian and Suyi to simultaneously lift their heads in alarm. "No way!" Suya's brows furrowed as he stared ahead in disbelief. Not far from them, a shadow beast twice the size of the one before loomed menacingly, its presence exuding a chilling aura and intense killing intent. "I finally understand why the mirror world was shattered." Fong Xian's face turned pale as the realization dawned on her. The mirror world was one of the most frequently used treasures within the Juebao. After positioning the mirror talismans in a rectangular formation around the city, they connect with each other to create a mirrored world. Within this mirrored realm, energy can be swiftly filtered to transfer the phantom beasts into the mirrored world. The mirrored world is supposed to have strong defenses, impervious to ordinary battles and without affecting the real world. However, if a phantom beast attacks the mirrored world from outside, it can damage the barrier to some extent and shatter the mirrored world. Fong Xian stared in disbelief at the shadow beast before her, and the conclusion was clear. The mirrored world had shattered earlier because this creature had assaulted it from outside. This time, there were not just one, but two phantom beasts. This was vastly different from the intelligence they received before the mission. If two shadow beasts appeared simultaneously, even if they joined forces, it would be a fierce battle. Having just managed to slay one shadow beast, Fong Xian found her energy nearly depleted. Facing the emergence of a second shadow beast, she felt powerless to counterattack. Boom! Two pitch-black scales shot through the air, heading toward Suyi and Fong Xian with alarming speed. Suya's expression changed rapidly. The sudden situation caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, Fong Xian suddenly pushed him behind her, extending her right arm with all her might as energy surged forth. Thud thud, two dull thuds resounded as Fong Xian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall behind her. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body sliding down as she looked weakly at Suyi, saying, "Run." Then her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. Roar! A deafening beast roar echoed, and after firing the two scales, the shadow beast charged forward fiercely towards Suyi. It seemed its target from the beginning was Suyi alone. Suyi struggled to make his body react, but the speed of this shadow beast far surpassed the previous one. In the blink of an eye, it crossed over 10 meters, diving right before Suyi. At such a close range, Suyi could even see each of the beast's sharp fangs clearly. However, his body couldn't move in time to dodge, leaving him staring at the descending jaws. Just as the shadow beast's attack closed in less than a meter away from Suyi, he suddenly heard the sound of rapid footsteps. A figure moving faster than the shadow beast darted past Suyi from behind. The blue robe fluttered in the wind as Suyi watched the figure dash forward, diving directly under the shadow beast. The person's right hand swung, and a dagger materialized out of nowhere in the previously empty palm. The figure was a young man, his face resolute, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, yet his expression was firm and unwavering. He wielded the dagger, slashing towards the belly of the shadow beast with precision and determination. Roar! Faced with a sudden attack, the shadow beast swiftly reacted. It began to curl its body, trying to shield its belly under its scales to fend off the assault. However, just at that moment, a youthful voice rang in Suya's ear, commanding stop. The beast's coiling motion froze abruptly, as if struck by electricity. Taking advantage of this split second, the young man in the blue robe drove a dagger deep into the shadow beast's abdomen and swiftly tore it out. Accompanied by a beast's mournful cry, a rain of blood poured from the sky. The massive body of the shadow beast was ripped open, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous boom. Despite its grievous wound, the shadow beast's eyes burned with a fierce unwillingness. In a desperate act, it shot two black scales from its body, aiming straight for the young man in the blue robe. At this moment, he was in free fall. Yet he remained calm, showing no defensive action whatsoever. In Suya's sight, a metallic round shield appeared out of thin air in front of the young man, blocking the two black beams. Boom! the colossal body of the shadow beast hit the ground with a resounding crash, and simultaneously, the young man in the blue robe landed as well. A faint blue light quickly darted into the 9-li jar, though it seemed only Suyi could see it. No one else noticed. Suyi's eyes sparkled with a hint of amazement as he looked ahead. Was this the strength of the Awakeners from Longxia Academy? From the badge on the young man's chest, he had already recognized that they, like Fang Xian, were Awakeners from Longxia Academy. More precisely, they were Void Hunters. The seamless cooperation among them left Suyi quite impressed. In the old district of Jincheng, 2 shadow beasts have been slain. Please send someone to clear the battlefield. The young man in the blue robe took out his phone to report while walking towards Suyi. After finishing his call, he pocketed his phone and extended his right hand to Suyi. Longxia Academy, Chao Sha, are you okay? Suyi grasped his hand, allowing himself to be pulled up from the ground. Blinking, he calmly replied, Suyi, don't worry, I'm alright. Wow, senior sister Xian is incredible. She single-handedly killed a shadow beast. A slightly immature voice came from behind. Suyi turned to see a short-haired boy stepping out full of awe. If we had arrived a bit later, she might have been in real danger. On the other side, a girl with long legs dressed in denim shorts walked out leisurely. Her expression was indifferent as she glanced at Fang Xian by the distant wall. With a slight flick of her right hand, the shield that had been suspended in the air dissipated instantly. If I'm not mistaken, you're also an awakener? Chao Sha looked at Suyi and suddenly inquired, high school student, did you just awaken your powers today on Awakening Day? Suyi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. With Fang Xian alone, it would have been impossible to slay that shadow beast. Chao Sha spoke concisely, his gaze fixed on Suyi. Was it you who helped her? If possible, could we move to a quieter place to discuss this matter in detail? Rest assured, we are from the Dragon Summer Academy's 5th Shadow Hunting Squad and we mean you no harm. Suyi nodded, surprisingly compliant. Of course I believe you, but Sister Fang Xian just saved me and I want to check on her first. Chao Sha nodded. She's fine, just fainted from the energy shock. If you're worried, you can take a moment to look after her. After saying this, he turned back to the 2 shadow beast corpses before him and instructed Guiyan Xiali collect blood samples and gather about 5 scales. Standing there, his eyes slightly lost in thought, he gazed at the shadow beast carcasses, pondering. A high school student caught up in the mirror world managing to help Fang Xian kill a shadow beast. Could that boy possess an ability above A level? The way Fang Xian and that student managed to defeat the shadow beast intrigued him deeply. Senior, we've finished collecting. Guiyan and Xia Li's voices pulled Chao Sha back from his contemplation. Chao Sha nodded. Bring Fang Xian and that high school student, we should leave now. As he spoke, he turned his head, but his gaze froze in place. Apart from Fang Xian, who was unconscious against the wall, there was no sign of Suyi. Did that guy run away? Suyi pushed open the door and entered his home, breathing a sigh of relief. Almost got tangled with some troublesome people, he muttered, his eyes betraying exhaustion. Facing a living shadow beast for the first time had his nerves on edge, and only now did he finally relax. Although Dragon Summer Academy was renowned nationwide as the most powerful academy for the awakened, Suyi had no desire to be involved with them. After learning about the dangers and background of this world, his priority was to live safely, avoiding unnecessary risks. As the most famous academy, while enjoying the glory, they also had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Suyi had no intention of putting himself in danger without absolute certainty. Another reason for his quick departure from the scene was he hurried back to his bedroom, pulling out the Jolie pot from his pocket. The once plain and unresponsive Jolie pot was now faintly glowing with a soft blue light. Indeed, it had absorbed something from those 2 shadow beasts just now. Suyi's eyes flickered, and he murmured softly to himself. He had seen it clearly earlier. At the moment of the 2 shadow beasts' death, a pale blue light burst from their bodies and was drawn directly into the Jolie pot. It seemed that no one else could see these beams of light, as if it was a secret meant only for his eyes. The seemingly ordinary Jolie pot appeared to hold mysteries unknown to others. Suyi gently opened the lid, peering inside, yet the pot was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing to his gaze. The pale blue glow that had been pulsing within now gradually dimmed, slowly fading away. Suyi hesitated for a moment before channeling his own energy into the Jolie pot once more. Previously, during his tests, even when he infused energy into the pot, it showed no reaction, but this time, the instant his energy flowed in, he was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, as if his entire consciousness was being sucked into the pot. He felt a tumultuous sensation of swirling and traversing. Moments later, his groggy mind finally awakened. when he looked at the world before him, he was utterly stunned. In front of him lay a paradise teeming with the chirps of birds and the scent of flowers, with lush branches and leaves all around. Waterfalls cascaded, the sun hummed high, and a gentle breeze caressed everything. The entire scene was imbued with an aura of unreality. In a daze, Sui even thought he had once again traveled to another world. Looking down at his own body, it felt as real as it did in reality, but compared to his original body, this one felt lighter, as if unburdened by any constraints. "This is your spiritual form, naturally lighter than your physical body," came a suddenly old-sounding voice. Sui snapped his head up, glancing around. "Who's speaking?" "Walk to your right and you'll see this old man," the voice continued, guiding Sui. "Oh no, I mean your left." Facing this peculiar voice, Sui squinted but started walking in the direction indicated, about 5 steps forward. "Yes, that's right," the voice continued to guide him as he proceeded. "Here, yes, that's correct, about 3 more steps forward." But as Sui took a few more steps, the voice suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, you've gone too far, you've stepped on me." Sui felt something hard underfoot and quickly lifted his foot, glancing down. His expression soon turned peculiar. In the soil beneath his foot, a segment of what seemed like a bronze shell was exposed. From the part that was visible, he felt a sense of familiarity. "Very well, could you kindly pull this old man out?" the voice requested. Suya's expression grew even stranger. Could it be that the voice speaking to him was this object buried in the ground? Crouching down, he grasped both ends of the bronze shell and pulled upwards with force. Fortunately, it wasn't buried too deeply. With a slight exertion of his arms, he extracted the object from the soil. But when he saw the object's full appearance, Suya's expression became truly remarkable. "The Jioli pot," he muttered, looking at the bronze vessel in his hands, astonished to find it identical to the Jioli pot he had repaired. As he stood there in a daze, an unexpected force surged through his hand. The 9-li jar slipped from his grasp, miraculously levitating in mid-air. From its body emanated a mysterious and profound aura. As the lid quivered slightly, wisps of ethereal mist seeped through its seams, enveloping the surroundings in a dreamlike haze, transforming Suya's world into what seemed like a fairyland. Could it be? As Suya's expression grew increasingly excited, witnessing the spectacle before him, his mind raced through countless stories from past lives: Aladdin's lamp, the One Ring, the wise old man from tales past. Was it possible that within this 9-li jar lay the soul of some unparalleled power, and he was the destined one? Just as his heart surged with emotion, the trembling of the jar's lid grew more intense, more vigorous with each passing moment. Suya's excitement slightly subsided as he stared in a stupor at the lid, which quivered violently for a full minute. Moments later, the lid's movement ceased. That ancient voice, once again faintly audible, called out, "Young friend, could you help this old man open the lid? I've slumbered too long and my strength has waned significantly." For some reason, there was a hint of embarrassment and self-doubt in the voice. Sui paused for a few seconds, rolled his eyes and lifted the lid. A burst of pure celestial mist erupted from the jar like a fountain. As the mist spread, a figure emerged from within. Though the figure wasn't large, with half its body still inside the 9-li jar, it exuded a mysterious aura. However, this aura didn't last long, for as soon as the figure emerged, it began to cough violently, having inhaled too much of the ethereal mist. Noticing Suya's bemused expression, the figure hastily cleared its throat, exhaled lightly, and dispersed the surrounding mist. Finally, Suya could see the figure clearly. It was an old man, shrunk into countless times smaller, with only the upper half of his body visible outside the jar. If one overlooked his earlier, less than impressive demeanor, the words "immortal spirit" would aptly describe his appearance. Yet the old man's earlier antics made it difficult for Suya to muster any respect for him. Perhaps trying to restore his dignity, or merely feeling too embarrassed, the old man stroked his beard, adopting a sage-like demeanor as he spoke softly. "I am the spirit of this jar's world. You may call me the immortal of the jar." The jar's world, the immortal of the jar? Suya's eyes flickered rapidly, and within just 2 seconds he pieced everything together. "So it seems that my consciousness has been drawn into the 9-li pot." He scrutinized the old man before him. "And you're the unreliable spirit of this vessel, the little pot? What kind of name is that?" The pot immortal nearly choked on his breath, bellowing, "I am an artifact spirit, not a eunuch." "What, don't you like the name?" Sui quickly retorted. "How about calling you Immortal Eunuch instead? From a little eunuch to a factory manager, huh?" Sui smirked, conceding, all right, since you don't like it, I'll call you the middle school pot then." "You better watch your words, boy." The pot immortal huffed, his whiskers bristling, demanding, "I am the pot immortal. Stop giving me these weird nicknames." Sui locked eyes with him for a moment before finally relenting. "Fine, I'll compromise and call you pot elder. I am a divine spirit, show some respect. The pot immortal grumbled, insisting on being addressed as an immortal. Say one more word and I'll put the lid on you, Suyi threatened, raising the lid of the ninely pot impatiently. You are a talented young friend. Pot elder is indeed a good name. The pot immortal quickly relented, changing his tone immediately. Suyi squinted skeptically at the adaptable spirit, feeling more exasperated than amused. With a heavy sigh he asked, so why has my consciousness entered this pot world? Still puzzled, he wondered why pouring energy into the ninely pot had inexplicably drawn him into this internal realm, yet he vaguely suspected that it might be related to the pale blue glow emitted from those two phantom beasts. Because you are the first person in 1,000 years to repair the ninely pot, the pot elder calmly explained to Su Yi. The souls of the two shadow beasts were absorbed by the pot, reactivating it after years of dormancy. Upon feeding it with your energy, you completed the bond. From now on you are the master of the ninely pot, the souls of shadow beasts. Su Ye's eyes flickered with understanding, finally grasping what the blue light was. Despite this revelation he was still perplexed. So what can the pot do for me now that it recognizes me as its master? Ha! At this, the pot elder's face lit up with pride. The capabilities of this world within the pot are countless, he exclaimed, sounding like a pitchman on a live shopping channel. Soak in celestial springs, plant ethereal herbs, rear spirit beasts, forge spiritual artifacts, cultivate puppets and achieve immortality. He rattled off a list that left Su Ye's heart racing with excitement. Could this be his golden ticket in this energy-filled world? In a realm dominated by power and abilities, he could embark on a path of cultivation distinct from others, wielding dimension-transcending power to ascend to the pinnacle. This path of cultivation he envisioned was far superior to the so-called awakeners. Are these really the pot's functions? Su Yi eagerly asked. What are you thinking? How could that be? To his surprise, the old spirit of the pot rolled his eyes and responded. With an exasperated demeanor, he explained that none of these features could be provided by the Jiuli pot. After all, it wasn't like thousands of years ago. The spiritual energy on this planet had long since degenerated. The excitement on Su Ye's face dissipated as he locked eyes with the spirit, and a sudden silence filled the air. A moment later, without a word, Su Yi picked up the lid and forcefully placed it back on the Jiuli pot. In an instant the lid spun and the spirit's voice echoed from within, hey, let me out. I was just trying to lighten the mood, it was a joke. When Su Yi lifted the lid again, the spirit emerged from the Jiuli pot once more. He took a deep breath and mumbled under his breath, young people these days have no patience. They can't even take a joke. It was only when he sensed Su Ye's murderous glare that he cleared his throat and quickly added a ham. Although the functions I mentioned can't be realized now, some basic features of the Jiuli pot still remain. What sort of features, Su Yi asked with a sideways glance, a fresh wave of anticipation rising within him. A sexy pot spirit available for online chatting? The spirit gave Su Yi a wink, blinking playfully. Stop, I'm not joking anymore, he shouted loudly as he saw the lid in Su Yi's hand descending rapidly. He dared not entertain any further humorous thoughts. Su Yi felt as if he were being toyed with and tightened his grip on the lid, glaring at the spirit. He was resolved that if the old spirit dared to jest again, he would seal the pot and refuse to release him. The spirit, sensing the danger, coughed dryly and adopted a more solemn expression, finally speaking quickly. The Jiuli pot is still incomplete. Most of its former functions are unusable. Unless you reach the Kunlun realm, you'll need to find its original missing fragments to fully restore it. Seeing Su Ye's growing impatience, the spirit quickly continued. Of course, even though the Jiuli pot is incomplete, some basic functions are still usable. For instance, I can help reveal the unlocking conditions for the two special effects of your abilities, survival of the fittest. Additionally, the Jiuli pot retains its initial refining function. As long as you provide sufficient materials, I can manipulate the Jiuli pot to refine them. Moreover, the spirit added, the Jiuli pot has basic spatial functionalities. This world within the pot now spans 100 zhang in both length and width, allowing you to freely store and retrieve objects. However, to store living beings, they must be unconscious, with enough energy from the host, or by finding and repairing the Jiuli pot's missing fragments. These features will only become more refined and complete. Listening to the continuous narrative from the old spirit of the pot, Su Ye's expression finally softened a bit. The functions described by the old spirit were unexpected, even beyond his imagination. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Jiuli pot floating in the air, pulling the old spirit in front of him. How Do you know my ability's name is Survival of the Fittest, and I've noticed that you seem to know a lot about me. The old spirit quickly waved his hands and explained that's naturally because after the Jolly pot recognizes its master, I can to some extent sense the memories in your mind, young friend. It's been decades since I last awakened, all my understanding of the current world comes from you. Seeing these conditions is also one of my abilities. Alright, so ye pondered for 2 seconds, gently released the Jolly pot and chose to trust the old spirit. After all, the name of his ability was something he had come up with himself. That the old spirit could precisely call out the name could only be explained this way. Soon curiosity flickered in his eyes as he looked at the old spirit and asked, "Can you tell me the specific effects of the evolution and prodigy of survival of the fittest?" The old spirit floated back into the air, pretending to straighten his clothes. Then, stroking his long beard, he responded regarding the specific perception of ability effects. As long as you have some control over your own energy, you can perceive it yourself. However, since you're so curious, I can tell you in advance, your SSS level ability Survival of the Fittest has a primary effect, evolution, which can use special materials to upgrade your D level ability Repair Hand. To upgrade Repair Hand from D level to C level, you need to use a piece of Star C meteorite to evolve. Star C meteorite? Suyi frowned, having never heard of this name before. It's a special material that only exists in the Void Realm, the old spirit replied calmly. With your current means, it would be quite difficult to acquire. Void Realm. Hearing this name made Suye's eyebrows jump. 200 years ago, after the human warrior Taotai expelled the Void demons from the Dragon Kingdom, those demons have been trying to invade again. They attempt to open the Void Realm, creating a special teleportation channel to connect the worlds they occupy with the Dragon Kingdom. Void demons seize this opportunity to invade the Dragon Kingdom or send void beasts through the Void Realm to the Dragon Kingdom. To date, the appearance of the Void Realm has caused the Dragon Kingdom great losses. The Dragon Kingdom's trained void hunters also find ways to locate the Void Realm and destroy it before it invades the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, permanently evolving an abilities level is not easy at all. Suyi took a deep breath, somewhat expecting this outcome. After all, leveling up abilities was something unheard of. After awakening one's abilities, the effects might grow stronger with increased levels, but the fundamental grade of these abilities is set in stone from the moment of awakening, immutable. The special effect known as Survival of the Fittest had never been recorded in any of the Dragon Kingdom's databases. And what about the third special effect, Prodigy? Suyi asked calmly once more. The effect of Prodigy allows one to awaken and comprehend new D-level abilities upon meeting specific conditions. Elder, whose eyes shone with amazement reflecting a flickering light. This essentially means, my young friend, that you theoretically have the potential to master countless types of D-level abilities. However, to comprehend a brand new D-level ability, you would need to. He seemed to have seen something unexpected, suddenly pausing mid-sentence with a strange expression crossing his face. Need to do what exactly? Suyi, who couldn't stand such mid-sentence pauses, frowned slightly. Elder, who blinked and revealed the condition he had perceived. You need to personally slay a void beast at the Rock Realm. The 2 void beasts you encountered today, my young friend, were both creatures of the Rock Realm. You want me to personally kill a creature like the Shadow Beast? Suye's expression turned peculiar at once. Although he had successfully cooperated with Fong Xian earlier to slay a Shadow Beast, the main credit for the damage and kill went to Fong Xian's Christmas gift. With his current skills and the nearly non-combative ability Repair Hand, personally slaying a void beast seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Suyi rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Though Survival of the Fittest is categorized as an SSS level ability and appears powerful, the truth is he can currently only utilize the second special effect, Shedding the Mundane. The other 2 effects are entirely inaccessible to him at present. As a side note, the second special effect, Shedding the Mundane, enters different cooldown periods based on the level it's elevated to. The cooldown required for elevating an ability to C level versus SSS level is vastly different. Elder, who continued calmly. By elevating Repair Hand to SSS level earlier to repair my original form, young friend, you have effectively set the cooldown for your next use of Shedding the Mundane to at least a month. Suye's mouth twitched with frustration and disbelief. Doesn't this mean Survival of the Fittest will be entirely useless for the next month? Actually, there is one way to reset the cooldown for Shedding the Mundane. Oh, what way? Suye's expression shifted slightly, showing a hint of anticipation as he looked at Elder, who, if you can successfully unlock the third special effect, Prodigy, you can reset the cooldown for Shedding the Mundane. You might as well shut up, hearing elder whose seemingly pointless method. Suyi rolled his eyes and abruptly covered the teapot with its lid, somewhere in a rental apartment. Fong Xian fluttered her eyelashes, finally opening her eyes. Oh, Xianjie is awake. Wei Yan, who had been sitting by the bed in a daze, noticed Fong Xian's movement and immediately displayed an excited expression, shouting loudly. As soon as his voice fell, two figures pushed the door open and rushed to the bedside. Xiaoyun's sister Li and senior. Fong Xian looked ahead, still a bit dazed. As she struggled to sit up, she massaged her temples, the last image in her mind still frozen on the scene where Suyi was pushed away by her, and she was struck by the second shadow beast. The second shadow beast. We've already killed it, Gui Yan said with a cheerful grin, flashing a V sign with his fingers. Right, there was a high school student next to me at that time. Fong Xian suddenly came to her senses, showing a tense expression, and quickly asked, as a hunter from Longxia Academy failing to protect a civilian would be a grave dereliction of duty. That guy, don't worry, he's fine. Gui Yan shrugged, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. He tricked senior into thinking he would take care of you, but as soon as we were gathering materials, he ran off. Xia Li huffed coldly, her disdain evident in her brow. A man who only knows how to run away. Run away? Fong Xian let out a bitter smile, her eyes flashing with many images. Without him I couldn't have killed that shadow beast. So it wasn't you who hunted the shadow beast alone? Xiao Sha's eyes sparkled with keen insight. He was filled with many questions about what happened last night. How could a high school student who just awakened his abilities on Awakening Day cooperate with Fong Xian to hunt down a shadow beast of rock rank? Suyi intrigued him greatly. Moreover, Fong Xian looked down at her clothes, a strange look in her eyes. I don't think he left immediately either. She pointed at her clothes and looked at the three people at the bedside. My clothes have changed. The clothes have changed. Xiaoli tilted her head in confusion, looking at Fong Xian's JK uniform. Yes, Fong Xian replied, looking at her brand new clothes, a hint of inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. During the battle just now, I was attacked multiple times by the shadow beast and my clothes were tattered. But now they're intact as if brand new. I think that guy used his ability to restore my clothes. Could his ability be the S-level river of reversal? Xiao Sha touched his chin, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. This is a time-space guiding type of ability with great potential for future development. I don't think that's it. Fong Xian shook her head with an odd expression, recalling the ability Suyi had used and the energy fluctuations on him. If I sensed correctly, his ability should be the D-level repair hand. What? Gui Yan by her side widened his eyes in shock. A newly awakened D-level ability that could help you kill a shadow beast of rock rank. Xiao Sha's curiosity grew even stronger. D-level abilities aren't necessarily the weakest. With increased mastery and the user's skillful development of the ability, they could rival even S-level abilities. He had never heard of a high school student who had just awakened a D-level ability on the Awakening Day being able to assist Fong Xian in killing a shadow beast. This guy was becoming increasingly intriguing to Xiao Sha. With a slight smile, he recalled the principal mentioning that if they encountered a talented high school student during their mission, they could be admitted directly without a test. But wasn't the principal implying that you should be looking for A-level or higher awakeners? Wei Yan tilted his head towards Xiao Sha, somewhat puzzled. The battle against the void demons isn't something measured by ability level, Xiao Sha responded coolly. Practical combat skills are far more critical than so-called talent. From my perspective, that guy has potential. Later, Fong Xian, you should recount the details of the battle. I want to see how that kid coordinated with you to kill the shadow beast. Whatever the case may be with that high school student, it was Summerlee who suddenly spoke up, showing her phone screen. The school's tech department had just sent a message. It turns out that the appearance of two shadow beasts in Jin City wasn't a coincidence. She calmly looked at everyone and read the message in a composed tone. A week ago, the 38th team sent to suppress the Void Realm was completely wiped out. They severely injured a Mountain Realm Void Demon with their lives, and it has now left the Void Realm and entered the Dragon Country. Moreover, due to the turmoil in the Void Realm, two Shadow Beasts and a Rock Realm Gale Wolf left the Void Realm along with the Void Demon, so the two Shadow Beasts we encountered escaped from the Void Realm, Fong Xian said in shock, taken aback by the news. The presence of shadow beasts in Jin City meant. Gui Yan quickly connected the dots to other related matters, a slight change in his expression. The injured void demon was likely hiding in Jin City. A gleam of cold light flashed in Xiao Sha's eyes as he swiftly drew his conclusion. Guided by the old man from the pot, Suya's consciousness finally receded like a tide, returning to his body. he slowly opened his eyes, thoughts swirling within as he pondered. Inside the Jioli pot, he had acquired much information from the old man. Even within the realm of treasures, the mystique of the Jioli pot ranked high. Its inner world and soul-absorbing characteristics made it irresistibly alluring to void beasts. This attraction explained why the two shadow beasts had charged at Suyi like mad creatures after detecting him. However, after absorbing the souls of the two shadow beasts, the pot spirit, the old man had concealed the aura of the Jioli pot. With the assurance that the mysterious 9-leaf flask would no longer attract the relentless pursuit of the phantom beasts, Suyi finally allowed himself a moment of respite. As his mind unwound and overwhelming fatigue seeped into every corner of his being, the sheer volume of information he had amassed in a short time begged for further processing, yet all he craved was rest. Casting aside his concerns, Suyi collapsed onto his bed, casually placing the 9-leaf flask on the nightstand. Waves of exhaustion washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. That night, he revisited a recurring dream, or perhaps a memory buried deep within his heart, a memory of profound significance. In a dilapidated park, Suyi found himself seated on a swing alongside a young girl, gently swaying back and forth. Her radiant smile lit up her face as she energetically pumped the swing, her hair dancing with the wind, casting an almost ethereal glow in the sunlight. Beside her, Suyi, bleary-eyed, resembled an old man on a rocking chair, lazily riding the swing's motion. Suyi, thank you so much, the girl exclaimed, suddenly leaping off the swing with a graceful landing, her arms outstretched as she stabilized herself, beaming at him with twinkling eyes. It was nothing, Suyi replied with a yawn, dismissing her gratitude with nonchalance. Why do you always look so world-weary and lack any spirit? The girl pouted playfully, moving closer to Suyi with an expression of mock annoyance. He chuckled awkwardly, responding in a teasing tone, if you suddenly found yourself in an unfamiliar world, you'd be just as disenchanted as I am. An unfamiliar world? She queried, tilting her head in puzzlement, her face a canvas of curiosity. Nothing, just something I said offhand, Suyi deflected, squinting slightly as he brushed off the comment. Don't you have any dreams? She inquired, her curiosity piqued as she returned to her swing, eyes filled with wonder. Dreams, huh? Suyi mused, his gaze unfocused and devoid of interest. To him, dreams were fanciful notions that only children unburdened by the harshness of reality could entertain. You're so pessimistic, she laughed, her voice a melody of amusement. Undeterred by his cynicism, she gently swung back and forth, her eyes glinting like gems in the sunlight's embrace. I've always had a dream since I was a child, she declared, her hair flowing like a river of light, her smile pure and untainted by doubt. Oh? What's your dream? Suyi inquired, mildly intrigued. I hope to become an awakener on the awakening day 3 years from now, she exclaimed, her voice filled with a fervor that was contagious. I want to join the Awakener Academy and strive to become a void hunter. I long to fight for the eradication of the void demons, to protect our country and to shield all our people. When Suyi finally opened his eyes, the morning sun had already climbed past 8 o'clock. The memory from 3 years prior had once again infiltrated his dreams. A void hunter, huh? He murmured, sitting up and recalling the girl's passionate words. A futile dream, he thought to himself. After a quick wash, he returned to his desk, ready to tackle the night's overwhelming chaos, the battle that had left him too weary to organize the flood of information. He pressed his fingertips together, resting his elbows on the table while his thumbs gently touched his brow, forming a triangular void. With a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes. This habitual gesture helped calm his mind whenever he needed to think deeply. Based on yesterday's test, the effective range of the repair hand is about 10 meters, right? Although his eyes were shut, Suye's mind swiftly reconstructed the scenes from last night with meticulous detail. Beyond 10 meters, the ability couldn't connect damaged parts, it could only start repairing the object using energy, but within that range, the broken components could connect through energy, using the center of his palms as an origin point to attract the remaining parts. The successful defeat of the Shadow Beast yesterday was precisely due to this unique characteristic of the repair hand. Fong Xian's ability, Christmas gift, seemed to transform touched objects into bombs. By having her throw half a pebble, he could use his repair hand to retrieve it and unleash its power when it passed through the beast's belly, effectively blasting through it. This suggested that abilities might not just overlap but could actually stack together. His brain, like a well-organized library, swiftly cataloged and memorized the intelligence and experiments from last night's battle. For Suyi, maintaining such constant reflection and summarization was the key to survival in this world. After a moment, he relaxed his hands, stood up and stretched lazily. Then he took the jolly pot from his pocket, placed it on the table and gently opened the lid, giving it a few taps, but there was no response from the pot, only silence. Was that old guy deceiving me? Suya's expression turned peculiar as he looked down at the pot, which remained inert. He was silent for a couple of seconds before suddenly grabbing the pot and shouting into its mouth, "Pot, old man, come out." As soon as his voice fell, a cloud of mist erupted from the pot's spout, the form of the pot old man appeared, his face etched with fear and a few traces of drool at the corner of his mouth. He quickly scanned the surroundings, crossing his arms defensively over his chest like a martial artist, and nervously asked, "What happened? Is it the end of the world?" Only a few seconds later did his eyes meet Suye's and he jolted in realization. "Oh, it's just you, my young friend. Next time, could you not shout into the pot?" My ears nearly exploded. He yawned, finally regaining his composure. "Is this what you meant when you said a few taps on the pot would summon you?" Suyi squinted at the unreliable spirit, his eyes full of exasperation. "Ahem." The pot old man blushed, awkwardly scratching his beard. "I might have accidentally dozed off and didn't hear." "But do you, a spirit, really need to sleep? You know, I've just awakened not too long ago and my powers are still quite weak. I need some rest to recover my mental strength." He was speaking more and more hesitantly, clearing his throat awkwardly to shift the conversation. "So, young friend, why did you call me out? Was there something you needed? You didn't finish telling me about the refining function of the 9-li pot yesterday." Sui decided not to haggle with the pot elder and went straight to the point, asking him to explain once more. The pot elder blinked before replying, saying that one of the remaining functions of the 9-li pot is refining. However, due to damage to the pot, this function is now imperfect. As long as you can find an object with energy and use the soul of a virtual beast as an adhesive, I can activate the refining function to refine it. In current terms, what the 9-li pot can refine should be called a Jew treasure. So as long as I can find something with energy, you can refine a Jew treasure, right? Sui raised his brows and asked quickly. The pot elder replied hastily, saying that the 9-li pot currently lacks power, and if the energy of the refining material is insufficient, at most it can only produce a defective Jew treasure, just a mere shape with almost no power. This kind of defective item would be no different from scrap metal for you, young friend. Sui's eyes sparkled, showing no concern for this issue. He seemed to have other ideas, continuing to ask what kind of things are more likely to be imbued with energy. In theory, the longer something has been stored, the more likely it is to carry energy. Understood. Having obtained the information he wanted, Sui didn't hesitate and quickly put the lid on the pot, tucking the 9-li pot into his pocket. "Hey, young friend, where are you going?" The muffled voice of the pot elder echoed from the pot. "Antique Street," Sui replied without looking back, a strange glint flashing in his eyes as he mentioned, "I want to test the abilities of the repairing hand." Meanwhile, in the rented house, Chao Sha and his 3 companions stayed up all night. Their eyes were red as they kept flipping through various materials. A map spread before them covered in scribbles and markings. "What did the tech department say?" Chao Sha asked, his eyes fixed intently on the map of Jin City, scanning back and forth. "According to the on-site investigation and judgment, the ability of the virtual demon pertains to mental influence," Wei Yan, exhausted, replied while looking at his phone. "The entire Hunting Void Team 38 was wiped out, but they inflicted severe damage on it. From the energy traces, it seems it's critically injured and needs to replenish energy quickly to heal. It's already been a full 8 days since it fled. Given that 2 shadow beasts appeared in Jin City, there's a 90% chance it's still there and doesn't have the strength to escape elsewhere." "Humph." Chao Sha listened to Gui Yan's report, his gaze growing colder and more chilling. "For a virtual demon, the most efficient way to recover energy is by hunting awakened ones. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 shadow beasts were deliberately released by it to investigate the distribution of awakened individuals in Jin City. For him, time equates to life itself. This signifies that in a short span he is bound to launch an attack, targeting the awakened ones to restore his own injuries. Yet, with such a vast city like Jin City, how can we possibly pinpoint where he intends to strike?" Fang Xian, nursing her injuries, which had mostly healed, sat cross-legged on the bed, her face clouded with frustration. "In the entire Jin City, there are only 4 of us as void hunters, and we're up against a mountain realm void demon, not to mention the formidable rock realm wolf accompanying him. Other void hunters are preoccupied with their own missions, leaving no one to aid us." Xia Li's tone remained characteristically chill, her face devoid of any extra emotion. "Moreover, our senior is also of the mountain realm. facing a heavily injured void demon should be manageable. Our immediate task is to locate the void demon's position and eliminate it before it can launch its attack. So Fong Xin extended her tone, pursing her lips. How exactly are we supposed to pinpoint the void demon's whereabouts? Unless it reveals itself, searching for it in the sprawling Jean City is like finding a needle in a haystack. Let's look at this from another angle. After a prolonged silence, Chaosha suddenly spoke. Since we can't locate the void demon directly, why not consider where it might go? In order to heal, it needs to absorb a large amount of energy from the awakened ones. This means it might target locations where awakened individuals have been gathering recently. Gui Yan's eyes lit up, quickly aligning with Chaosha's line of thinking. If that's the case. He swiftly scrolled through his phone, then displayed a map. In the past 2 days, there are about 6 venues hosting events and gatherings within the city. These venues mostly attract ordinary people and some common awakened ones. Chaosha shook his head slightly. Based on the awakened one's level of ability, the energy they can provide to the void demon varies. Hence, aside from quantity, quality is also crucial for it. He swiftly circled 10 red spots on the map in front of him. Don't forget, it's only been a day since the awakening day. Different high schools hold graduation ceremonies for awakened ones at various times, including today's public holiday. There are 10 high schools holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Graduation ceremonies involve a large number of awakened ones, and their overall quality is generally much higher compared to ordinary awakened individuals. Xiaoli murmured, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Alright, let me translate the provided text for you. Chaosha stared at the map with a grave expression. He believed that recovering from his injuries and attacking the school would be the best course of action. Our task was to analyze and determine the location that the demon might attempt to attack by tomorrow so we could find its hiding place. Based on previous year's data, the quality of awakeners from Jean City No. 1 High School was the highest among the 10 schools. Gui Yan analyzed softly, suggesting that the demon was likely to launch an attack on No. 1 High School. The demon's intelligence was no less than that of humans. Xiaoli coldly interjected, questioning whether the demon might deliberately choose a more distant school if it considered that they would be searching near No. 1 High School. Xiaoli's reasoning was sound. Fong Xin nodded in agreement. The furthest from No. 1 High School was No. 5 High School in the south of the city. Intercepting there might just work. But what if the demon anticipated this step and continued attacking the city's schools using reverse logic? Xiaoli countered again, suggesting they might not make it back in time from the south if that happened. Hey! Aren't you just arguing for argument's sake? Fong Xin finally caught on, glancing at Xiaoli with a twitching mouth. If we keep going by your logic, it'll never end. Xiaoli meant to convey that they couldn't decide the attack location by trying to guess the opponent's thoughts. Chaosha spoke calmly, explaining Xiaoli's point. To truly determine the opponent's intentions, they needed to analyze more objective clues. Fong Xin, you need to use your brain more rather than relying solely on your combat instincts, he added. Fong Xin pouted in discontent, mumbling about whether they could delay the graduation ceremonies for these high schools, perhaps holding them for only 1 or 2 schools a day to ease their defense efforts. Xin, you really should think more. Gui Yan chuckled awkwardly, glancing over. If they did that, the demon would become cautious. It could easily choose to attack other places far from schools, exposing their position while being controlled by the opponent. Oh. So you're calling me stupid now? Fong Xion's cheeks flushed instantly, and she angrily punched Gui Yan. Standing up from her chair, she marched towards the door, exclaiming that they'd better handle the brainwork while she went out to buy breakfast. Leaving the rented room in a huff, Fong Xian was filled with frustration. She initially thought this outing would be a routine hunt for virtual demons, not expecting that a demon would escape from the virtual realm. Fighting in the city was entirely different from battling within the virtual realm. The demon could attack civilians at any moment, forcing them into a defensive position and requiring them to predict where the demon might appear. This type of thinking gave her a headache. For some reason, the image of Suya's face from yesterday suddenly appeared in her mind. That guy seemed to have a sharp mind, she muttered to herself, considering that with his intelligence he might be able to deduce the demon's attack location, and their senior was also quite interested in him. As she muttered, she caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye, casually strolling down the street with a piece of bread in his mouth. That guy looked very much like the high school student from yesterday, very much like. Fong Xian widened her eyes, recognizing the familiar face. She was sure she hadn't mistaken it. Thud. In the blink of an eye she launched herself forward, as if propelled by some unseen force, her feet barely touching the ground as she soared toward the figure ahead. What the? Suya's instincts kicked in just in time, and as he turned his head, the bread in his mouth nearly slipped out. His body jolted with adrenaline, and without a second thought, he snatched up the bread and sprinted in the opposite direction. His mind was a cacophony of panic. He had just wanted to take a leisurely trip to the antique street, and already he was embroiled in chaos, once again encountering this slightly unhinged JK girl. If she latched onto him, it would undoubtedly lead to a whirlwind of trouble. Suyi weaved through the alleys with remarkable agility, relying on his intimate knowledge of the terrain. A few swift turns and he had successfully lost Fong Xin. Glancing back at the deserted path behind him, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Lucky for him, her head wasn't quite screwed on right. With that kind of chasing, she'd never catch him, not in this lifetime. Thud, a sharp gust of wind whooshed past above him, freezing Suyi in his tracks as he turned his head slowly. Thud. With a resounding crash, Fong Xin descended from above, landing with such force that the ground beneath her feet cracked. She stood there embodying the essence of a delinquent girl, glaring daggers at Suyi. Who did you say had a few screws loose just now? Who are you, miss? Suya's face was a perfect portrait of bewilderment as he stared at the irate Fong Xin standing before him. You brat, still playing dumb with me? Fong Xin cracked her knuckles ominously as she advanced toward him. I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. I actually have a twin brother. Suyi blinked, his face the picture of sincerity. Then why did you run when you saw me? I'm the school sprint champion and my legs just got an itch to run. Say one more word of nonsense and I'll raise your hairline by 3 centimeters, believe it or not. Mercy, O valiant heroine. Suya's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly bowed his head in surrender. A man's hairline was no trifling matter. With a determined step forward, Fong Xin reached out and hooked Suya's head under her arm, vigorously tousling his hair. I've already planted a bomb on your head. Come quietly with me. I have some questions for you. Suya's eyelids twitched and he shrugged in resignation, falling in step with Fong Xin. Where shall we chat? That breakfast stall over there will do. Fong Xin casually pointed to a nearby food stall and led Suyi over. Boss, 3 bowls of tofu pudding and 6 dough sticks, she shouted boldly as she plopped herself onto a chair. Suyi blinked in surprise. 1 bowl is actually enough for me. I can't eat that much. Fong Xin cast a quick glance at Suyi, then called out to the vendor again, 4 bowls of tofu pudding and add 2 youtiao. Moments later, the breakfast stall owner approached with a tray, placing the 4 bowls and the youtiao on the table. Fong Xin swiftly pulled 3 bowls towards herself and began devouring them with gusto. Suyi, on the other hand, ate casually, his eyes darting around the surroundings. I advise you not to think about running off, Fong Xin said with her mouth full, her demeanor relaxed. My ability has a range of 25 meters. Letting you run 20 meters first wouldn't be a problem, Su. He considered the idea of escape but quickly abandoned it, squinting at Fong Xin across the table. Is it really okay to just reveal your ability like that? He thought, but Fong Xin seemed unfazed. What does it matter? She swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes fixed on Suya's face, her tone calm. After all, you deduced this distance last night, didn't you? Suya's eyelids twitched and he instinctively tried to brush it off, saying, I'm actually not that formidable. This isn't a question, it's a statement, Fong Xin interrupted, biting off a piece of youtiao, her gaze unyielding on Suyi. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling a chill creep over him. Despite her seemingly scatterbrained appearance, Fong Xin's intuition was frighteningly accurate. Before he could reply, her voice pierced through again. Explain your analysis of my ability from last night. If you dare conceal anything, you know what I'll do. Her expression was as if she intended to peel the skin off his scalp. Suyi felt his scalp tingle, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke truthfully. Your ability should be to turn objects you've touched into bombs. The destructive power is similar to a grenade and the range varies according to the size of the object. At any given time, you can turn up to 3 objects into bombs and detonate them separately. If you create a new bomb, it replaces the first one. I estimated the range to be between 23 to 26 meters, not precisely 25. However, before you use your ability, you always snap your fingers. I'm not sure if this is just for show or a limitation of your ability. Fong Xin's expression remained unchanged, but internally she was shocked. Although she had sensed that Suyi had some inkling about her ability through intuition, she hadn't expected his deductions to be nearly spot on with her true capabilities. Meanwhile, she had finished her first bowl of tofu pudding. Casually wiping her mouth, she smiled at Su Yi and said, snapping my fingers is a necessary condition for activating my ability. You should have learned about this during the awakening day. Abilities ranging from D to S class usually come with some side effects or limitations. My ability is an A-level Christmas gift, so naturally it has its restrictions. Besides, your assessment of my ability is almost entirely correct. Fascinating, truly fascinating. She scrutinized Su Yi from head to toe, as if admiring a rare treasure. Su Yi, unnerved by her gaze, quickly adopted a wary expression, goosebumps rising on his skin. Your mind certainly works wonders, Fong Xian thought as she put away her gaze and began to sip her second bowl of tofu pudding while continuing to munch on a stick of fried dough. Just as well, I have a matter here that needs your analytical skills. If you can make sense of it, I won't hold yesterday's incident against you. Su Ye's mind quickly flashed back to that blue and white stripe, and he muttered awkwardly, I didn't mean to see that. Suddenly, a murderous intent locked onto his body. His expression froze and he hastily forced a smile, quickly responding, please do tell heroine. If there is any way I can help, I will do my utmost. Fong Xian rolled her eyes but wasted no time recounting the events they had encountered in the predicament they now faced, detailing everything to Su Yi. The existence of the phantom demon lurking in the city was not something to be disclosed to ordinary people to avoid causing panic, however. Based on her observations of Su Yi and their interaction last night, she was certain he could be trusted and that he had a sharp mind. Moreover, being a current high school student, he would undoubtedly have a more intricate understanding of the relationships between schools. Su Yi initially wore a nonchalant expression, but upon hearing the words phantom demon from Fong Xian's mouth, his demeanor shifted instantly. Listening intently to the entire story, Fong Xian continued narrating while eating, having reached her third bowl of tofu pudding with only 2 sticks of fried dough left. After hearing her account, Su Ye's face turned contemplative with his fingers pressed together on his forehead, striking his usual thoughtful pose. After a moment, he pondered aloud. So you're trying to figure out which high school the phantom demon might attack? That's right. Do you have any thoughts? Fong Xian mumbled through her food. If I were in its place, Su Yi spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and replied in a rather relaxed tone, there's a 90% chance it would choose the third high school. 90%? Fong Xian was taken aback by this probability, her eyes widening in surprise. They had been completely at a loss trying to analyze this situation in the rented room earlier. Yet, Su Yi was able to make such a confident judgment just by listening to her account. The reason is simple, Su Yi continued while pulling up a city map on his phone and displaying it for Fong Xian. Xiaoxia's analysis wasn't wrong. If the phantom demon truly needs to hunt awakened ones to recover its injuries, as you mentioned, it would definitely target a high school during their graduation ceremony. And tomorrow, there are 10 schools holding graduation ceremonies, among them First High School, Second High School, and the Experimental High School are located in the city center. Third High, Sixth High, and 12th High are in the west of the city. The remaining schools are evenly distributed across the eastern and southern regions. He zoomed out the map and activated the drawing feature, directly crossing out 4 universities. These 4 institutions had to be ruled out first. The 2 in the east of the city were secluded, surrounded by emptiness, and the quality of awakened individuals there was generally low. Instead of choosing these, he might as well pick a random plaza for convenience. As for the 5th and 7th high schools in the south, they were too far away with no bustling areas nearby, making them too open. However, Fong Xian looked at the map, puzzled and furrowing her brows. If that were the case, wouldn't choosing these 2 schools in the south be better? After the hunt, he could simply escape right away. I ask you, with your capabilities, would you be able to sense energy fluctuations as soon as he starts his hunt? So Yi glanced at Fong Xian, speaking calmly. Naturally, she replied, if you sense the energy fluctuations and set off for the south immediately, how long would it take? About half an hour. In that half an hour, he would need to hunt down the awakened and then prepare to escape and face you. Su Yi tapped the table lightly, his tone rather relaxed. Once he appears, you would quickly locate him, making it hard for him to escape. But what you said applies to other schools too. Fong Xian frowned, a bit confused. I've already mentioned that there is no bustling area near the 2 schools in the south. Su Yi responded calmly. If he attacked several schools in the city and then dashed into the bustling area, how would you feel? Tied hands and feet, making pursuit difficult. Fong Xian's expression changed, instantly understanding the reasoning. So the so-called remote geography is not an advantage for him at all, Su Yi stated blandly, but rather a trap that would bury him. As for the 3 high schools in the city, due to their geographical environment, they have higher resources in terms of teachers and students. This means that at their graduation ceremonies, more university teachers would come for recruitment. Among these teachers, there would inevitably be some awakened individuals with combat skills, plus, some awakened individuals working in nearby government departments could provide immediate support. If he chose to attack the high schools in the city center, he would end up stuck in a mire, making escape difficult. Therefore, the only choice left for him would be the 3 schools in the west of the city. These 3 schools are not far apart, surrounded by bustling areas. Among them, the most central, the 3rd high school, is well connected in all directions. If I were him, I would most likely choose to launch an attack from the school. You should conduct a radial search centered on the 3rd high school, and you'll likely find traces of the virtual demon. Suyi finished his analysis in one breath. Took a slight breath and added, "By the way, I'm a student at the 3rd high school." Fang Xian, who had been listening intently and felt that Suye's reasoning was flawless, now looked across with suspicion and asked, slightly doubtful, "You're not trying to trick us into protecting you near your school, are you?" "How could that be?" Suyi elongated his tone, squinting at Fang Xian. "You are judging others by your own petty standards. It seems you have a very accurate sense of your positioning." "Ha!" Suyi put away his phone, snorted softly. "I can make this judgment because I have one more important reason. In the old district, we encountered those 2 shadow beasts. If, as you suggest, those beasts were released by the phantom demon, then it is highly likely that he is lurking nearby. The nearest high schools to the old district are indeed the 3 schools in the west of the city." "You have a good point." Fang Xian felt a sudden clarity as she unconsciously touched her chin. It's hard to reach this conclusion just from the appearance of the shadow beasts in the old district, but combined with Suyi's previous analysis, the location where they encountered the beasts last night could serve as crucial evidence. "I will report your analysis to the senior students." Fang Xian finally finished her last piece of fried dough and patted her stomach contentedly. "If your deduction is correct, then as long as we finish searching all possible places where the phantom demon could be hiding in the west of the city before tomorrow, we can prevent him from launching an attack on the schools. Now that I've helped you analyze this matter, perhaps you could answer a few of my questions." Suye's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at Fang Xian and asked, "Of course, that's only fair. I want to know if abilities have levels and what the evaluation criteria are." Suyi quickly asked a question he was very concerned about. "It seems you know quite a bit." Fang Xian raised an eyebrow and replied with a leisurely smile, "The level of abilities is fixed upon awakening and cannot be increased. However, an awakened individual can enhance the effects and scope of their abilities by advancing their energy realm. As long as the energy is strong enough, even a D-level ability can have a powerful impact. Based on years of national measurement and evaluation, we have roughly divided energy into 6 realms. Energy is like stones scattered and sparse inside the body, and this is the first realm, the stone realm. Energy is like pebbles piling up, gathered and compact, and this is the second realm, the rock realm. Energy resembles a mountain built of boulders, towering and solid, and this is the third realm, the mountain realm. Energy is like peaks forming a mountain range, majestic and dense, and this is the 4th realm, the peak realm. Energy is akin to ranges forming ridges, endless and continuous, and this is the 5th realm, the ridge realm. Above these 5 realms is the most powerful 6th realm, Kunlun, which means the energy is as boundless as the legendary Kunlun mountain, limitless and ethereal. This was Suye's first time hearing about the energy realm system. He pondered for a moment and quickly asked, "How long does it normally take to reach the rock realm?" "A few months at least, but..." Fang Xian chuckled, leaving the sentence unfinished, but Suyi quickly understood her implication. "I see, only those who reach the rock realm are eligible to become phantom hunters. Most awakeners find themselves lingering in the stone realm for quite a while." "You've grasped it quickly, though." Fang Xian nodded, "but there are exceptions. If an awakener excels in the stone realm or possesses an S-rank ability, they have the privilege of joining the void hunting teams early, becoming a void hunter." "So, how are these void hunting teams generally structured?" Suyi continued to ask, unwilling to miss this opportunity to gather information. This wasn't much of a secret among awakeners, so Fang Xian answered Suye's questions without any reservation. Currently, there are 10 awakening academies in the country qualified to establish void hunting teams. Each academy, divided by rank, has 10 such teams. Based on the academy's ranking, the team numbers progress sequentially. That means there are a total of 100 void hunting teams across the Dragon Nation. The team members typically consist of a mountain realm captain leading 3 to 5 rock realm members. When forming a void hunting team, each member's role and abilities must complement each other, requiring seamless cooperation among the team. Our own Team 5 is one of the void hunting teams from Longsha Academy. After sharing this, Fong Xian gave Suyi a half smile. Do you have any other questions? Not for now, Suyi calmly replied, having mentally updated his assessment of the Rock Realm's virtual beast's strength. That's just as well, because I have something to ask you. Fong Xian suddenly blinked and looked directly into Suyi's eyes. I refuse, Suyi responded almost instantly, not even raising his eyelids. Hey, I haven't even asked yet, Fong Xian pouted in dissatisfaction, caught off guard. You want to invite me to join Longsha Academy, don't you? Suyi's face assumed a lazy expression, having already seen through Fong Xian's intentions. How did you figure that out? Fong Xian stared at him in surprise, full of confusion. And why would you refuse? Longsha Academy is the top-ranked awakening academy. People would do anything to get in, so why turn it down? If you want, I can have a senior recommend you, and you could get in without an exam. The tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. Suyi replied steadily. Joining Longsha Academy isn't necessarily a good thing. High rewards often come with increased risks. From what I know, the casualty rate among awakeners at Longsha Academy ranks in the top 3. Plus, the Virtual Demon Council especially targets its students. You even know about the Virtual Demon Council? Fong Xian's curiosity deepened, puzzled by the enigmatic nature of Suyi since meeting him yesterday. Isn't it just an organization set up by the minions of the Virtual Demons, specifically targeting awakeners, coercing and enticing them to join the council and serve the Virtual Demons? Suyi recited casually, having perused a wealth of information on awakeners and the government's database. The Virtual Demon Council was something he had come across during his research. A genius like me, once I stand out, would surely be targeted quickly, right? You certainly aren't humble at all. Fong Xian squinted at him, having never encountered someone so self-absorbed. Just yesterday you were pretending to be an ordinary high school student trying to blend in, and there's another reason too. Suyi downed the bowl of tofu pudding in front of him and stood up from the breakfast stall. His expression suddenly turned cold, making Fong Xian feel unfamiliar with him. I really detest void hunters, he said. To me, they're just a group of people gathered for fame and personal desires. You enjoy privileges above the awakened, yet you fail to fulfill your duties. Frankly, I don't see any benefit in joining such an organization. What are you talking about? Fong Xian couldn't accept someone insulting the void hunting squad like that and angrily slammed the table as she stood up. We fight the void demons to protect the people. Do you know how many void hunters die each year because of this battle? Suyi's voice suddenly rose, his emotions slightly fluctuating. He locked eyes with Fong Xian, their argument drawing the attention of other diners around them. Apologies, Suyi quickly composed himself, the indifferent and lazy look returning to his face. I've told you what you wanted to know. I'm just a selfish person concerned only with my own safety. That's why I won't join Longsha Academy. I just want to quietly be an ordinary awakened. I hope this is our last meeting. Thanks for the breakfast. He nodded slightly and turned to leave. Fong Xian stood there, her chest heaving with anger. To her, being a void hunter was a dream since childhood, a sacred pursuit worth sacrificing her life for. Yet this mere high school student dared to demean the identity of a void hunter. Void hunters are not as selfish as you say, Fong Xian chased after Suyi, her voice firm and unwavering. Protecting people and hunting void beasts is our duty. Oh, is that so? Suyi stopped, his tone calm. That I hope you can find that void demon within a day and prevent it from attacking the school. We definitely will, Fong Xian declared with determination, unsure if she was assuring Suyi or making a vow to herself. No one will be harmed by the void demon. I'll risk my life to protect everyone. That's great to hear, Suyi replied, his tone still flat as he resumed walking. His attitude infuriated Fong Xian, who clenched her fists in anger, glaring at his retreating figure. She waved her fists in frustration, watching Suyi's figure disappear into the distance, muttering to herself, void hunters are not what you think they are. Meanwhile, in a house somewhere in the western part of Jin City, heavy breaths echoed through the air. On a large bed, a man enveloped in black energy sat cross-legged, breathing steadily. His appearance was no different from an ordinary person except for the pitch-black gemstone seemingly embedded in the center of his forehead. The gem embedded in his brow shimmered with a dark, flowing light synchronizing with his steady breaths. Suddenly his complexion turned pale, and with a gasp he violently opened his eyes, expelling a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Damn those void hunters, he cursed under his breath, his voice a low threatening growl. Urgency gripped him, he needed to replenish his energy and heal his injuries swiftly. The two void beasts had been slain by the hunters who would no doubt be alert and on the lookout for him, yet he reassured himself these hunters were not particularly formidable. He leapt from the bed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, extending his right hand outward. Within his palm, a swirling mist began to coalesce, revealing the fierce visage of a spectral wolf. With this ethereal beast, he believed he could throw the hunters into disarray. The intel gathered by the void beasts was almost complete, and he had familiarized himself with the surroundings of the school. Now it was just a matter of biding his time. Clenching his fist to dispel the mist, his expression turned steely and determined. "Brother, this time I will prove myself to you." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the antique street, Suyi took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, which had momentarily slipped out of control. He brushed a finger across his nose, shrugged, and let a carefree smile return to his face. "Better focus on what's in front of me," he thought, shaking his head to dispel any lingering distractions before stepping onto the bustling street. Known as the most famous street in the old district of the western part of the city, the place was already teeming with people even though it wasn't yet noon. Stalls lined both sides, their vendors numerous and varied. Most peddled dubious trinkets and scrap metal, hoping to make a quick profit from unsuspecting passers-by. Yet, amidst this sea of junk, there occasionally emerged a genuine treasure or two. Such stories of lucky finds fueled a frenzy, drawing crowds eager to discover hidden gems among the refuse. Many came with dreams of unearthing riches, only to be swindled by cunning merchants who often left them feeling triumphant in their supposed discoveries. Suyi observed this with a knowing air, likening their mindset to those who hope to strike it rich overnight with a lottery ticket. Strolling through the street, he ignored the vendors' calls, tucking his hands into his pockets and tapping them lightly. Moments later, a mist curled up his sleeve, eventually hovering near his ear. "Can you sense anything?" he muttered softly to himself in a voice only he could hear. The bustle around him was loud enough that no one noticed his peculiar behavior. Out of the mist, a voice as clear as a bell reached Suyi's ears, Oldhu's voice. It seemed that the energy hidden within such ancient relics was difficult to locate through mere energy fluctuations. Even Oldhu could only sense it vaguely. "Head west and take a look," he suggested. Without hesitation, Suyi changed direction and headed west. He passed countless stalls before Oldhu, with a hint of excitement in his voice, exclaimed, "Stop! At the stall to your right there's an ancient relic with energy attached. Although the energy is not abundant, it should meet your needs." "Oh." Suyi halted and turned to his right. Before him was a stall tended by a middle-aged man with sharp features and a sly smile, fanning himself leisurely. His stall was cluttered with various odd and ancient-looking vases, some of which were damaged, adding to their perceived value. Noticing Suyi's pause, the stall owner beamed and stood up. "Looking for something, young man? Everything here has been passed down through generations. Each piece has a remarkable history." Suyi squinted skeptically at the stall owner, muttering under his breath, "You seem to have quite the collection of family heirlooms." Unfazed by Suyi's sarcasm, the stall owner eagerly picked up several items for display. "Look here, this bowl is from 500 years ago, and this is a 300-year-old imperial jade vase. And this spoon, it's said to be used by a former empress dowager." Taking the so-called 500-year-old bowl from the stall owner's hand, Suyi turned it over. Examining it closely, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he showed the bottom of the bowl to the stall owner, blinking. "What does microwave safe mean on the bottom here? Did they have microwaves 500 years ago?" The stall owner coughed awkwardly, hurriedly retrieving the bowl and tossing it aside with a nervous laugh. "I must have grabbed the wrong one in haste. Rest assured, young man, aside from that bowl, everything here is a treasure. You won't be disappointed." Suyi rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of the stall owner's assurances. Just then Oldhu's search came to fruition. "The broken sword to your right is the only ancient relic with a trace of energy here. That should be your target this time," Oldhu advised. Suyi followed this lead and soon spotted a broken sword on the stall. Its handle was ancient-looking and its blade was fractured, rusty, and severely damaged. Judging by its appearance, even if it were authentic, its poor condition meant it wouldn't fetch much. Suyi picked up the broken sword, examining it for a moment before asking how much for this broken sword. The stall owner, eyes gleaming with opportunity, immediately sensed a potential sale. In the next moment, the vendor suddenly snatched the sword back, clutching it to his chest, and exclaimed hurriedly, "Oh no, I can't sell this to you. It's a family heirloom. I accidentally left it here. It's not for sale." Was he really trying this trick? Suyi chuckled inwardly but maintained a calm demeanor, although he was eager to buy the broken sword, he immediately put on an indifferent face, stood up, shrugged, and started walking away. Alright then, since it's your family treasure, I won't insist. The vendor clutching the broken sword looked utterly bewildered. This wasn't according to the plan. How could the story go so wrong? Hey, young man. Seeing Suyi genuinely about to leave, the vendor couldn't hold back any longer and quickly called out to stop him. Suyi turned around, a puzzled expression on his face. What is it? The vendor cleared his throat, coughing twice, and presented the broken sword. Although this broken sword is an ancestral treasure of mine, I see you're quite interested in it, so today I'm willing to part with it for the right price. He feigned a pained expression, holding the broken sword with both hands, showcasing it to Suyi. Actually, I'm not that interested. Suyi squinted skeptically at the vendor, yet he theatrically walked back and took the broken sword to examine it. Since you put it like that, name your price. This sword has been passed down in my family for 1,000 years, and today I've found its rightful owner. I entrust it to you. The vendor lied smoothly, not a trace of embarrassment in his voice. I feel a connection with you, young friend. For 2,000 dragon coins, I'll sell you this heirloom. Suya's lip twitched, having some knowledge of these vendors' tricks. Without batting an eye, he stated plainly, let's settle on 10 dragon coins. The vendor was dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. Though 2,000 dragon coins was certainly an inflated price, Suya's counteroffer was shockingly bold. A cut of 1,990. It was like aiming straight for the jugular. The vendor forced a smile, awkwardly laughing. Young man, even if you went out to buy scrap metal, it wouldn't be this cheap. How about this? I'll painfully cut it down to 1,000 dragon coins and you can take it away. Note, just 10 dragon coins. Suyi remained unmoved, firmly sticking to his offer. For a treasure like this, 10 dragon coins would ruin my stall, the vendor protested, growing anxious. The lowest I can go is 300 dragon coins. If you don't buy it, that's the end of it. Suyi finally experienced firsthand the tactics of these cunning merchants. Something originally priced at 2,000 dragon coins could drop to 300 in mere moments, clearly still leaving room for profit. Taking a deep breath, Suyi's gaze sharpened, focusing on the vendor. Some of the items here, they seem freshly unearthed, don't they? What are you talking about, young man? I don't understand. The vendor's temple twitched violently, his expression shifting momentarily before a forced smile appeared. This and that one too. Suyi calmly pointed at several broken pieces of porcelain at the stall, their surfaces still smeared with mud that hadn't quite dried. The mud matched the wet soil at the edges of your shoes, and your feet bore a few osmanthus petals. In the past week, only the outskirts in the west of the city had experienced rain, and there was only one place with osmanthus trees in that area. The combination of wet soil, osmanthus petals, and these mud-stained porcelain pieces could only have come from the ancient tombs in the distant suburbs. The calluses between your index and middle fingers suggest the use of certain tools. His tone was calm, yet to the vendor it was like a thunderclap, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He involuntarily gulped. Suyi lifted his gaze slightly, looking at the vendor, and said indifferently, you must have just come from the tomb and rushed here to set up your stall, right? What are you talking about? The vendor was constantly wiping sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, looking around nervously, afraid that someone might hear Suyi's words. You should know that unauthorized tomb raiding is a punishable offense. Suyi continued, ignoring the vendor's feeble denials, yet he suddenly switched his tone, revealing a slight smile. But rest assured, I won't report you. I'm someone interested in this broken sword. How about this? I'll give you 50 long coins for it, and we can pretend I never saw anything. With complete confidence, he believed this mixture of intimidation and enticement would get him the sword at a bargain. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the offer, the vendor widened his eyes and hurriedly shoved the broken sword into Suyi's hand, as if afraid he might change his mind. Deal. In his eyes, a glimmer of slight joy and relief from a close escape shone through. Suyi noticed this look and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, cursing inwardly. Damn, I got ripped off. Bang! The door to the rented room was pushed open with force by Fong Xian. She stormed in and tossed the breakfast she'd bought onto the table, plopping down on the bed in a huff. Xian, what happened? Did you step in poop on your way out? Guiyan teased, tilting his head. You're the one who stepped in poop, Fong Xian retorted, giving him a hard punch, her eyes fierce. Guiyan winced, clutching his head, looking pitifully aside. Senior, look at Xian, she's such a brute. Well, you shouldn't have run your mouth. Xiao Shai emerged from the bathroom, yawning, casually wiping his face, and asked calmly. Fong Xian, did something happen when you went out? Fong Xian slapped the table angrily, her tone blunt. The target of the void demons is third high school. Her words left the other three stunned, each showing a puzzled expression. Then, like a machine gun, Fong Xin rapidly recounted Suye's earlier analysis. The expressions on Qiao Sha and his companions shifted dramatically. Initially bewildered, their looks turned grave and ultimately transformed into shock. As she concluded her narration, Gui Yan sprang from his chair, utterly amazed. Xinjia. Did you get hit by an apple on your way out? Suddenly becoming enlightened, your analysis is so tightly knit. Although they couldn't be as certain as Su Yi, they were about 70% sure about identifying the target of the Void Demon's attack. Fong Xin, did you come to this conclusion yourself? Qiao Sha asked, his breath quickening slightly with excitement. Of course, it was me. Fong Xin replied, standing with her arms crossed and pouting slightly, but quickly 3 pairs of eyes, including Xiao Li's, narrowed suspiciously at her. Alright, it wasn't me, Fong Xin admitted with a reluctant pout, finally sighing and confessing it was that high school student from yesterday who deduced it. I just ran into him downstairs. She briefly recounted her encounter with Su Yi but intentionally omitted mentioning their conflict. That guy is indeed a genius. Qiao Sha didn't linger on the matter, merely offering a word of praise before swiftly returning to the table. With a pen he drew a red circle around the area near the west of the city. If his deductions are correct, then that void demon must be hiding within this area. Gui Yin passed this conclusion to the tech department. Have them use the city surveillance in the west side today. We must locate every possible hiding spot for the void demon and flush it out. In the world within the pot, Su Yi examined the broken sword. He had spent a hefty 50 coins on questioning. Can such a worn-out sword truly transform into a precious treasure through refining? You underestimate the power of the 9-li pot, the elder from the pot replied confidently, stroking his beard with a chuckle. If the 9-li pot were complete, it could refine not just treasures but even elixirs, puppets and structures, anything you could think of. It can even refine souls into puppets and build houses in this pot world. Although the pot is currently incomplete, refining a damaged treasure is still quite easy. You're making such a fuss over a mere fragmented object, Su Yi retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the pot elder. Alright, enough talk, let's get started with the refining. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eager to witness how the pot elder would transform the broken sword. The elder cleared his throat and his expression turned solemn. He pointed at the broken sword on the ground, causing it to levitate swiftly. Then from the pot's body where he resided, an extraordinarily pure mist began to emerge. The mist in the air continuously changed shape, finally forming into what resembled a refining furnace. Under the elder's guidance, the broken sword was quickly absorbed into the mist. Subsequently, with a wave of his right hand, a light blue spiritual glow rushed in from afar. So he immediately recognized the faint silhouette of yesterday's shadow beast within this glow. Realizing it was the soul of the shadow beast devoured by the 9-li pot, the soul of the shadow beast was drawn into the alchemy furnace, which quickly transformed the pure white celestial mist into a shade of blue. Then, the furnace began to shimmer with a blue light as if igniting with flames and started to burn fiercely. So he sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his head on his hand, observing the alchemical process intently. After about half an hour, the mystical furnace, condensed from celestial mist, abruptly ceased its burning. Suddenly, with a burst, the furnace exploded in midair and a broken sword plunged straight down, embedding itself into the earth beneath. Breathing a sigh of relief, the old man of the pot slumped against the edge of the Jiuli pot, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. This is truly exhausting. Take a look, young friend. If all went well, this broken sword should now be transformed into a precious jade treasure. So he leaped up from the ground, swiftly retrieving the embedded sword. As he held it in his hands, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. The once rusted and severely damaged sword was now pristine, as if freshly forged. The handle was adorned with elegant patterns, the blade razor-sharp, yet it bore a conspicuous fracture. The original rust had vanished, leaving the sword's surface smooth enough to reflect Suya's handsome visage. The voice of the old man emerged from nearby, explaining the refining function of the Jiuli pot cannot fully restore a broken sword. Though the soul of the shadow beast was used as an adhesive to refine the energy within the blade, transforming it into a jade treasure, the energy is weak and cannot unleash the full power of a jade treasure. It's merely a flawed piece. Puzzled by Suya's intent to refine such a seemingly useless object, the old man wondered. However, Suyi seemed intrigued, as if contemplating something, scrutinizing the sword in his hand. Despite its short length, the broken sword felt surprisingly heavy. After a moment, Suyi casually inquired, "Can the Jiuli pot's refining function create something devoid of energy?" The old man, slightly amused, replied, "What do you wish to refine?" Suyi requested a scabbard for the broken sword. With a roll of his eyes, the old man waved his right hand, several minerals flew from afar, hovering in his palm and were enveloped in mist, causing them to reshape. Minutes later, a scabbard fit for the broken sword emerged, refined to perfection. This function is far superior to a 3D printer, Sui thought with delight as he accepted the scabbard and tucked it into his pocket. Curiosity getting the better of him, the old man finally asked, "So, young friend, what exactly are you planning to do?" Sui, with a knowing expression, reminded him, "Didn't I mention earlier?" Grasping the broken sword with his right hand, pure white energy instantly enveloped the blade. "I want to test the properties of the repairing hand." Under his control, the repairing hand began its work. In an instant, the previously fractured blade underwent a transformation and a surge of pure energy erupted from within. Upon sensing the disturbance, Hu Lao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could it be?" Time slipped away swiftly, and soon the night had vanished in the blink of an eye. It was 4:30 in the morning. Even in summer, the northern city of the Dragon Kingdom remained cloaked in darkness at this hour. On a rooftop somewhere, three silhouettes stood side by side, quietly awaiting something. Suddenly, they seemed to perceive a change, turning their heads in unison to look behind them. A long pale blue robe fluttered in the night breeze. Xiao Sha landed lightly, touching down from above with the grace of a butterfly, making not a sound. With practiced ease, he inserted an earpiece and spoke calmly, "The final location has been thoroughly checked. According to the technical department's analysis, there have been suspicious individuals in the west of the city within the past 10 days. There are 5 possible locations harboring void demons. We've checked the other 4. Only this last spot remains." His gaze pierced through the night, fixating on a single-story house below. It was situated in an urban village sparsely populated, with most of the younger residents working elsewhere. This particular household had 2 elderly residents, but they hadn't left their home for about 8 days. It appeared they had fallen victim to the void demon's nefarious schemes. "Damn those void demons," he muttered. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 standing figures turned grim, their eyes filled with a fierce determination. "How goes the setup of the mirror world?" Xiao Sha inquired calmly. "It's all been ready," Gui Yan replied swiftly. "Our fight here won't affect any civilians. The coverage area is confined to that house." Xiao Sha nodded slightly, his hair lifted by the night breeze, revealing deep, stern eyes. "This operation will have Fang Xian on standby outside while Guiyan Xiali and I enter the mirror world to fight." Fang Xian pouted in mild discontent but nodded obediently. "Good, let's begin," Xiao Sha commanded with composed authority, leaping off the rooftop like a spear, plunging towards the house below. On either side of him, Guiyan and Xiali also jumped down, their expressions untroubled and serene. As they descended, Fang Xian, who remained on the rooftop, mirrored their resolve. She pressed her fingers together to form a triangular void in front of her chest. From this void, a soft red energy surged forth, and in the corners of the urban village, 4 streams of energy rose, rapidly coalescing into a square, transparent barrier that enveloped the area under the night sky. "Jubao Mirror World," she invoked. In an instant, the urban village was covered by the mirror world. To the outside observer, everything seemed unchanged, as if untouched by the night's events. However, within the space had been divided into 2 distinct realms, ensuring that no matter how fierce the battle, it would not disturb the surrounding buildings or residents. Fang Xian mused to herself, using my not fully healed condition as an excuse to keep me on standby outside. Fang Xian sat lightly on the rooftop, her legs swinging idly as a look of discontent filled her eyes. As a member of the Hunting Void Team 5, she had no choice but to obey the orders of their captain Xiao Sha. With past experiences serving as a reminder, she needed to ensure that the mirror world wasn't breached from the outside, which could endanger nearby residents. Just as Fang Xian, resting her chin on her hands, gazed boredly into the night, the sound of a phone ringing suddenly emanated from her chest. She pulled open her collar, reached in with her hand, and quickly retrieved her phone, pressing the call button. "Hello," she barely began to speak when an urgent voice burst from the other end of the line. "Sister Xian, I've finally found the information you asked me to investigate." The voice belonged to a young boy, and though he sounded excited, there was a hint of fatigue in his tone. "I spent ages in the intelligence department just to get this for you." "How well done." Fang Xian's face lit up with delight at these words. "When I get back, I'll treat you to a nice meal." The boy chuckled awkwardly, seemingly skeptical of the promise. "I just hope you'll let me get a good night's sleep and stop waking me up. I've sent all the intel to your phone, you can check it yourself." But Sister Xin, why are you so interested in a barely adult high school student? Is he my future brother-in law or something? Beep. Fong Xin hung up the phone, forcefully glaring fiercely at the screen. Brother-in-law, my foot, just wait till I get back and see how I deal with you. Muttering to herself, she quickly located the file sent by the boy and opened it promptly. To her surprise, the document contained detailed personal information about Suyi, age, life history. It was almost like a thorough household registration check. Fong Xin skimmed through the intelligence rapidly, but her eyes stopped abruptly at one point, slightly fixating. At the end of the document, there was a striking line of dark red text: survivor of the chaos of Haicheng, witnessed void beasts, completed psychological counseling. The timestamp on this intelligence was from 3 years ago, so that guy had indeed encountered a void beast before. Fong Xian's expression hardened as her gaze swept over to another file in the packet. It was a detailed record titled The Chaos of Haicheng from 3 years ago. She quickly opened the file and began reading line by line. Minutes later, Fong Xian's expression had become extremely grave, with hints of anger in her eyes as she clenched her phone tightly. No wonder that guy was so disillusioned with the Void Hunters. 3 years ago he had experienced such an ordeal. Suddenly her expression shifted as she looked down sharply at her feet. Although the energy fluctuation was fleeting, she understood it well. It was the kind only a void demon possessed. This meant that the void demon was indeed lurking here, and her senior colleagues had already engaged with it. As you entered, the dimly lit room reveals a man clad in black standing with hands clasped behind him, calmly observing Qiao Sha and his companions as they step through the door. His demeanor is serene, almost as if he anticipated their arrival. It seems you already knew we would come, Qiao Sha remarks, his gaze fixed firmly on the man. The man, known by the codename Nightmare, acknowledges with a slight smile, accepting the name with a surprising ease. It's not that I knew you would come, but rather that I was prepared for the possibility of your arrival, he responds, disregarding the surrounding presence of Gui Yin and Xia Li, who have quietly encircled him. Finding this place shows you're not entirely foolish. Qiao Sha remains unfazed, responding with a casual smile. If you like being prepared so much, why find yourself in such a predicament? His words cause a flicker of annoyance in Nightmare's eyes, but he merely snorts in response. A slight deviation in plans is common. If you consider the results, those hunters have been eliminated by me, he declares, his expression turning cruel as he recalls their demise. However, Qiao Sha's face darkens at the mention of their deaths. You shouldn't insult them, he says, as a tang blade materializes in his open palm, exuding a fierce aura that causes the dim light in the room to flicker and sway. No matter your preparations, your end here is inevitable. You will die today. Nightmare extends his right hand from behind his back, gesturing with a mocking invitation, his expression a mix of amusement and indifference. I'm eager to see your attempt. In an instant, a jet black energy erupts from his body, enveloping the entire room like a billowing smoke bomb. The oppressive atmosphere intensifies, shrouding them in darkness, as if the room itself is being swallowed by the void. Simultaneously, as the alarm clock buzzed at 7, Suyi surprisingly resisted the urge to linger in bed. Instead, he leaped up, invigorated by the significance of the graduation ceremony for every awakened one. Even Suyi didn't wish to be late on such an important day. After a quick preparation, he lazily munched on toast as he stepped out of his home, unaware of the shadowy figure concealed behind a tree who swiftly dialed a phone number. Boss, Suyi has left his house, the figure reported urgently. What is he wearing? A harsh voice inquired from the other end of the line. The figure glanced up and responded promptly, he's wearing a white shirt and black pants. The voice on the phone retorted with frustration, damn it, anyone on the street could be wearing a white shirt and black pants. How am I supposed to identify him? A shadowy figure stood there, face flushed with embarrassment as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly an idea struck him, brightening his demeanor. Of course, there was something undeniably conspicuous about him, something that could immediately identify him. What was it? Wrapped around his left arm was a glaring red armband. Did everyone hear that? In one of the narrow alleyways, a burly man, despite being clad in a school uniform, lowered his phone and scanned the surroundings. Today, on Suya's left arm, there was a red armband. Keep your eyes peeled and don't miss a single person. Yes, boss. Around 30 students nodded in unison, each brimming with energy, their eyes alight with a thirst for revenge. This was the route Suyi had to take to get to school number 3. After today's graduation ceremony, catching sight of him in school again would be as elusive as catching the wind. Perched atop a trash can, the leader rallied his troops with a fierce cry, his aura formidable. Over the past 3 years, how much have we suffered because of Su Yi? This is our final chance for revenge. Kicked into wells, mistaken by police as leaflet distributors, bitten by dogs released from the market. He clenched his fists in indignation, recounting the bitter history of the past 3 years. To bring him down, we victims formed the Su Annihilation Alliance precisely for today. Oh, the crowd was fired up, raising their arms and shouting, each wearing an expression of anger. Hey, move aside, I need to collect the trash. Suddenly, a janitor emerged from one side, interrupting the leader's pre-battle speech with a look of disdain. Oh, sorry, the once fierce leader immediately jumped down from the trash can, bowing respectfully. My apologies. In an instant, he transformed into a model student, leaving his followers internally mocking him, bewildered by his sudden change in demeanor. Therefore, this is our last chance. We must complete our revenge today. The leader turned back, once again raising his fist to boost morale. Pfft, what a ragtag bunch, how disgraceful. Just then a voice interrupted from the side, over. 30 students glared in anger, only to find it was the janitor who had just taken a garbage bag from the trash can. Sir, what do you mean by that? The leader's face darkened as he cast a stern glance. You young ones lack any cohesion. Truly, each generation gets worse. The janitor tossed the garbage bag onto the truck behind him, adopting a proud stance with his hands behind his back. Back in my school days, for the sake of camaraderie, we battled hundreds from other schools, and the scene was far grander than yours. You lot with no cohesion wouldn't even qualify as foot soldiers in our time. At these words, the previously indignant crowd suddenly looked on in admiration at the janitor. Sir, please teach us. The leader quickly folded his fists in salute, showing a willingness to learn. The janitor calmly lowered his gaze, like a sage from the martial arts world, observing the respectful leader before him. Cohesion, he said serenely, is about uniting everyone into a single force. In an alley bustling with tension, a group of young individuals gathered, uncertain of their identity. Without a distinctive symbol, they lacked cohesion, unlike their predecessors who sported shaved heads as a sign of unity. The leader, lost in thought, realized the truth in these words and acknowledged the need for something to set them apart. Concerned that their rival Su Yi might have gathered his own allies, he pondered the potential chaos. Just then, a plastic bag was tossed at his feet by a retreating janitor. Curious, the leader opened the bag to reveal a bundle of unopened yellow armbands, a perfect identifier. Everyone tie these yellow armbands to your right arms, he commanded, ensuring they could distinguish themselves if Su Yi indeed had backup. Across the alley, another group of 30 tough-looking youths crouched in wait, their eyes menacingly scanning the passers-by. The leader, a man with a rooster comb hairstyle, was on the phone confirming a detail. Are you sure Su Yi's guys are wearing yellow armbands? He asked. Satisfied with the answer, he tossed his cigarette aside and rallied his crew, reminding them of Su Yi's impending arrival. His anger was palpable, recalling how Su Yi had dismantled their Qinglong Hall 2 years prior. Scattered and disorganized, what a disgrace, he muttered, only to be interrupted by an unexpected snort. Turning, he saw the janitor standing with a smug expression, holding a bag filled with red armbands. Meanwhile, Su Yi checked his watch, muttering to himself. He then turned to his captives, bound and fearful, and flashed a disarmingly innocent smile. Crouching beside them, he urged them to call their leader, suggesting they knew what to say without his guidance. The captives nodded furiously, fearful of disobeying. So he picked up their phones and swiftly dialed the most recent number, placing the devices against their ears. As the calls connected, the captives swallowed hard and spoke in unison. Boss Su Yi is on the target street. The revelation sent waves of excitement through both leaders on either end of the calls, each eager to confront their shared adversary. A sense of anticipation filled the air as both parties prepared for the impending showdown, each leader invigorated by the prospect of finally confronting Su Yi. In the heart of the city, these rival groups, each marked by distinct armbands, braced themselves for what promised to be an unforgettable encounter. The stage was set and the pieces were in place for a clash that would determine the fate of their ongoing rivalry. With a grand gesture, one leader pointed towards the street and shouted forcefully, "Charge, capture Su Yi and avenge our grievances." Rumble, rumble, the air filled with the chaotic sound of footsteps as more than 60 people from both sides burst out from the alley, confronting each other on the street. Instantly, their eyes and attention focused on the armbands on the opposing side's arms, their expressions tightening. On the students' side, everyone wore yellow armbands on their right arms, their spirits high. The delinquent youths, on the other hand, bore red armbands on their left arms, their faces fierce. The student leader and the Mohawk leader on the other side both had a glint in their eyes, pointing forward with their right hands, almost shouting in unison, "They must be Su Yi's reinforcements. Su Yi is among them. Brothers, charge!" dust rose and the sounds of angry shouts and the chaotic noise of fighting filled the street. Meanwhile, on the side of the street, Sui walked by lazily, a piece of bread in his mouth, nonchalantly passing behind the brawling crowd. Not far away, the elderly street cleaner pushed his garbage cart alongside him. "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Sui said, pulling out a 50 dragon note and handing it to the cleaner. They both paused, turning to watch the two groups locked in combat under the morning sun. With a meaningful sigh, they both remarked in unison, "Young people are so full of energy." As Sui stepped into the school, he was surrounded by excited classmates. They were all students who had successfully awakened their abilities on the awakening day, eagerly anticipating today's graduation ceremony. After a day's rest, they had gained some understanding of their new abilities. However, most high school students had no idea how to harness their energy. Even if they could use their abilities, the effects were minimal, perhaps just moving a stone or lifting a piece of paper. Their mastery of energy wasn't even at the stone realm level. Sui, however, had been proficient with his repair skills because he had awakened his abilities several years ago. During the past 2 years, he had been experimenting with energy flow. Although he lacked a systematic method and his techniques were rough, he could use his abilities without issue. As Sui leisurely walked towards the classroom at a grandfatherly pace, a sneaky figure crouched cautiously towards him. "Sui!" Wang Peng shouted as he got close, lunging forward with arms wide to hug Sui. But just as it seemed Sui was oblivious to Wang Peng's approach, he stepped left the moment Wang Peng leaped. Thud! Wang Peng landed face first on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "I hope you won't use such an ambiguous tone to call me next time, nor attempt any physical actions," Sui remarked, smiling wryly. Sui squinted at his desk mate and couldn't help but quip, "I'm worried others might misunderstand my sexual orientation." Annoyed, he demanded, "How did you notice me approaching?" Wang Peng got up from the ground, nonchalantly dusting off his clothes while muttering, "Next time you try to ambush me, choose a better angle." Sui pointed at the shadow on the ground and rolled his eyes. He had already sensed the unusual movement of the shadow beneath him before Wang Peng got close. "Ah, that's it," Wang Peng exclaimed, smacking his right hand into his left palm with a look of sudden realization. "Spending time with you is definitely affecting my IQ." Sui twitched his mouth side and rubbed his forehead. "Ha ha ha, brother Yi, on my way here I think I saw the Jian Yi Alliance guys fighting with the Qinglong Hall punks." Wang Peng laughed, seemingly unaffected by Suya's sharp tongue. "Yeah, they were lying in wait for me, so I thought I'd let them have a nice clash." Suya shrugged nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all. "Impressive." Wang Peng gave a thumbs up, continuing to laugh. "I remember Qinglong Hall was a significant gang 2 years ago, and in less than 2 months, you completely dismantled them." Suya glanced sideways at Wang Peng and muttered discontentedly, "If you hadn't led me astray that day, accidentally stumbling into their gathering place, I wouldn't have had a conflict with them. They just insulted us a couple of times, but brother Yi, you wiped out their organization. You seem more ruthless, don't you?" Wang Peng was shocked, never expecting Sui to pin the blame on him. Sui coughed lightly, reflecting that perhaps he had gone a bit too far. Still, disbanding those delinquent youths and encouraging them to study might not have been a bad move. Those were just youthful indiscretions, nothing worth mentioning, he dismissed. "It's only been less than 2 years, Wang Peng retorted, his expression suddenly invigorated as he looked at Su Yi. "By the way, brother Yi, have you tested your abilities since you got back?" Mentioning abilities, Wang Peng instantly became excited. "I did some research after returning," Wang Peng exclaimed. "My awakened ability is a C-level one called metal manipulation, and it's quite powerful." As he spoke, he opened his palm and they stopped at the entrance of the school building. A faint energy fluctuation gathered in his palm and moments later, a nail flew out of nowhere, landing in his hand. "See, brother Yi," Wang Peng excitedly held up the nail, showing it to Su Yi. "As long as I activate my ability, I can control the surrounding metal." Su Yi didn't know how to comment, simply looking up at the ceiling. Although Wang Peng had only managed to pull a single nail into his hand, being able to activate the ability without understanding energy manipulation was already impressive. If this ability were honed, it indeed held great potential. Su Yi looked at the situation unfolding before him and was about to make a comment when suddenly a shadow loomed over them. Turning his head, he saw the burly figure of Liao Wei standing right behind them, a cold smile on his face. "Su Yi, we meet again." Su Yi and Wang Peng both took a step back, retreating into the school building. "I remember you," Su Yi said, his eyes widening with sharp recognition. "You're Yang Wei from class 3 next door." "My name is Liao Wei." Liao Wei roared, his temper flaring. "You're the one with digestion issues." "Not me." His shot drew the attention of passing students who stopped to stare at the scene with curious expressions. Some of the girls blushed and hurriedly looked away. Liao Wei Suyi sighed, placing a hand on his shoulder. There's no need to be upset, it's not a big deal. With treatment you'll surely find a girlfriend one day. Liao Wei's veins throbbed with anger as he glared at Suyi. I was going to challenge you at the graduation ceremony, he growled. But it looks like you want to fight. Right now, energy began to ripple around him, indicating his awakened B-level abilities, which he flaunted as being far superior to Suyi's. Wang Peng, Suyi whispered, tilting his head slightly. Can you use your ability again? Should I try aiming a bit to the right? Wang Peng asked, unsure of Suyi's intentions but willing to comply. In an instant, another nail shot from above, landing squarely in Wang Peng's hand. What are you trying to do? Liao Wei demanded, his brow furrowed. But before he could continue his boastful declarations, a shadow loomed over his head. With a loud thud, the sign above the school entrance, now unsupported by two crucial nails, crashed down, perfectly knocking Liao Wei to the ground. Wang Peng stared in disbelief at the nails in his palm and at Liao Wei, who was now pinned beneath the fallen sign. Were these nails from the sign? He wondered aloud. Suyi patted his shoulder and began to walk away. Since it's your ability, if the school demands compensation, it's on you. Hey Su! Wang Peng called out, rushing to catch up. That's not fair. Back in the classroom, Mr. Wang entered shortly after. The once full classroom was now only half occupied. Across the entire Blue Star, only about 50% of people successfully became awakened. Whether one could awaken or not was determined at birth. For those who have not awakened, they must take the regular college entrance examination and contribute in other ways to the fight against the void demons. As the graduation ceremony approached, Teacher Wang seemed somewhat melancholic. He briefly explained to everyone the key points to pay attention to during the graduation ceremony, and soon it was 8 o'clock. All right, students. Teacher Wang stood up from the podium, clapped his hands, and said, let's gather at the playground. Our graduation ceremony will be held there. Teachers from 6 Awakener academies had arrived at the school. After the ceremony ends, there will be a display of abilities and interview sessions. If everyone performs well, there might even be an opportunity for admission without exams. This is another significant aspect of the graduation ceremony. Competition among the Awakener academies is quite fierce for recruiting capable Awakeners. So far, there are 20 Awakener academies in Long Kingdom. The top 10 academies all have void hunting teams, which are the dream institutions for all Awakeners. Within the academy, students not only learn fundamental knowledge but also hone their combat skills, enhancing themselves to join the void hunting teams and fight against the void demons. Only those with ordinary combat abilities or those who are not selected choose to study at the latter 10 academies. Although they do not have the opportunity to confront the void beasts directly, much of what they learn is to support the various backup tasks of the void hunting teams. It is precisely because of these backup personnel that the void hunting teams can persist to this day. The so-called graduation ceremony is not only to mark the end of one's high school life but also serves as an interview for Awakeners. Those who perform exceptionally well in the interview have the chance to be admitted directly into the Awakener Academy without an exam. Suyi and Wang Peng walked out of the classroom slowly towards the playground. As Suyi looked around, he silently thought to himself, it seems that the void demon has been stopped by them. Students arrived at the playground sporadically. Only 110 people came to participate in the graduation ceremony, which is less than half of the entire senior class. The rest, who did not awaken their abilities, stayed home disheartened, with most still not recovering from the awakening day. In the middle of the playground, there were about 20 teachers from the various Awakener academies, as well as the principal of 3rd High School and the homeroom teachers of each class. They had set up tables and chairs, sitting upright with serious expressions, watching the students passing by. Suyi! A roar came from afar. Then Liao Wei came charging like a wild boar, headlong and reckless, from a distance, stopping behind Suyi. At this moment he looked rather disheveled, with a noticeable bump on his head. Why do you never give up? Suyi sighed, frowning slightly. Liao Wei glared at Suyi, gritting his teeth. I challenge you to an Awakener duel. His words sparked an uproar among the surrounding students. Even the professors from the various awakening academies seated not too far away couldn't help but be captivated, their eyes lighting up with intrigue as they gazed over. In this mirrored world, the once intact, replicated houses had all collapsed. The entire village within the city seemed to have turned into ruins, with not a single undamaged spot left. Dust clouds enveloped the scene only to be dispersed moments later by a fierce gust of wind, revealing several figures within. Nightmare's arms hung limply in front of him, swinging as if dislocated, his body drenched in blood, panting heavily. Opposite him, Chao Sha, Guiyan and Xiaoli formed a triangle around him, each bearing considerable injuries, slowly adjusting their breathing. Is this guy really gravely injured? Guiyan spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, looking forward incredulously. We've been attacking him for so long, yet he's still so lively. Don't compare me to those ordinary virtual demons. Nightmare exhaled slowly, his arms enveloped in a black energy as he forcefully pushed them upwards. The sound of bones realigning echoed as he nonchalantly reattached his dislocated arms, giving them a casual swing. In terms of injuries, I'm indeed seriously hurt, he admitted calmly, though a hint of weakness flickered in his eyes. But from an energy standpoint, I'm in quite a good state. Are you implying that our battle with you merely depleted your energy without actually injuring you? Xiaoli huffed coldly, a trace of anger in her icy tone. He's right, Chao Sha interjected, shaking the tang knife in his hand to scatter the bloodstains, speaking coolly. From the start he's been using energy to protect himself. The damage we've inflicted is just surface wounds, unable to reach his core. It seems the captain here sees things clearly, Nightmare chuckled, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. You continually defend and evade with energy, using your abilities to disrupt our senses, yet never once launching a lethal attack. Chao Sha stared at Nightmare, puzzled, asking, I'm curious, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Indeed, what am I trying to achieve? Nightmare answered with a question, his expression turning oddly amused. Why don't you take a guess, Captain? The moment he saw that expression, Chao Sha's heart tightened, sensing an unease creeping in. He swiftly turned his head to Guiyan, urgently asking, tell me, since we entered the mirrored world, how much time has passed? How much time has passed? Guiyan was taken aback by the question, reaching for his phone while responding in confusion. It's been at most an hour since we came in, right? Yet upon seeing the time displayed on his phone, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, how is it possible? It's already 8 in the morning. Is my phone broken? Damn it! Chao Sha finally understood the source of his unease. This guy has used his abilities to confuse our perception of time. He had been stalling us the whole time. What? Guiyan and Xiaoli were both taken aback. But he was right here, so what was the point of stalling our time? It's the Phantom Beast. A flash of realization crossed Chao Sha's mind. This guy had let the steel wolf loose. Bingo! Yi Yan's smile was full of amusement. Correct. In the next moment his smile faded as several streams of black energy surged from behind him, winding toward the three of them. Unfortunately, no rewards. Swish! Chao Sha wielded his tang sword, slashing forward, and the gleaming blade instantly shattered the black energy. Then with a wave of his left hand, 2 daggers appeared out of thin air, thrusting toward Yi Yan. Yi Yan simply smiled, retreating and raising a shield of energy to block the attacks. Compared to the hunting team that wounded me, you guys are pathetically weak. He stood calmly in place, speaking in a composed manner. You must be a newly formed team, right? Both in numbers and strength you fall far short of my expectations. Let me guess, your previous hunting team must not have been gone for long, right? His words struck a nerve with Chao Sha, whose eyes flared with anger as he charged recklessly at Yi Yan. At this moment, Guiyan broke free from Yi Yan's energy restraints, clasped his hands together, and shouted forcefully. Boom! Yi Yan's body froze abruptly, as if hit by a petrifying spell. But in the very next second he regained his composure and thrust his right palm forward to meet Chao Sha head-on. For some reason, multiple illusions appeared before Chao Sha's eyes. He had been wary of Yi Yan's mental disruption abilities and quickly focused to dispel the illusions from his mind. Yet despite his efforts, the brief distraction caused his otherwise certain strike to deviate, allowing Yi Yan to deflect it with a palm. After deflecting Chao Sha's attack, Yi Yan's left hand shot forward like a stabbing sword, aiming for Chao Sha's abdomen. But just then a section of a shield suddenly materialized, blocking in front of Chao Sha. However, under Yi Yan's energy-imbued assault, the shield shattered like foam. Nevertheless, Chao Sha seized that momentary pause to forcefully position his tang sword in front of him. Clang! Boom! The blade vibrated and Chao Sha was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing through a half-destroyed wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yi Yan watched the dust rise with a tranquil smile, murmuring, immobilizing through shadow stepping can be bypassed by refracting light, the protective power of energy can be penetrated with a stronger force. To me, you 2 little rock-level boys can hardly even restrain me. Captain, your 2 team members are utterly useless. Hearing this, the faces of Guiyan and Xiaoli turned slightly pale, their eyes brimming with anger. Whoosh! two sharp whistling sounds pierced through the air, slicing through the dust as they closed in on the figure of Nightmare. His expression shifted slightly as he swiftly erected an energy barrier, deflecting the two flying knives to either side of his body, yet one blade managed to cut through his defense, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The knives hit the ground and immediately disintegrated into energy. At that moment, a silhouette leaped up from the ruins. "You, as my team member, are not qualified to instruct me," said Chao Shi calmly, emerging from the smoke and dust. A broken wall collapsed with a roar, crashing down towards him, but with a casual wave of his knife, the wall shattered into countless fragments, scattering to either side of his body. Chao Shi's fierce prowess took Nightmare by surprise. Wiping the bloodstain from his face with a wry smile, Nightmare spoke. "Captain, do you really intend to engage in combat with me here? My pet is about to go on a rampage. Even if we wanted to leave, you would obstruct us, wouldn't you?" Chao Shi's face remained expressionless. With a gentle swipe of his tang sword on the ground, he then swiftly raised it, aiming at Nightmare from afar. "As a void hunter, my duty is to slay you here. As for that Gale Wolf," he calmly lifted his left hand, pressing the switch on the earpiece, "my team will do their utmost to stop it." "Why is Senior taking so long?" On the rooftop, Fang Xian yawned and frowned, gazing downwards. It had been nearly 4 hours since her seniors had entered the mirror world. If she couldn't still sense their energy fluctuations, she might have rushed in long ago. Could the severely injured void demon really hold her seniors up for this long? As a void hunter, one must choose to trust one's companions and execute orders flawlessly. Because of this, no matter how anxious she was, Fang Xian had to hold her position until she received instructions from her seniors. Suddenly, a burst of static came through her earpiece. Half a second later, Chao Shi's voice emerged from the earpiece. "Fang Xian." His voice was more solemn and grave than ever before. The previously casual Fang Xian immediately tensed, quickly standing up from the rooftop and pressing the switch on her earpiece. "Senior, I'm here," she responded. "Nightmare has confused our concept of time and sent a Gale Wolf from the Rock Realm to attack the school." Chao Shi's voice crackled through the earpiece, accompanied by the sounds of battle, yet his tone remained incredibly calm, unwavering as he issued his command. "According to that high school boy's analysis, quickly head to the school and protect the people. I command you, no matter what happens, to ensure no civilians are harmed. You are alone, but regardless of the cost, stop that Gale Wolf, even if it means sacrificing your life." Almost at the mention of the Gale Wolf, Fang Xian began moving at high speed, rapidly darting across the rooftops towards the direction of High School Number 3. Despite hearing Chao Shi's nearly inhuman command, she didn't show any displeasure. Instead, a slight smile appeared on her face. Her long hair streamed behind her as she moved swiftly through the air. Fangxin's gaze became resolute beyond measure. From the day she became a hunter of the void, she was already prepared. She gently pressed her hand against the headset, her tone calm. "Hunter of the void, Fangxin receiving orders. I swear by my life I will absolutely protect all the citizens and do everything to stop that steel wolf." Fangxin stood on the edge of the rooftop, leaping forcefully toward the empty expanse ahead. It was early morning, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. Below her, countless office workers moved along the roads, a bustling scene of traffic and activity. People's faces were filled with smiles, full of anticipation for tomorrow. "This peaceful world, I will not let anyone destroy it." With a thud, Fangxin's body, as she leaped forth, was instantly enveloped in a crimson energy. The next moment she became like a rapidly falling meteor, bursting forth at an incredibly terrifying speed, disappearing into the sky in an instant. The Duel of the Awakened. This was a special challenge among the Awakened, using their abilities to engage. At the graduation ceremony, the Awakened not only had the opportunity to showcase their abilities to the teachers from various academies but could also express themselves through duels. As long as no one was seriously injured, these duels were quite supported by the teachers. After all, in the future these children might go on to battle the void beasts and void demons. Only by gaining combat experience in advance could casualties be reduced. As Liaowei challenged Suyi, countless gazes immediately converged on them. The spot where they stood instantly became the focal point of the playground. "Women truly are the cause of trouble." Suyi sighed helplessly in response to Liaowei's provocation, shrugging his shoulders. Just because he wanted to display his masculinity in front of Tang Xiaowan, he impulsively challenged me to a duel. "Zhang Wei, you're being too childish. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei spat out his words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with even more anger. Upon hearing Tang Xiuwan's name, he hesitated for a moment before letting out an angry snort. I just can't stand you. It has nothing to do with Tang Xiuwan. In the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes swept over. Xiuwan, it seems like your admirer is over there, a lively girl beside her said with a cheeky grin. What admirer? Don't talk nonsense, Xiaoyu. Tang Xiuwan's voice was very gentle with a tinge of helplessness on her face. Around her and her friend, dozens of eyes kept glancing over. Their presence was almost the most eye-catching on the playground. However, Tang Xiuwan's gaze lingered on Su Ye's face, and a scene immediately flashed in her mind, her ears turning slightly red. Last week, she accidentally fell off the flag-raising platform and was coincidentally caught in a princess carry by Su Yi, who was passing by. Having never had contact with the opposite sex, she couldn't forget what happened at that moment. The most unforgettable moment for her was the expression on Su Ye's face, as if he had seen a ghost. She hadn't even had a chance to thank him before Su Yi tossed her to the ground and dashed away like the wind. That guy sure had a reputation. The lively girl beside her, Xiaoyu, continued to laugh, saying, I don't know why, but many boys in our class keep mentioning his name every day. Whenever they do, they always talk about terrifying things like annihilation and extermination. Su Yi. Ha! Tang Xiuwan softly murmured the name, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, most of the students had gathered on the playground, each of them beaming with smiles, eagerly anticipating the upcoming graduation ceremony. Above the school, a mass of black energy-filled mist was swirling and distorting in the sky, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a streak of black light flickered within the mist. The next moment, the mist seemed to receive some command, and a wolf's howl echoed from within. Then the mist began to surge violently, swelling madly as if possessed. Shadows of wolves flashed within the mist, occasionally emitting low growls, and the energy rapidly escalated. Yet, the bizarre phenomenon above went unnoticed by anyone. On the playground, students continued to enjoy themselves, laughing and watching Su Yi and Liao Wei. Seeing Su Ye's nonchalant demeanor, Liao Wei grew even more irritated. He snarled, Su Yi, are you scared? Su Yi, unfazed by the provocation, rubbed his temples wearily and casually replied, I was planning to keep a low profile until graduation, avoiding any trouble, but since you keep pestering me again and again, I guess I have no choice. His voice abruptly stopped as he suddenly looked up, his expression changing drastically. In an instant, before Liao Wei could react, Su Yi delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Get down! Su Ye's roar echoed across the playground, and he immediately ducked to the ground. Next to him, Wang Peng, trusting Su Ye's words implicitly, hesitated not for a second and immediately dropped to the ground, hands shielding his head. Su Yi, you sneaked up on me. Liao Wei, having rolled twice on the ground, struggled to rise, his body surging with anger and surprise. But before he could finish speaking, a terrifying beam of light descended from the sky, slashing across the ground like a laser. The searing energy melted the rubber surface of the playground, carving a long trench that consumed everything in its path. With a thud, Liao Wei, who had just managed to get up, slumped back down in terror. If Su Yi hadn't kicked him away, he might have been incinerated by that beam. The powerful airflow from the trench blew around Su Yi and Wang Peng, ruffling their clothes as they lay low to the ground. In a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, aside from the three of them, there were no other people around the beam of light, preventing any casualties. Su Yi suddenly lifted his head, looking towards the direction from which the light originated. A towering figure nearly 3 meters high descended from the sky, landing heavily on the playground. It was a giant wolf, its entire body covered in black fur. Its eyes were fierce, and dark energy swirled around its body. The wolf's mouth was wide open, with a hint of dust swirling inside. Embedded in the center of its forehead was a half-piece of purple crystal, faintly emitting a violet glow under the light, making it appear even more menacing. Many people on the playground noticed this unusual phenomenon. Upon seeing the wolf, they all let out terrified screams and shouts. They scattered and fled, running wildly away from the wolf. Meanwhile, the teachers from various Awakener academies who had been sitting on the playground all jumped up in shock, disregarding the overturned tables and chairs, and exclaimed in horror, an Earth Realm void beast, a gang wolf? How could there be a void beast here? Though they were from an Awakener academy, they were not combat personnel nor void hunters and had almost no experience in fighting void beasts. One of the teachers turned pale but immediately crouched down, pressing his hand against the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines rose from beneath the void beast's feet, entangling its 4 legs. After doing all this, he roared, his voice echoing in all directions, this is an Earth Realm void beast, I can't hold it for long, everyone run quickly. Why is there a void beast here? Suyi was also very anxious at this moment, his mind racing. That group of people, could they not find the void demon? Note, that can't be right. If that were the case, the attacker should have been a void demon, not this gang wolf. Without overthinking, he grabbed the terrified Wang Peng from the ground and shouted at him, "Run!" Wang Peng finally snapped out of it at this moment, letting out a loud shout and ran off in the opposite direction. Suyi did not immediately follow him. Instead, he crossed the chasm and quickly reached Liao Wei, who was nearby, grabbing him up as his legs were turning to jelly. "What are you standing around for? Run!" Liao Wei was still in a state of shock and fear, but under Suyi's roar he finally came to his senses. He widened his eyes, looking at Suyi with a complicated expression, finally tightened his lips and ran forward with his head down. The Earth Realm void beast, the people here were definitely no match for it. Although Suyi appeared anxious, he remained extremely calm inside. The only thing they could do now was to take advantage of the moment while the gang wolf was being restrained, to escape quickly and minimize casualties as much as possible. At this moment, the students and teachers from the Awakener Academy were all scattering and fleeing. Not a single person dared to linger in front of this terrifying void beast. Just as Suyi was about to start running as well, he suddenly heard an urgent shout from behind him. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Suyi turned his head. Amidst the dispersing crowd, Tang Xiaowan crouched on the ground with a worried expression, helping her friend up. The girl was Nie Xiaoyu, a classmate and close companion of Tang Xiaowan, known for being inseparable. However, at this moment, Nie Xiaoyu was filled with terror, having accidentally twisted her ankle and fallen. Fear and panic flickered in her eyes as she repeatedly tried to stand, but her body was too weak to muster any strength. In the distance, the snapping sound of vines breaking resonated. Suyi's pupils contracted as he quickly noticed that the vines that had previously entangled the wolf's legs were now starting to break under its powerful struggle. Several boys passing by Tang Xiaowan brightened at the sight and headed towards her, aiming to play the hero. Just then, a terrifying wolf howl erupted from behind them, the sharp sound waves scattering their courage. In that instant, their thoughts of heroism vanished as they sprinted away in terror, not daring to look back. Within seconds, all the students behind Tang Xiaowan had overtaken her. Many stumbled in their haste, but those nearby paid them no heed, each too focused on their own safety to stop. Tang Xiaowan's body trembled with fear and terror, but she could have easily abandoned her friend and run to save herself, yet her gaze remained steadfast as she gripped Nie Xiaoyu's arm, trying to lift her. "Xiaoyu, hold on, we need to run," she urged. Suyi took in the scene, reminded of a memory from 3 years ago, as if it were replaying before his eyes. "Uncle, run. Auntie, take your daughter and leave quickly. Are you okay? Don't stop." A girl in a white dress darted like a sprite through the crowd, never choosing to flee alone despite the terrifying creature closing in behind her, helping everyone in distress along her path. Why are there so many fools in this world? The memories flashback passed swiftly, and Suyi, without a second thought, ran against the flow of the crowd. Being somewhat athletic, he swiftly reached Tang Xiaowan with a few strides. Tang Xiaowan looked up, her expression quivering in disbelief that someone would come back to help her amidst such a crisis. Suyi wasted no words, pulling Tang Xiaowan up with one hand and then lifting Nie Xiaoyu from the ground in one swift motion. "What are you waiting for?" he shouted at the still frightened Nie Xiaoyu. "Run, don't look back. If you don't want to die, run even if your leg is broken." His shout jolted Nie Xiaoyu's survival instincts into action. She struggled to her feet, let out a cry, and with great difficulty began to stagger forward. The howl of the wolf grew ever closer, its enormous figure of the fierce wolf bounding across more than 10 meters in just a few strides, closing the gap to less than 20 meters between itself and the trio. Tang Xiaowan cast a deep look at Suyi, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quickly turned around, grabbing Nie Xiaoyu's arm as they sprinted forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyi also took off at a quick pace in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the school playground was left with only the three of them. The heavy thudding of the wolf's paws on the ground felt like an earthquake, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. It galloped rapidly, closing in with astonishing speed. The wolf's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, its gaze fixed intently on Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. The two girls turned pale, feeling the rush of turbulent air from behind, their hearts pounding with fear and terror. Yet at that critical moment, the sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A half-brick flew straight into the wolf's face. "You fool!" Suyi shouted from another direction, his voice echoing across the field, before turning and running without looking back. The wolf growled in frustration, unable to bear such provocation, and immediately shifted its focus, abandoning Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu, and charged towards Suyi. Suyi darted through the fitness equipment beside the playground, making his way swiftly towards the teaching building. He could sense the furious wind approaching from behind, yet his expression remained stern, his right hand tightly clutching something as he calculated speed and distance in his mind. The wolf's speed was incredibly fast, its entire body like an out-of-control train crashing through the playground. The metal bars of the fitness equipment were knocked aside, scattering to the sides as it relentlessly pursued Suyi. A shadow loomed over Suyi, and from the corner of his eye he could even see those menacing white fangs. At this close range he could smell the foul stench emanating from the wolf's mouth. Just as the fangs were about to sink into him, threatening to crush his body, Suyi's eyes flashed with determination and he swung his fist powerfully. In his palm a streak of white thread shot out rapidly, swiftly connecting to the broken bar that had been knocked aside. In the next moment his body was pulled back with a speed surpassing the wolf's bite. The development of abilities is endless. As long as one has a thorough understanding of their own abilities, they can manifest entirely different effects. Suyi had spent a day testing his repair hand ability, and what he was using now was one of its effects. By using the object imbued with his energy as a focal point, he could repair it. Just moments earlier, while running, he had infused a broken bar with his energy and removed a loose iron piece. Now, by using his ability, he was drawn back to the repaired bar by that half piece of iron. Thud! Suyi's body was yanked backward 2 steps by inertia as he grasped the horizontal bar. Not far away, Ganglang lunged and missed, quickly anchoring himself with his 4 paws and skidding back around. Then he opened his wolf mouth and a beam of light shot out, heading straight for Suyi. Faced with this pure energy attack, Suyi found himself with nowhere to hide. A wry smile crept onto his face as he muttered softly, "I never thought I'd do something as foolish as you. Looks like I'm an incorrigible fool myself." His eyes were calm, fully aware that evasion was impossible, and he prepared to meet the oncoming attack with surprising tranquility. At that moment, 3 streaks of red light flew past him and collided directly with the breath attack from Ganglang. Following that, a familiar voice shouted from behind him, "Stop daydreaming, grab the bar in front of you." The voice was unmistakably familiar to Suyi. Without thinking, he gripped the bar in front of him tightly. Then a snapping sound echoed from behind him, triggering an explosion right in front of him. The terrifying blast wave almost blew Suyi off the ground. Had he not grabbed the bar in time, he might have been sent flying. The sudden explosion caught Ganglang by surprise too, causing him to let out a low growl. Suyi's arms felt numb, and only after the fierce wind subsided did he release his grip. "I never expected a cold-hearted guy like you would risk your life to save someone." Fang Xian descended from the sky, landing in front of Suyi with a light chuckle. Today she wasn't dressed in her usual JK skirt but rather in black long clothes and pants. Her waist was slightly cinched, accentuating her figure, making her appear valiant and spirited. "You saw that, huh?" Suyi panted slightly, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "Yes, I saw everything from hundreds of meters away and made it just in time," Fang Xian replied, her gaze fixed ahead, locking eyes with Ganglang as her aura steadily rose. "However, I do have to thank you." Suyi was puzzled, asking, "Thank me?" Fang Xian took a deep breath and pulled out a hair tie from her pocket, gently slipping it onto her wrist. "I have to thank you for not letting my promise go unfulfilled." The breeze lifted her hair and she deftly gathered it, tying it into a ponytail to keep it from swaying. Her eyes filled with fighting spirit, she clenched her fists one in front of the other, assuming a combat stance. "From now on, I will do everything to stop it. No one else will get hurt by it. Kid, I'll show you what a true hollow hunter is." This display of determination left Suyi momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly changed and he shouted urgently, "Be careful." In the distance, Ganglang could no longer hold back, launching himself towards Fang Xian with terrifying momentum. Suyi's face turned slightly grave as he looked forward, only to find Fang Xian standing still with no intention of dodging. "Are you crazy?" he yelled, trying to urge Fang Xian to evade the attack. But the corners of Fang Xian's mouth lifted into a smile. "Today I don't have to worry about my skirt flying up." In the blink of an eye, an astonishing scene unfolded before Su's eyes. As the fierce wolf lunged forward with lethal intent, Fang Xian leaped into the air with remarkable agility. In a breathtaking display of martial prowess, she executed a spinning kick, her right foot connecting with the wolf's face with incredible force. The beast's massive body was momentarily suspended in the air before being hurled across the field. With a resounding thud, it crashed onto the ground, emitting a low growl as it quickly regained its footing, its eyes burning with a mix of shock and fury. Su was left speechless, staring at Fang Xian in disbelief. Hunters of the void, it seemed, were not limited to relying solely on their innate abilities in battle. Fong Xian landed gracefully, bursting into laughter. Her mastery of physical combat had allowed her to bridge the gap in power levels, overturning what many believed to be unchangeable. She glanced back at Su, her voice firm and commanding as she urged, "Get out of here now, evacuate the area around the school immediately and ensure everyone is safe." Her words were abruptly cut off by a deafening roar that echoed through the air. The fierce wolf opened its enormous maw, unleashing a sound that reverberated in all directions. From beneath its paws, 4 waves of dark energy surged outward like a tide, quickly enveloping the school in a formidable energy barrier. This is. Fong Xian's face was a mask of shock as she recognized the power at play. An A-level ability, the arena of the virtual beast, was being demonstrated before her. Su's expression shifted as he scanned the surroundings. The school was now encased in a semi-spherical dome of black energy, sealing off the entire campus like a lid on a pot. Teachers and students attempting to flee found themselves thwarted by the barrier, their efforts to break through met with failure as they recoiled in panic, beating futilely against the invisible wall. Only a few, leveraging their agility or unique abilities, managed to escape before the barrier fully formed. The rest, over 100 in number, were trapped within the school's confines. According to the data and information, they had not only virtual beasts but even virtual demons possessed such capabilities. Fong Xian's eyes were fixated on the encircling barrier, her expression grave. The A-level ability arena was a domain law-type power capable of enveloping a designated area within its confines. This domain could not be disrupted unless the ability user deactivated it willingly or if the user was eliminated, otherwise anyone caught inside the arena would find it impossible to escape. The wolf intended to capture everyone within the school in one fell swoop. With another menacing growl, the fierce wolf activated its power, its right paw striking the ground with immense force. The field beneath it trembled as a pit formed under its massive weight, its eyes gleaming with a predatory light locked onto Fong Xian. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it charged directly towards her, so fast, Su's pupils contracted as he noted the marked increase in the wolf's velocity. It was evident that within this arena both its speed and strength had been significantly enhanced. Thud! Despite the fact that Fong Xian managed to shield herself with her arms, she was still swatted away by the powerful blow of the fierce wolf. In midair, she quickly stabilized her posture, reaching into her pocket to throw 3 fruit knives in a triangular formation. Bang! Flames erupted as the explosion engulfed the wolf's figure, yet, in less than a second, a blazing energy beam pierced through the smoke, shooting towards the sky. Fong Xian swiftly twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the beam as it zipped past her, striking the corner of a nearby school building. Boom! The impact shattered part of the building, sending a cascade of debris tumbling downwards. Students nearby scattered in panic, alarmed by the unexpected destruction. Amidst the falling debris, one student, unable to dodge in time, fell to the ground, pale with fear as he looked above in despair. Fortunately, a teacher from the Awakener Academy reacted quickly. With a roar, his form expanded slightly and he rushed forward, smashing the stone to save the student. Fong Xian watched the scene unfold from afar, only relaxing once she saw the student was safe. But her relief quickly turned to anger as she turned to glare at the wolf emerging from the dust. "How dare you wreak havoc here?" she exclaimed, pulling out 4 yellow talismans from her pocket. Clutching them tightly, she hurled 3 of them swiftly in different directions. The final talisman she placed firmly beneath her feet. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip, smearing blood onto the talisman. "Mirror world activate," she commanded. An energy surge enveloped the area marked by the 4 talismans. A second later, the wolf's howl vanished from Suya's ears. Silence fell across the field, the breeze seemingly concealing everything. The mirror world was the same place as before, Fong Xian thought, glancing at Su Yi. He reached out only to be halted by an invisible barrier. The surroundings were still shrouded by black energy. Even with the wolf trapped in the mirror world, its powers lingered. Su Yi's expression shifted several times before he finally turned away, realizing he couldn't waste the precious time Fong Xian had bought them. He needed to find a way to break out of the arena and ensure everyone at the school could escaped safely. The wind whispered through the mirror world's field, which bore the same marks of destruction as the real world. In this isolated realm, only Fong Xian and the fierce wolf remained. The wolf's black fur fluttered in the breeze, a low growl escaping its lips, but its eyes showed disdain, clearly underestimating Fong Xian. Fong Xian, on the other hand, noticed that her previous attacks had seemingly left the wolf unscathed, even though she and Ganglang both belonged to the rock realm. The difference in their actual combat strength was clear and undeniable. With a sigh, Fong Xian gently brushed her bangs out of her eyes and exhaled deeply. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a piece of bubblegum, popping it into her mouth. In half a second, she skillfully blew a bubble which burst with a gentle pop. She gazed forward helplessly, pondering whether she would ever have the chance to chew bubblegum again. Thud. Ganglong's right foot stomped on the ground with the ferocity of a celestial hound devouring stars and moons, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure. The massive figure shook the air with each step, causing the artificial turf of the field to rustle with noise. From a distance, Ganglong's nearly 3-meter-tall figure resembled a moving house. Thinking about it now, there were still so many things left undone. Fong Xian muttered to herself while chewing her gum. I want to see the sea in the south. I once promised to take Xiaoyu to an amusement park. And the hot pot in Shu City, I've been wanting to try it for so long. She continued her musings. Ever since becoming a void hunter, it seems I haven't had a vacation in ages. They used to tease me about never having been in love, and I haven't even had a chance to try it yet. Frustrated, she ruffled her hair, venting like a complaint. Sighed. Being a void hunter is truly exhausting. Getting up at 6 every morning for training, no weekends, and as soon as one mission is done, another starts. At this rate, I feel like I'm aging 10 years faster. Ganglang, growing impatient, dragged its claws across the ground, its gaze fixed intently on Fong Xian as if it had lost all patience. Sensing this, Fong Xian finally closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and pulled out a peculiarly shaped stone from her pocket. It seemed to be forged from some special metal, its shape a 5-pointed star fitting perfectly into her palm. She looked at Ganglang, smiled slightly, and spoke calmly. But becoming a void hunter has been my dream since I was little. I can't fall here so easily. Besides, I need to prove to that guy that a void hunter isn't what he thinks it is. A sudden gust of wind blew a leaf between her and Ganglang, and as it gently floated down to the ground, in an instant both human and wolf sprang into action almost simultaneously. Ganglong's powerful claws sliced through the air, swiftly striking toward Fong Xian, carving 5 deep grooves into the ground. Crimson energy erupted from Fong Xian's body as she dodged Ganglong's attack with a leap, positioning herself directly above the beast. Her right hand, wrapped in the special metal, pressed firmly onto its back. At this moment, a wild smile spread across her face. Did you know? My power, besides depending on the material, also increases in strength with proximity. A crimson light began to blaze and flicker in her palm, radiating with the brilliance akin to that of the sun. At this moment, the fierce wolf sensed an immense danger, growling lowly as it twisted frantically, trying to throw Fong Xian off its back. Yet Fong Xian clung tightly to its fur, unwavering, allowing the light in her palm to shine even brighter. Although today wasn't Christmas, a joyous shout of Merry Christmas rang out as Wang Peng spotted Suyi approaching from the direction of the field. His voice was filled with excitement and concern for Suyi. Don't worry, I'm fine, Suyi calmly assured, a gentle smile appearing in his eyes as he patted Wang Peng's shoulder. Suddenly, another figure approached. Liao Wei stood before Suyi again, his face a mix of emotions. After a brief pause, he bent down, suddenly speaking earnestly. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already. Yi Gu has already left, Wang Peng interjected, looking helplessly at the confused Liao Wei. Liao Wei straightened up, his ears burning with embarrassment. Yi Gu didn't save you for your gratitude. Wang Peng shook his head calmly, glancing at Suyi's retreating figure. He just followed his own heart, that's all. Suyi noticed that Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu were not there. They seemed to have run in another direction and hadn't appeared here. Facing the grim wolf's pursuit, students and teachers scattered, spreading throughout the school. Suyi paid no heed to this, heading straight to the edge of the arena, covering his hand with energy as he reached out to touch it. A flash of black energy passed, and he withdrew his hand as if shocked, the energy in his palm almost instantly devoured. Don't try, murmured a teacher from the Awakeners Academy, leaning against the barrier, half squatting on the ground. The arena is a domain law type ability. Unless a mountain realm hunter is here, there's absolutely no way to break this domain in any form. He glanced up at Suyi, despair filling his eyes. Inside the arena, that fierce wolf's strength, speed, and even defense will be enhanced by at least 30%. That young girl from the rock realm can't possibly be its match. She will die. After she's gone, we won't escape this cage either. We're doomed. What did you just say? Suya's expression shifted slightly as he fixed his gaze on the teacher from the Awakeners Academy, urgently asking, you said the fierce wolf's speed and strength would increase by 30%? Yes, the teacher muttered in despair, clutching his head. I specialize in researching ability data at the academy. Based on previous data of Awakeners with the arena ability, the enhancement in a Rock Realm arena is about 30%. Oh no, that beast has actually been concealing its amplification level. Suya's face changed drastically as he turned his head towards the direction of the playground. Previously, after Ganglang had displayed its abilities, its speed and strength had indeed increased, but according to Suya's estimation, the enhancement was at most around 10%. However, if what the teacher said was true, that the beast could amplify its strength by 30%, it meant that Ganglang had been hiding its true potential all along. Suyi inquired sharply, crouching down without a hint of courtesy, much like interrogating the teacher. Tell me, is there a big difference between a zoo hunter and a zoobiest in the same rock realm? The teacher, unbothered by Suya's attitude, mumbled in response. The division of realms only relates to one's energy, but in actual combat, zoobeasts, due to their massive size, generally possess strength and speed far surpassing an awakened being of the same realm. Unless one possesses exceptional physical skills or highly destructive abilities, it is very difficult for an awakened being to fight a zoobeast one-on-one. That is why zoo hunters are organized into zoo hunter teams specifically to complement each other's abilities to hunt zoobeasts. That girl, she will surely die. Suyi stood up with a gloomy expression, finally realizing the severity of the situation. Fang Xian had just displayed a calm demeanor as if trading blows evenly with Ganglang. However, in reality, she must have sensed the terrifying nature of Ganglang. Adding to this, Ganglang was incredibly cunning, having hidden the extent of its amplified strength. With things like this, Fang Xian was bound to fall into a trap. In his mind, the image of Fang Xian standing fearlessly in front of him just moments ago flashed quickly with a defiant expression that showed no fear of death. Kid, keep watching, I'll show you what a true zoo hunter is. What a fool to think of a true zoo hunter like that. Suyi quickly stood up, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanished instantaneously. Without a second thought, he turned and dashed towards the playground. After experiencing that scene 3 years ago, he was unwilling to witness any more tragedies unfold before him. Hey brother, Yi! Wang Peng noticed Suya's movements, his face changing as he shouted loudly. But Suya's figure didn't pause at all, disappearing rapidly from sight. The teacher, who had been crouching on the ground moments before, murmured as he watched Suya's retreating figure, a deep sense of shock and confusion flashing in his eyes. Is this child heading to his death? Even a zoo hunter in the rock realm can't handle that zoobiest. What can a mere high schooler who's just awakened do? Yet strangely enough, a ripple stirred in his heart, as if moved by Suya's courage, causing him to tremble slightly and stand up from the ground. Perhaps there is still something I can do. Boom! The ponytail tied at the back of Fang Xian's head came loose due to the intense impact. Her figure, much like a cannonball, was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground. The earth on the playground shattered under her impact, splitting into web-like cracks. This guy, it actually hit its strength. Fang Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body half drenched in the crimson liquid, and her eyes flickered with profound shock. She could feel at least 3 of her ribs had snapped. Her right arm was a mangled, charred mess, as if it had withstood a violent explosion. Hanging uselessly by her side, with tremendous effort she staggered to her feet, her whole frame swaying unsteadily, a glimmer of defiance still burning in her gaze. Not far away, the howls of the ferocious wolf echoed, sending sound waves crashing over her, its massive form now riddled with wounds. Its back looked as though it had been blasted open, a trail of blood staining its fur red. Yet it remained vigorous and alert, its eyes glinting with a cunning malice. The wolf, in a calculated move, had concealed its augmented strength to deliver that lethal blow to Fang Xian. It had hoped that such a close-range explosion would inflict more damage. Fang Xian stood trembling, nearly toppled by the force of the sound waves. She gazed silently ahead, a bitter smile forming at the corner of her lips, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Is this where I will fall? The feeling of unwillingness surged within her, almost setting her aflame. She had promised her senior to protect everyone here, and now that promise seemed to slip away. The wolf adjusted its stance, beginning to charge toward her. Fang Xian clenched her teeth, using her relatively intact left hand to hurl the red mineral in her palm forward. Then, with an unpracticed flick of her left fingers, she snapped. Instantly, the red mineral exploded mid-air into a cloud of crimson mist. This was the last weapon she had, the Scarlet Bloodstone. Its detonation inflicted noticeable damage on the wolf, causing it to let out a low growl as it tumbled backward. Although wounded, the wolf was still vigorous, exuding a fierce aura. The violent blast, however, knocked Fang Xian off her precarious balance, sprawling her onto the ground. She struggled to rise once more, her legs trembling uncontrollably, yet her lips remained tightly pressed together as she looked ahead. I promise to protect everyone here. I won't let you take another step." A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes, but she finally placed her palm against her chest. A flash of crimson energy surged through her palm. This was the final move of the Christmas gift, a technique called parting gift. Once unleashed, she could transform herself into a last resort bomb with a power 10 times that of a regular explosive. As long as the distance was right, the force would be enough to blast through the entire body of the dire wolf. In that moment, a frenzy flickered in her eyes. "Even if it meant giving you my life, I would never let you leave here." The dire wolf scrambled back to its feet, its body now marred with numerous wounds. Anger flared in its eyes as it charged towards Fong Xin once more. Fong Xin stared straight ahead, silently calculating the distance. Her left index finger and thumb were pressed tightly together, ready to snap her fingers. The dire wolf, oblivious to this anomaly, continued its relentless charge forward. 8 meters, 7, 6. Fong Xin's gaze was fixed ahead, waiting for the dire wolf to close the final meter before she unleashed her power, ready to perish together with it. But then a whisper suddenly rang out, as if from another world. "Is it around here?" A shattering sound echoed as the air fractured like a mirror, piercing the silence. The dire wolf abruptly halted, its 4 feet digging into the ground, and Fong Xin also stopped, incredulously turning to one side. Right in the middle of them, Suyi appeared, wielding a broken sword that had shattered the mirror-like barrier. He stood there, his breath slightly labored from running, but when he saw Fong Xin, a smile appeared on his face. "Hey, I'm here to save you." At that moment, not only Fong Xin but even the dire wolf looked bewildered, surprised that someone had interrupted their battle. "How did you get here? No, how did you enter?" Fong Xin's expression changed multiple times, staring incredulously at the breach. "Leave this place quickly, it's not something you can handle." Moreover, she paused, realizing he might have understood her intentions. "You don't want to be caught in my self-destructive move, do you?" Unfazed, Suyi stepped through the breach. Soon the damaged mirror surface behind him rapidly sealed itself, enclosing the space once more. You still." Fong Xin was astonished, watching as Suyi entered the mirror world and stood before her. "I owe you an apology," Suyi spoke quietly, his eyes fixed ahead. "For some reasons, I held prejudices against the group known as the Void Hunters. I always believed that most people in this world were self-serving. Even those with extraordinary abilities like the Void Hunters who claim to protect the people seemed no different to me. I thought that once they gained status and fame, they would value their own lives even more. Their battles against void beasts and demons were to me just a way to elevate their own status and fame. When faced with danger, they would prioritize their own survival above all else. But I never thought that you would fight to the death to protect the students of this school." His calm demeanor and words, coupled with the broken sword in his hand, unexpectedly intimidated the dire wolf. Cunning by nature, it had hidden its augmented power for a lethal strike. Now, the dire wolf hesitated, cautiously watching Suyi, unsure whether to attack directly, opting instead to observe warily. "As a void hunter, protecting civilians is our duty. It was my childhood dream and I've worked hard towards it to this day," Fong Xin said through gritted teeth, looking at Suyi's back. "I must show you that the hunters of the void are not what you think they are. The group you encountered in Haicheng 3 years ago does not represent the majority of them." She stepped forward, her voice firm. "Step aside. This is a battle between it and me, and you have no reason to interfere. It seems you've done some research on me." So you didn't back down. Instead, he continued, speaking calmly. 3 years ago, by a twist of fate, I met a girl. She was lively and cheerful, with a simple and naive nature, so much so that she believed the world was full of sunshine. Utterly hopeless, her dream, this fool's dream, was to become a hunter of the void. In the 3rd month of our acquaintance, because of a lost bet, I accompanied her to a neighboring city, Haicheng, to see an art exhibition. Coincidentally, on that particular day, a void beast suddenly crashed into the event. Faced with the terrifying creature, everyone was fleeing. I watched helplessly as it devoured more than a dozen people, yet she alone ran through the crowd, helping those struggling to escape. Fong Xin stared ahead, fists clenched. These details were never in the reports. That's why she could better understand Suye's anger and his deep-rooted bias against the hunters of the void. Suyi, with a composed demeanor, continued his story. "In the end, as the beast closed in, she chose to push me away, sacrificing herself as the beast tore her apart. Only then did a few hunters emerge from the crowd to slay the void beast. They had been hiding among the people all along, watching the beast devour civilians without lifting a finger. It wasn't until the fool's brave act that gave them a moment's pause that they seized the opportunity to strike. Their reason, simply to wait for The right moment to kill the beast for glory, even if it meant allowing the citizens they were meant to protect to be eaten. This memory stirred a flicker of rage in his eyes, quickly suppressed. The fool's last words as she lay dying in my arms were, "Suyi, did I look like a hunter of the void just now?" Fong Xin trembled, her breathing heavy, her eyes a mix of compassion and anger. She couldn't fathom that among the revered hunters were such selfish individuals, yet Suye's voice persisted. "I never regarded the esteemed hunters in her eyes as something worth aspiring to. But in you I've seen a glimpse of her spirit. If she were still alive, perhaps she would act just like you today, standing up and protecting those she wishes to shield." The wolf's claws scraped the ground more and more frequently, its eyes flashing with impatience. It growled incessantly, body poised and ready to strike. Out of patience to continue observing. "Move aside, don't stay here." Fong Xin noticed the wolf's movements, her expression growing ever more anxious. The only thing that could stop the wolf now was her final parting gift. But Suyi stood in front of her, making it impossible for her to use this last resort. "I used to think that fools like you couldn't possibly survive in this perilous world." Yet Suyi remained calm and composed, showing not a hint of panic despite the wolf's aggressive stance. "But perhaps this world needs more fools like you." He raised the broken sword in his hand, pointing it at the wolf with a fierce determination in his eyes. Energy surged into the broken sword, causing a faint energy fluctuation to emanate from its blade. Fong Xin noticed the sword for the first time, surprise flickering in her eyes. "Is that the resonance of the jade treasure? You used it to enter the mirror world." But her expression quickly changed, and she shouted urgently, "The broken sword in your hand is an incomplete jade treasure. It can't exert its full power. Get out of the way, that wolf isn't something you can handle." The wolf growled, no longer observing, and finally leaped towards Suyi. However, a white light enveloped the broken sword in Suye's hand, the glow seemingly repairing the other half of the blade, extending upwards. Simultaneously, an astonishing wave of energy burst forth from the broken sword. "I forgot to tell you," Suyi said, gripping the sword with both hands. The gust of air rushing forward blew his hair and clothes backward, revealing his calm yet slightly mad gaze. "My ability is called Repairing Hand. As long as the conditions are right, even if the sky were to break, I could fix it." A day earlier in the pot world. This is. The old man was shocked as he watched the ancient bronze sword extend from Suye's hand, never expecting Suyi could repair such an ancient relic. Moreover, the residual energy within this ancient sword was rapidly expanding as the repair progressed, emitting intense energy fluctuations. "Just as I thought." Suye's face turned slightly pale, with nearly 80% of his energy drained by the ancient sword. Yet his eyes burned with conviction, confirming his hypothesis. Through this action, the characteristic of Repairing Hand is to restore incomplete to complete. Conceptually speaking, the incomplete jade treasure naturally had the potential to be restored to complete. Holding the ancient bronze sword, he could clearly sense the energy contained within the blade. "Old man, I remember you mentioned that each jade treasure contains a special ability, right?" "That's correct," the old man replied, nodding as he gazed in amazement at the ancient bronze sword. "These abilities are similar to those of the awakened ones, but are not limited by energy levels. The effect and strength of the ability depends solely on the jade treasure itself." "Can you sense the ability of this ancient bronze sword?" "Yes, I can." The expression on Master Hu's face turned peculiar as he gazed intently at Suyi. "However, my young friend, there are two matters I must remind you of," he said. "Firstly, this sword, much like the Ninely pot, was once a fragment of a powerful treasure. Yet, its essence has been nearly entirely damaged, unable to return to its peak state. Holding it might attract some unnecessary trouble for you. Even so, with your repairs, it can still exhibit significant effects." Suyi nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of this matter. Master Hu's gaze remained oddly fixed on the sword in Suyi's hand as he continued, "The second matter is..." But before he could elaborate, Suyi found himself confronted by a menacing wolf-like creature. His eyes focused intently as the bronze ancient sword in his hand, now fully repaired, was ready for battle. Despite its weight, the energy coursing through it allowed Suyi to wield it with ease. He deftly tossed half a shard of tile toward the wolf's head, simultaneously activating his Repair Hand ability. The remaining shard in his palm swiftly connected with the one in midair, forming a white energy thread that propelled Suyi upwards. To everyone's amazement, the seemingly simple Repair Hand, a D-level ability, showcased its extraordinary potential in Suye's grasp. Fong Xin watched in disbelief, her bright eyes blinking with astonishment. "Is this truly the D-level ability, Repair Hand?" How can he wield it so skillfully, she wondered. Common knowledge dictated that D-level abilities were typically auxiliary, rarely employed in combat with such dexterity as Suyi managed. The wolf's ferocious leap nearly grazed Suyi, but the momentum of the energy threads swiftly pulled him into the sky and the tiles in his hand reassembled completely. The wolf, agile on its feet, spun around and unleashed a breath attack towards Suyi, a searing white beam of energy rapidly closing in. Suyi, suspended midair, had no means to evade, seemingly placing himself in dire peril. Be careful, Fang Xian's heart clenched, her voice escaping in a gasp as she watched Suyi on the brink of being struck, yet a smile crept onto Suyi's face. Casually tossing the shard from his palm, he gripped the sword tightly with both hands and swung downward with force. To Fang Xian's astonishment, Suyi cleaved the breath attack in two, gravity drawing him back to the ground with a mighty slash. The divided energy blasts collided with the building behind him, exploding into a shower of debris. He actually cut through it, Fang Xian murmured, her gaze fixed on the bronze ancient sword in Suyi's hands. The intricate patterns on the sword captured her attention, sparking a memory from a textbook illustration. Could it be the treasured Gu Shao? It was believed that this weapon was shattered 200 years ago during the war against the void demons, so this fellow is called Gu Shao. Is it? Suyi's ears twitched slightly as he caught Fang Xian's whisper, and he smiled faintly. According to Old Hu, this sword was once an extraordinary jewel. It makes sense that it would be documented in historical records. Without pausing upon landing, Suyi propelled himself forward, uncharacteristically charging straight at the gang wolf. The gang wolf, seeing its breath attack severed, exhibited a mix of shock and fury in its eyes, as it witnessed the unexpected advance of Suyi, who was rushing at it fiercely. The wolf felt slighted. Its right paw lashed out like the wind. The beast's claw, enveloped in its own energy, was incredibly hard, and it had enough confidence to crush this human before it, in the annals of history. Fang Xian watched intently ahead, murmuring softly, the jewel Gu Shao possesses an S-level ability known as Night Sever. Its effect is? Facing the ferocious beast's claw, Suyi's eyes flickered, and he gripped his sword with both hands, slashing upwards, with a squelch. In the wolf's astonished gaze, its right paw upon contact with Gu Shao was cleaved like tofu under a cleaver, leaving a perfectly smooth cut and flying high into the air. Meanwhile, Fang Xian's whisper finally concluded, indestructible, nothing unbreakable, it possesses an absolute defense-breaking power. Roared. Simultaneously, the gang wolf let out a deafening howl. From the severed stump of its paw, blood spurted out like a fountain. Yet Suyi's gaze remained sharp, and he continued to charge forward without any hesitation. In the presence of Gu Shao, no defense could withstand his assault. Because of this, even wielding a fragmented Gu Shao, he could effortlessly tear through the mirrored world and break into it. Similarly, that seemingly indestructible wolf claw was sliced apart as if it were mere vegetables under his blade. The gang wolf's eyes flickered with deep apprehension, realizing it could no longer rely on its body to attack this sword that could sever anything. Instead, it leaped backward on its three remaining legs. Then, its wolf head jerked and three slender black beams shot from its mouth, forming an inverted triangle as they raced towards Suyi. Faced with this sudden shift in attack, Suyi's expression shifted slightly. He instantly assessed that he couldn't block all three beams. If that's the case, his eyes steeled, and he made a swift decision, not slowing down at all as he continued to charge forward. He would not block. With a squelch, Suyi's shoulders were instantly pierced by two of the black beams, leaving two bloody holes. The third beam below was cut by Gu Shao. He grunted, his body trembling slightly, yet his speed didn't decrease as he pressed on. The excruciating pain radiated from his shoulders throughout his body, with blood streaming forth. But his movements didn't falter as he leaped forward, sword in hand, slashing towards the gang wolf. The gang wolf seemed unprepared for someone to endure its attack in such a manner and still press forward. The creature's fury was palpable, its mind clouded by the agony of its severed claw. With a swift motion of its remaining left paw, it lunged at Suyi's body. The massive paw loomed over him, advancing inexorably. At that critical moment, Suyi seemed too late to pivot his sword for defense, yet his gaze remained locked forward, and with a sudden motion he flung a section of the sword's scabbard from his chest into the air. Anything considered a single entity could be repaired. Instantly his repair ability activated, and Suyi found himself being pulled by the ancient sword in his hand, tracing a near 100-degree arc through the air, heading straight for the wolf's head. The wolf's attack once again missed its mark, and Suyi seized the opportunity. Guided by the ancient sword, he managed to slide it into the scabbard. However, the scabbard had been designed for a broken sword, its dimensions inadequate for the fully restored ancient blade. Almost instantly, the scabbard was sliced apart by the sword, splitting into two halves that fell to either side. 5 seconds remained. Suya's expression was serious, his mind constantly calculating the time. The words of Master Hu echoed in his mind from that day. The second matter is, D-level abilities have their limits. With your current energy state you're barely at the stone realm. This means that even if you can restore this bronze ancient sword to a complete treasure, the energy you infuse will dissipate in at most 1 minute and it will revert to its damaged state. Your internal energy can only sustain one restoration in a short time, so do not over-rely on it. Cherish this minute. 55 seconds had passed since Su Yi had restored the ancient sword. He was silently counting the time in his head. Years of practice ensured his timing was never off by even half a second. With time running out, he had charged recklessly towards the wolf's head, even if it meant enduring attacks. The wolf felt a surge of danger, its fur standing on end. It let out a roar, its tail snapping like a whip, striking Su Yi squarely. Coughing up blood, Su Yi was sent flying, his body spinning out of control. A sense of dread filled his eyes. He had been careless. In his meticulous planning, he had overlooked the wolf's ability to attack with its tail. His chest felt as though it had been struck by a car, a heavy thud resonating through him, nearly robbing him of consciousness. His body veered uncontrollably to the side. For seconds remained. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Yi forcibly reclaimed his awareness. Struggling to stabilize his posture, he clutched the ancient sword with all his strength, mustering every ounce of his willpower to hurl it towards the wolf's head. In the vast expanse of the night sky, a figure named Gu Xiao darted swiftly, his destination being the formidable head of the gang wolf. Mere seconds remained. At such close proximity, the wolf's eyes narrowed to pinpoints, its mouth suddenly agape, gathering an energy beam within. 2 seconds. Cough. Shuiye's body plummeted from the sky, the impact of his fall exacerbating his injuries, causing him to cough up blood once more. Yet with sheer determination he rolled on the ground, forcing himself to look ahead. Upon seeing the energy orb forming in the gang wolf's mouth, his expression changed drastically, an overwhelming sense of unease engulfing him. At this distance, Gu Xiao couldn't entirely sever the attack. He'd be blown away by the energy blast. Desperately he clawed at the artificial grass of the playground, eyes brimming with frustration. Just one more second. Was this truly the end? Even after pushing himself to such extremes, he couldn't overlook the insurmountable gulf in power. Gu Xiao continued his rapid flight forward, but the attack in the gang wolf's mouth had reached its zenith. A sinister gleam flashed in its eyes as it resolved to shatter the broken sword and then tear those two humans apart. But just at this critical juncture, two stones streaked through the air, carving red trails, and wedged themselves between Gu Xiao and the gang wolf. Shui Yi quickly turned his head to see Fang Xian maintaining a throwing stance, eyes glinting with red light as she clapped her hands with all her might. Boom! One stone detonated in the gang wolf's mouth, unleashing a torrent of energy that forcibly scattered the energy orb it had gathered. Smoke billowed from its mouth, flesh and blood in tatters as if it had backfired. Enraged and shocked, the gang wolf's gaze darted towards Fang Xian, seething with anger, eager to shred the human woman to pieces. Yet, the explosion's shockwave caught Gu Xiao midair, spinning him upward rather than letting him fall, just as the joy that had begun to surface in Shui was quenched like a doused flame. Another snap resonated by his ear. Fang Xian's second stone landed precisely above Gu Xiao's ascending path. With her detonation, the stone exploded, and Gu Xiao was once again swept up by the blast's force, accelerating his spin, hurtling downwards to strike. The gang wolf looked up in disbelief, its eyes witnessing the ancient sword spinning rapidly, growing larger in its pupils. The speed, it was enough. Shuiye's face lit up with excitement, his fists clenched tight. The flame of hope that had been extinguished now burned fiercely anew. But then, just as the ancient sword seemed poised to strike, a faint purple crystal embedded atop the gang wolf's head suddenly shimmered with an eerie violet light. The purple glow bathed the sky, almost dyeing it completely violet. Following this, an intense energy wave erupted from the gem. The purple light coalesced above the gang wolf, vaguely forming a human silhouette. Subsequently, a loud, unrestrained laughter erupted from the figure's mouth. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, by the time you arrive I will have already healed my wounds and slaughtered everyone from these schools. If you value your life, then chase after me, Captain. The voice echoed from afar as if speeding closer from a great distance. As the figure swiftly solidified, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared out of thin air, standing atop the head of the ferocious wolf. He wore a smug smile, surveying his surroundings with a sense of satisfaction. However, the sound of rushing wind soon reached his ears, prompting him to look up. Descending rapidly was an ancient bronze sword spinning at a tremendous speed, slashing towards him with great force. What on earth was this? The man's smile froze, his voice abruptly cut off. In the next moment, a wolf's head soared into the air, its eyes wide open in death, along with a severed arm. Blood splattered everywhere. 10 minutes earlier, in the urban village of the city's west, within a mirrored world, an expanse of black energy had formed into a sphere, encapsulating everything. Within, Gui Yan and Xiaoli, both severely injured, leaned against the ruins, gasping lightly, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared ahead. Was this the power of the mountain realm's void demon? It was terrifying beyond imagination. Gui Yan murmured, a trace of fear inexplicably rising in his heart. Compared to the battle-hardened members of the Void Hunt team, they had only joined the 5th Squad 3 months ago, and this was their first direct encounter with a mountain realm void demon. Could other Void Hunt teams possibly be battling such monsters on a regular basis? A hint of determination surfaced on Xia Li's cold face, though her eyes flickered with intense unwillingness. Just as the nightmare had said, her and Gui Yan's abilities, which they had prided themselves on, were utterly ineffective in this battle. They couldn't even provide support and needed their senior to protect them instead. At the moment when despair was about to take over, a faint blue light like an aurora tearing through the dark curtain swiftly approached from afar. Xiao Sha could be seen holding a light blue longsword, its blade extending into an immensely long sword, light forcibly tearing apart the black energy and allowing moonlight to shine down once more. In this mirrored world, time froze the moment it unfolded. Thus, even though the real world was bright as day, this place remained shrouded in night. Xiao Sha's gaze was calm, his figure as swift as the wind, with his blue cloak fluttering in the breeze. Within mere seconds he had shattered all the surrounding black energy. At that moment the long sword in his hand shone like a radiant star, becoming the sole focus in this world. It's over, nightmare! Xiao Sha roared, forcefully slashing down his sword. The night sky seemed to be torn apart and a silhouette was forced out, crashing to the ground, unable to move under the sword's point. Coughing violently, the nightmare could no longer maintain his previous composure. The fierce clash of energies aggravated his internal injuries, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Impressive, Captain Nightmare remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even in this life-threatening moment, he somehow managed to maintain his poise. He rose slowly to his feet, yet Xiao Sha's sword remained unwavering, its point fixed on his head, tracing the ascent of his body. At this moment, Xiao Sha was also heavily injured, the energy fluctuations around him noticeably weaker than before. Nonetheless, his resolve remained unyielding, his gaze never leaving Ye Yan. This S-level ability, Sword and Blade Tune, was indeed extraordinary. Ye Yan's face was slightly pale, yet he managed a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Sha. The ability to summon various swords and blades with one's energy, including the possibility of calling forth rare treasures and ancient weapons. The sword in your hand must count as a formidable treasure, right? Indeed, summoning this blue shadow took considerable effort, Xiao Sha said calmly, but since it has already been summoned successfully, your fate is sealed. You will be slain right here by me. He gripped the blue shadow tightly, the sword's blade trailing a pale blue afterimage, wavering in the air yet never descending. Why not bring down the sword? Ye Yan smiled slightly, eyes fixed on Xiao Sha. Are you perhaps worried that I might have used my ability on you without your knowledge? His smile seemed to grow larger in Xiao Sha's eyes. The next moment the figure before Xiao Sha blurred, astonishingly transforming into the terrified visage of Gui Yan. Senior, wake up, it's me. Don't kill me, that guy is behind you. Xiao Sha's sword hesitated for only a split second before slicing downward. With a squelch, the blade cut into Gui Yan's shoulder, releasing a spray of blood mist. He let out a low roar, his face quickly changing back to Ye Yan's form. Although he had used energy to protect himself in time, a wound still marked his shoulder. I didn't expect you would strike without any hesitation. Ye Yan's eyes turned somewhat grim, looking at Xiao Sha with disbelief. Aren't you worried that I might have already used my ability on you and the person in front of you to be cut down is actually your teammate? Gui Yan, that kid, though usually unreliable, wouldn't beg for mercy from me in a time like this. Xiao Sha forcefully withdrew his sword, speaking in a calm, low voice. If it were really him, he would willingly take a hit, allowing me to discern the truth of the situation. The next strike won't miss its target. Having confirmed that the person before him was indeed Ye Yan, Xiao Sha hesitated no longer, rapidly swinging his long sword downward. However, at that moment his vision blurred once more. The surrounding scenery shifted swiftly, as if he was suddenly in a forest. Before him stood four severely injured, mangled individuals. They wore the same blue robes as Xiao Sha, their broken bodies turning in unison, faces twisted with expressions of resentment. Xiao Sha, why did you abandon us?" At the sight of them, Xiao Sha was struck as if by lightning, his usually composed demeanor boiling over with emotion. "You bastard!" Bang! The scene before his eyes shattered instantly, and Xiao Sha's blue shadow carved a blue arc through the air, forcefully striking the ground. With a thunderous crash, a long fissure ripped open the earth at the point where his sword had struck, extending forward. As he paused for a brief moment, the nightmare deftly evaded, slipping to the other side. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he burst into laughter. Indeed, painful memories always cause you fragile humans to experience emotional fluctuations. This tiresome game ends here. I believe my pet has already taken control of the situation. He slid his feet on the ground, stabilizing himself, and calmly pulled out a pale purple gem from his pocket, crushing it forcefully, all while watching the furious Xiao Sha rush toward him. Instantly, a purple barrier rose, enveloping his body. The blue shadow in Xiao Sha's hand struck the barrier with great force, but it was obstructed, unable to advance an inch. "This is the Jew treasure purple influence transfer," he exclaimed in shock, not expecting such a rare Jew treasure to be in the hands of this virtual demon. But soon something dawned on him and his expression drastically changed. Could it be that the other purple influence transfer is with that gang wolf? Enveloped in purple light, the nightmare's figure began to become transparent and illusory, as if it was about to be taken out of this mirror world. "Quick, leave the mirror world and head to the third central. Fong Xian is in danger." Xiao Sha turned and shouted urgently at Gui Yan and Xiao Li, displaying an unprecedented level of anxiety. Meanwhile, the nightmare laughed heartily at Xiao Sha's anger and urgency. "Ha! Don't worry, by the time you get there I will have already recovered and slaughtered everyone in those schools. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to chase me, Captain." The voice gradually faded away, and under the guidance of the purple light the nightmare's figure vanished on the spot. The scene before their eyes swiftly changed. The nightmare, with a smile on his face, appeared in a completely new world. But in the next moment a gust of wind sounded in his ears, prompting him to look up quickly. Before him a glint of cold light rapidly expanded, descending swiftly. "What is this?" The nightmare's smile froze and his voice abruptly stopped. With a swift cut the ancient bronze sword cleaved through the air. His left arm, wrapped in energy, was severed as if it were tofu flying high into the air. Beneath him, the gang wolf let out a final wail, its voice cut short. The wolf's head flew off, landing on the ground alongside his severed left arm. It was only at this moment that the nightmare finally saw the scene before him clearly. The excruciating pain of his severed arm instantly coursed through his body. The gentlemanly, composed demeanor he had maintained shattered as he let out a hideous scream, blood splattering everywhere. The massive body of the gang wolf fell heavily to the ground, bringing down the nightmare atop it, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the ancient sword that had spun and slashed down swiftly reverted to its original broken sword form, embedding itself in the ground. Suyi and Fong Xian stood bewildered, their hearts skipping a beat as they watched the sudden emergence of this figure. They had struggled with all their might to barely manage to slay the formidable wolf of steel, yet they had not anticipated that someone would intrude so unexpectedly at such a moment, suddenly appearing in their midst. You dare!" Nightfall staggered to the ground, clutching the broken part of his left arm with his right, using energy to stem the bleeding. His face contorted with pain far more severe than any injuries sustained during battles with the Void Hunt team in the virtual realm. Fong Xian noticed the fluctuation of energy around Nightfall and the dark gemstone at the center of his forehead. Her face changed dramatically as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this the Void Demon? How could it be here, and what about the seniors?" Simultaneously, a sudden burst of static erupted in the earphones Fong Xian wore, followed by the urgent voice of Xiao Sha. "Fong Xian, that void demon used purple influence shift and has likely gone to your side. You must hold on, just keep it up for 10 minutes and we can." Suddenly, a black beam shot from afar, instantly shattering the earphones in Fong Xian's ear. Nightfall's eyes flickered with extreme fury as his right forefinger gently lowered, unleashing mountain-like energy that surged upwards. The overwhelming momentum felt as if it could topple mountains, pressing heavily upon both Fong Xian and Suyi, making them feel as though they were facing a primeval beast. Suyi's heart sank as he staggered to his feet. The joy of slaying the wolf of steel completely evaporated. One trouble after another, his chest heaved violently and his stance was unsteady. The impact from the wolf of steel's attack had inflicted significant damage on him. "The wolf of steel was actually slain by you," Nightfall murmured with a voice full of anger, advancing step by step. With each step he took, Suyi felt the pressure on his shoulders increase, but then a flash of light passed through his eyes, freezing him in place as if struck by a spell. This step was beyond my plan, but even if it dies, the energy sustaining the arena can still hold for 5 minutes. Nightfall stepped forward again and dark energy spread from his feet. The sound of mirrors shattering echoed all around as the once impregnable mirrored world crumbled under his energy's onslaught. Fang Xian's face turned pale, her expression changing dramatically. The hastily set up mirrored world isn't stable enough. She looked up abruptly towards the distance, seeing the entire school sky still shrouded in the arena's black energy. These 5 minutes are more than enough for me to crush you insignificant ants beneath my feet, Nightfall whispered as he appeared within 2 meters of Su Yi. A mere human at the rock realm could actually sever my arm. He took another step forward, his right palm striking out like lightning, reaching for the motionless Su Yi frozen in place. Bang! A streak of red light shot through the air, exploding in the palm of the nightmarish creature's hand. The shockwave from the explosion surged toward it, enveloping its entire form in a cloud of smoke and dust. Stumbling, Fang Xian struggled to her feet, enduring the pain coursing through her body, gritting her teeth as she moved towards the chaos. She thought to herself, I'm still here, how can I let you harm anyone else? Meanwhile, the explosive sound and shockwave finally jolted Su Yi back to consciousness. Noticing Fang Xian's movement, his expression shifted, and he urgently shouted, Don't come closer, get away. Thud! A mass of dark light burst from the cloud of smoke, striking Fang Xian instantly. With no means to defend herself, she was sent flying by the impact, her body crashing heavily against the school's outer wall. The reverberating force caused her to cough up blood once more, and she slid weakly down the wall, unable to stand. As the fierce wind dispersed the smoke, the sinister creature, unscathed by Fang Xian's efforts, faced her directly. He wasn't in a rush to kill her. His gaze was fixed on Su Yi, eyes burning with fury. My perfect plan ruined by a mere stone-level brat like you. I want you dead, he snarled, raising a palm infused with energy, ready to obliterate Su Yi with this attack. But at that moment a sudden scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Su Yi's hand had clamped firmly onto the creature's wrist, halting his attack mid-air. Su Yi's hair seemed to stand on end, and the blood within him boiled, rapidly evaporating. A crimson mist enveloped his body, and somehow he found his speed and strength enhanced, allowing him to intercept the creature's attack out of nowhere. A perfect plan, Su Yi murmured, his voice heavy as if under tremendous pressure, yet a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. You mean that flawed, backup-less plan is simplistic as something a kindergarten child would concoct? This taunt instantly enraged the creature. It shook off Su Yi's grip with a surge of energy from his wrist, his eyes blazing with near-tangible fury. Despite this, he let out a cold laugh and spoke in a low voice, So you dare speak to me like this, relying on your ability Boiling Blood? If I recall correctly, this ability is considered the weakest, a mere D-level among humans, isn't it? With a dismissive tone he continued, Frankly, this ability, which burns your own blood for speed and strength, seems pathetically weak to me, not even worth a challenge. Su Yi suddenly relaxed, his hair falling back into place as his blood ceased its fiery transformation. You know, he said with a light smile, I've always considered myself quite lucky. Clenching his fist, he felt the new power he had gained from defeating the formidable wolf. Taking a deep breath, I hope your luck is good enough to survive my next attack. The Night Phantom wore a chilling smile, looking down at Su Yi with a sense of superiority. Su Yi, however, met his gaze directly and calmly closed his eyes. Within his palm, a red glow swiftly spread throughout his body. Half a second later, he opened his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this time, the card he drew was the Joker. This occurred right after Su Yi had slain the gang wolf. The third special effect of survival of the fittest, called Prodigy, successfully activated, allowing him to instantly comprehend a new D-level ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of this ability was quite straightforward. It enabled him to burn his own blood in exchange for several times his speed and strength. Among D-level abilities, it was an exceedingly rare combat-oriented skill. However, it was also one of the few D-level abilities with severe side effects. According to the national database's calculations, a normal person could sustain the boiling blood state for a maximum of 3 minutes. Exceeding this duration would rapidly lead to an anemic state. If the ability wasn't promptly deactivated, there was even a risk of death from lack of blood. At this moment, confronting the terrifying pressure of the Night Phantom, Su Yi simultaneously triggered the second special effect, Transcendence, which he could now use again due to Prodigy's activation. This time he applied it to the new ability Boiling Blood. The effect of Transcendence was to randomly elevate an ability to any level between C and SSS. Once used, the effect would vanish. Su Yi considered himself quite lucky. And in this critical urgent situation his luck didn't let him down, although he didn't randomly achieve the most powerful SSS level enhancement. The boiling blood had undergone a tremendous transformation. It was now SS level boiling blood. Special effect 1 Boil. The blood burned by boiling blood can enhance all abilities fivefold, Special effect 2 Blood mask. By condensing 5% of his own blood he can create a blood mask allowing for a single explosive attack. These two special effects, brought about by the abilities level upgrade, flashed rapidly through Suya's mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and his gaze turned incredibly calm as he looked at the Night Phantom. Now, he possessed the ability to battle this virtual demon. Suya's expression immediately fueled the flames of anger in the Night Phantom's eyes. It was incomprehensible to him how a mere stone realm brat could dare speak so boldly before him. Die! A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he swung his energy-infused right fist ferociously towards Suya's face. Boom! The imagined scene of the human's head being smashed open did not occur. His fist was caught mid-air by Suyi in a simple, unadorned manner. At this moment Suya's hair and beard stood on end once more and his blood was boiling. The blood mist rapidly rising from the intense boiling enveloped him, transforming into sheets of blood steam that continuously drifted upward. I told you, Suya's voice was incredibly deep, his eyes flashing with cold indifference, that my luck is really quite good. His right fist shot out swiftly, moving so fast that it even created a sonic boom. Nightmare was struck squarely in the chest by the punch, and his entire body shot backward like a cannonball. The terrifying impact scattered the energy cloaking his body, sending shockwaves coursing through him. With a resounding crash, Nightmare slammed into the school's perimeter wall, smashing through the solid structure and crashing into the black barrier of the arena before falling to the ground. Struggling to suppress the turmoil within his body with energy, he barely managed to get to his feet when a streak of blood-red light came hurtling from afar, appearing before him in an instant. Now tell me, who is the one trapped in the arena? Suyi murmured as he stepped forcefully towards Nightmare with his right foot. Nightmare's entire body shuddered as he desperately manipulated his energy, rolling his body to the side. Boom! Suya's foot struck the ground and the hard surface instantly cracked into a web-like pattern. The force of the impact sent Nightmare's body bouncing upward. He struggled to maintain his balance, staggering backward with disbelief flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? How can a mere D-level ability unleash such power? The absurdity of the situation spread through his mind. Were it not for his restraint, he might have cursed it outright. How the hell is this a D-level ability? Yet Suyi did not give him any time to react. The duration of his ability Blood Boil could last for a maximum of 3 minutes. He dared not deactivate it, for once he did, the Blood Boil that had been elevated to SS level by Transcendence would revert back to D level. Suya's feet pounded the ground as he charged toward Nightmare's evasive direction, swinging his right fist. But just then, the scene before him suddenly shifted. The person in front of him transformed into Fang Xian, leaning against the wall with a look of terror. She gazed at him in disbelief. Suyi, what are you doing? Thud. Suya's fist did not hesitate, landing squarely on Fang Xian's face. Her features twisted as her body flew backward, morphing back into Nightmare's form. His face was contorted with rage and disbelief and his eyes shone with shock. Why didn't you hesitate at all? His ability, called Mirage, was an A-level mental influence type. Once activated, it could create incredibly realistic illusions indistinguishable from reality. Even someone as strong as Chao Sha would hesitate momentarily under its influence. Yet Suya's attack didn't falter in the slightest, as if he truly intended to punch through Fang Xian. The human brain is incredibly precise. Suyi landed steadily, a slight frown on his face from the physical strain. He adjusted his breathing while moving towards Nightmare. With proper training, the brain can even rival a computer's capabilities. In my brain, I have detailed models of every surrounding scene. How could a sudden illusion like yours possibly affect me? Even with my eyes closed, I wouldn't miss. In the midst of rapid whispers, Suyi had already caught up with the Night Terror, who was recoiling from the blow. At this moment, Su appeared like a fierce demon, his face twisted slightly in a grimace from the pain of boiling blood. This visage entering the Night Terror's sight unexpectedly instilled a chilling terror within the Phantom. For the first time, a sense of impending doom loomed over him. This punch will send you to the afterlife. Suyi didn't hesitate, delivering a heavy punch. But just as he swung, the Night Terror before him transformed again. Suya's vision blurred momentarily, and a girl in a white dress, only half her body remaining but forcing a smile, appeared before him. Suyi, do I look like a void hunter now? She asked. You shouldn't become her. Suye's eyes flared with anger, his right fist igniting with blazing blood flames. He smashed his explosive punch into the ground, creating a crater 3 meters in radius. And you shouldn't have hesitated for that moment. The Night Terror's laughter echoed from the side, filled with madness. Suyi spun around, seeing the Night Terror had taken advantage of that instant to dodge far away. The Night Terror's eyes glinted with malice, whispering frantically, if it weren't for my severe injuries and a severed arm, how could a mere Stone Realm brat push me to this extent? Even though his abilities weren't meant for direct combat, he was still a Mountain Realm entity. If not for his injuries and the energy exhausted by Qiao Sha earlier, he wouldn't be in such a predicament now. I'm the brother of one of the 10 emperors. How could a mere human brat stop me? He gathered energy in his left palm, forming a black energy orb which he hurled backward. The energy orb shot rapidly, striking a distant building. Upon impact, the structure exploded and massive stone blocks half a floor high began tumbling down towards the ground. Suye's expression shifted, quickly glancing in that direction. If he remembered correctly, that was where Wang Pang and the others were gathered. Over 20 students were there, and if struck by the stone, it would be fatal. You weak and foolish humans. The Night Terror laughed maniacally. Will you save them or continue fighting me? Anger flashed in Suye's eyes, but without a word he dashed towards the falling stones. The Night Terror's eyes flickered with coldness, a mocking smile on his lips. Pointless guardianship is the essence of your human folly. Without hesitation he began moving in the opposite direction. I must devour some humans first to restore my energy and heal my wounds. However, he hadn't gone far when a disturbance arose behind him. At that moment, not only the Night Terror but even Suyi, who had sprinted over 10 meters, stopped in their tracks. Thick vines erupted from the ground, supporting the stone blocks from below. The force of the falling boulder significantly weakened but soon crashed through the vines, continuing its descent. Simultaneously, numerous forces rushed in from all directions, strange and varied in strength, converging on the rock. In a matter of moments, the gigantic boulder and countless falling pieces of masonry were all shattered by the energies scattering across the ground. Amidst the dust and debris, dozens of figures slowly emerged, and as the smoke cleared, Suye's eyes were greeted by nearly 100 students and teachers. Leading them was none other than the despairing teacher from the Awakeners Academy who had previously crouched by the barrier alongside his deskmate Wang Pang. At this moment the despair was gone from the teacher's eyes. Though still filled with fear, he shouted loudly, I've gathered everyone from the school. If you fall, no amount of running will save us. Let's fight with all we've got. Don't worry about us, we can protect ourselves. Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers gathered together, all anxiously watching the field. Though separated by some distance, they could still sense the energy fluctuations and the surging blood and chi power emanating from both the Nether Demon and Suyi. Wang Peng mustered his courage, took 2 steps forward, and cupped his hands around his mouth to shout loudly, Brother, ye beat this Nether Demon. If it's you, you can definitely do it. His eyes were full of trust, shouting desperately as if unaware of fear, Damn humans. The face of the Nightmare Demon changed dramatically, his retreating figure suddenly coming to a halt. His original plan was to break down and devour the scattered students throughout the school one by one to restore his injuries and energy. But to his surprise, these humans, who had only known to flee in the face of crisis, had the courage to regroup. It seemed they had pinned all their hopes on Suyi and Fan Xin, believing they could defeat the Steel Wolf and even him. Suyi gazed in a daze at the nearly 100 figures gathered together, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly turned, speaking as if to himself, Perhaps this is what fools like you want to protect. His eyes slightly raised, looking towards the Nightmare Demon, the boiling blood within him nearing its limit, closing in on the 3-minute boundary. This time I definitely won't miss. With force, he stomped the ground, and as it cracked beneath him, his whole being became like a blazing, soaring flame, closing in on the Nightmare Demon almost instantly. He swung 2 punches in succession. Even though the Nightmare Demon had already raised energy defenses in time, he was still forced to retreat. His chest churned, blood spurted into the air, energy quivered, and madness flashed in his eyes. How could I possibly be stopped here by you? I must prove to my brother that I'm not just the 10 Emperor's little brother, I can also stand on my own as a Nether Demon. Memories of those who flattered him on the surface but looked down on him behind his back flashed once more through his mind. The disappointment in his brother's eyes and the coldness in his words lingered. With your current strength, entering the Dragon Kingdom through the Void Realm is no different from seeking death. Don't waste my time here. If you're so free, go hone your skills. you're my brother. Stop dwelling on childish fantasies and bring honor to the title of the 10 emperors. The roar from Nightmare echoed, refusing to retreat as he swung his lone arm towards Suyi, bellowing, I am the only victor. I will never lose. At that moment, a black gem in the center of his forehead burst with dazzling light and his entire body's energy surged. Suyi also swung his fist, his eyes icy, roaring that Guy Fong Xian fought with his life to protect these people behind him. How could I let you harm them? In an instant, the blood in his body evaporated and the blood mist lingering in the air quickly formed a crimson mask that covered his face. As the blood mask appeared, the speed of his right fist increased dramatically, almost turning into a blur, charging horizontally towards Nightmare. Crack! The solid arena above the firmament shattered with a thunderous crash. 3 figures dashed out from one side, revealing the speeding figures of Cao Sha and his companions. Cao Sha clutched a blue longsword, maintaining a slashing posture, anxiously glancing ahead, but suddenly froze. Intense blood flames shot skyward on the already battered field. Suyi and Nightmare's fists intertwined, but his fist struck Nightmare first, piercing through his chest and leaving a bloody hole. Nightmare's expression twitched in disbelief as he mumbled, brother. Suyi's face was stern and the mask on his face shattered into a cloud of blood mist dispersing behind him. Nightmare's fist remained frozen in front of Suyi, unable to advance further. In the next moment, his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, forcibly blasted apart by Suyi. Hey! Cao Sha murmured, staring ahead, the blue shadow in his hand dissipating into a stream of light. I remember Fong Xian once said that Guy's ability was a D-level ability, right? At this moment, not only him but even Gui Yan and Xiaoli behind were in a stupor, staring incredulously at the scene before them. The 3 of them gulped in unison, their minds echoing the same thought. This is a D-level ability, you call this a D-level ability? The pure white ceiling came into Suyi's view. He silently stared at it for about 3 seconds to adjust to the light, then sat up. Hey Suyi, you're awake. Wei Yan, who had been sitting by Suyi's bed, noticed his movement and immediately put down his phone, showing surprise. His voice was loud, and a few seconds later, Cao Sha walked in from outside the door. Yo, you're awake. Suyi glanced around the room and then looked at the 2 of them. What's the date today? Gui Yan's expression was stern, his tone heavy as he spoke. It's August. Now you've been in a coma for 2 months. This isn't a joke. Suyi without hesitation reached for Gui Yan's phone and checked it. Surprisingly, he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. I thought your first question upon waking would be where am I? Cao Sha sat straight on the chair beside the bed, smiling as he spoke. Isn't this a hospital? Suyi raised his left hand, noticing the 4 drip connected to his hand. Judging by the hospital bed and equipment, it wasn't hard to identify his surroundings. Outside the window, there was a billboard from the trade building indicating they were likely in the central hospital in the west of the city, and my being here is probably due to excessive blood loss, right? Suyi speculated. Cao Sha turned to Gui Yan and asked with a grin, what's his reaction time? 42 seconds, Gui Yan replied, glancing at his watch with a look of admiration. Did you see that? He took only 42 seconds to assess his coma duration, location and current situation. Cao Sha praised. Such speed in observation and judgment could rightly be called genius. In battle, having such quick observational and decision-making skills could lead to strategic advantages. He patted Gui Yan on the shoulder before turning to Suyi. You took down a mountain-level phantom demon and a rock-level phantom beast. Besides, you saved all 110 students of 3rd middle school. All these achievements will be credited to you. The government will also reward you according to the Phantom Hunter regulations, Cao Sha explained. Suyi, unfazed, deliberated for a moment and responded, can I just receive the reward? You can take the credit for the achievements. I don't want to draw unnecessary attention. Are you sure? Cao Sha asked, though he had anticipated this, still smiling. You know, such recognition is quite prestigious among Phantom Hunters. With this achievement, even if you join Longxia Academy, you could be the top of the new recruits. Others would hold you in high regard. Just empty fame, Suyi said dismissively as he removed the needle from his hand and sat cross-legged on the bed, silently sensing his physical condition. What about Fong Xian? He suddenly remembered Fong Xian, who was knocked unconscious by the Night Phantom during the battle, and asked. Don't worry, I'm doing just fine, came a muffled voice from the doorway. Suyi looked up and his expression turned peculiar. There stood a heavily bandaged mummy hobbling in with Xiaoli's support. Have you awakened your bloodline and turned into a mummy? He asked half-jokingly. Suyi tried hard to keep a straight face, stifling a laugh that was threatening to escape. Enough with the nonsense, Fong Xin, only showing one eye, mumbled in a low muffled voice. That was a phantom of the mountain realm. Surviving was no easy feat, her injuries were too severe, and this was the only way to manage them temporarily. Xia Li's expression remained as cold as ever, yet Su Yi noticed the corners of her mouth twitching ever so slightly. Looks like everyone is here, Cao Sha noted, glancing back at Fong Xin as she entered. Suddenly he stood up from his chair, prompting Gui Yen to follow suit. With Xia Li's support, Fong Xin joined them, forming a line of four, their expressions turning serious. Salute, Cao Sha commanded in a low voice, and the four of them immediately adopted solemn expressions, placing their right fists over their left chests and standing upright. Su Yi, on behalf of the 5th Squad of Phantom Hunters, I thank you. The four bowed deeply, disregarding their own statuses, and directed their gratitude towards Su Yi. Fong Xin, though a bit clumsy and slightly behind the others, also bowed to express her thanks to Su Yi. The appearance of phantoms and beasts on campus was a grave oversight on my part, Cao Sha admitted in a steady voice tinged with guilt. If not for your selfless intervention, the casualties would have been severe. Your actions corrected our errors and saved 110 lives. We owe you our deepest gratitude. His voice was solemn, his expression earnest, and his tone sincere beyond doubt. However, the scene Cao Sha imagined, where Su Yi would be deeply moved, did not unfold as expected. Instead, upon witnessing their gestures, Su Yi recoiled to the other side of the bed, wearing an expression of utter disdain. Do you Phantom Hunters all enjoy awkward theatrics? He quipped. Fong Xin burst into laughter, shaking even within her bandages. I told you this guy isn't into that kind of stuff. Cao Sha awkwardly straightened up, the carefully crafted atmosphere dissipated by Fong Xin's laughter. He rubbed his temples in resignation, muttering to himself, but that's how they do it on TV. For pairs of peculiar eyes were fixed on him, prompting him to clear his throat and look seriously at Su Yi. We've already handled the aftermath of this incident, Cao Sha continued. The students who witnessed it will only conclude that the Phantom fought Fong Xin until she was severely injured and was then killed by you, sparing you any unnecessary trouble. Although I'm very curious about your situation, we've received an urgent summons from the academy and we must return at once. He retrieved a broken sword from his coat, the very one that hadn't been recovered in time, the ancient Xiao Xiao, and its sheath cut in half. This belongs to you. I've recovered it for you. As for your reward, someone will contact you later to distribute it. Besides, after placing the items on the table beside the bed, Cao Sha's expression grew more serious. He pulled out an ancient-looking jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it to Su Yi. I heard some things about you from Fong Xin. I also understand that you had some prejudices against Phantom Hunters in the past. I don't expect you to quickly change your bias, but I still hope you can use your own eyes to see what kind of people the Void Hunters truly are. After tossing the jade pendant, he turned and left with the other three. Just as he reached the hospital room's door, he gently turned his head, revealing a side profile, and smiled slightly. If possible, I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. Su Yi reached out to catch the jade pendant and looked down. Engraved on the pendant was a vivid azure dragon, cool to the touch and quite comfortable. On the back of the pendant, the characters Long Xia were boldly carved. As the oldest academy in the Dragon Nation, Long Xia Academy is renowned, and almost every awakened being dreams of attending it. The origins of this jade pendant Su Yi had heard about before. It was crafted from special materials obtained from the Void Realm, combined with spiritual jade, creating what was known as the Dragon Jade. Not only did it contain energy that could nurture the body, but it also served a very important purpose. It was an invitation to Long Xia Academy. Other academies for the awakened required interviews or performance evaluations to recruit students. However, Long Xia Academy had only one entrance condition: the invitation system. Only those recognized by special personnel of Long Xia Academy or the members of the Void Hunting team would receive the Dragon Jade as an invitation. Due to this, the number of students admitted to Long Xia Academy each year was extremely limited. Yet every single one was an elite among elites, with at least 80% becoming Void Hunters battling against Void Demons. In terms of both comprehensive strength and overall resources, Long Xia Academy far surpassed the second place by several times. Su Yi held the Dragon Jade in his hand, displaying a peculiar expression on his face. He never expected to receive a Dragon Jade. To enter Long Xia Academy, one's ability rating needed to be at least a B level or higher, with most students averaging an A level ability. He was the first in history to gain admission with a D level ability. Previously, Su Yi held a strong bias against the Void Hunters. However, the actions of Fong Xin and their willingness to shield others with their lives had somewhat changed his opinion. Many memories flashed through his mind. After the school incident, more clues surfaced in his thoughts, rekindling unresolved mysteries. The image of the girl who had died before his eyes once again flickered in his mind. He mused to himself, many answers need to be found, whether regarding her death or those responsible for it, perhaps. These answers lie within Long Xia Academy. Suddenly Suyi clasped the jade pendant tightly. Perhaps, going to Long Xia Academy wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Maybe I should consider it. At the entrance of the central hospital, just after Chao Sha and his companions left, an exceptionally long limousine pulled up in front of them. Two men dressed in black, resembling bodyguards, stepped out of the car and opened the doors for a few others. They filed into the vehicle, which immediately roared to life and sped off toward the airport. "Senior, why do we have to rush back so quickly?" Gui Yan asked, puzzled as he looked at Chao Sha voicing the question that had been nagging at him. The night terror who perished this time had a void gem embedded in his forehead. Chao Sha replied, his expression growing more solemn. As you know, the hierarchy among the void demons is very strict. Possessing a void gem indicates that he was of noble rank, a figure of significant standing. After reporting his details to the school, the board sent me a message today. He paused for a moment, then continued with a sudden gravity. The Night Terror might very well be the biological brother of Bright Day, one of the current 10 emperors of the Void Demons. What did you say, the 10 emperors? Fong Xin, who had been wrapped up like a mummy, widened his eyes in disbelief at this shocking piece of news. The board has deemed this situation extremely dangerous. Chao Sha nodded, pressing on. Ever since our greatest human warrior, Senior Tao Tai, disappeared 50 years ago, the Void Demons have been restless. Even though we've tried our best to conceal it, they have learned of this through special channels. They are attempting to make a comeback and invade the Dragon Nation again. Now that the younger brother of a 10 emperor has died within our borders, it's hard to imagine they won't use this as an opportunity to retaliate. Wouldn't Su be in great danger then? Fong Xin was the first to voice this concern, his face immediately reflecting his anxiety. If the Void Demons seek revenge, they might target him first. That's why Senior just gave that guy the dragon gem. Xiaoli spoke in a cool, contemplative manner, adding, moreover, we've already sealed off the information. Even if the Void Demons want revenge, they will only come after us. Wait, that was the dragon gem that Senior tossed just now. Fong Xian finally pieced it together, looking enlightened. Xiaoli rubbed his brow in exasperation before continuing, that guy is indeed different from ordinary people. Didn't you notice? He seemed to disdain us. Deliberately distancing himself, but he was just trying to decline our favor, putting on an act. Indeed, Chao Sha smiled slightly, as if he had long seen through this. He appears casual and indifferent, but he harbors a sense of justice. If he could truly join Longxia Academy, he might stir up a significant storm. He glanced out the window, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upwards. Meanwhile, in the Void Nation, Lord Bright Day, you must not open the Void Realm on your own. A Void Demon, visibly anxious, chased after the white-clothed figure ahead, trying to stop the esteemed 10 Emperor. He hurried forward, his eyes filled with panic. You must understand, the Dragon Nation is now under the protection of infinite providence. With your status and strength, once the Void Realm opens, it would quickly attract the human powerhouses from the Kunlun realm to besiege you. Hasn't His Majesty the Void King already said that now is not the time for us to start a war? Suddenly a loud slap echoed as Mingzhou's steps halted abruptly. His right palm moved like the wind, instantly grabbing the neck of the demon in front of him, lifting him off the ground. His appearance resembled that of a night terror, yet his expression was stern, the black gemstone at his brow faintly glowing, eyes filled with immense fury. So what you're saying is, my own brother died in the Dragon Nation and I can only stand by helplessly doing nothing? His voice was like thunder, roaring with intensity, as a fierce white light shone from his palm, illuminating half the sky. A teasing yet slightly coquettish voice rang from the side. Mingzhou, wasn't your foolish brother's death partly due to the immense pressure you placed on him? Yet here you are venting on your clansmen, how useless. Mingzhou released his grip, dropping the demon to the ground. Filled with anger, he turned to face a seductive red-haired woman leaning against a wall not far away. Red Rain, do you think that just because you're one of the 3 stars, I wouldn't dare to touch you? Behind him, a radiant light flickered, waves of terrifying energy surged. Red Rain chuckled sweetly, unfazed by Mingzhou's aura. Instead, she parted her red lips slightly and spoke softly. His Majesty the Void King summons you to the Void Shrine. There are ancient fragments appearing in the Star Nation. You need to open the Void Realm and enter the Star Nation to capture them. Hearing the mention of the king's name, Mingzhou's pupils contracted sharply and the energy behind him subsided somewhat. As for the human who killed your brother, Red Rain smiled lightly as she retreated, her figure gradually disappearing. That guy from Elysium has already sent a counselor to eliminate him. If nothing goes awry, it won't be long before that human's corpse is delivered to you. Meanwhile, inside a McDonald's, Wang Peng waved at the entrance to Su Yi, before him a lavish family bucket. I just got out of the hospital and here you are calling me to this place. Su Yi sat down without hesitation, grabbing a handful of fries and stuffing them into his mouth. Is there something important you need to tell me? It's just to celebrate your successful recovery, Su Yi, Wang Peng laughed. Though his eyes flickered evasively as if lost in thought. I've never seen you be this generous before. Su Yi chuckled dryly, beginning to devour the food in front of him with gusto. Wang Peng also smiled, casually tossing a fry into his mouth. Su Yi, do you know how stunning you looked at school a few days ago? Those female classmates couldn't take their eyes off you. The members of the Anti-Virtual Alliance from other classes were so terrified by your demeanor that their legs went weak. I must have looked quite dashing at that moment, right? Su Yi mumbled through a mouthful of cola, letting out a satisfied burp. Indeed, you looked impressive, Wang Peng admitted, though his mouth twitched at the memory. If only you hadn't immediately faceplanted after throwing that punch, you might have looked even cooler. What? Su Yi stopped chewing, eyes wide. Did I fall in such an embarrassing manner? Damn my reputation. If I'd known I was going to faint, I would have struck a pose first. He grumbled regretfully, viciously biting into a chicken leg. After that virtual demon was smashed to pieces, a few hunters from Longxia Academy arrived quickly. The other students thought it was those hunters who significantly weakened the demon, allowing you to finish it off. But I know it was definitely you, Brother Yi, who killed it with your own hands. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have made it to the school in time and we might all be dead by now. Their version isn't incorrect either, Su Yi said, his face unchanged, showing no desire to take all the credit. If they hadn't weakened the demon, I wouldn't have had a chance to confront it directly. Tang Xiaowan asked me several times for your contact information after you fainted. Oh, and that Liao Wei also wants to thank you in person. Did you give them my contact info? So you paused, looking nervously at Wang Peng. Of course not. Wang Peng proudly thumped his chest. I flatly refused them. I told them that Brother Ye's contact details are not something they deserve. Ha? Su Yi smirked sarcastically, though if the school belle wanted my contact info in private, you could have given it to her. He finished his sarcastic remark, casually grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth, then returned to his usual lazy demeanor, eyeing Wang Peng. You're acting strange today. Spit it out. Why did you specifically seek me out today? You figured it out, Wang Peng sighed with a bitter smile. He hesitated for a moment before looking at Su Yi, his voice slightly uncertain. Actually, Brother Yi, let me clarify first, my sexual orientation is completely normal. Su Yi suddenly interrupted, eyeing Wang Peng warily. I like women too, you know. Wang Peng was so flustered by the interruption that his carefully prepared emotions dissipated instantly, his face turning red as he shouted. But it was precisely Su Yi's interruption that helped ease his nerves, allowing him to finally take a deep breath and announce quickly, I'm going to join the Awakeners Academy. Ah, I knew that, Su Yi said lazily, leaning back in his chair, not at all surprised. The Shu City Academy, right? Huh? Wang Peng was momentarily stunned, then looked astonished again. How did you know? You awaken C-level abilities, and with my assessment of your capabilities, there are only about 3 academies that could accept you. Considering your parents' hometown is in Shu City, joining the Shu City Academy seems like the best choice. It's ranked 5th in the country, not bad at all, quite suitable for you. Wang Peng hadn't expected that what he wanted to say Su Yi already knew. This unexpected turn of events made him scratch his head in surprise, but he continued anyway. Actually, I'm here to say goodbye to you today. Early tomorrow, I'll be heading back to Shu City with my parents. With school registration and various odds and ends piled up, it'll probably take quite some time to get everything sorted. By the time we meet again, it might be a long while. I know, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. I wanted to thank you, Brother Yi, for taking care of me these past few years. Why are you saying so much nonsense? Su Yi smacked Wang Peng on the head. Becoming an awakened one should be your dream, right? Though his expression remained calm, there was a hint of encouragement in his eyes. He looked at his first friend in this world after his crossing, his only friend in school, and lightly extended his fist. Since you've successfully awakened, keep striving forward. In his mind, the image of the girl in the white dress, sitting on a swing bathed in sunlight, flickered once again, but this time his answer was entirely different. Dreams are remarkable things, aren't they? At Longxia Academy in the principal's office, Xiao Sha pushed the door open and immediately noticed Principal Xia Wu seated behind his desk. This was an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, and the years etched on his face recorded the history of the Dragon Nation. It's rumored that Principal Xia Wu was born on the day of the catastrophe 300 years ago and is one of the longest living individuals in the Dragon Nation. He too is an awakened one with immeasurable strength, yet almost no one has seen him take action and no one knows the extent of his power. At this moment the principal sat with his fingers interlocked, looking ahead with a calm face, his eyes bright and alert, seemingly unaware of Xiao Sha's entrance. "Principal, I'm here," Xiao Sha announced solemnly, standing before the desk, and then waited silently, yet Xiao Wu remained in the same posture, not blinking, just quietly gazing forward. "Principal," Xiao Sha called again, puzzled, and looked toward the principal. Moments later he heard a faint snoring sound, and he finally noticed something amiss, a vein throbbing on his temple. Bam! Xiao Sha slapped the desk forcefully, shouting loudly, "Principal! You're drawing eyes on your eyelids to sneak in a nap again?" The loud noise jolted the elderly Xiao Wu awake. Startled, his body shuddered and the once bright eyes rolled back, revealing the eyes hidden beneath his lids. Huh? He looked around in confusion, even drooling a bit at the corner of his mouth. What's happening? An earthquake? Xiao Sha squinted at the disheveled principal in front of him, speechless as he sighed lightly, holding his forehead in disbelief. This was Longxia Academy. After all, how could an ordinary earthquake possibly affect the school? Oh, right indeed, Xiao Wu realized, nodding in agreement. Xiao Wu suddenly showed a look of realization, as if he had just come back to his senses. It was only now that he noticed Xiao Sha standing in front of him. "Hey Xiao Sha, what are you doing here?" he asked. Xiao Sha, feeling his temper rising by the minute, responded, "Wasn't it you who called me here?" In just a few moments his anger had surged and the veins on his forehead were visible. Xiao Wu, chuckling, stood up and stretched lazily. Getting old makes one forgetful. "So, what did I call you here for? You're asking me?" Xiao Sha couldn't hold it any longer and slammed his hand on the table. "I'd like to know too." Xiao Wu crossed his arms and stood there, tilting his head as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "Oh, have you eaten?" And thud, Xiao Sha finally lost control and punched the principal's desk in front of him. The mahogany desk was left with a fist imprint. Instantly, Xiao Wu's eyelid twitched and he immediately hugged the desk heartbrokenly, shouting, "Hey, I spent a fortune custom making this desk. Why are young people so heavy-handed these days?" Xiao Sha, almost gritting his teeth, said slowly, "If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave." I remember now." Xiao Wu's voice came from beside the desk. "The student you recommended, is his name Su Yi?" His playful expression vanished, replaced by a more serious tone. Xiao Sha halted his steps to leave and turned back around. "I read your report. He has awakened a D-level ability, right?" Xiao Wu asked. "Yes, Principal," Xiao Sha replied, his expression turning more serious, "but based on our interactions with him, he may be an awakener of dual abilities. However, both abilities he possesses should be at the D level." At this point his expression became somewhat peculiar as he recalled the scene of Suyi shattering a night phantom with a single punch. Although it was somewhat discernible that the ability Suyi used was the D-level boiling blood, it was baffling why a D-level ability could have such terrifying explosive power. "So even though he has awakened a D-level ability, you still believe he is qualified to enter Longxia Academy?" Xiao Wu asked thoughtfully as he sat back at his desk. "Yes," Xiao Sha nodded firmly, "his talent is incredibly high, definitely qualifying him for Longxia Academy. That night phantom was killed by him. But to protect him, we have kept the news under wraps so he shouldn't face any threats even if he doesn't choose to join Longxia Academy." Xiao Wu intertwined his fingers again, placing them gently in front of him. "One of the reasons I called you here is precisely because of this matter. You should know that the Night Phantom possessed a Void Jade, making it a higher tier Void Demon. In terms of strength and status, it surpasses ordinary Void Demons," Xiao Wu explained. "I've heard about this," Xiao Sha replied thoughtfully, "and precisely because of its special status, the board was anxious to call us back." Xiao Wu's gaze lifted slightly. His eyes sharp and focused on Xiao Sha. "Are you aware," he continued, "that the Void Jade has the function of recording?" "What did you say?" Xiao Sha's expression changed slightly, his tone suddenly becoming more urgent. The existence of the Void Jade was something he had only begun to understand in the past 2 years, and even then his knowledge was superficial. Such noble entities within the Void Demons had only appeared in the Dragon Nation less than 5 times. A Void Demon possessing a Void Jade would transmit the scenes it experienced at the moment of its death back to the Void Nation. Xiao Wu's words were like a bomb dropped into Qiao Sha's mind, causing his expression to change drastically. Doesn't this mean? This means that the disguise you've put up for the child is useless, Xiao Wu calmly continued. As soon as the nightmare died, his brother, the 10 Emperors of Daylight, would have seen the scenes before his death. The child who killed the nightmare is destined to face the Void Demon's revenge. Qiao Sha was shaken to his core and immediately wanted to leave. I need to return to Jincheng now, he needs protection. Even if you go back now, you may not make it in time, Xiao Wu's steady voice slowly reached him, his tone unwavering. Qiao Sha's eyes flared with anger as he looked sharply ahead, ready to erupt, but the principal's next words drifted in leisurely. So I've already sent someone reliable to bring the child here. That person just finished a mission and can conveniently bring him back. Reliable? Qiao Sha was momentarily stunned, unable to think of whom the principal meant. It's that guy. Xiao Wu suddenly furrowed his brow, tilting his head. What was his name again? He pondered for a full minute. Just as Qiao Sha was growing impatient, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Oh right, I remember, the kid's title is Ice King. It's him. Qiao Sha's brow twitched, a strange look flashed across his eyes, but he felt relieved. If it was him, there was indeed no need to worry too much. I have another matter to discuss with you today, Xiao Wu spoke softly, looking at Qiao Sha. Please. Principal Qiao Sha regained some of his respectfulness, speaking with a hint of reverence. Go to the airport and pick up Instructor Lian Shou for the academy. He should arrive on the 8 p.m. flight. Instructor Lian Shou. Hearing this name, Qiao Sha suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories, his entire face turning odd and shocked. Wait, does this mean? That's right, Xiao Wu replied with a faint elusive smile. The entrance examination 10 days from now will be overseen by Instructor Lian Shou. These new students are truly unfortunate. Qiao Sha's eye twitched, involuntarily recalling scenes from years ago when he enrolled. That was someone known as a devil instructor. He sighed softly, muttering to himself. That kid should be able to pass the entrance exam, right? He shook his head, turning to leave. I'll head to the airport now. As he watched Qiao Sha leave the office, Xiao Wu's gaze turned deep as he looked gently out the window. An SS-level awakener, the son of the Qin family in the capital, the heiress of the Tang group, and now a little D-level fellow has emerged. It seems that this year's entrance examination will be quite interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as his hand gently brushed over the fist mark that Qiao Sha had left. In an instant, the area his palm touched returned to its original state, once again becoming the intact redwood table it was before. It looks better this way, he mused to himself. Please make sure he gets to his destination safely, thank you. Suyi closed the car door, watching the taxi take Wang Ping away before shaking his head with a light chuckle. After leaving McDonald's, the two headed straight to a karaoke venue. Wang Peng sang and drank simultaneously, incoherently shouting about his determination to become a void hunter and how he would never be a burden to Brother Yi. Eventually he drank himself into a stupor. It was already past 8 in the evening and the night breeze brushed against Su Ye's face, bringing him a touch of sobriety. Although he hadn't drunk as much, he still had quite a bit, leaving him a little dizzy as well. Void hunter, he mused aloud, shaking his head with a soft laugh. In the past, he never imagined he would ever consider the possibility of becoming a void hunter himself. So he lightly patted his face, pressing onward until he reached a vending machine. He inserted a coin, quickly retrieving a bottle of mineral water. The cool liquid slipped down his throat, bringing him back to full awareness. Many tasks lay before him now. After successfully unlocking the third special effect of survival of the fittest, known as Prodigy, he gained a new ability called Blood Boil. However, Prodigy entered a month-long cooldown period. Only after a month could he sense the conditions for triggering Prodigy again. Based on Su Ye's analysis, the next trigger condition would likely not require slaying a Rock Realm Void Beast. After acquiring Blood Boil, he could use the first special effect, Evolution, to sense the conditions for evolving Blood Boil to sea level. This time, it didn't require something as rare as Starseed Meteor Iron, which only existed in the Void Realm. However, he still needed a special material called Blood Lotus to evolve Blood Boil successfully. Supposedly this item only grew deep within snowy mountains, and even if it was available on the market, it would cost over 10,000 dragon coins, a sum Suyi couldn't afford at present. As for the second special effect, Transcendence, once Blood Boil was successfully upgraded to SS level, it also entered a 2-week cooldown period. During this time he couldn't use Transcendence to enhance his abilities. Indeed, he couldn't rely entirely on the capabilities of survival of the fittest. He needed to master these 2 D-level abilities perfectly and integrate them to stabilize his combat power. So he pondered all this as he finished the bottle of mineral water he held. he hadn't even had a chance to tighten the bottle cap when a peculiar night breeze swept through. The lights of the vending machine in front of him and the street lamps behind him began to flicker erratically. Moments later, the lights suddenly went out. Darkness enveloped the area for about a second before the lights flickered back on. Suya's movements froze in place as he suddenly realized something astonishing. Although it was late at night and the surrounding pedestrians were sparse, there had been a steady flow of people, with many young individuals enjoying the nightlife. But after that eerie breeze passed, the pedestrians vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. It seemed as though he was the only one left in this world, with silence enveloping him, save for the sound of the wind. No way! Suya's tipsiness dissipated instantly as a sense of unease washed over him, and he turned his head abruptly. Behind him stood a man in a tailcoat, smiling as if he had been standing there for quite some time. This place is called the Limited Void Realm, and its effect is somewhat similar to your mirror world. Incidentally, the mirror world was developed as an imitation of the Limited Void Realm. Suyi crushed the empty plastic bottle in his hand and tossed it aside, then looked at the man and spoke thoughtfully. Let me guess. A man in a tailcoat in the middle of the night, giving a creepy stalker-like smile to a vibrant high school student like me and trapping me in this special space. You're a long-starved pervert, aren't you? The man's smile froze on his face and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at Su Yi. If I were that kind of person you mentioned, you would be sprawled over the vending machine right now, not standing here talking to me. Ha, I guess you're right. Suyi let out a dry laugh, then his smile faded as he looked intently ahead, reciting with a firm tone, "You're from the Council of Void Demons. Oh, you actually know the name of the council?" The man seemed somewhat surprised and looked at Suyi with curiosity. Yes, and I also know that you're all just a bunch of lackeys working for the Void Demons. Suyi smiled nonchalantly, though his words were sharp. Oh no, I should say you're traitors to humanity. The man remained unfazed, not angered by Suya's provocation, merely smiling calmly. People fundamentally do not understand us, nor do they understand the goals of the Void Lords. He looked at Suyi with a hint of pity. We exist for a greater cause, and only by helping the Void Lords achieve their ultimate goal can we save this world. It seems that this council is more like a cult. Suyi sneered, his words becoming increasingly incisive. Is your next line going to be "I sincerely believe in the Void Lords"? Before the baptism you won't understand. The man returned to his original calm demeanor and smiled gently. He then turned his smile towards Suyi, saying, "According to Lord Bliss, you are a very clever fellow. Why don't you guess why I am here? It's about the nightmare, isn't it?" Suyi spoke calmly, having already deduced the visitor's background the moment he appeared. Fong Xin and the others wouldn't deceive me, so the matter of me killing the nightmare must have been handled and my identity kept confidential, yet here you are before me. This means that my killing of the nightmare was somehow communicated to the Void Demons. The nightmare mentioned before dying that he was the brother of one of the 10 emperors. I suppose you were sent by that so-called 10 emperor to deal with me. His analysis was meticulous and logical, showing no sign of panic in his eyes. Instead, he used the conversation to buy time while his mind raced to think of an escape plan. Indeed you are very clever. The man in the tailcoat nodded approvingly but suddenly reached out his hand. In that split second, Suya's expression changed slightly, feeling as though an invisible force was pressing him in place, unable to move. This was not some special ability but sheer suppression using energy. Because of this, today you will die here. The man maintained his smile throughout, his eyes showing no ripples of emotion. He even bowed with his right hand placed gracefully over his chest and his left hand behind his back, addressing Suyi. I am the 17th counselor of the Void Demon Council. Do not attempt to resist. You have no chance of victory. My realm is Peak Realm. Suya's expression shifted again as he strained to move his body, but he remained completely immobile. At this moment, apart from his face, his entire body was firmly pressed by an invisible force, and no matter how he tried to mobilize his energy, he could not shake this force. Previously, the nightmare of the mountain realm had also used energy suppression on him, but back then he only felt a slight heaviness on his shoulders. Now, the energy wielded by this 17th counselor was like a tidal wave, rendering him immobile. This was the Peak Realm. Suyi once again sensed the difference in power with each level of energy. Despite the situation, he slightly raised his gaze to the front. This counselor, to kill me, you specifically deployed a Peak Realm Awakener. Isn't that unnecessary? I'm merely an ant in the Stone Realm. Even if you sent someone from the Rock Realm, I wouldn't stand a chance. The 17th counselor chuckled gracefully, then spoke indifferently. In the Void Demon Council, aside from a few elite seeds, there is no existence below the Mountain Realm. To become a counselor, one must at least be of the Mountain Realm. His words suddenly stopped, his expression changing slightly, but he gave a light chuckle. In such a situation you still seek to probe council intelligence? At such a young age he demonstrated an extraordinary temperament, indeed showing a bit of cleverness. As he swung his right hand, Sui suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his neck tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. Sui clenched his right fist tightly, desperately trying to break free from this force, but it was all in vain. "I could have killed you just like this," said the 17th counselor, just as Sui was about to suffocate from lack of oxygen. Lowering his right hand, Suya's body fell back and he began to cough and gasp for air. He inhaled deeply and his face, which had turned somewhat purple from lack of oxygen, slowly returned to normal. In that fleeting moment he even thought he might meet a tragic end right there, but I've changed my mind now, the 17th counselor continued with a smile, looking at Suyi without any apparent aggression on the surface. Only Suyi knew that just 3 more seconds would have been enough to make him pass out from cerebral hypoxia. "What do you, cough, want to do?" Suyi asked, gasping heavily. "Master Gile has instructed me to offer you an opportunity," the 17th counselor spoke softly, as if conveying some sacred decree. "As long as you're willing to join the Void Demon Council, the Master is willing to fully cultivate you and ensure your safety. As for Master Mingzhou, he will handle it for you, so you won't have any worries." Such a cliché recruitment tactic. Sui, having somewhat recovered, chuckled lightly and looked ahead. "Didn't you just say that the council doesn't have awakeners below the rock realm? If you're willing to return to the council with me, Master Gile naturally has a way to help you break through to the rock realm in a short time," the 17th counselor replied with a faint smile. "Even if you wish, becoming a presence in the mountain realm within 2 years is not a difficult task. Such tempting conditions," Sui said with a cold smile. "Aren't you worried that I might betray you? Once you undergo the baptism you'll understand us," the 17th counselor replied simply. "What is this so-called baptism, some kind of brainwashing ceremony?" Sui mocked. "The baptism will allow you to understand the true nature of the world." The counselor's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if recalling something. "Once you've seen this true world, you'll fully comprehend the goals of the Void Demon Lords. By then you'll naturally be willing to join the council and act for the Lord's objectives." "The true nature of the world, what does that mean?" Suye's eyes flickered as he hurriedly inquired. "Don't you think you're asking too many questions?" The 17th counselor reverted to his original demeanor, calmly concluding the conversation. "The council can grant you power far beyond that of your peers. The promise of ultimate happiness lay before him: money, power, women, strength, knowledge, life, and even the reversal of death itself." At these words a flicker of interest sparked in Suye's eyes. "Whatever you desire, you can obtain it." The council member's voice rose with enthusiasm, only to gradually mellow into calmness. "The council never forces anyone to join," he stated, his gaze fixing intently on Suye. "I only ask you this once. Would you like to join the council?" Suye's voice dropped to a low, steady tone as he looked directly at the 17th council member. "You just said that even death can be reversed if one joins the council?" "Indeed," the 17th council member affirmed with a smile. "Once you become a council member, you can make a wish to the great bliss. Whatever your wish may be, it will be granted, even if it's something as miraculous as reviving the dead." Suyi felt as if struck by lightning, his breath quickening as a familiar image flashed through his mind. "Is what you're saying true?" he asked swiftly, his voice trembling slightly at this moment. The 17th council member noticed his expression and, with a serene look in his eyes, assured him of its truth. "My wife Lianxiang passed away 7 years ago. It was the great bliss who brought her back to life, allowing her to return to my side. I witnessed every detail of her revival, and it is precisely because of this that I hold such respect for the great bliss. If that's the case, then I..." Suye's body trembled slightly as the regret buried deep within him began to grow uncontrollably, like wild grass after a rain. If it's possible, perhaps she too could. The 17th council member opened his right hand, looking at Suyi with a comforting gaze, awaiting the correct decision. However, the next moment Suye's expression of longing vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. He even stuck out his tongue. "How could I possibly join an organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that foolish?" He stared ahead with a cold sneer, his eyes filled with derision. "How was my acting just now?" he inquired, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The 17th council member's expression of comfort turned to shock, then swiftly to icy detachment. "In that case, you can just die," he declared without hesitation. His right hand shot forward, gripping tightly as he unleashed a deadly attack on Suyi. Suyi immediately felt an invisible force constricting him, as if he were once again thrust into the suffocating state he had experienced before. In this moment he understood the other's determination and the level of danger. Receiving an unwanted answer resulted in swift elimination. Such an organization was exceedingly perilous. The 17th council member, his gaze cold as stone, unleashed his ability, intent on obliterating Su Yi. But in the next instant a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, a fierce blood-red light erupted from Su Ye's body. He let out a muffled, indistinct roar as a white thread unwound from his palm. In the blink of an eye his form transformed into a blood shadow, breaking free from the restraints and like a magnet rolling swiftly to the side. The scene was tense as Councilman 17 observed keenly, noticing something peculiar in Su Ye's palm, a bottle cap. At that moment the cap fit perfectly with the mineral water bottle that had been thrown earlier, causing the once deflated bottle to inflate rapidly as if filled with air. Su Yi, having reached the side, finally regained his mobility. Coughing and gasping for breath, supporting himself on his knees, he wiped away the saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth due to the pressure and sneered at the figure before him. "Too bad, I'm not planning to die that easily." With those words he had already exited the state of boiling blood. Facing an opponent at the peak realm, even if he exhausted all his blood, it would likely cause no significant harm. It was more strategic to conserve his energy for other plans. Councilman 17 looked on with surprise, not expecting Su Yi to break free from his restraints. "So, you possess the D-level abilities of Repair Hand and Boiling Blood? I hadn't realized you were a dual ability awakener," he remarked, intrigued. "However, both abilities are just the lowly D-level. I can't quite understand how you managed to kill Lord Night Terror." His eyes glanced at the mineral water bottle in Su Ye's hand, noting how Su Yi had tossed the bottle upon seeing him and retained the cap to trigger his ability. "Had you already planned to escape in this manner? But I'm curious, do you really think that temporarily breaking free from my restraints means you can escape? For me, suppressing you in place is as simple as breathing or drinking water." Perceiving the nature of his opponent's powers, Su Yi remained unfazed, even offering a light chuckle as if he'd seen through something. "Oh, is that how your ability works?" he questioned, his voice calm and collected. Councilman 17's expression turned slightly serious, locking eyes with Su Yi. Su Yi straightened up, speaking with feigned ease. "I originally thought you were using peak realm energy to suppress me, but I realized I was wrong. If it was purely energy-based, you wouldn't have needed to raise your hand during the attack." His gaze was steady and insightful, as if he had unraveled a mystery. "While peak realm energy certainly has a strong suppressive effect on me, it isn't enough to immobilize me completely. The real method you use to attack and restrain me relies on your ability, doesn't it? Let me guess, is it some sort of invisible hand?" A flash of surprise crossed Councilman 17's eyes, his expression growing marginally more serious before he relaxed into a smile. "You're right, my ability is the B-level invisible hand. That's the name of my power," he confessed, a hint of amusement in his voice. Su Yi, however, wasn't impressed, responding with a mocking sneer. "Such an ability suits your perverse tastes perfectly, doesn't it?" His words were sharp, laced with disdain. The councilman paid no heed to the taunts, maintaining a serene smile as he gazed into the distance. "Perhaps it was not mere chance that Lord Yeyin fell to your hands, yet for that very reason I cannot allow you to leave here alive." A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he waved his right hand. "With your abilities, even if you understand my powers, how can you possibly defend against them?" A sense of foreboding gripped Su Ye's heart, his right hand swiftly reaching for his waist. In an instant he drew a broken blade, its hilt firmly gripped in his hand, enveloped in a shroud of white light. Under the effects of the repairing hand, the ancient bronze sword Gu Shao was instantly restored. Su Yi swung this ancient sword with precision, slashing towards the space before him. In a heartbeat, ripples surged through the air. Astonishingly, 3 pitch-black arms plummeted from above. "You can sever my invisible hands." For what seemed like the umpteenth time, shock flickered in the eyes of the 17th councilman. Despite being a pinnacle existence, he had twice failed in his attempt to kill the high schooler who had barely entered the realm of stone. His gaze shifted to the ancient sword in Su Ye's hand, a subtle change crossing his face. "A treasure that can ignore my energy and strike directly, is it?" His expression turned solemn as he waved his hand again. This time oppressive energy surged forth, leaving Su Yi breathless. To Su Yi's horror, the councilman's back sprouted over 20 pitch-black arms resembling the legs of a spider. Each arm was as black as night, seemingly capable of extending infinitely. Among them, 3 arms displayed signs of having been severed, clearly Su Yi's earlier handiwork. At the stumps, black energy swirled and surged, and astonishingly, new hands sprouted from the severed ends. Deliberately revealing his abilities to Suyi, the councilman seemed intent on ensuring Suyi understood his impending demise. In the blink of an eye, the over 20 arms shot forth like a net, converging on Suya's form with menacing intent. Suya's face grew grave as he swung Gu Shao in an attempt to sever the encroaching arms, yet one arm shot forward, intercepting the ancient sword with lightning speed. A resounding thud echoed as the impact reverberated through the air. Suyi could distinctly feel the immense force that halted his swing mid-air. Glancing ahead, he saw the swift black arm, its hand claw-like for fingers down, thumb up, clasping Gu Shao in a vice-like grip in mid-air. As long as it doesn't touch the blade, it won't be severed, the councilman remarked with a hint of detachment, impressed by the simplicity and directness of the effect. The remaining arms swiftly coiled around Suye's body, binding him once more in place, rendering him immobile. Even Gu Shao slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into the ground. Suspended in mid-air, Suyi heard the councilman's voice echoing ominously, "This time, there's no escape for you." A hand reached for Suye's face, the councilman unwilling to waste further time as he prepared to twist Suye's head from his shoulders. Suyi suddenly seemed to abandon all resistance, exhaling deeply as he fixed his gaze on the space behind the 17th counselor. His voice rang out, elongated and desperate. "Although I don't know your name, senior, you should have seen enough by now. If you don't step in, I'll really die here." The counselor, alarmed by Suya's words, swiftly turned his head to look behind him, but just as his head began to move, a piercingly cold wind swept over him from behind, enveloping the entire space in an instant. The chilling wind howled, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly. Emerging from the shadows, a figure walked towards the 17th counselor. The dim lighting revealed his features, a man with short, pale white hair. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, dressed in a sleek, long robe with tall boots. Both his hair and attire were impeccably neat, his face was sharply defined, and his eyes were as cold as the icy wind swirling around him. With each step, his boots echoed in the silence, shattering it with their presence. From where he walked, a sheet of ice began to spread swiftly, covering the entire ground. "Who are you?" The 17th counselor was filled with a profound sense of danger that gripped his entire being. He was astounded that someone had managed to enter this restricted virtual realm without a sound. The man did not answer, merely staring coldly ahead as he took another step. This time, the spreading frost encased and shattered the 20 or so black arms that held Suyi captive, reducing them to fragments. Ice flowers scattered in the air as Suyi fell from his suspended position. The biting cold made him shiver slightly, and he instinctively rubbed his hands together, gazing forward with a sigh of relief. The energy combined with the power of ice. The counselor's invisible hands were defeated, and his expression changed dramatically. The broken black arms vanished, disappearing behind him. His eyes were fixed on the white-haired man as a name flashed through his mind. A look of shock appeared on his face. "You are Ice King Ruan Rue." Ice King Ruan Rue, a peak virtual hunter notorious far and wide, he wielded a powerful energy transformation ability within the S-level category known as the Ice Age. He once single-handedly froze an entire virtual realm, including its entrance, Ice King. Suyi rubbed his painfully sore neck, contemplating the white-haired man. He had noticed his presence since the restricted virtual realm began. Though he suspected the man might have been sent to protect him, he didn't expect him to be this formidable. The invisible hand that had left him helpless was reduced to icy fragments in a single breath. "Ha, it seems I've miscalculated this time." The face of the 17th counselor turned exceedingly grim. Although his invisible hands could regenerate, it required a significant amount of his energy. "Since the exile hunter sent someone like you, the Ice King, it seems I'm unable to kill him this time." He snorted coldly, and energy surged around him as he attempted to leave. "Did I permit you to leave?" Ice King Ruan Rue gazed at him indifferently, his voice as cold as a millennia-old glacier. In the next moment, the 17th counselor was startled to find his feet inexplicably frozen. His expression changed dramatically, and with a burst of energy he shattered the ice on his feet. Subsequently, his entire body began to float in the air. Is he using his invisible hands as support to create a levitation effect? Suyi pondered, stroking his chin, as the outcome of this battle seemed no longer in doubt. At this moment, all of the 17th counselor's arms transformed into an invisible state hidden within the void. By mere sight, it was impossible to detect the presence of those arms. His expression was stern, and the energy emanating from him surged like a tidal wave. Toward Ruan Rue, "Your Excellency Ice King, we are both at the pinnacle. Must you press so relentlessly? I admit you might be somewhat stronger than me, but if you push me too hard, I won't let you have an easy time either." He employed a mix of threat and negotiation, his gaze cold, eyes filled with a determination as if ready to perish together. Oh, Ruan Rue casually looked up, glancing at the counselor suspended in mid-air. In the next instant, a lingering ice shadow remained in his place as he vanished. Simultaneously, an icy voice echoed beside the counselor's ear. I'm curious, what gave you the illusion that we are on the same level? The counselor was shaken to his core, his blood seemingly flowing backward, and every hair on his body stood on end. He hadn't detected any hint of Ruan Rue's movement. He shouted furiously, 20 or so invisible hands behind him wielding immense force as they struck towards Ruan Rue. Yet Ruan Rue merely looked forward indifferently, gently extending his right palm. Boom! A mist of ice exploded from his palm, spreading in a conical shape. The frost directly froze the invisible hands in mid-air, revealing their form under the icy encasement. Not only the invisible hands but even half of the counselor's body was now covered in frost. The bone-chilling cold swept over his body, his eyes filled with horror. How can this be? So strong! He gritted his teeth, his body trembling from the cold, yet a look of madness appeared. You forced me into this. Once I unravel this limited virtual domain, everyone nearby will perish with me. Let's see if you choose to protect them or kill me. He began to channel energy, attempting to dismantle the limited virtual domain, but soon his expression shifted slightly. No matter how he tried to mobilize his energy, the surrounding area remained unchanged, the virtual domain intact. Do you think I would expend energy to freeze this area for no reason? Ruan Rue looked at him expressionlessly. The frost that covered the ground wasn't just for show. Did you freeze this entire space? A seemingly impossible thought surged in the mind of the 17th counselor. His heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Though they were both at the peak level, the difference in power was staggering. Both at the peak level, murmured Ruan Rue softly, his right palm moving towards the face of the 17th counselor. Just then Su Ye's eyes shifted slightly, noticing something, and he shouted urgently, Ice King, beware behind you. Two massive, pitch-black arms suddenly burst from the earth, soundlessly striking towards Ruan Rue. The 17th counselor bore a look of madness on his face. This was his final gambit, a strike that concentrated all his energy. If it hit its mark, even the Ice King would surely suffer severe injuries. Crack! His maniacal grin was frozen by layers of rising solid ice solidifying on his face. Along with it, the two black arms, less than half a meter from Ruan Rue, were frozen. Solid ice spread from the ground, freezing them in place. Ruan Rue, expressionless, lightly clenched his fist. In an instant, the 17th counselor's frozen body, along with the black arms, shattered into countless icy fragments that scattered to the ground. At the same time, the latter half of his whispered words slowly escaped his lips. You think you can compare with me? Dominant and powerful, the strength displayed by this Ice King deeply shocked Su Yi. This was his first close encounter with a battle between peak-level warriors. The icy debris and frost flowers scattered randomly as Ruan Rue gracefully descended from the air, walking straight towards Su Yi. A thank you, senior, for saving me. Su Yi expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. But before he could finish, Ruan Rue interrupted. When did you notice me? Su Yi blinked, hesitating for a moment before responding. From the beginning. A trace of surprise flickered in Ruan Rue's eyes, yet his face remained emotionless. My brain always remembers and constructs the surrounding images, Su Yi answered honestly without hiding anything. It's a technique and instinct I've deliberately practiced. When this restricted virtual realm unfolded, I noticed a deviation in the light over there. He pointed to a distant corner where a light was shining. So I guess that someone might be using some means to conceal their presence under the light. To deal with someone like me, the Void Demon Council likely wouldn't send more than 2 counselors. Thus I could guess that you might be a Void Hunter sent to protect me. A good analysis, Ruan Rue nodded, offering a rather fair assessment. He finally reached Su Yi, speaking calmly. Since you had already discovered my presence from the start. When the senator extended the invitation to you earlier, did you refuse out of genuine intent, or was it merely because of my presence? At that moment Su Yi felt a chilling sensation pierce through him. Ruan Rue's gaze was as cold as ice, fixed intently upon him as if trying to peer into his very soul. Under such intense pressure, Su Yi barely had time to think. Confronted with such a forceful interrogation, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Wrapping his body in energy, he resisted the pressure, meeting Ruan Rue's gaze with a cooler tone. What's the difference in the outcome? I don't believe their lies, Ruan Rue persisted, questioning him further. Was your earlier interest just an act? From his perspective, Su Yi's earlier reaction didn't seem like mere pretense. The concept of resurrecting the dead defies the natural order of the world and is impossible. Su Yi's face remained calm as he replied lightly, how could I be deceived by such cult rhetoric? Very well. Ruan Rui appeared unfazed by Suye's attitude, merely nodding coldly. The oppressive sensation around Su Yi dissipated and the chill rapidly withdrew. The Ice King simply looked at him and said flatly, "I hope you don't do anything to betray humanity. If you plan to join the Phantom Council, I will personally end you." Let's hope that day never comes. Su Yi flexed his somewhat stiff limbs, letting out a small, disdainful sound. Only he understood what was running through his mind earlier. To those at their wits' end, the senator's words might seem like a lifeline, yet he maintained a sense of reason and calmness within. As for whether he was truly moved, only he knew the answer. Silence enveloped the air. The Ice King Ruan Rui stood there without a word. Su Yi scratched his nose, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. He glanced at Ruan Rui, wondering silently, is this guy trying to craft a cold persona? Shouldn't he be explaining his intentions to me? Ruan Rui seemed to notice Su Yi's gaze and looked back at him. After a moment he finally spoke. "The principal sent me to protect you." Su Yi mentally berated him for taking so long to utter such a useless statement, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. For some reason he sensed that this Ice King might have a touch of social anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi forced a dry smile and replied, "Looks like the principal anticipated this scenario." Ruan Rui responded with another cold nod, followed by more silence. After a few seconds he looked at Su Yi in confusion. "Don't you have any questions?" Su Yi screamed internally, "Why would I ask anything? You just threatened me and now you expect me to be friendly?" Su Yi sighed softly, rubbing his forehead as his previous dissatisfaction with the Ice King dissipated. He could see now that this Ice King seemed to be simply socially awkward and not very good with words, without any direct malice towards him. After all, the Ice King had saved his life and there was no need to make the atmosphere any more awkward. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi finally asked, "The principal sent you here not just to protect me, right?" Ruan Rui nodded, but then fell silent again. Was all he had to say? Su Yi was internally screaming, feeling like he was bouncing off the walls. Just a moment ago Ruan Rui had been so aggressive, but now he couldn't even string a sentence together. Su Yi had never met someone so difficult to communicate with. Noticing Su Yi's anticipation, Ruan Rui seemed to realize he should say more. He frowned slightly and thought before continuing. "To be precise, I was nearby and came to protect you along the way." He looked at Su Yi, his face expressionless, and said, "You should have a dragon jade in your possession, right? That's the invitation to Longxia Academy. The principal wanted me to ask if you plan to join." Su Yi hesitated with his response, as he had almost guessed another reason for Ruan Rui's presence. "Actually, I'm still considering it." The idea of joining Longxia Academy was one he had been mulling over, filled with some doubts and considerations. Ruan Rui then added, "The principal also mentioned that you've caught the attention of the Void Demon Council." Ruan Rui tilted his head as if trying to recall the principal's instructions over the phone. "The shadow hunters can't protect you 24/7, so next time you might not be so lucky to escape from a council member." Su Yi's face changed dramatically, cursing inwardly as the realization hit him. Today's attack was clearly not the end. But if you join Longxia Academy, no one can lay a finger on you within its grounds. Su Yi held the dragon jade, looking at Ruan Rui with genuine sincerity. "I've admired Longxia Academy for a long time. Joining it has been a lifelong dream of mine." Su Yi wasn't a fool. His earlier hesitation about joining the academy was mainly due to concerns about potential disruptions to his life. Now, with a significant threat to his safety, he couldn't rely on being rescued every time. Joining Longxia Academy seemed like the best way to ensure his safety. "Very well." Ruan Rui nodded, waving his right hand. The frozen space around them began to shatter, revealing the real world once again. "Let's head out now." Su Yi was taken aback, having just sheathed the ancient sword into its scabbard and stood there bewildered. He found himself back in the original world, still standing beside the vending machine. The bustling crowd around them paid no heed to the sudden appearance of two newcomers. "Are you suggesting we leave now?" Su Yi surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of absurdity. It was already deep into the night, and although he had agreed to join Longxia Academy, surely there wasn't a need to depart in such haste. The death of a council member would undoubtedly make the Void Demon Council wary. In the short term, they wouldn't dare send anyone else to attack him. "I can accompany you to bid farewell to your parents and gather some belongings," Ruan Rui stated with a blank expression, showing no hint of jest. "My parents have been missing for a long time and there's nothing specific I need to prepare," Su Yi replied, his lips twitching slightly. Important items like his ability stone and the keepsakes from his parents were safely stored in his dimensional gourd. With a mere thought he could retrieve them anytime, eliminating the need for a special trip home to pack. Ruan Rue regarded him quietly for a few seconds before speaking. I'm sorry, my parents also passed away when I was very young. No need to apologize here. Sui inwardly groaned, finding the consolation awkward. And what did he mean by also? His parents were only missing, their bodies never found. Before his transmigration he had been an orphan, and in this world his parents had long since disappeared. He held no profound attachment to them, but Ruan Rue's words left him feeling strange. I'm just curious, why do we have to leave now? Isn't the normal start of school in September? Would anyone even be there this early? Besides, I should prepare myself before enrolling, right? The battle earlier left me exhausted. How about I go home for a night's rest and we set off tomorrow? Sui suggested with a forced laugh, his fatigue evident in his eyes. Who said you would definitely be admitted? Ruan Rue looked at Sui with a hint of surprise, tilting his head in confusion. What do you mean? An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Sui as he tensed up. Don't I have the Dragon Jade? What's its purpose? He began. The Dragon Jade is merely an invitation to the entrance exam, Ruan Rue interrupted. With it you gain the opportunity to take the admission test. Wait, are you saying? Suye's voice trailed off as the meaning dawned on him. Only those who pass the entrance exam can truly join Longxia Academy and complete their enrollment, Ruan Rue explained calmly. The test begins tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. It's meant to filter out those who are unqualified. This gives students time to apply to other Awakener academies if they fail. Those who pass will participate in the entrance assessment 10 days later to determine rankings. You're among the last to head to the school for pre-test preparation, Ruan Rue added. Suye's mind buzzed as he recalled the parting words of Chao Sha before leaving. If possible, I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony, so that if possible had an underlying implication. Time was of the essence and they had to set off tonight. Ruan Rue looked at Sui with an expressionless face and asked, do you need me to accompany you home to get your things? Sui sighed and rubbed his temples. No need. How are we going to depart? It was clear that joining the nation's top academy for awakened ones was no easy feat. Just then a commotion erupted from the crowd behind them, followed by the sudden roar of an engine. A luxurious car drifted to a stop right beside Sui. As he turned to look, he was taken aback to see a Rolls-Royce parked there. His surprise deepened when a refined elderly gentleman emerged from the driver's seat and respectfully opened the rear door. Dressed in a suit, he exuded elegance and smiled at the two of them. Young Master Ruan Rue, he addressed, as per your instructions, I have arrived on time. Please, both of you, get in the car. We shall depart immediately. Without a word, Ruan Rue entered the back seat and then looked at Sui, who was still standing there. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Sui squeezed the bottle of mineral water in his hand, muttering through gritted teeth, damn rich second generation. He got into the car and soon they sped away, leaving behind envious gazes. In the outskirts of Jin City, a barren mountain presented an extraordinarily peculiar scene. From the midsection up, the mountain was cloaked in a layer of solid ice, defying the scorching summer heat that failed to melt the frost. At the mountain's summit, several fierce-looking shadow beasts were frozen into ice sculptures, motionless. After an indeterminate amount of time, one of these ice sculptures suddenly emitted a violent tremor. Seconds later, it exploded with a thunderous noise and the energy waves shattered the surrounding ice sculptures into pieces. From the remnants emerged a bird-shaped shadow beast with wings, shivering as though still frozen. With a ferocious and wrathful expression, it glared at the sky, its energy surging as it expelled the bone-chilling cold from its body. Damn Ice King, the beast cursed in human speech, its voice filled with hatred, its eyes blazed with malice, reflecting the image of a cold, emotionless man. I will make you pay, it vowed, closing its eyes to sense for a moment before spreading its newly thawed wings. In an instant it soared into the sky and vanished into the night. Sui, in a state between waking and dreaming, vaguely perceived the sound of the car engine stopping, finally stirring from his stupor. Have we arrived? He asked, still groggy from the exhaustion of battle rubbing his temples. The refined elderly gentleman gently opened the car door, gesturing for him to step out. It was late at night, and as Sui exited the car, the howling night wind brushed against his face, bringing him to full awareness. But upon seeing the surroundings, he froze once more. Don't tell me Longxia Academy is in this place, he exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. Surrounded by a vast expanse of wilderness, there was not a single building, not even a mosquito in sight. Where are you looking? Over here, the voice of Ruan Rue came from behind him. So he turned his head swiftly, his pupils narrowing in surprise. A helicopter was unexpectedly parked on the open ground behind him. The gentlemanly old man, after escorting him out of the car, headed straight into the helicopter's cockpit. Under his skillful operation, the rotor blades began to spin faster and faster, producing a loud, continuous roar. Ruan Rui was seated in the back, calling out to him with an indifferent expression, "The capital is quite far from here. I have no patience to drive all the way there. Hurry up and get on. If everything goes according to plan, we should be able to get you back to the academy before the entrance test begins." Ruan Rui remarked, his tone steady as he looked at Su Yi. "Won't you sleep a little more?" he asked lightly. "It'll take at least 4 hours to fly to the academy. We won't arrive until after 6 o'clock. Without some rest, how will you face the entrance test?" Su Yi rolled his eyes and leaned back in his seat, his face filled with resignation. "This is my first time on a helicopter." He pointed overhead at the incessant drone of the rotor blades reverberating through the cabin. "With the shaking and this noise, how could I possibly sleep?" He sighed softly. "I already slept for a few hours in the car. That should be enough." The cities of Jin City and the capital, where Longxia Academy is located, are geographically close. However, since the catastrophe day 300 years ago, the capital has become the core region of the Dragon Kingdom, its urban area the largest in the nation. Longxia Academy is situated in a remote part of the capital's outskirts. Driving there would take at least over 8 hours. To save time, Ruan Rui chose to take his family's helicopter. Once Su Yi responded, Ruan Rui fell silent once more, speaking no further. After a moment of quiet, Su Yi couldn't help himself and asked, "Is there anything I need to be aware of for this entrance test?" The urgency of time caught him off guard, leaving him no opportunity to conduct any prior investigation. The thought of having to prepare for the test immediately upon landing made him hope for some guidance from the ice-cold figure before him. "The test content varies every year," Ruan Rui replied plainly. "However, the general direction is to assess the comprehensive qualities of new students, since all students undergo a combat test before entering the school. The entrance test won't be too demanding in that aspect, focusing mainly on overall abilities." Combat test? Su Yi caught the phrase, immediately furrowing his brow. "Does this mean I have to retake such a test once I return to school?" "No, your combat test is already completed," Ruan Rui assured him. Ruan Rui replied calmly, stating that being able to survive for 2 minutes against a peak stage awakener already far exceeds the abilities of 90% of newcomers. Su Yi's expression shifted slightly at this revelation. "So you've been testing my combat capabilities all along?" he asked. "Yes," Ruan Rui admitted. "Originally, I was responsible for your combat testing. This opportunity just happened to present itself, so I decided to see how far you could push yourself under high-pressure conditions." Su Yi's face darkened with concern. "Weren't you worried that the senator might kill me?" Ruan Rui, maintaining his calm demeanor, assured him, "I was completely confident that I could stop him before you were in any real danger." Su Yi questioned further, "But aren't you both at the peak stage?" Ruan Rui patiently explained, "The stage of one's abilities only represents the extent of one's development and the amount of energy one possesses. It doesn't necessarily reflect combat prowess. Factors such as martial skills, the level of one's abilities, and innate combat talent all greatly influence one's actual strength. Under certain conditions, it's possible to fight beyond one's level. Even if both of us are at the peak, I wouldn't need to use even 30% of my power to kill him." Su Yi listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding of the concept of awakeners. He recalled Feng Xin's mention of martial skills in the mirror world, prompting him to inquire further about these martial skills. Just then, a sudden gust of wind violently struck the helicopter, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Su Yi nearly slipped from his seat but quickly grabbed the armrest to steady himself. "What's happening?" he asked. Ruan Rui's expression subtly changed as he stood up and looked towards the cockpit. "What's going on, Elder Fong?" Elder Fong, seated in the cockpit, turned his head calmly. "Young master, we might have some trouble to deal with. We've been attacked." "Attacked?" So he turned around, incredulous. "We're 4,000 meters in the air." He peered ahead, eyes widening in shock. In the pitch-black night sky, the helicopter's lights revealed the faint outline of a massive 4-meter-tall figure blocking their path. It appeared to be a gigantic bird-like creature, its wings spread wide, creating turbulent winds that rocked the helicopter. "It's the night owl." Ruan Rui's expression changed as he recognized the creature. "It's still alive." Despite his earlier perception that the beast had lost all signs of life under his freezing powers, it was back. The night owl's roar echoed through the night sky like rolling thunder. "Ice King, you may not have expected that my power is King of the Night. Today, I shall avenge my fallen kin." In the midst of chaos, the air was thick with energy as formidable as a mountain peak. It was as if the creature had been dormant, conserving its life force and cloaking its presence only to unleash its power under the cover of night. Juan Ruiz, seemingly unfazed, murmured to himself, "So that's how it is, using energy to preserve a sliver of life and conceal its presence." He realized he had underestimated the creature. Foolish beast, he thought as his eyes glimmered with icy determination. Without hesitation he reached for the hatch, his movements swift and deliberate. Su Yi, quick to react, grasped the nearby handrail just as the hatch swung open. A powerful suction pulled at them and Juan Ruiz stood at the threshold, casting a calm gaze into the distance. "It's up to you, Old Fong," he said. "Don't worry, young master," Old Fong replied, his confidence unwavering. Despite the dire situation, Old Fong's trust in his master was absolute. Su Yi, his expression shifting, turned towards the door, incredulous. "Are you really going out there to fight that thing?" he asked. They were 4,000 meters in the air, and the opponent was a monstrous bird of prey capable of flight and matched in power to Ruan Rue. Yet Ruan Rue paid no heed to Suya's concerns. "Worry about yourself," he replied, leaping from the hatch with confidence. "I will win." As he plunged into the night, the force of the wind slammed the hatch shut behind him. Suya barely had time to process what had happened before the helicopter sharply tilted, veering forward. Holding tight to the handrails, Suya steadied himself against the sudden shift. Through the window he glimpsed Ruan Rue ascending skyward, flanked by colossal wings of ice that beat powerfully behind him. "Hold on tight, young man," Old Fong's calm voice came from the cockpit. Despite the towering beast of peak strength before them, Old Fong remained composed, guiding the helicopter with skillful steadiness even as it shuddered under the strain. So he clung to the handrail, peering outside to see Ruan Rue's wings unfurl, transforming him into a blurred streak as he shot past the aircraft, heading toward the battle ahead. "Ice King, today you will meet your end." The shriek of the night owl split the air, its voice a thunderous wave as dark energy crackled around its massive form. The night owl unleashed a barrage of black energy blades, threatening to engulf the helicopter. So he tensed, but Ruan Rue, with a cold serenity, waved his right hand. Instantly behind him a volley of ice blades materialized, dense and precise. With a simple gesture he directed them forward, each blade unerringly colliding with its dark counterpart. The clash of black and ice sent a frosty mist cascading through the air, but not a single attack touched the speeding helicopter, ensuring their continued flight through the turbulent skies. Under the steady hands of Master Fong, the plane pierced through the frost-laden skies, maintaining its speed as it veered away from the epic aerial battle. As time passed, the two figures in the distance gradually diminished in size. Suya's pupils contracted as he peered through the narrow window, witnessing a breathtaking scene unfold. Ruan Rue, with a flick of his icy wings, transformed into a mere afterimage, engaging in a fierce battle with the night owl in mid-air. The violent clash of dark energy and icy power created dazzling energy waves with every collision, painting the sky with bursts of brilliance reminiscent of fireworks on a grand scale. "Is this the power of a Peak Awakener's battle?" Suya's heart raced, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. Previously, in the limited virtual realm, Ruan Rue had effortlessly dispatched the 17th council member with a single move. Though both were at the peak level, the council member had failed to force the Ice King to reveal any formidable techniques, but the peak-level virtual beast before him now had genuinely challenged Ruan Rue's prowess. Suya was finally able to truly perceive the formidable strength of a Peak Awakener. If the peak level was already this powerful, how terrifying would the Ridge and Kunlun levels be? Various speculations flickered through his mind, stirring waves of emotion within him. The sounds of the fierce battle gradually faded into the distance. Under Master Fong's guidance, they finally exited the combat zone and the aircraft stabilized once more. "Are we just going to leave like this?" So he glanced out the window. In the pitch-black night, he could barely make out two blurry lights flickering intermittently. "Don't worry, young master won't lose," Master Fong replied calmly. "I will follow his orders and ensure you reach Longxia Academy safely." "You seem to have a lot of faith in him," Suya remarked, raising his eyebrows slightly at the elegant old man. "I've watched him grow up," Master Fong said with a serene smile as if memories flitted through his eyes. "If he says he'll win, then win he shall." "I hope so," Suya murmured, casting another glance out the window. "Though we might take a slightly longer route, we should still arrive at the academy on schedule." Master Fong piloted the helicopter steadily, stealing a casual glance at the instrument panel. "After the battle, the young master will find his own way to the academy. We..." Master Fong's voice was abruptly cut off by a piercing shriek. So he whipped his head around, his pupils narrowing. In the dark night, a shadow morphed into a gust of wind speeding towards their direction. "Do you dare?" Ruan Rue's voice boomed like thunder. Instantly Suyi saw a massive ice spear 2 meters thick flying swiftly through the air towards the shadow. The shadow spread its wings, revealing the night owl's menacing form. The brief skirmish had already left it covered in wounds. It stared ahead, having devised a way to deal with the Ice King. As the colossal ice spear approached, dark energy surged from its body, allowing it to tilt 90 degrees swiftly, narrowly dodging the icy threat. The spear, with its immense force, hurtled directly towards the helicopter. As the tip of the spear approached within half a meter of the aircraft, it began to disintegrate, transforming into a flurry of ice particles and dispersing into the air. At the same moment, the shadow of the night owl lunged forward with a powerful dive, its massive talons reaching out towards the helicopter, intent on grabbing hold. "I want you to witness your own kind being mercilessly slain right in front of you." This creature sought to threaten Senior Ruan Rue by using their lives as leverage. Suye's heart skipped a beat as he realized the night owl's sinister intentions. Elder Fong's eyes grew serious as he tightly gripped the control stick, desperately trying to maneuver the helicopter away from the night owl's clutches. However, the speed of the night owl was overwhelming. No matter how skillfully he maneuvered, escape seemed impossible. Thud. The bird's talons landed heavily on a layer of ice. Suyi looked out the window in astonishment, seeing a transparent ice barrier in a spherical shape enveloping the helicopter. The talons struck the solid ice, causing shards to fly yet failing to penetrate through. In the distance, a streak of ice rapidly approached and abruptly halted midair. Ruan Rue's face was icy cold, his eyes filled with murderous and chilling intent. "You are courting death." Without hesitation, he flapped his ice wings and transformed into a streak of light, diving headlong towards the night owl. Streams of cold air condensed in his hands, forming a long ice spear, which he thrust at the night owl without uttering a word. The night owl quickly retreated, realizing escape was futile, suddenly crossing its wings in front of its body. The ice spear struck its wings, producing a metallic clang. The wings of this night owl were as hard as steel. "Under the King of the Night, in the darkness, I am invincible." The night owl forcefully flapped its wings, generating a violent gust that forced Ruan Rue to involuntarily take a step back. Ruan Rue swiftly flew backward, catching up in the blink of an eye with the helicopter encased in the ice barrier. A cunning glint flashed in its eyes as it sneered, "And you still have to protect these two weaklings? What can you possibly fight me with?" The bird's talons descended rapidly, striking the ice barrier with force. The solid ice immediately shattered, scattering shards and creating a web of cracks. Although the helicopter's fuselage remained unaffected, within the cabin, Suyi and Elder Fong's expressions changed dramatically. Thud, another loud bang resounded from above. The full force of the night owl's energy shattered the ice barrier completely, causing it to fall from the sky. Gazing down at the helicopter, the night owl's eyes gleamed with a cruel light as its left claw reached towards the cabin. As the talons grew larger in Suye's view, his heart tightened in alarm. Splat! A few droplets of blood sprayed forth, splattering against the aircraft window. Under Elder Fong's control, the helicopter tilted, narrowly skimming past the night owl. Through the window, Suyi saw Ruan Rue interposing himself beside the helicopter, using his own body as a shield, pierced through the chest by the night owl's talons. "You see, humans always indulge in actions that seem noble at first glance." The owl's face broke into a wide smile, relishing the success of its ploy. With a sharp motion, it withdrew its right claw, sending a spray of crimson droplets into the air. "You aim to fight me while simultaneously protecting those weaker than you. Such divided attention will only lead to your inevitable downfall, Ice King." It laughed, a sound filled with malicious joy. "Is this what you call an attack?" Ruan Rue spoke coldly as frost began to form around the wound on his chest. The blood quickly turned the frost into a crimson flower. Using this method, he sealed his wound with ice. His complexion was pale, yet his gaze remained intensely cold. "I promise, this time your end will be far from pretty." Ruan Rue swung his hand, unleashing a wave of icy energy towards the owl like a sea of frost, but the owl merely flapped its wings, dodging the attack as it pursued the helicopter. No matter the creature, once its weakness is exposed, it's as good as halfway to the abyss. It sneered, its body radiating a black energy that countered the icy wave. "Clearly, those two incompetents in the helicopter are your Achilles heel, Ice King." Its claw was poised to strike the aircraft. Ruan Rue's eyes narrowed, forced to manipulate the icy wave into a partial wall to withstand the owl's assault. "Ha!" The owl laughed loudly, releasing two feathers that sliced through the night sky, piercing Ruan Rue's shoulder and drawing blood. "Like this?" Ruan Rue grunted, anger blazing in his eyes. this A-level Night King ability had greatly enhanced the owl's power, tripling its energy, speed and destructive force in the darkness of night. Indeed, it was a formidable power at this hour. Relentlessly, the owl launched a barrage of attacks on the helicopter. Each strike was met by Ruan Rue's ice walls, though he himself suffered from the owl's sneak attacks. While he managed to avoid any fatal injuries for the time being, his face grew increasingly pale. "Hey, this isn't looking good." Suye's expression shifted as he watched the scene unfold from the window. Even the usually composed old Fong wore a grave expression. "We become a burden to the young master. To protect us, he's only able to utilize 50% of his power." 50%, such a limitation, Suye's heart skipped. Struggling to comprehend? "The difficulty of defense is 3 times that of offense," old Fong replied gravely. "Haven't you noticed? Since the beginning, the young master's energy has been enveloping us. This energy expenditure severely hampers his combat ability and forces him to constantly split his focus." Prompted by old Fong's words, Suyi peered outside more closely, finally perceiving it. Around the helicopter, countless tiny ice particles hovered, following its every movement. In the thick of battle, the icy shards floating around became the key to thwarting each assault from the mysterious night owl. Despite the energy drain and the need to split his focus, Ruan Rue managed to hold his ground against the formidable opponent. Suyu, watching from the window, marveled at the calm demeanor of Ruan Rue. Not only was he safeguarding the aircraft, but he also found moments to counterattack. In terms of sheer power, even with the Night King's support, the Night Owl was no match for Ruan Rue, yet through cunning tactics, it managed to limit Ruan Rue's movements, forcing him into a defensive stance. The battle, though brief, had already sapped some of Ruan Rue's energy, and Suyi could see the toll it was taking. If this continued, even a victory over the Night Owl would leave Ruan Rue severely injured. With a heavy heart, Suyi weighed the situation, realizing that Ruan Rue's struggle was primarily to protect them. If he wasn't burdened with this responsibility, how differently might he have fought? Suyi turned to the elderly Fong, who was piloting the aircraft, and asked what would happen if Ruan Rue didn't have to protect us. How confident would he be in defeating the Night Owl? Fong, with a grave look, responded, "Absolutely confident. The young master's power is such that without distractions he could easily vanquish this beast." Trusting in Ruan Rue's abilities, Fong focused on steering the plane away from danger. Having made up his mind, Suyi resolved to act. He kicked open the cabin door and, gripping the handrail tightly, leaned out into the stormy sky. Just as he did, a massive talon descended, only to be stopped by an icy barrier that Ruan Rue had conjured. "What are you doing? Get back inside!" Ruan Rue shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. But Suyi, hair whipping in the wind, remained undeterred. With a voice full of resolve, he called out, "Ruan Rue, stop protecting the plane. Use all your strength to kill that monster bird." The Night Owl's eyes glinted with malice, and it unleashed 2 dark beams aimed at Suyi. However, once again a shield of ice materialized to block the attack. "Get back inside quickly. I will deal with this creature," Ruan Rue coldly commanded, his focus unwavering. Suyi, however, insisted with conviction, "I'm not kidding. I can protect the plane. Just focus on taking down the Night Owl." As Ruan Rue hesitated, caught by Suyi's determined gaze, he saw a glimmer of confidence and trust in the young man's eyes. Once Suyi had shouted his piece, he retreated back into the safety of the aircraft. His words lingered in the air, a testament to his belief in Ruan Rue's strength and his willingness to shoulder some of the burden. With a forceful punch, he shattered the glass beside him, his expression transforming into an eerily calm demeanor, and the emotion slowly drained from his face. "Old Fong, follow my lead." In a moment he instructed. "From now on, we're on our own for protection." "Good." Ruan Rue's gaze refocused ahead, murmuring softly. Despite finding the request utterly absurd, Suye's look instilled in him an inexplicable sense of trust. He couldn't fathom why he believed the words of a mere Stone Realm kid. Yet a surge of madness bubbled within him. With a flick of his wrist, the ice shards surrounding the helicopter vanished without a trace. As the protective barrier dissipated, a torrent of energy surged within him, his cold eyes glinting with an intimidating chill. "I'll trust you this once," he declared, casting a distant glance at the Night Owl, extending his right hand as he coldly sentenced, "Beast, are you ready to meet your end?" The Night Owl looked at Ruan Rue with a mocking expression, bursting into laughter. "My end? Do you even know who you're talking to?" It roared, waves of sound emanating from its voice, and the feathers on its back transformed into a barrage of black shards shooting towards Ruan Rue. Yet this time, with his entire focus devoted to the battle, Ruan Rue's demeanor remained indifferent as he thrust his right fist forward. A frigid mist spread out, freezing the night sky and the countless feathers. At that moment it was as though a galaxy of frost appeared across the heavens. Frostfist Ruan Rue softly intoned as the night owl's eyes widened, its body arching as it leaped skyward. From its abdomen a fist forged of ice soared upwards, launching its massive form and leaving a trail of frost that encased its chest and belly. Having abandoned the distraction of protection, he finally unleashed his true strength. "You're courting death." The night owl howled, shattering the icy fist with a burst of energy, its body trembling yet its gaze remained chillingly sinister. From its form 2 streams of pitch-black energy shot out. One streak of energy charged directly at Ruan Rue while the other twisted in mid-air, aiming for the helicopter. It sought to repeat its previous strategy, using the helicopter as leverage to force Ruan Rue into splitting his focus to defend. "Angle the aircraft sharply to the left," Suyi shouted through the window, noticing the incoming energy. Without hesitation he yelled the command. Old Fong, ever prepared, yanked the control stick to the left almost simultaneously with the order. The helicopter abruptly tilted, veering leftward, yet this maneuver was not swift enough to dodge the energy's impact. Suye's eyes glinted and he hurled a piece of glass he clutched out of the shattered window. A white thread extended from the shard, connecting to the helicopter's damaged window. Under this thread's pull, the helicopter seemed to be yanked sharply by an invisible rope. Its speed suddenly increased, tilting and veering leftward. Thud, the energy beam, shooting with lethal precision, barely skimmed the aircraft's undercarriage. The plane's hard exterior shattered in an instant, revealing a gaping hole, yet it managed to evade the attack just in time. Shards of broken glass spun wildly, momentarily settling back into the damaged window frame before Suyi swiftly reclaimed them with a firm grasp. His face paled slightly as he murmured softly, "This takes more energy than I imagined." Forcing the repair tether to maneuver the entire aircraft had drained a staggering 70% of his energy. "Now it's your turn, Ice King," he declared. "What?" Night Owl turned his head in disbelief. The scenario he had envisioned did not unfold. Ruan Rue had not been distracted to block his attack, nor had the plane been knocked down. "Hey you beast!" Ruan Rue's voice came from a mere 2 meters away, sending a shiver through Night Owl as the temperature plummeted rapidly. "Where are you looking?" Ruan Rue flew straight at him, delivering a punch squarely to Night Owl's head, sending him hurtling downwards. A fierce battle intent flickered in his eyes and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That kid had indeed pulled it off. Now he too must conclude this swiftly. Night Owl flapped his wings vigorously to counteract Ruan Rue's force, barely stabilizing himself before his pupils contracted sharply. From high above, a mountain-sized block of ice plummeted like a meteor. Ice meteor. The icy meteor crashed down with tremendous force onto Night Owl's body, eliciting a piercing shriek from him as his back was left a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Yet before the blood could splatter, it froze in the frigid air, shrouding half of his body in frost. "Ice King!" Night Owl's enraged roar echoed, driven by furious defiance as his energy surged intensely. His wings, now shrouded in black energy, began to vibrate rapidly. From his mouth, a beam of energy shot forth, shattering the icy meteor to pieces, and once more he took flight to the skies. Ruan Rue, with his icy wings unfurled, dove towards Night Owl as well. Both of their eyes were filled with a lethal intent as their peak energy fluctuations clashed in midair, scattering the clouds. At this moment, they unleashed their ultimate strikes without reservation, each determined to utterly defeat the other before them. Night Shroud. A shroud of energy swiftly enveloped Night Owl's entire body like a veil. His speed increased once again, unleashing even more formidable waves of power. God of Ice. Ruan Rue's pale white hair fluttered in the wind as icy mist erupted from his body. The mist, dense and persistent, coalesced behind him into the form of half a giant's body. The giant, formed entirely of ice, stood about 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Its face was a mirror image of Ruan Rue's own. With robust arms mirroring Ruan Rue's stance, it lunged downward. In this moment he appeared like a god descending from the heavens, brimming with killing intent. Boom! Human and beast, both enveloped in searing energy, collided with a thunderous crash. The black energy and the rising chill seemed to split the sky in two, yet this shock lasted less than half a second before the cold engulfed and completely covered the Night Owl. As Old Fong had said, when Ruan Rue fought with all his might, he possessed an overwhelmingly dominant combat power. Behind him, the ice god grabbed the Night Owl's right wing with both hands and pulled with force, tearing off the wing of this phantom beast. A rain of blood poured down from the sky. Impossible, impossible. The Night Owl, driven mad by pain, could not accept the situation before him. At night I am invincible, I am the king of the night. I cannot lose, king of the night or King of the day, it doesn't matter. Juan Rue now blood-soaked tossed the torn wing to the side. Dare to stand in my way and I'll kill even a god for you. The giant icy fist crashed down, leaving the night owl with no room to evade, piercing straight through its chest, leaving a massive bloody hole. I told you, I'll make your death ugly. Juan Rue's gaze was icy cold, and from the giant ice fist waves of frost spread out, threatening to freeze the night owl once more. That bastard! If it weren't for him, how could I lose? The night owl's fierce eyes glared up at the sky, its gaze fixed on the trembling, swaying helicopter filled with hatred for the Phantom King. It let out a final roar, its entire body boiling with energy, violently surging. You want to self-destruct? Juan Rue hadn't expected the Phantom Beast to want to blow itself up. His expression changed drastically, and the ice god behind him immediately reached out with two massive hands, gripping the night owl tightly. Boom! The terrifying energy blast shattered the ice god's arms, even sending Juan Rue's body flying, plummeting toward the ground. At the moment of the night owl's self-destruction, a black feather shot from its body, racing toward the helicopter in the sky at incredible speed. It seems it's over, doesn't it? Frost covered the sky, and Suyi, through the shattered window, witnessed Juan Rue's overwhelming victory. He exhaled in relief, just about to repair the window when a terrifying energy ripple surged from below. What is that? Suya's pupils constricted, watching a black light tear through the night, striking the side of the aircraft instantaneously. Thud! The helicopter shook violently with a loud roar. The next moment, the whole aircraft began to sway rapidly, flying forward a few meters with inertia before plummeting toward the ground. What happened? Suyi grabbed the seat tightly, shouting in alarm. At this moment, the helicopter was wobbling precariously, descending at an alarming speed. The clouds swiftly passing by. Old Fong seemed equally unprepared for the situation. He pulled hard on the controls, operating the dashboard frantically, his face turning pale as he shouted, the rotor has malfunctioned. For a helicopter, the rotor is almost its sole means of staying aloft. The black light that rushed toward the aircraft had punched right through the rotor. Whoa, this can't be happening. Suya's face turned slightly pale as he watched the rapidly ascending white clouds on either side, a tremor coursing through his heart. He had thought that the Ice King had successfully taken down the night owl, but this unforeseen accident blindsided him. As the plane spun and plummeted, Suyi quickly abandoned the idea of parachuting. Under such circumstances, jumping out would be as good as seeking death. Was this the only option left? Clenching his teeth, he pressed close to the cabin door, firmly placing his palm on the aircraft's ceiling, and activated his repairability. A white light swiftly enveloped the entire plane. Under Suya's energy flow, the nearly scrap condition of the propeller began to repair itself. However, managing the entire aircraft had already consumed 70% of his energy. Now, forcefully using his remaining energy to repair the plane, his reserves were depleting at an alarming rate. With a whoosh, the white light receded like a tide, leaving Suyi utterly exhausted as he collapsed into his seat. Did it work? His ability had been forcibly interrupted due to energy depletion, leaving him unsure if the propeller was fully fixed. I'm trying. Even in such a perilous situation, Old Fong maintained a semblance of calm, forcefully pulling at the control stick and attempting to restart the propeller. Yet the helicopter continued its spiraling descent, with its speed increasing. The propeller remained motionless, seemingly not fully repaired. Come on, move, Old Fong shouted, clenching his fists tightly as frustration mounted. Suya's face was still pale, his heart filled with anxiety. Could this be the end? With anger, he slammed his fist onto the seat in frustration. At that moment, a wisp of mist flew out from Suya's waist, surging into his body. Strangely, strands of white threads emerged once more from within him, stretching to the top of the aircraft but dissipating quickly after a second. There was a faint noise from above the cabin, the sound of rotor blades beginning to turn. Although very weak, it indicated the successful ignition of the propeller. Old Fong, Suya's eyes lit up with hope, unable to ponder over the strange occurrence. He shouted loudly, I'm on it. Old Fong's face showed excitement as he quickly pulled the control stick towards himself, trying to stabilize the aircraft. However, the propeller's startup required time. Although the blades began to accelerate, they couldn't halt the helicopter's rapid descent. Under Old Fong's control, the helicopter finally stopped spinning, but its downward plunge showed no signs of slowing. Through the window, Suyi could see the ground illuminated by moonlight. Below seemed to be a barren wasteland on the outskirts of Jean City, desolate without a village in sight. At this speed, the outcome seemed inevitable, a catastrophic crash. The helicopter's propellers spun frantically, their speed increasing with each passing second. Although the descent slowed slightly, it still plummeted towards the ground with an unstoppable force. As the Earth loomed ever closer, the distance quickly reduced from 300 meters to 200, then 100. The ground was now visible in stunning clarity, and it seemed like there was no time left to avert disaster. Yet just then, a sudden impact. The falling helicopter jolted as if it had hit something, momentarily halting its rapid descent. Through the window, Suyi could see nothing but a dense mist of ice spreading beneath the helicopter. With a long exhale, he reclined exhaustedly in his seat, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed they had been saved. The mysterious ice mist spread out in 6 successive bursts, resembling a makeshift cushion that forcefully decelerated the plummeting helicopter. Under this newfound buffer, the rotors could finally manage to stabilize the aircraft, alleviating the nauseating sense of weightlessness. Gradually, the helicopter approached the ground. Finally, with a resounding thud, it landed amidst a cloud of dust. Despite the perilous nature of the emergency landing, Su Yi and the old man Fong inside the helicopter emerged unscathed. A sizzle followed by a loud bang emanated from the exterior of the helicopter, accompanied by a rising layer of black smoke. Fong Lao seemed to relax as well, leaning back in his chair, his back soaked with sweat. Half a minute later, Su Yi and Fong Lao disembarked, feeling the cool night breeze. A shadow descended from the sky, revealing the figure of Ruan Rue. He was a sight to behold, his clothes tattered, and only one of his ice wings remained, looking ragged and worn. Behind him, the colossal ice giant was a shattered remnant, its arms broken and its body covered in cracks. As Ruan Rue moved forward, the giant dissolved into a flurry of icy fragments. His eyes, though weary, softened with relief upon seeing Su Yi and Fong Lao unharmed. For once his typically stoic expression broke into a smile. The night wind tousled his short white hair, and under the moonlight his eyes gleamed with a sapphire-like hue. "Well done," he acknowledged with a fleeting smile, nodding in gratitude towards Su Yi. From beside the helicopter, Fong Lao's voice rang out, carrying a note of concern as he gazed at the smoke emanating from the helicopter's engine, the site of the first attack by the night owl. The damage to the outer shell revealed the helicopter's engine, which had malfunctioned due to the high-speed descent. Lacking the necessary tools and time, repair seemed impossible. Turning to Su Yi, Fong Lao's eyes carried a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, but you might not be able to attend the entrance exam this time. With no means of transport in this remote wilderness, there's no way to reach Longsha Academy." Su Ye's expression momentarily froze. He doubted the academy would delay the entrance exam for his sake. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and maintained a calm demeanor. "It's all right, this unexpected situation, the responsibility is all mine." Ruan Rue spoke with an expressionless face, interrupting Su Ye's words. "If it weren't for my mistake, that beast wouldn't have appeared here." He then turned to look at Elder Fong, asking, "What time is it now?" Elder Fong glanced at his watch and quickly replied, "It's 3:30 in the morning." Su Ye's expression changed slightly. Even if the helicopter wasn't broken, it would take nearly 3 hours to reach the destination. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed unlikely to make it to the entrance exam on time, though he might just be a little late. The sudden rush of cold air brought Su Ye's attention back. As he turned his head, he saw that icy wings had once again formed behind Ruan Rue. "But I can assure you, you will definitely reach the academy before the entrance exam. Hey, are you thinking of?" Su Ye's expression froze. The next moment, before he could react, Ruan Rue grabbed him by the clothes and soared into the sky. Just like that, the two of them shot up high, quickly disappearing into the distance. "What?" Inside the office, a teacher spoke in shock, staring in disbelief at the middle-aged man with a crew cut and sunglasses before him. "You want to take over this entrance exam? Is there a problem, Teacher Songwei?" The crew cut man smiled slightly, responding calmly, "No, nothing." Songwei wiped the sweat off his forehead, concerned. "I'm just worried that if you're in charge of the test, we might not even keep half of the 120 students participating." He looked at the man in front of him, a flurry of thoughts in his mind. This so-called devil instructor, Coach Lian Shou, who was nearing retirement, had been invited by the principal to oversee the entrance assessment 9 days from now. Little did anyone expect he would propose to take over this entrance exam. A peculiar smile appeared on Lian Shou's face. "Don't you think the quality of the students at the academy has been declining recently? Instead of wasting resources on some useless ones, wouldn't it be better to reduce the intake and only recruit those truly qualified to become void hunters?" Song Wei blushed with embarrassment, involuntarily speaking up. "Our academy enrolls about 100 students each year. The students who can take the test are already the cream of the crop. Isn't it a bit too much to call them useless? Teacher Song Wei, you are too naive." Lian Shou shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Haven't you realized yet? His gaze suddenly turned sharp like a sword poised to strike, exuding a pressing aura. In the past few years, the activities of the void demons have become increasingly frequent. The number of void realms opening within the 5 nations has multiplied and the casualties among void hunters are mounting. Shouldn't we expand enrollment and train more elites then? Song Wei was utterly perplexed, and send them to their deaths. Lian Shou cut him off mercilessly. In my opinion, those without true strength, even if they become void hunters, are just going to their deaths for no reason. You. Song Wei furrowed his brows, wanting to argue further. Enough. A sudden aged voice interrupted the heated argument between the two individuals. Principal Xiaowu stood before them, his expression solemn and unwavering. After a moment of tense silence, he spoke slowly. Why are the two of you in my office? The room fell into a few seconds of quiet. Lian Shou sighed, rubbing his forehead. I haven't been away from the academy for 2 years and your forgetfulness is getting worse. Principal Songwei, seemingly used to this routine, quickly stepped forward to explain their presence in detail. Understanding dawned on Principal Xiaowu, who nodded and suddenly waved his hand. I agree, this year's admission test will be entirely under Instructor Lian Shou's charge. As for you, Teacher Songwei, you will assist as a teaching aide, internally. Song Wei lamented the 3 days he spent crafting the test plan, but he could only reply solemnly, yes, Principal. Lian Shou nodded towards the principal and turned to leave. Then I'll leave it to you, Teacher Song Wei. It's half an hour till 8, let's gather at the test site early. I don't like being late. Song Wei shrugged and followed along. Since the principal had spoken, there was no room for doubt. I'm curious, Instructor Lian Shou, how many students do you expect to pass this test? Lian Shou smiled as he walked ahead. About 30, I suppose. On the vast plains of Longxia Academy, dozens of students slowly made their way from all directions towards the center of the expanse. They hailed from various parts of the country, each possessing a dragon jade, arriving here to partake in the entrance exam. Almost every face bore a slight smile, their expressions brimming with confidence. These students were the cream of the crop among their peers, excelling in both individual capabilities and overall evaluations. It was for this reason they had acquired the Dragon Jade, granting them entry to this prestigious awakening academy, Longxia Academy. Wow, even a random test site at Longxia Academy is this big, someone exclaimed amongst the crowd, halting in front of a sign that read testing ground. To avoid being late, they had made a point to set out early. Your name is Tang Xiaowan, right? What a beautiful name. A young man with a mischievous face and vibrant red hair enthusiastically hovered around a stunning young woman nearby, his demeanor filled with excitement. Such beauty was something he'd never encountered back in high school. Had Su been present, he would have certainly recognized the girl as his former high school beauty, Tang Xiaowan. My name is Han Hao and I awakened an S grade ability. Impressive, right? The red-haired youth boasted, oblivious to the slight frown on Tang Xiaowan's face. Tang Xiaowan showed no interest in the young man who suddenly approached her. Just as she was about to speak, two figures seemed to appear out of thin air. Instantly arriving in front of the signpost, they wore light blue suits, and the emblems on their shoulders clearly indicated their identity. Good day, instructors. At once, the students present stopped their conversations and many of them politely bowed. Not bad, quite a number of punctual youngsters, Lian Shou remarked with a slight smile as he casually pulled a pocket watch from his inner coat pocket. Ignoring the greetings from the students beside him, he simply looked at the watch. Standing silently, the remaining students immediately felt more tense, quickly forming a line in front of Lian Shou. Even when they spoke, their voices were barely above a whisper, fearing they might anger the instructors who were about to test them. As more students arrived, they all gathered at the front. Song Wei observed the surroundings, stealing glances at the motionless Lian Shou beside him, his mind imagining what kind of challenges this legendary strict instructor might have in store for the newcomers. Time ticked by swiftly and soon it was 7:58. There were just 2 minutes left until 8 o'clock and the number of gathered students reached 117. According to the list, 120 students were expected to participate in the entrance test. Song Wei pondered as he glanced ahead. 3 students were still missing. Were they late, or perhaps? As the second hand of the stopwatch passed 12 again, Lian Shou lifted his head slightly and quickly counted the people before him. 1 minute left, he announced. Suddenly a commotion arose within the crowd. They looked towards a distant point where the girls gasped, covering their eyes with their hands while peeking through their fingers. A massive man, at least 19 meters tall with a buzz cut and a muscular build, was striding towards them. Shirtless, his sharply defined pectorals and abs were on full display and his gaze was wild and unrestrained. Is this the freshman test site? he rumbled, ignoring the stares as he walked straight into the crowd. Moments later, a broad grin spread across his face. "Let's get started already, I can't wait." Still, two were missing. Songwei's heart stirred, his eyes flicking to the stopwatch in Lian Shou's hand. Less than 5 seconds remained until 8. It seemed those two might miss the test. He sighed softly while Lian Shou maintained a steady smile. Apparently, waiting for the remaining two wasn't necessary. Lian Shou was about to close his watch when his movement abruptly halted. With a peculiar smile, he looked up at the sky, prompting the students to follow his gaze. Astonishment soon filled the air as a black dot rapidly grew larger in the sky, appearing to head directly for their location. Gradually, they could discern two human silhouettes, one of whom had wings. Whoosh! A figure streaked down from the sky like a meteor, landing with a resounding crash in the middle of the plain. The gust of cold wind swept away the dust and smoke, revealing the scene. At that exact moment, Lian Shou's half-closed pocket watch ticked precisely to the 12 o'clock mark. From within the swirling dust, a voice as chilling as ice emerged. "Not a second more, not a second less. Looks like I made it on time." This dramatic entrance left the over 100 students present utterly astonished. They could never have imagined someone would appear in such a spectacular manner. Who was this person shrouded in dust, and how could they descend from the heavens? Moments ago, there were clearly two people. Could the other one also be a new student at Longxia Academy? All eyes were fixed on the churning dust cloud. As the cold wind swept through, the battered figure of Ruan Rui gradually came into view, along with the wings unfurling behind him. The sight made the student's heart skip a beat. His eyes were filled with deep exhaustion. He had just fought a fierce battle with a night owl and then rushed through the skies with Su Yi for 4.5 hours. Both his mental strength and internal energy were nearly depleted. As the dust settled completely, a second figure began to appear behind him. Su Yi, in a most undignified manner, was sprawled on the ground, retching violently. The sensation of weightlessness from the rapid descent had churned his insides. Had he eaten anything since last night, he would surely have vomited it all up. "So that's why someone would make such a flashy entrance," Lian Shou remarked, putting away his pocket watch with a smile as he looked at Ruan Rui. "Turns out it's you reserved kid. Long time no see, Mr. Lian Shou." A fleeting look of indescribable tension crossed Ruan Rui's usually imperturbable face. He twitched the corner of his mouth awkwardly and began walking away without turning back. "This student is a new enrollee this year. I have delivered him on time and will now take my leave," he said. Then, without a moment's pause, he dragged his weary body away at a brisk pace. Su Yi wiped his mouth as he stood up from the ground. Watching Ruan Rui's retreating figure, he couldn't shake the feeling that this icy senior seemed to be fleeing for his life, his steps quick and urgent. Over 100 pairs of eyes were now fixed on him, brimming with a myriad of emotions: shock, disdain, curiosity, surprise. All the new students were deeply impressed by Su Yi's dramatic arrival and kept scrutinizing him repeatedly. Among the crowd, Tang Xiuwan's beautiful eyes also sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Su Yi. He had managed to arrive precisely on time. Returning his gaze from Ruan Rui's retreating form, Lian Shou cast a slightly amused glance at Su Yi. "Well, you managed to arrive on time after all." "Fall in line." "Yes, sir," Su Yi replied. In those brief seconds of observation, he had already deduced the identity of the person before him. His pupils gleamed as he spotted a familiar face within the crowd. Quietly moving to the back of the group, he finally stood in place, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He made it just in time for the entrance exam. "No matter how you look at it, you're something else, man." A whisper reached his ears as Su Yi steadied himself. Turning to the source, he saw a boy with a small braid giving him a thumbs up. The boy had a delicate appearance, but his unsteady stance and peculiar demeanor gave Su Yi an odd feeling that didn't quite match his looks. "Bai Tao here, what's your name, brother?" Su Yi replied calmly. Su Yi. He realized where that strange feeling was coming from. Bai Tao exuded an aura that could only be described as crafty and suspicious, mismatched with his refined appearance. It was like he had been up to no good for years, always wary of the authorities. "Su Yi, you're incredibly lucky," Bai Tao said with a familiar grin. "If you were even a second later, you'd have been in trouble." "Trouble?" Su Yi was curious. "What could happen if I was late by a second? Seems like you haven't heard." Bai Tao raised an eyebrow, pointing to the stern figure of Lian Shou at the front. "That guy up there is the infamous demon instructor Lian Shou." Demon instructor? Su Yi's interest was piqued. This intel was crucial for someone as unprepared as him. "And how does my timing relate to this? Would I have to do 1,000 push-ups if I was late?" "The consequences are far worse than that," Bai Tao chuckled, about to elaborate when a loud voice interrupted them from afar. "Report, a breathless boy." sprinted towards the signpost, panting heavily. "I was too excited yesterday and overslept this morning," he said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "Instructor, I'll accept any punishment." Lian Shou, smiling warmly, pulled out a pocket watch and glanced at it. "You're a minute and 10 seconds late." "I'm sorry, instructor, it won't happen again," the boy promised earnestly, standing at attention. "Life doesn't offer many next times," Lian Shou said, still smiling as he pocketed the watch, his gaze fixed on the boy. "You can go home now, classmate." "What?" The boy's face froze in disbelief. "What did you just say?" "I said you can go home now," Lian Shou repeated, his smile unwavering. Behind his sunglasses no one could see his eyes. "But today is the entrance exam." The boy's excitement vanished, replaced with urgency and distress. "I thought those entering this academy would be smarter than their peers," Lian Shou remarked, his expression unchanged. Lian Shou's smile faded slightly as he gazed calmly at the young man before him. "Let me make this clear," he began, his tone unwavering. "Your entrance test is over and the result is that you did not pass. Please go home." The young man's expression darkened, unable to accept this reality. "Why, I possess the Dragon Jade, I have an S-level ability. Joining Dragon Xia Academy should be a given. Is it just because I was 1 minute late that I lose my eligibility?" Lian Shou's face remained unchanged as he responded in a calm voice. "As the instructor here, as the person in charge of this entrance test, I have my standards. Punctuality is the only and the minimum standard in my view. Anyone who cannot keep time is deemed unqualified." The young man, now visibly angry and embarrassed, shouted, "And you think you're fit to be an instructor? No." One knew how excited he had been upon learning he had the Dragon Jade, how eagerly he had looked forward to entering this prestigious academy of his dreams, and now, because of a mere minute's delay, his chance was slipping away. "I demand to see the principal." "You have no right to deny my entry." Rage surged within him and an aura of energy began to emanate from his body. "Are you planning to use your abilities against me?" Lian Shou's face showed a hint of surprise and amusement as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Almost immediately, the young man's body was flung back like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with force. Among the 100+ students present, only 3 noticed what had just transpired. A burly man standing 6'3" grinned, sizing up Lian Shou, while a boy in a light blue jacket, hair perfectly in place and glasses glinting in the light, looked on in awe. Su Yi, his expression serious, was shocked. Is this the kind of ability he possesses? Lian Shou remained stationary, as if he hadn't moved a muscle, even a finger, during the entire exchange. His sunglasses reflected the sunlight, casting a subtle glow while an air of authority enveloped him. "I don't care if you want to see the principal or anyone else," he said with a calm but commanding voice that no one dared to question. "During the entrance test and even the subsequent evaluations, my orders are absolute. Do you understand?" His gaze, hidden behind the sunglasses, swept over the 119 students present. "Your first entrance test begins now." Domineering, powerful, this was the impression that all the students had of this formidable instructor. "So you finally understood the severe consequences Bai Tao had mentioned." He felt a sense of relief for having managed to arrive just in time. Had he been half a second slower, his fate might have matched that of the student lying unconscious in the distance. This was the infamous devil instructor. Bai Tao watched ahead, anxiously whispering, "According to what I know, he's been an instructor 3 times before, overseeing entrance tests and evaluations. Each time more than half of the participants were eliminated. You must be careful, Su Yi." Su Ye's eyes flickered, but before he could respond, Lian Shou's voice boomed, "Your first entrance test begins now." After saying this, he turned to Song Wei beside him and whispered in his ear, "I recall, teacher Song Wei, your ability is." Upon hearing Lian Shou's instructions, Song Wei's expression turned peculiar. He widened his eyes and whispered back, "Are you serious, instructor Lian Shou? With your requirements, at least dozens of these kids will be filtered out." "So what?" Lian Shou replied nonchalantly, slightly raising his chin. "Can you do it?" "Of course I can," Song Wei muttered under his breath. "But this test seems like you made it up on the spot." Despite his silent complaints, Song Wei could only rub his temples. As an assistant, he had no choice but to follow Lian Shou's lead. "I don't care if all these kids get eliminated, it's none of my business," Song Wei grumbled internally as he leisurely walked toward the right front. The students watched curiously as this assistant suddenly left, feeling a bit puzzled. Just then Lian Shou's voice rang out again, "Your first test is climbing a mountain." The crowd erupted in confusion, voices rising in disbelief. Climbing a mountain? Where would they find a mountain to climb? The testing ground was a flat plain, perfectly level in all directions, with not a building in sight for kilometers around. It had taken them Nearly half an hour just to walk here from the dormitories. Where on this plain could there possibly be a mountain to climb? This should do, Song Wei muttered to himself as he stopped 30 meters away looking ahead. Teacher Song Wei, please show these kids where the mountain is, Lien Shou called out with a faint smile. All the students turned their heads looking at Song Wei 30 meters away. Did the so-called mountain have some special meaning? Could it refer to an awakened one of the mountain realm? Song Wei shrugged helplessly gently. Lifting his right foot before stomping it on the ground, the mountain is right beneath our feet, isn't it? Rumble. As his right foot struck the ground, a deep rumbling emerged from beneath the plain. In the next moment, amidst exclamations of shock, the earth split open and a towering peak soared skyward, breaking through the surface with a thunderous appearance. The mountain stood about 200 meters high with winding paths and dense forests covering its slopes. The students stood in awe, staring up at the suddenly materialized mountain, swallowing nervously. They weren't foolish. In an instant they realized that this mountain was none other than the creation of teacher Song Wei's ability. Imagine the sheer terror of someone capable of conjuring a mountain out of thin air. His power is undoubtedly formidable in existence at the peak level. Suyi could distinctly sense a wave of energy enveloping the mountain. With a hint of surprise he glanced at Song Wei, his heart filled with admiration. No wonder this is Longxia Academy, the highest institution any random teacher chosen here is at the peak level. It's worth noting that peak level awakened individuals in the entire Long Kingdom are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Now let me announce the rules for the first test. Lien Shou's voice drew everyone's astonished gaze back to him. He stood quietly with his hands behind his back and began to explain the rules. The test content is incredibly simple. As long as you can reach the top of the mountain within 30 minutes, you pass the test. So simple. Dozens of students exchanged surprised looks, a bit taken aback. Climbing a 200-meter-high mountain in 30 minutes is possible even for ordinary people with some training, and they, being awakened, would have significantly enhanced physical abilities through energy manipulation. Reaching the summit in half an hour shouldn't be too difficult. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lien Shou continued, adding, of course, besides the time limit, there's another special rule. He slowly scanned each face, gently stating, only 80 people will pass the first test. If there are already 80 people at the summit when you arrive, I'm afraid you won't pass. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Students who had initially felt at ease now looked as if facing a formidable challenge, their expressions tense. Only 80 can pass the first test. This means they must compete against each other. Otherwise, even if they reach the summit within 30 minutes but aren't among the first 80, it's pointless. The opportunity to join Longxia Academy is rare and no one is willing to give up this hard-won chance. This is now quite problematic. Suyi, after hearing these rules, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This test is entirely about testing physical strength and the ability to utilize one's energy, which is quite disadvantageous for him. After his intense battle with the 17th counselor, he was hurried off to the school by Ruan Rue. Apart from catching a nap in the car, he had barely slept all night. Just a few hours ago he had been battling wits and strength with a virtual beast at an altitude of 4,000 meters. Both his physical strength and energy were critically depleted. Now he was expected to compete in endurance with over 100 talented peers. From any angle, the probability of him passing this test seemed minuscule. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that something wasn't quite right. There was an unmistakable feeling that this test was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. To pass, one might need to think outside the box. Suyi's gaze swept over each student, his mind racing for a solution. However, Lien Shou gave the group no time for contemplation. After reciting the rules, he waved his hand grandly and laughed as he announced, the first test begins now. Boom! Almost as soon as Lien Shou's voice faded, someone activated their powers and dashed forward. Suyi's eyes flashed as he noticed a student suddenly lift off into the air, quickly zooming forward. The student moved with incredible speed, covering more than 10 meters in a blink, heading towards the mountain peak. As soon as he took off, the other students, as if fueled by adrenaline, desperately rushed forward too. They resembled students sprinting towards the cafeteria after class, each one eager to reach the mountain summit and complete the test. Suyi was not slow to react either. He quickly joined the crowd. But when he turned to look, Bai Tao, who had been beside him moments ago, had vanished, disappearing somewhere unknown. Suyi shook his head, dismissing the thought, and concentrated his energy evenly on his legs, blending into the crowd while steadily moving closer to the mountain peak. yet his mind was still tirelessly searching for a way to break through. Impressive, Mr. Songwei, your mountain god ability gets more refined by the day. Lian Shou approached Songwei, watching the bustling students ahead with a faint smile on his lips. Songwei squinted at Lian Shou beside him and remarked, compared to you, Instructor Lian Shou, I still have a long way to go. Even now you could probably defeat me with a single move, couldn't you? Songwei's humility seemed a bit excessive. Lian Shou chuckled in response. Since I got injured, my energy improvement has stalled and my level has even regressed. Meanwhile, you've been diligently enhancing your strength over the years. There's no way I could take you down with just one strike. Oh? Songwei raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Instructor Lian Shou, do you really think that? Yes, Lian Shou sighed, shrugging helplessly. I'd need at least 2 moves to beat you now. Songwei twitched at the corner of his mouth, wishing he hadn't asked that extra question. With a long sigh, he looked at the nearby student whom Lian Shou had knocked unconscious, lightly tapping the ground with his toe. Instructor Lian Shou, your strikes are as heavy-handed as ever. This is just a child after all. The ground trembled slightly and unexpectedly a rock leapt from the soil. The rock had arms and legs, seemingly made of muscle-like stones. Although the little rock figure was only palm-sized, it approached the unconscious student and effortlessly lifted him onto its head, heading straight for the academy's medical building. Its speed was swift, yet the student, balanced atop it, remained incredibly stable without a hint of jostling. He didn't adhere to the timing and broke the rules, Lian Shou remarked. Lian Shou responded with a calm demeanor, his words carrying a hint of detachment. Not only that, but he seemed to be contemplating unleashing his abilities on me. Behind his sunglasses his gaze took on a sharp intensity, a chill that even Songwei could sense. The powers of an awakened one are never meant to be directed at their own kind. Unpunctual, arrogant, treating everything lightly without a shred of respect or seriousness. If he were to join Longxia Academy. Lian Shou paused for a moment, his tone gradually growing colder. He would die. Songwei fell silent, yet a strange feeling surged within him. Perhaps Instructor Lian Shou wasn't truly indifferent. His strictness might simply be a means to minimize casualties among children who lack adequate capabilities. Respect surged unexpectedly, dissipating some of the original bias against this legendary figure of the school. During the brief exchange between the two, the leading group of students had already reached the foot of the mountain, ready to begin their ascent. Among them, the student who could fly seemed to be at the forefront, a smile gracing his face as he felt the test was tailor-made for him, devoid of any challenge. I'll take the first place in this test. He dived to the mountain's base, made a slight adjustment to his posture, and then shot straight towards the peak like an arrow released from a bow. Climb. Who would bother with such a tiring task? Lian Shou casually took out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and leisurely blew a smoke ring, observing the student's actions from a distance. Time's about right, Instructor Songwei, please proceed. Don't go easy on them. Understood. Songwei shook his head with a wry smile and then crouched down, pressing his right hand to the ground. A streak of green light shot from his palm, swiftly penetrating the distant mountain peak. Thud, muffled sound reverberated, drawing a chorus of gasps. The student who had been soaring straight up suddenly plummeted like a kite with a broken string, barely managing to stabilize himself with his abilities before crashing to the ground awkwardly. Holding his bleeding nose, he looked up in disbelief at the mountainside. There, a massive fist, nearly a meter in diameter, emerged from the mountain. Following this, a series of rumblings emanated from the peak. A colossal stone giant emerged from the mountain, and after it came out, the mountain's facade returned to its original state, showing no signs of change. The stone giant, standing about 3 meters tall, seemed to be composed of countless rocks, exuding an explosive strength. It leaped from the mountainside towards the ground. As it landed, the entire mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Seeing someone fall from the sky, the fastest students experienced a jolt of fear and halted their steps. Hey, look up there! Someone shouted from within the crowd. Everyone raised their heads, their pupils contracting tightly. The ground trembled once more. Around the base of this towering mountain, several stone giants emerged one after another, each exuding an imposing aura filled with power and gravity. The students, driven by their varying speeds, had already reached different points along the mountain's ascent. These stone giants appeared strategically placed, uniformly distributed across the mountain, effectively blocking all paths upward. Sui, trailing in the last group, had just set foot at the mountain's base when he noticed these formidable creatures. His expression shifted slightly as he finally identified the source of his unease. These monsters were the real test of this initial challenge. The task was not only to dodge the stone giants' relentless pursuit but also to reach the summit. Within 30 minutes, all while ensuring one was among the top 80 climbers, Suya's breath quickened and his gaze sharpened with an intense calmness. Exhausted and depleted of energy, he pondered how to find a breakthrough under such stringent conditions. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This was indeed a test of hellish difficulty. Each stone giant possessed the power equivalent to that of a rock-tier entity. Suyi deduced this from observing the energy fluctuations emanating from the giants, realizing they matched the strength of the fierce wolf that once attacked their school. There were 5 in total, Suyi figured, as he looked up to see the stone giants stationed at various points on the mountain guarding the path to the summit. A resounding thud echoed as the nearest stone giant to Suyi stomped its right foot, shattering a dozen trees beneath its weight. It glared menacingly at the dozens below, swinging its fist down upon them. The faces of the dozen or so students at the front turned pale as they hastily retreated. Their energies surged, but before they could unleash their powers, they were swatted away, tumbling off the mountain. Thud! Over a dozen figures rolled down the mountain, collapsing at its base with their eyes rolling back as they fainted on the spot. Some had visibly broken ribs from the impact, their injuries severe. "No way!" exclaimed several students, their faces turning ghostly white at the gruesome scene. They had never witnessed such a brutal spectacle. Wasn't this supposed to be a standard entrance exam? Why did it turn so violent? Despite their innate talents, they were merely high schoolers who had only recently awakened their abilities. The sight caused several to weaken at the knees, contemplating retreat. Elimination count 13. On the plains, Liansho sat leisurely on a chair crafted from stone, observing the scene with a smile. Beside him, Songwei sighed lightly, the tips of his toes glowing with a faint blue light. Instantly, 13 small rock figures emerged from the ground, carrying the unconscious students toward the infirmary. "You told me not to hold back, but these kids are just beginners in the stone realm. What if someone can't withstand the attack and ends up in danger?" Songwei expressed his concern. "Don't worry, that won't happen," Liansho replied calmly, his expression unchanged. In their group, these young talents stood out among their peers, each having earned a piece of long jade through rigorous testing by the academy. Despite their current levels being only at the stone realm, their grasp on energy was budding, ensuring they wouldn't fall easily in battle. One of them adjusted his sunglasses and spoke with a hint of amusement. "Have a little faith in these kids, teacher Songwei. It's only in such high-pressure environments that we can truly see if they have what it takes to step onto the battlefield." Songwei's lips twitched in response, but he could only silently grumble. "So as long as nobody dies, it doesn't matter how badly they're wounded?" He glanced at Liansho, thinking what a devil he truly is. One of the girls among the crowd, her voice trembling, suggested, "Should we unite and find a way to bring down the stone giant?" Her proposal lit up the faces of many, prompting enthusiastic agreements. Why not collaborate and shatter the stone giant first, then figure out the next step? As soon as the words were spoken, the stone giant swung its massive palm toward them. Those who had proposed cooperation no longer retreated. Instead, they channeled their energy, releasing their abilities in unison. A burst of flames erupted from the left side, aiming for the giant's face, while simultaneously a water dragon surged from the right. The conflicting energies clashed mid-air, dissolving into a dense cloud of steam that obscured their vision rather than harming the stone giant. The two who unleashed their powers exchanged bewildered glances from afar, exclaiming "You!" Before they could say more, the stone giant's fist came crashing down with force. The resulting shockwave sent them flying, all tumbling to the ground. One of them, caught at the forefront of the impact, was flung off the mountain, losing consciousness. Another one was out. How foolish! Suyi, moving through the forested side path and attempting to reach the mountain road, cast a sidelong glance at the students trying to collaborate. How could they expect to cooperate without understanding each other's abilities? The nature, strength and coordination required between individuals couldn't be grasped with just a few words. This wasn't a street brawl where more numbers could tilt the balance in one's favor. In a situation like this, there was no time for them to discuss tactics or coordinate their abilities effectively. Essentially, in this test, it was best to rely on oneself. Suyi set his gaze forward, eyes fixed on the space between the stone giant's legs. Due to its massive size, its legs stood wide apart, leaving a large gap enough for over a dozen people to pass through. Suyi wasn't the only one with this idea. Several others shared the same thought. On the forest path he was treading, several others were also advancing toward the stone giant. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Suyi noticed a figure approaching. It was the person who had been at the forefront earlier, flying through the air. His striking rooster comb hairstyle was unforgettable, especially after he was the first to be knocked down by the stone giant. after being struck down he had landed back at the foot of the mountain, coincidentally being stopped by this first stone giant just like Su Yi and the others. At this moment his gaze was sharp as he flew about a meter above the ground, attempting to break through the stone giant's blockade by himself. Oh, this guy is... The rooster-headed man's speed surged, swiftly reaching the stone giant's feet, intending to slip through its legs. Mirroring Suya's earlier thought, the stone giant had just finished swinging its fist and was preparing to withdraw it for another attack. In the blink of an eye, the rooster-headed man darted beneath the stone giant's legs, a smile of success lighting up his face. But just then, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Looking up, horror washed over his face, his soul seemingly fleeing. His body, the stone giant had sensed his presence, bending its knees and sitting backward to block his path. Its massive form descended rapidly. At this rate he wouldn't escape in time and would be crushed by the stone giant. Even if he survived, he would surely suffer shattered bones. Oh no, this is bad. He attempted to halt his momentum, but reversing course was simply too late. At this critical juncture, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbing his foot and yanking him out of danger. Boom! The ground shook as the stone giant sat down, instantly fracturing the earth and creating a deep pit. The rooster-headed man, still in shock, found himself rolling away, tumbling into the forest on the side. It was then he realized it was a black-haired youth who had suddenly saved him. Hey brother, Su Yi grinned, looking at the rooster-headed man who was still shaken. Want to team up? I have a plan that might get us through here. The stone giant rose from the ground without pursuing Su Yi and the rooster-headed fellow, instead targeting several students attempting to slip through the gaps. Due to its enormous size, its every gesture covered several meters, leaving no one able to pass safely beneath its gaze. Thanks for the rescue, the rooster-headed man said, sincerely sizing up Su Yi. He stood up, dusting himself off. But I'm not used to working with others, so I plan to go it alone. Don't be like that, Su Yi smiled gently. Why not hear my plan first? Trust me, the risk is low and there's a good chance we can get through. The rooster-headed man's steps halted, hesitation clouding his face. Half a second later he extended his right hand towards Su Yi. Shui, he introduced himself quickly, adding, you just saved me, so I'll collaborate with you this time. If we can indeed get past this stone giant, we'll part ways and rely on our own skills from then on. Of course, our cooperation is limited to the current situation. Su Yi nodded in agreement. Let's hear it then, what's your plan? Shui stood up cautiously, observing the stone giant that kept swinging its arms. The more he thought about it, the more daunting it seemed. Let me confirm something first. So you looked at Shui. Your ability should be altering your own gravity, right? Shui abruptly turned his head, his eyes filled with shock. You, how do you know that? His ability, whenever used, would always be mistaken for some kind of ground-level flight. Yet this stranger Sui could precisely pinpoint the effects of his power. From the moment you tried to rush to the mountaintop, your flight path has always been straight. Sui shrugged, explaining casually, if your ability was mere flight, there'd be no need for that. You could just fly diagonally to the top. When facing the giant's attacks, you could have changed directions freely, but you didn't do that. You almost got hit because you couldn't change direction, so I surmised that your ability must be to alter the direction of your own gravity to mimic flying. Shui listened, stunned, looking at Su Yi as though he were some kind of anomaly. Since the test began, he'd only used his power twice, yet his ability's effects were seen through so effortlessly, analyzed almost perfectly. Truly, anyone able to participate in the Longxia Academy test isn't simple. Shui didn't hide it and responded straightforwardly, I can alter my own gravity's direction and briefly alter the gravity direction of objects I touch. But the directions I can alter are limited to up, down, left, right, forward and backward, so I can't move diagonally. Besides, due to inertia, I need to change direction in advance and gather momentum each time. In sudden situations like just now, I can't reverse direction quickly enough. Good, just as I thought. Sui nodded, confirming his analysis was correct before continuing, so listen carefully, my plan is. Someone has already passed 4 stone giants. Songwei looked in amazement at the mountain peak ahead, exclaiming in surprise, as expected of an SS-level ability holder, truly remarkable. Lian Shou had been watching the students' movements all along, nodding lightly. At this rate he might be the first to reach the summit. By this time, several students with unique abilities had already passed several stone giants and were advancing toward the peak. However, most others were stuck in front of the first 2 giants, struggling to get through. To overcome the stone giants, students displayed various tactics showcasing their impressive skills. but the stone giants of the rock realm in terms of strength, speed and destructive power far surpassed them. In just a short while nearly 20 participants had already been eliminated. Unexpectedly someone exhibited such audacity. Song Wei raised an eyebrow as he noticed the situation unfolding at the second stone giant, causing a change in his expression. He never anticipated that someone would choose such a daring method to tackle the challenge. "Oh, what is that kid trying to do?" Next to him, Lian Shou suddenly showed a curious look, gazing excitedly at the mountain peak. Following the gaze, Song Wei also displayed a look of surprise. "The location of the first stone giant? Wait, that guy, is he insane?" The stone giant swung its arms and legs relentlessly, launching ferocious attacks at the students attempting to pass. The students who tried to break through were once again forced back, standing in place with labored breaths and unwilling expressions. "How can this creature be so strong? We can't even get past the first stone giant. What about the challenges ahead?" What worried them was not just the number of people passing, but more crucially, the time they took. Once 30 minutes were up, the test would conclude. If they couldn't reach the summit by then, they would be disqualified. While the students were anxious and at a loss, a figure suddenly darted out from the left side. Instead of hurriedly rushing through an opening, he stood firmly on the slope and shouted loudly at the stone giant blocking the path, "Hey, you dumb thing." Everyone was shocked and looked over. They were trying to avoid the stone giant, yet someone dared to provoke it? Looking up, they discovered that the person taunting the stone giant was none other than the student who had timed his descent perfectly from the sky. So you stood on the slope, pointing his index finger forward at the stone giant. "A blockhead like you still wants to stop us from advancing? What a joke. This guy must be crazy." The students behind widened their eyes, utterly baffled by Suye's actions. At this distance he would surely be struck by the stone giant. As expected, the stone giant, which originally stood guard, turned its head towards Su Yi as if it had a mind of its own, suddenly swinging its massive right fist towards Su Yi. "Great, it's now or never." Watching the enlarging fist, Su Ye's eyes flashed and he shouted. The next moment he leaped directly off the slope as if intending to jump off the mountain peak entirely. The stone giant's punch missed, smashing all the trees where Su Yi had stood moments before. Everyone looked on, unable to comprehend Su Ye's descent down the mountainside. What was he doing? Though he had dodged the stone giant's attack, his action seemed pointless. But just then, another figure suddenly soared from the other side of the stone giant, traversing through at a breakneck speed. Chui adjusted his gravity forward, propelling himself rapidly ahead. In the eyes of all onlookers, he seemed to be flying through the air, moving with incredible speed. His mind was filled with Suye's plan. These stone giants had a simple form of intelligence. When I attract its attention, Suyi had instructed, you should sprint out from the right as quickly as possible. As Chui dashed out, the stone giant indeed noticed him. The giant immediately swung its left arm to block Chui. But just as its arm was about to touch Chui, Chui inexplicably plummeted toward the ground at an angle, as if he had anticipated the giant's movement, narrowly brushing past its arm. His mind echoed with memories, his eyes showing disbelief. It was exactly as that guy had said. A few minutes earlier, Suyi had mysteriously found a blank piece of paper and scribbled on it, quickly covering it with dense formulas. You studied high school physics, right? Suyi had asked, showing the paper to Chui. If you can change the direction of your gravity, then the gravity and gravitational acceleration acting on you should still follow physical rules. Based on my observations, the stone giant's punch speed is constant, about 6 meters per second. Considering its punch range, the time you need to alter your gravity, and the inertia-induced deviation, we can conduct a force analysis. Suyi had scanned his finger over the formulas, trying to help Chui understand. Chui, overwhelmed, had exclaimed, "How could I possibly understand this? Are you some kind of monster? Did you calculate these formulas and values purely by mental arithmetic and estimation? Of course, there might be some errors, but the margin shouldn't be too large," Suyi had replied, touching his nose. "The focus isn't here at all." Chui had suppressed his urge to retort, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just tell me the conclusion. I trust you won't deceive me." "Oh." Suyi had stopped his explanation, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Very well, all you need to do is follow my instructions and remember 4 time points and the directions you need to change your gravity to." He had casually crumpled the paper and tossed it behind him, his eyes full of confidence. "I'll help you get through this. The first time point, rush out of the forest and change your gravity downward 5 seconds later." Chui silently calculated the timing in his mind, repeating Suye's instructions. The giant stone arm flew over his head, smashing into the mountainside and dislodging a shower of rubble. His body, descending at an angle, slowed down before he surged forward again. Afterward, he immediately shifted his gravity forward and continued to charge ahead. The crowd behind let out a gasp, shocked by Chuyi's daring maneuver. Just a moment and he would have been swept from the sky by the stone giant, but simultaneously they witnessed something astonishing. Su Yi, who had just leaped off the slope as if to dive to the mountain's bottom, was now soaring upwards. A long rope was tied around his waist, anchored to a tree, pulling him back from his fall. Yet the students behind were puzzled. Weren't all the trees there smashed by the stone giant? How was this one still standing? Like Tarzan, Sui swung from the mountain's edge, and as he reached the peak of his swing, he swiftly unfastened the rope from his waist and rolled back onto the path, sprinting forward. On the long mountain road, Sui and Shui, one left and one right, one up and one down, charged towards the stone giant's massive form like moths to a flame. Sui used the rope's momentum to cover a great distance, keeping pace with Chuyi's advance. The stone giant's left fist swung through the air, and as Chuyi was about to dart through its underarm, it grew furious, swinging its right arm that had previously toppled the forest, aiming to snatch Chuyi from the air. Yet just as it was about to reach him, Chuyi's flight path shifted again. He dipped diagonally down for half a second, then quickly veered to the left. At the second timing point, 3 seconds into his forward rush, he redirected gravity downward, then immediately twisted to the left with all his might. The stone giant's grasping right hand missed, striking its own stony body with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, Chuyi was guided by the leftward pull of gravity, slipping near the stone giant's right side. Thud. The stone giant trembled, retracting its left arm from the mountainside as if embracing itself, crossing its arms to block any passage by its side. Indeed, this creature's intelligence was limited, following only the rules set by its creator. Seeing this movement, Su Ye's eyes brightened, reaffirming his hypothesis. No matter what happens, the stone giant's primary task is to prevent anyone from passing. In this instant, its left hand lunged leftward towards Chuyi, yet Chuyi's body once again stalled, then tilted downward. At the third timing point, after flying left for 3 seconds, he redirected gravity downward. A slight sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. The giant hand racing towards him was only 30 centimeters from his hair. Despite this, he adhered strictly to Su Ye's previous instructions. At the final timing point, half a second later, he redirected gravity forward, sprinting with all his might. He kept his eyes on the way ahead, now positioned just near the stone giant's chest. If he continued charging forward, he would crash into the giant's body. Should he alter gravity upwards, just a bit higher? This thought flashed rapidly through his mind, but in the next second he resolved firmly no. Since he already promised he would trust to the end. He charged forward with relentless force, altering gravity to propel himself swiftly ahead. The stone giant, with its arms crossed over its chest, could only watch helplessly as Chuyi drew closer, unable to react in time to block with its hands. Just then, it suddenly lowered its head and noticed another figure. Su Yi, using Chuyi as a cover, was darting at high speed beneath the giant's legs, attempting to slip through the gap and reach the other side. Hey, they're going to collide. The students behind, for some reason, grew tense as well, their eyes fixed intently on Chuyi. Chuyi's body, hurtling forward, seemed on the verge of crashing into the stone giant, yet he showed no sign of slowing down or cushioning his speed. His expression shifted subtly as he too noticed Su Yi darting beneath the giant. All his previous actions seemed to have been a stepping stone for Su Yi, merely to draw the giant's attention, allowing Su Yi to pass through. Was I deceived by him? Is he using me? Such thoughts flashed through Chuyi's mind, yet, in this perilous moment, he gritted his teeth and chose to believe. Boom! Faced with the rapidly approaching duo, the stone giant instinctively moved to block Su Yi, who was attempting to slip beneath its legs. Its colossal form thundered as it sat down, mimicking its earlier attempt to squish Chuyi, aiming to crush Su Yi and block the path leading behind it. As its massive body descended, a look of astonishment appeared in Chuyi's eyes. The giant body, once a barrier before him, suddenly dropped due to its sitting motion, clearing the way before him. Chuyi narrowly brushed past the stone giant's head, breaking through the blockade and speeding to the giant's rear. Yet he quickly turned his head, his face filled with shock as he looked at the spot where the giant had seated itself. Damn, that guy, he won't make it out. The weight of the rock giant would surely crush Su Yi's body to dust. Screams erupted from the crowd. No matter how one looked at it, Su Yi seemed to have no way out, on the brink of being crushed by the stone giant. But just then a white thread shot out from beneath, connecting swiftly to Chuyi. Moments later, under the pull of this white thread, a figure emerged at high speed, skimming past the giant's rear. Boom! With a series of thunderous roars and swirling dust, the stone giant's enormous body settled on the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, yet the figure emerged from the dust, rapidly catching up to Chewie. Bam! The two figures collided, Chewie forcibly taken by the impact, tumbling from the air and rolling on the ground. Moments later he scrambled to his feet, only then noticing his own sleeve, where the torn fabric was being swiftly repaired under a cover of white light. Beside him, Suyi lay on his back, smiling up at the sky. "See, I told you we could do it." The stone giant rose back to its feet, ignoring the two people who had run behind it and continued to block the path of those in front. "Is this why you wanted me to tear off my sleeve?" Chewie asked incredulously, looking at Suyi with a mix of disbelief and bewilderment. After they had devised their plan, Suyi had specifically asked Chewie to tear some fabric from his sleeve. Surprisingly, it came in handy at this critical moment. "Yes, that's my ability. Isn't it amazing?" Suyi replied with an unchanged smile, sitting up from the ground and catching his breath. Chewie was not amused. "Do you realize you almost got crushed by that thing just now?" he shouted angrily, ignoring Suyi's smile. "If I hadn't chosen to believe you and altered the direction of gravity, you'd be seriously injured now." Suya's smile remained as he calmly replied, "But you did choose to trust me, didn't you?" Chewie was momentarily at a loss for words. The doubt that had flashed through his mind earlier now leaving him feeling inexplicably guilty. "You're insane," he exclaimed, standing up and walking away without looking back. "Our cooperation ends here." He walked several meters away before stopping and turning back with a complex look in his eyes. "I appreciate your trust and admire your plan, but this method is too dangerous. You can't succeed every time," he said, his tone becoming somewhat colder. "Not everyone can choose to trust under such circumstances." With those words he leaped up and swiftly disappeared into the forest. Watching Chewie vanish, the faint smile on Suya's face gradually faded. He opened his palm, which had been tightly clenched, and casually tossed aside a half-piece of stone. "It looks like I won't need the backup plan," he murmured to himself. "That guy is quite honest." Suyi had never placed all his hopes on Chewie, nor did he expect Chewie to fully trust him. For Suyi, the moment Chewie agreed to his plan, his objective was already achieved. Based on his calculations, unless the stone giant had some means of suddenly accelerating, Chewie would encounter little trouble if he followed the plan. The only potential issue could arise at the final timing point. If Chewie hesitated and decided to abandon the acceleration or change direction on his own, he would definitely be stopped by the stone giant due to his reduced speed. However, before this moment, Chewyi's repeated charges and directional changes had already firmly captured the stone giant's attention. This allowed Suyi to dash towards the stone giant's underside with almost no obstruction. Before the stone giant had sat down, Suyi had already thrown half a stone forward. Even if Chewie hesitated and didn't continue forward, Suyi could still rely on his repair hand's power to pass through beneath the stone giant. Regardless of Chewyi's choices, they wouldn't affect Suyi. The fabric from Chewyi's sleeve was just the first layer of insurance. Using the curve wing to draw attention before throwing a stone behind the stone giant was the second layer of security. In a certain sense, he indeed utilized the curve wing, but he was also fulfilling his promise. As long as the curve wing could completely trust him and follow his guidance, he could ensure their success in passing the first stone giant. This meant that the reason the flying kid was able to make it through successfully was because he chose to trust. Lian Shou smiled as he explained Suya's actions to the nearby Songwei. If he had chosen to hesitate or harbored even a sliver of distrust, he would have ended up as bait, drawing attention for that kid named Suyi while slowing down and getting blocked by the stone giant instead. Therefore, whether the flying kid chose to trust or not, it only determined his own outcome and destiny. Meanwhile, Suyi had dual safeguards ensuring that no accidents would occur due to the flying kid's choices. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. After witnessing Suyi and the curve wing passing the stone giant firsthand, Lian Shou unabashedly expressed his admiration, laughing heartily and applauding. With his level of strength, even from a distance he could sense everything happening on the mountain. "Do you mean that student had anticipated two outcomes from the start and prepared contingency plans for both?" Song Wei looked in the direction of the mountain peak with a face full of astonishment, feeling a sense of absurdity. Not only that, but within just a few minutes he had judged and calculated the speed of the stone giant and the curve wing's capability. Was this guy really just a recent high school graduate? He looked towards the peak, his gaze fixed on Suyi, who had just risen from the ground and continued advancing along the mountain path, his eyes flickering with a peculiar expression. Moreover, the ability he just used was the D-grade ability Repair Hand right. If I remember correctly, this is the first freshman with a D-grade ability that the Academy has recruited. Ability grades have never determined the entirety of one's strength. Lian Shou shook his head with a smile, pondering how many of those so-called A-grade or S-grade students managed to pass the first stone giant successfully. At least in my view, this kid ranks in the top 5 among this batch of freshmen. Boom! A loud rumble came from halfway up the mountain, drawing the attention of Lian Shou and Song Wei. That was the location of the second stone giant, and such a commotion occurred there. Upon realizing what had happened, both of their expressions slightly froze. Subsequently, they had completely different reactions. Song Wei's face turned slightly pale as he looked towards the mountainside in disbelief. Is this a joke? How could there be such a monster among the freshmen? However, Lian Shou's expression turned into one of ecstatic joy, his lips curling upwards. This batch of freshmen is truly fascinating. Watching the curve wing leave, Suyi turned over and got up. From the ground, the sound of several noises came from beside the stone giant behind him. Suyi and the curve wing's successful maneuver through the stone giant allowed them to also uncover the stone giant's weaknesses. If one can wisely leverage their unique attributes, they too have a chance to block the obstacles ahead. But what about the 4 stone giants? Suyi pondered as he gazed into the distance, feeling a tinge of frustration. Given the current situation, reaching the summit within half an hour seemed quite challenging. Without further contemplation, he prepared to move forward, but suddenly an ear-piercing roar echoed in his ears. The ground trembled, layers of shockwaves rippled from afar, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. What on earth is happening? He hastily grabbed a nearby tree to steady himself, his gaze fixed ahead in astonishment. Judging by the distance, it appeared to be the location of the second stone giant. Could it be that each stone giant has a different attack pattern? This thought flickered through Suye's mind, leaving no time for hesitation as he sprinted forward with urgency. Navigating through a forested section of the mountain path, the scene before Suye abruptly shifted, revealing a startling sight. On the ground, a stone giant over 3 meters tall lay sprawled, its rocky form scattered across the terrain, surrounded by a dozen or so students in utter shock. A few of them had been pinned under the giant, fainting with cries of agony. These students had managed to reach this point before the stone giant appeared, thus avoiding the first guardian. However, like Suyi, they were now in a state of bewilderment and disbelief, staring at the fallen stone giant. Could it be someone managed to defeat it? Suye's pupils contracted slightly, unable to fathom the giant's prone position. Thud, the earth rumbled as the stone giant trembled and began to rise. Though it lacked speech, Suyi could almost sense an aura of anger emanating from it. The scattered rocks, as if magnetically drawn, returned to its form, reassembling its body. It stomped the ground vigorously, flipped over, and swung its fist forward with force. This thing is really tough. A boisterous shout rang through the air, filled with unrestrained energy. Suyi looked up to see a burly man, bare-chested, plummeting from the sky. It seemed the stone giant's collapse was his doing. With a ferocious grin, the man wrapped his right fist in a blood-red energy, laughing heartily as he shouted, "Get out of my way, I won't be responsible for any accidental injuries." His words had barely settled when the surrounding students, without hesitation, charged forward. With the stone giant being distracted, it was an opportune moment for them to scale the mountain. Several miniature rock figures emerged from the ground, swiftly carrying the unconscious students and leaping down the slope. As the injured were evacuated, the students who had been preparing to rescue them breathed a sigh of relief and dashed ahead. Suyi scanned the crowd but didn't spot Shui. It seemed he had already slipped past the second stone giant and was headed for the summit. Without delay, Suyi blended into the throng, racing up the mountain while casting a fleeting glance backward. The burly student with his impressive physique descended rapidly, his right fist crashing into the chest of the stone giant. The stone giant, which had just stood up, fell once more. Its chest seemed shattered, with fragments scattered across the ground. Could this be some kind of human-shaped beast? Suye's heart skipped a beat as he witnessed this scene, feeling utterly astonished. The energy emanating from the burly student was clearly at the same level as theirs within the stone realm. Yet when confronting the rock realm stone giant, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, completely overpowering the giant. The burly student bent his legs, landing with a stance akin to a martial arts pose, causing web-like cracks to spread out from where he stood. With a menacing grin, he looked at the struggling stone giant ahead, his muscular arms grabbing its legs, swinging the massive body towards the mountain wall. With a resounding crash, rocks tumbled down as the mountain wall Shattered, the stone giant's body embedded into the mountain wall, prompting the burly student to laugh boisterously. Is that all? Who would have thought a creature made of rocks could feel fear? Without looking back, he turned, shaking his neck as he walked forward. If this is the entrance test, then it's far too easy. With a powerful step, the ground beneath him collapsed and he launched himself like a cannonball forward. In a matter of seconds, he leaped over the crowd ahead, soaring to the cliff's height where he grasped a rock at the cliff's edge. Boring, might as well climb to the top. Suyi looked up, watching as the burly student used his arm strength to propel himself straight to the peak. As his speed waned, he casually slapped the mountain wall, using the force to leap upward again. This method of climbing was truly astonishing. Just as he was halfway up, a massive stone arm suddenly extended from the mountain wall, attempting to swat him down. Clearly in this test it seemed such a method of climbing to the peak was not permitted, yet the burly student merely sneered, maintaining his speed, and punched forward. The thick stone arm shattered with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into countless fragments. Simultaneously, a shadow shot up from the ground, taking advantage of the shattered stone arm's hiatus to ascend. Suyi immediately noticed it was Chui, who had just left. He seized the opportunity created by the burly student using his ability to climb to the peak. The burly student noticed Chui overtaking him but merely smirked, unconcerned, not considering Chui a threat. He exerted his arm strength, quickly catching up with Chui. The two, one following the other, disappeared into the mountaintop in the blink of an eye, completing the test in such a manner. Suyi withdrew his gaze, a wave of emotion washing over him. Could Longxia Academy have many such monsters? The sheer power and aura exuded by the burly student were indeed overwhelmingly dominant, making Suyi feel inadequate. He put away his slight disdain, his gaze becoming serious. The immediate priority was to complete this test. Having just passed the two stone giants, 15 minutes had already slipped away. Less than half of the 30 minutes set by Lian Shou remained, and there were still 3 stone giants standing in his path. The mountain path ahead rumbled and shook once more. From a distance, Suyi could make out the silhouette of the third stone giant. It was being besieged by several students, swinging its massive arms to block their advance, with the students rushing from the second stone giant. The number gathered here swelled to over 30. After 15 minutes of skirmishes, most had gained some understanding of the stone giants. Faced with the third giant, they did not hesitate. They scattered and charged forward. The stone giant's focus remained on those directly in front of it, leaving it oblivious to the newcomers. Suyi was about to blend with the crowd to slip past when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone at the giant's feet, a familiar face from his days at Longxia Academy. She was here, under the giant's feet were 4 people, 3 males and a female. Suyi's gaze lingered on the girl, momentarily pausing. She was Tang Xiaowan, once the school belle from his former school. Now her face was resolute, no longer helpless like when facing the gang wolf. Clearly having mastered her abilities and techniques, the 4 were dangerously close to the stone giant, trying to slip through the gaps at its feet to reach the mountaintop. Yet the giant flailed its arms wildly to thwart them. Its right fist came crashing down, but a student boldly rushed forward, crossing his arms before his chest. Thud, the mighty punch seemed to bounce off, forcing the giant to recoil. Its fist, as if struck by some force, shattered into pieces, scattering rock fragments everywhere. Success, the student, pale but excited, shouted. Now, urged by his call, the 4 charged forward, exploiting the opening created by the giant's damaged arm. However, before they could cover much ground, the giant raised its right foot, aiming to stomp them flat. Hey, I can't withstand another hit, think of something, shouted the student who had blocked the giant's punch, his face drained of color. Beside him, Han Hao, with fiery red hair, flashed a determined look and stomped the ground forcefully. In an instant, the earth beneath the giant's left foot transformed into sand and stone, collapsing beneath it. The giant, unable to maintain its balance, toppled sideways, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. Despite its fall, the stone giant did not relent in its attempts to stop the 4. It grabbed a massive boulder, hurling it forward. At that very moment, Tang Xiaowan, who had been silently gathering energy, suddenly spread her arms wide. Originally, she held a stone tightly in her hand, and at the flicker of energy, this stone transformed into a handheld cannon. Ah, that ability! Su's eyes gleamed with inexplicable light the moment he saw the cannon, and his breathing quickened. If it's that ability! Tang Xiaowan aimed at the incoming boulder and forcefully fired the cannon. With a thunderous explosion, her body was pushed back 2 steps, seemingly bearing a significant recoil, yet the boulder was shattered into dust by the impact. After firing the shot, the cannon in her hand instantly reverted to the form of a stone, which she tossed to the ground. "Quick, quick, quick, let's rush over there," a short student yelled urgently, sprinting forward. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, causing the stone giant's body to halt as if struck by an air cannon. Just as it was about to rise, it crashed back against the mountain wall. The four of them, faces brimming with excitement, charged forward without looking back, but at that moment the mountain wall trembled and a shadow descended rapidly. "Hey, what's that?" The student who initially took the stone giant's attack head-on looked up, his expression drastically changing. The impact on the stone giant had shattered the mountain wall, causing a boulder over 2 meters wide to fall. The others also changed their expressions drastically, desperately sprinting forward. They had just used their abilities on the stone giant and had neither the strength nor the time to block this falling boulder. The four of them darted forward, trying to escape the danger zone before the boulder crashed down. Ouch! The short student, in his anxious haste, stumbled and fell to the ground. The other two hesitated momentarily but didn't stop. Halting here would surely result in serious injury. But Tang Xiaowan, who was closest to the short student, stopped without a second thought, urgently reaching out. "Get up quickly." The short student, as if reborn, grabbed her hand, but just then the boulder above was no more than 5 meters away, casting a shadow that enveloped them. The wind roared in their ears, and the sight of the boulder descending rapidly spread fear through the short student's heart. With a scream, he leaped up, dragging Tang Xiaowan forward as he dashed. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she was pulled forward by the short student. He didn't look back, sprinting ahead without a care for her fate. Muttering anxiously to himself, he thought, "My dad spent a fortune and pulled favors to get this piece of dragon jade. I passed the combat test with all my might. There's no way I'm going down here." In his mind, there was only one thought: to escape the boulder's shadow, reach the mountain top, and complete the test. H. Xiaowan, Han Hao, at the forefront, caught sight of Tang Xiaowan being dragged to the ground, his expression shifting slightly. He wanted to play the hero and save her, turning back to pull Tang Xiaowan away. But with the massive rock plummeting down, turning back now could mean being crushed beneath it. Torn between choices, he ultimately chose self-preservation. Darting out of the rock's path, it was over. The girl was about to be crushed. The students behind him noticed Tang Xiaowan and their expressions changed, exclaiming in shock. Tang Xiaowan, having been pulled down to the ground, lay right in the middle of the danger zone with no time to get up and escape. She hadn't expected that trying to rescue someone could lead her into such peril. In that life-or-death moment, countless images flashed through her mind. Most vividly, she remembered Su Yi on the playground, pulling her and Nie Xiaoyu up against the crowd. Was saving someone really such a courageous and costly act? By now, several people were desperately running forward, attempting to rescue Tang Xiaowan from being crushed by the rock. They had joined Longxia Academy to express their sense of justice and become void hunters, unwilling to see someone in danger right before their eyes. Yet a figure shot out faster than any of them. A figure cloaked in a bloody glow dashed past everyone in an instant, diving into the path of the falling boulder without hesitation. Su Ye's gaze was calm as he suddenly leaped left, kicking off the rock wall, using the rebound to scoop up Tang Xiaowan and dash to the side. With the aid of the boiling blood, his speed was enhanced. Simultaneously, the rapidly falling boulder crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The dust it kicked up forced those rushing to help to come to a halt, their faces changing dramatically. One sharp-eyed student suddenly shouted, "Look!" Through the dust, two figures burst out. Astonishingly, Su Yi had managed to dash out from beneath the rock with Tang Xiaowan in his arms. However, the direction they were heading was alarmingly the side of the mountain path leading to an empty cliff. At this pace, both he and Tang Xiaowan would plummet to the bottom of the mountain, falling from mid-slope. A quick-thinking student hastily activated his ability, flinging out a rapidly extending vine in an attempt to catch Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan. But as the vine reached out, it was suddenly bounced away, flung high. The student was bewildered, feeling as though his power had been repelled by some force. What was happening? He stared at his palm, perplexed, and looked ahead in confusion. Why had that guy not saved them to the front but instead veered off the cliff? Even if they didn't die from the fall, climbing back up would be impossible. Below the cliff, Su Yi held Tang Xiaowan tight as they plummeted. As they fell, he had already deactivated the boiling blood, his eyes filled with tranquility and calm. The scenery on both sides kept rising, and he reached into his embrace with his right hand, pulling out a rope and forcefully throwing it to the side. The loop of the rope caught onto a tree growing horizontally from the mountain side, abruptly slowing the descent of the two individuals. With a gentle swing of the rope, he managed to maneuver both himself and Tang Xiaowan into a roll, landing safely on a ledge further down the mountain. This spot was situated between the first and the second stone giant. After Suyi and Chui successfully navigated past the first stone giant, the other students began to mimic their approach, each trying to make their way through. While several students were eliminated, the remaining ones managed to bypass the stone giant's blockade and continued their run up the mountain. With only 10 minutes left before the 30-minute mark, no students lingered near this part of the mountain path. Suyi swiftly got to his feet, releasing Tang Xiaowan from his grasp as he landed. Tang Xiaowan, momentarily dazed, sat on the ground for a few seconds before getting up with a complex expression on her face. "Suyi, you've saved me yet again," she remarked. "Don't get it twisted, I wasn't saving you," Suyi replied, waving his hand dismissively as he stepped back several paces, maintaining a distance from Tang Xiaowan. Her eyes flickered as she stared intently at Suyi, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "In these past 2 years, you've saved me at least 5 times, haven't you?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Suyi replied, his expression unchanged as he surveyed the path ahead, seemingly gauging their location and searching for something. "I already told you, I'm not saving you, even if you think I am counting the flag-raising incident, the playground, and now it only adds up to 3 times, not 5. Tang Xiaowan seemed to seize the rare opportunity to speak face-to-face with Suyi, gazing unwaveringly at his retreating figure as she continued. 2 years ago, a thug from the Qinglong Hall tried to harass me after school, but a falling billboard knocked him out, allowing me to escape. A week later, the Qinglong Hall organization mysteriously fell apart." Suyi impatiently cut her off. "And what does that have to do with me? I've never even heard of Qinglong Hall." He appeared to find the path he was looking for and moved forward without another word. Tang Xiaowan hurried to catch up, keeping her eyes fixed on Suyi's profile and continuing. "A year ago, Xiao Yu and I were followed by a stalker. The next day, the stalker was found tied to a tree in the park, stripped of his clothes." "Really? That's quite the outcome. Maybe he was punished by some superhero for his misdeeds," Suyi responded with a calm smile. Unfazed by Suyi's indifferent reply, Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly and boldly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "A few weeks ago, I fell from the flag-raising platform and you happened to be there to catch me. But the platform wasn't naturally damaged, it was sabotaged by a classmate the night before after school. The girl never returned to school after that day. She decided to drop out. It was just a week before graduation and there was no way she would drop out at this point." "What are you trying to say?" Suyi furrowed his brows and looked ahead, feeling a headache coming on. "These things, it must be you who orchestrated them from behind, right?" Tang Xiaowan stared intently into Suyi's eyes, trying to glean something from them. Her eyes, like amber, reflected a beautiful hue under the sunlight. "Tang Xiaowan, are you being overly narcissistic?" Suyi rolled his eyes, looking disdainfully at the school beauty before him. "According to your description, I'm the creepy stalker, aren't I? Don't block my way. There are 10 minutes left before the test ends and I still have to." "So, you're the cool pretender my sister mentioned," Tang Xiaowan stated firmly, seemingly having completely forgotten about the test. A gleam flashed through Suyi's calm eyes but quickly disappeared. "You must know my sister, right?" Tang Xiaowan, seeing Suyi's lack of response, grew anxious. She stared at Suyi with a pleading look in her eyes. "Can you tell me, why did my sister die? Before she passed away, the person accompanying her to the art exhibition should have been you, right? Why did the building at the art exhibition suddenly collapse? Was my sister really just crushed by the falling structure? What exactly happened there, and why wouldn't the hospital allow me to see her body?" Suyi's face remained expressionless, but his right hand trembled involuntarily. "I don't understand what you're talking about, Tang Xiaowan shouted. "That's my sister's name, don't you remember it?" Suyi's body shook slightly and once again the image of a figure in a white dress flashed through his mind. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang, like the ephemeral flower, pleasant, right? You know, Suyi, I actually have a younger sister who seems to be in the same school as you. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to her." "What, you're not interested? My sister is a super beauty, very cute, Suyi, I think I might not make it. If possible, could you take care of my sister for me? She's been so innocent and introverted since she was little, easily bullied. If I'm not around, there's no one to protect her." Cough, cough. "Suyi, do I look like a hunter of illusions just now?" The memories flickered through Suyi's mind, but he remained expressionless, calmly looking at Tang Xiaowan in front of him. "I told you, I don't know the person you're talking about. The things you mentioned have nothing to do with me. I wasn't saving you, I just wanted to collaborate with you." "Collaborate?" Tang Xiaowan was a bit stunned, standing there dumbfounded. "Don't forget the entrance test isn't over yet and I don't want to stop here," Suyi responded coolly, directly ending the topic. if you have any misunderstandings about me, let's talk after the test if there's a chance. Tang Xiaowan, though filled with numerous questions, managed to suppress them her gaze. Firm with determination, she had come to this place to fulfill her sister's long-held dream. With time pressing, there was no room for further discussion, but now having fallen back to the base of the mountain, how could they collaborate to reach the summit in just 10 minutes, more precisely 7 minutes and 45 seconds, Sui turned once more, striding forward briskly. Assuming everything went as planned, they should succeed in reaching the top. Nonetheless, he needed confirmation. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Xiaowan trailing behind. Was her ability as he imagined? Sui accelerated, weaving swiftly along the mountain path toward the summit. Tang Xiaowan followed closely without hesitation, promptly revealing her ability. My ability is the S-grade power of creation, she explained. It allows me to transform unconscious objects into different materials. As expected, it was precisely what he thought. Suye's eyes sparkled, a smile playing on his lips. So just now you used your ability to turn a stone into a handheld cannon, right? Tang Xiaowan nodded. But I need a thorough understanding of the material I'm transforming. For instance, to create a handheld cannon, I must first grasp its intricate design, otherwise the best I could manage would be an empty shell. If I wanted to turn a stone into diamonds or pearls, I'd need comprehensive knowledge of their molecular structures, she continued, her cheeks flushing slightly as Sui raised an eyebrow in teasing skepticism. So the top student of the school secretly studies the construction of cannons? He jested. Tang Xiaowan blushed, replying bashfully, I have a slight interest in mechanics and weaponry. Sui, however, remained focused on practical matters. What about the speed and duration of the transformation? He inquired further. The speed of transformation depends on the material itself, Tang Xiaowan replied swiftly. For example, it takes about a minute to turn a stone into an iron cannon. But if I have steel in hand, it might only take 30 seconds. The more complex the object, the more energy and time required. As for the duration, with sufficient energy, I can achieve permanent transformation. So you turn to her. So you use a special technique for temporary transformations, reverting the material back post-use? Tang Xiaowan nodded. Exactly. Good, that aligns with my assessment, Sui said, suddenly halting as they reached their intended location. Before them lay the second stone giant, still partially embedded in the wall, its body in shambles. Having sensed their presence, the giant struggled to free itself, its massive form trembling as it attempted to emerge from the rocky confines. The scattered stones on the ground began to levitate and coalesce, attempting to reassemble a form, yet the gaping hole in its chest from earlier refused to mend. So you didn't rush past the stone giant to head for the mountaintop. Instead, he stopped right where he was, as if waiting for the stone giant to recover. Hey, what's this about? Tang Xiaowan was taken aback when she saw Sui suddenly halt. Aren't we supposed to make a run for the peak while it's still down? She questioned anxiously. Even if we sprint with all our might now, we won't reach the top in time, Sui replied calmly, his gaze fixed ahead, before suddenly taking out his phone and starting to operate it. I have a question for you. Do you know what a rocket booster is? He asked. Although Tang Xiaowan wasn't entirely sure what Sui was planning, she replied, of course, it's a device used to accelerate rockets during launch. Suye's unexpected query caught her off guard. Can you create one? He asked nonchalantly. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened slightly as if she had heard something preposterous. Are you kidding me? She retorted. I just said that to transform something I need to know its specific structure, not to mention a rocket booster is a state secret. We can't possibly know its precise design. Even if I could make one, the energy and time required would be enormous. You don't need to make a complete rocket booster, Sui said, his eyes still on the stone giant, which was about to leap down from the cliffside. Scale it down and make two about 1 meter wide. How long would that take? Tang Xiaowan murmured, sensing he might not be joking. After a brief pause, she replied, for that size it would take about 5 minutes. If I push energy consumption aside and go full throttle, maybe 3 minutes. But again, without a detailed blueprint. Sui tossed a phone to her without looking back. Is this design detailed enough? He asked. Tang Xiaowan clumsily caught the phone and looked at the screen, her eyes widening with shock. Displayed on the phone was an incredibly intricate and detailed blueprint down to every single component and its specifications. How do you have a rocket booster's design? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. This kind of document is supposed to be locked away in national databases, top secret. Her mind raced with wild conclusions. Sui casually unsheathed a sword and replied, I stumbled upon a few images out of curiosity. Tang Xiaowan was stunned, her mind reeling with incredulity. Is this something you can dismiss with mere curiosity? She thought her inner voice practically shouting, "Enough with the chatter," Suyi commanded, his eyes steady and voice firm. "I've given you the blueprints, now tell me, can you transform them or not?" His voice cut through the air with urgency, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. At this moment, the stone giant had managed to restore most of its body and finally leapt down from the cliff. However, the damage it had sustained was too severe, making a full recovery impossible in the short term. Tang Xiaowan's expression immediately turned serious and intense. She glanced down at her phone, where countless component data flashed like a stream in her eyes. In her mind, these components seemed to materialize and rapidly assemble together. Moments later, she opened her eyes and earnestly replied, "Piece of cake, give me 3 minutes and I can transform it." A wave of confidence emanated from her. Impressively, Suyi, surrounded by a mist of blood, swiftly grabbed Tang Xiaowan and charged forward without looking back. In just 3 seconds, they were beside the stone giant, which had partially regained its form. Without pausing, he continued his ascent. As he climbed up the stone giant's body, Suyi drew the ancient sword Gushao from its sheath, and a white light enveloped the broken blade. Boom! The stone giant, seemingly provoked, angrily swung its newly reformed right arm at Suyi. Suyi placed Tang Xiaowan behind him and faced forward with his sword. This time he didn't evade but boldly swung the ancient sword to strike. The rock arm, incredibly hard, was severed cleanly in half, shattering into rubble that scattered through the air. Suya's clothes fluttered backward from the force of the stone giant's punch, yet he ignored the debris that rushed past him on either side, his gaze calm and steady. "There are 5 minutes left until the test ends. I'll hold it off for 3 minutes. Transform this guy's legs into rocket thrusters. Don't worry, I won't let anything harm you before the transformation is complete." As each second ticked by, after an initial moment of confusion, the students gradually understood the stone giant's characteristics and attack patterns. Although these stone giants were at the rock realm in terms of energy, their attack methods were simple, lacking any special abilities, merely using their massive fists and feet to obstruct. Overall, they were only slightly stronger than rock realm awakeners, with strength meeting the standard of the rock realm. The students who obtained Dragon Jade and came to Longxia Academy had all undergone combat tests. As they calmed down, they observed the stone giants and managed to use their strengths to overcome the obstacles heading towards the mountain peak. With the countdown nearing half an hour, the number of students successfully reaching the summit steadily increased. They bore various injuries, yet each wore an expression of excitement, thrilled to have overcome the challenge of 5 stone giants to arrive here. "Did you see that, Teacher Song Wei?" Lian Shou smiled and pointed toward the mountain peak, saying, "As I've mentioned before, these kids are geniuses, and naturally such challenges won't hold them back. For them, this level of difficulty is hardly a test." Song Wei twitched his lips, silently thinking to himself, "In just half an hour more than 30 students have been eliminated, including those with S-level abilities. 5 students are seriously injured. If I hadn't intervened, they might have died on the mountain. You call this hardly a test?" The number of students eliminated today is more than half of those eliminated in the past 5 years combined. Of course, he only dared to complain silently in his heart, forcing a smile on his face and saying with a dry laugh, "Haha, it seems the time is almost up." "Indeed," Lian Shou agreed, retracting his gaze and nodding. He stood up from his chair, suggesting, "Let's head to the mountain peak and welcome the children who have passed the test." Song Wei also stood up, closely following Lian Shou. In the next moment, a gentle breeze blew where they stood, and their figures vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, at the mountain peak, Lian Shou and Song Wei appeared in a blink, their toes barely touching the ground, instantly drawing the attention of the resting students. The students, looking tense, hurriedly stood up out of habit from school, greeting them, "Hello, instructors." The extraordinary teleportation of the 2 instructors left the students in awe. Among them, a blue-haired student with glasses raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "The flying shadow technique from the 5 arts, to cover such a distance as expected of Longxia Academy." Lian Shou nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the students present. After a moment, he calculated the number, 78. "It seems there are 2 spots left," he noted. Once more he pulled out his pocket watch, checking the remaining time. There were 5 minutes left until the 30-minute test limit. About 30 seconds later, a panting figure climbed up the mountain and plopped down, showing an excited expression. "I made it." It was the short student who had previously pulled Tang Xiaowan to the ground. After successfully passing the 3rd stone giant, the others who had cooperated with him distanced themselves with disdain. In such a critical moment, no one wanted to collaborate with someone who would abandon his companions. Despite feeling resentful, he managed to sneak past the last two stone giants with his abilities and reached the summit. Upon seeing his arrival, over 10 people in the crowd frowned, casting displeased looks at him. They had witnessed him pulling Tang Xiaowan down in a moment of crisis and fleeing alone. To them, his behavior was utterly detestable. Noticing the looks from around him, the short student hunched his shoulders. Although embarrassed, he patted his backside and stood up, protesting. It wasn't on purpose to harm her. In that situation, who could think of everything? This opportunity to join Longxia Academy is so rare, how could I possibly fall back at such a crucial moment? Moreover, she wasn't crushed by the rocks, she was successfully rescued by someone. Isn't that something worth celebrating? Countless thoughts flickered through his mind as he constantly tried to justify and rationalize his recent behavior. Soon, the guilt in his heart slowly dissipated as he silently vowed, as long as I can successfully join Longxia Academy, I will never do such a thing again. Under this self-deception, he once again displayed a smile, feeling secretly pleased for passing the first trial. The only thing that made him a bit uneasy was whether his actions had been seen by the two instructors. Instructor, when I came over just now, there was no one behind me anymore. He glanced cautiously at Lian Shou ahead, tentatively opening his mouth. This first test, we should have passed it, right? At this moment, all he wanted was to quickly confirm his qualification for passing the test to ensure he could successfully join Longxia Academy. Lian Shou looked at him indifferently and said, rules are rules, since the time hasn't ended, the test isn't over yet. The short guy shivered slightly and awkwardly sat back down, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. The instructor hadn't questioned or reprimanded him. After all, with so many students here, how could the instructors possibly keep track of everyone? Moreover, he hadn't broken any rules. He merely had to abandon his companion in a moment of urgency. He continuously comforted himself, choosing not to mingle with the crowd but instead sat alone in a corner. Regardless of everything, he had already passed the test and became one of the top 80. Anyway, there were only a few minutes left until the test ended, so waiting a bit longer wasn't a big deal. If necessary, he could apologize to Tang Xiaowan afterward. Surely she would understand his situation. He propped his chin up, envisioning his future life after successfully joining Longxia Academy, and couldn't help but smile. The clock's hands ticked second by second, inching closer to the end of the test with less than 2 minutes remaining. Just as the short guy mentioned, there were no other students behind him. Except for the more than 30 students who had been eliminated, only a handful remained trying to pass the fourth stone giant, and there was no way they could reach the summit. Within 2 minutes, Songwei's eyes showed a hint of regret as he silently thought to himself, it seems that only 79 people can pass this first test. In his perception, the students trapped by the fourth stone giant were exhausted, nearly giving up. Meanwhile, the two students who had fallen off the cliff near the second stone giant inexplicably started fighting with it again. Choosing to battle the stone giant instead of climbing the mountain seemed utterly pointless. He withdrew his perception and looked ahead, letting out a silent sigh. But just at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from near the foot of the mountain. The tremors surged up to the mountain peak, akin to an earthquake, causing everyone resting to shake uncontrollably. What on earth was happening? A small figure in the corner was knocked to the ground, bewildered as he looked around. Meanwhile, Lian Shou, who had been holding a stopwatch with an expressionless face, suddenly had his lips curve upwards. That guy, he actually did it. The deafening roar approached rapidly as if it had shot up from the foot of the mountain in an instant. Following this, a massive shadow rose into the sky, covering half of the peak. At this moment, nearly 80% of the students widened their eyes, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, staring in shock at the sky. What was this thing? Everyone looked up. A gigantic stone giant had shot up from the side of the cliff. As it ascended, stones fell from the sky. The stone giant had a large hole in its chest, its arms completely shattered. Its legs, originally made of stone, were now connected to two thrusters spewing tongues of fire, continuously emitting flames. Those thrusters seemed to have grown out of it, spontaneously fitting seamlessly at the joints, with flames shooting skyward and a loud roar erupting. Why was the stone giant here? What was going on? Could the stone giant actually fly? Holy cow, Astro Boy! A burst of chatter erupted from the crowd, staring incredulously at the sky. Under the thrusters' force, the stone giant continued to ascend. But two figures leaped down from its head, landing forcefully on the mountain top. Boom! The stone giant ascended a few more meters in the air before suddenly exploding like a stone fireworks display. Debris scattered everywhere, stirring up rolling dust clouds. From the dust a weary voice gently emerged. "See, I told you we could reach the mountain top." The figures of Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan emerged from the haze. His clothes were now tattered clearly, indicating he had taken quite a beating. However, Tang Xiaowan standing behind him was unscathed, her beautiful eyes still flickering, seemingly still immersed in the shock from earlier. After using ancient Xia to battle for a minute, Su Yi had somehow managed to delay the stone giant for 2 minutes, buying her the time to use her ability. She then activated her power fully, managing to transform the stone giant's legs into thrusters in 3 minutes, directly taking both of them to the peak. As the two appeared, the students in the crowd displayed various expressions. They stared intently at Su Yi, as if every time this guy made an entrance it was always so dramatic. Among the crowd were Chu Yi and Bai Tao, who both smiled upon seeing Su Yi. Han Hao also noticed Tang Xiaowan's presence and was instantly pleased, sensing he might have a chance to interact further with this beautiful lady. However, the small figure at the edge had a bizarre expression, as if he had seen a ghost, never expecting Tang Xiaowan to actually reach the peak. "Congratulations on reaching the top," he muttered. Lian Shou laughed heartily as he glanced at Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan, the admiration in his eyes evident even behind his sunglasses. However, his smile quickly vanished as he displayed the pocket watch in his hand. Unfortunately, there were already 79 people on the mountain. With only a minute and 47 seconds left until the test ended, it meant that only one of the two could pass. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. These two had climbed to the top in such a spectacular fashion only for one to stay. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed too unfortunate. Song Wei, standing nearby, was also full of surprise. He turned to Lian Shou and pleaded, "Instructor Lian Shou, these two kids managed to reach the top within the time limit. It wouldn't hurt to allow an extra spot. Why not let them both pass?" Lian Shou remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, simply staring ahead and saying, "Rules are rules." He held the pocket watch firmly, sticking to his thoughts, but his gaze was fixed on Su Yi. In such a situation, what would you do? Only one could pass. Tang Xiaowan's initial joy vanished like being doused with cold water. She and Su Yi had struggled to reach the summit only to find that only one could pass. A flicker of reluctance and disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she soon gave a wry smile and took a step back, saying, "I'll withdraw. If it weren't for you, I would have been eliminated long ago. This spot rightfully belongs to you." Su Yi frowned slightly, glancing at Tang Xiaowan. "You fought so hard to get here. Can you really dare to just give up? Without your ability, we wouldn't have reached the top. Aren't you going to try to seize the chance, perhaps with a game of rock, paper, scissors or something?" Tang Xiaowan, having made her decision, hesitated no longer. She softly said, "My sister once taught me to always be grateful to those who help us. I came here to fulfill my sister's wish, but you are more suited to be a void hunter. By all accounts, you should take this chance." "Het, a fool's foolish logic," Su Yi chuckled, turning his head. "Have you decided? There's 1 minute left." Lian Shou looked over, asking, "Who of you two will take this last spot?" Su Yi walked forward without hesitation and calmly replied, "I've made my decision." The expressions in the crowd varied as they watched his actions. They hadn't expected Tang Xiaowan to relinquish her chance so decisively. If it were them, they wouldn't give up such a hard-won opportunity so easily. Su Yi continued walking, not heading into the crowd but instead making his way to a corner. "So you're taking the last spot?" Lian Shou's eyes followed Su Yi as he inquired. "No," Su Yi replied as he stopped before the small figure. "Both of us will pass this test." What do you want to do?" The short man jumped to his feet upon seeing Su Yi appear, his eyes filled with a wary glint. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within him as he spoke urgently. "There are already 79 people here, only one of you can pass the test. Are you planning to break the rules?" He quoted Rule 1 looking at Su Yi with suspicion. Su Yi, however, looked at the short man with indifference, speaking in a calm tone, "Climb to the mountain top within 30 minutes. He continued, Rule 2, only 80 people can complete the test. If there are already 80 people by the time you reach the top, then I'm sorry, you won't pass this first test. Repeating the rules that were stated by Lian Shou at the mountain's base, Su Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. In a sudden swift motion, Su Yi extended his right hand like a flash of lightning and grabbed the short man's neck, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. They were in a corner of the area, and within a few steps Su Yi had carried the short man to the edge of the mountain top. What are you doing?" The short man struggled for breath, his face filled with terror as he flailed his arms. Energy gathered in his palms and an invisible shockwave surged towards Su Yi. But Su Yi, as if anticipating the attack, slightly tilted his head, easily dodging the blow. As long as there are only 80 people at the top before time runs out, that's all that matters, Suyi remarked, his hair blowing in the wind, eyes filled with extreme indifference yet with a dangerously curved smile on his lips. Someone like you, who betrays companions and runs away alone, do you really think you're fit to be a hunter of the void? With those words, Suyi released his grip. The short man fell uncontrollably, his face contorted with fear as he desperately tried to grab onto the cliff, his eyes filled with unwillingness, screaming loudly, "This is murder! Instructors, stop him!" Suyi, expressionless, lifted his right foot and stomped down hard. The short man let out a scream, his hand slipping from the rock face due to the pain, and he plummeted down the cliff uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lian Shou, as if oblivious to the scene, closed his pocket watch with a snap. "Time's up. There are exactly 80 people on the mountain. Congratulations, you have completed the first test." The crowd was silent, all of them staring ahead in shock. Suya's merciless actions made everyone's heart skip a beat. He'll die if he falls like that. Songwei's face changed slightly, the green light flickering in his palm. A small rock figure emerged from the cliffside, catching the falling short man midair. By then, the short man had fainted from sheer terror. If he falls like this, he'll definitely die. Songwei frowned, looking at Suyi with some anger. There are no cushions at the bottom of this cliff. This is a living person. Don't you think you went too far? As a newly adult student, Suya's actions seemed excessively cruel in his eyes. Isn't the instructor here for that? Suyi turned his head, the lazy expression returning to his face. Would you really let him fall like that? Songwei was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, "Of course not, that would be the end of it." Suyi calmly recited, stepping directly into the crowd. Tang Xiaowan stood dumbfounded at the edge of the mountaintop, her mind momentarily going blank. She had inexplicably passed the test, yet Suya's action of throwing someone off the mountain left her feeling a chill. That action, an expression, seemed as if he didn't care about the small fellow's life or death. She looked at Suya with a complex expression, feeling as if a fog enveloped him, making it impossible for her to see through. Songwei was choked by Suya's words, a hint of strangeness flashing in his heart. Could it be that he considered this point before throwing the small person off the cliff? Note that couldn't be right. It took him several seconds to clear his thoughts, frowning as he said, "Don't twist the concept. What necessary connection is there between whether I would save someone and the cruelty of your actions? Your future goals should all be to become hunters of the void. If all of you are like this, how can I trust you to protect the people and the country?" At this moment, Suyi was extremely exhausted. After a battle he had only just recovered, and his energy was nearly depleted. He sat on the ground, too lazy to argue, simply responding calmly, "Why should I care? Is it a good thing to let someone who abandons their teammates become a hunter of the void? I merely cleared out some trash for you." Songwei didn't expect a newcomer to be so rude and full of fallacies. He furrowed his brow, ready to lose his temper, but Lian Shou, standing beside him, stopped him. "Well said." Lian Shou smiled broadly, paying no mind to Suya's attitude, and instead loudly praised him. A moment later, he turned to the slightly displeased Songwei and said lightly, "Teacher Songwei, you're too caught up in formalities." "What does that mean?" Songwei hadn't expected Lian Shou to stop him and couldn't help but frown. "Why did he appear last?" Lian Shou pointed at Suyi and asked. "Because he went to save that girl." Songwei had naturally witnessed Suyi saving someone, leaving a deep impression on him. And what did the student he kicked off the cliff do? He pulled down the person saving him and ran for his own life. Songwei followed Lian Shou's words, but his frown deepened. But such actions, driven by survival instincts in the face of danger while wrong, can still be guided and educated into a qualified hunter of the void. However, to treat one's classmate with such brutality just now seems overly vicious and cruel. That student didn't deserve to die. That's why I dislike you idealists. Lian Shou shook his head with a light laugh, always thinking people can change. That kid chose to abandon the companion attempting to save him even under such circumstances. What makes you think he would choose to protect the public in a crisis rather than save himself? Songwei was slightly taken aback, his eyes flickering with deep confusion. In his beliefs and perspectives, people have the potential to change, and the profession of a void hunter is sacred, not to be carried out as ruthlessly as Suyi does. Reflecting on it now, Suyi's actions don't seem entirely wrong. When they faced the first stone giant, Suyi appeared to use Chui, but as long as Chui trusted him, he would ensure both of them passed through together. When Tang Xiaowan was about to be struck by a rock facing mortal danger, Suyi was the first to rush out, risking himself to save her. As for the short man he left behind, his character was questionable. Although Suya's actions were ruthless, as if intending to kill, it seems he was confident that he would step in to save the person. From the outcome, everything he did was not only right but even showed a sense of justice. However, this sense of justice and behavior deviated from the justice in Songwei's heart. The justice that Songwei upheld and adhered to was selfless. In contrast, the justice Suyi exercised was entirely different. Songwei stood silently in place, lost in deep thought. Could it be that the justice he upheld was wrong and Suyi was right? Lian Shou glanced at Songwei with profound meaning. The current situation was changing dramatically, with the entire Dragon Nation facing immense danger. If all Void Hunters adhered to a Batman-like sense of justice, humanity would eventually perish. Their compassion and high moral standards would become the best weapon for the Void Demons to attack, ultimately harming themselves. Lian Shou finished the test within the rules, so naturally there was nothing wrong. His calm words concluded the debate, causing the surrounding students to furrow their brows in contemplation, pondering the right and wrong in their hearts. Lian Shou then offered a gentle smile, slowly walking to the students. You may take a short break. In half an hour we will begin the second test here. His words abruptly interrupted everyone's thoughts, surprising them. Only a half-hour break? This was bad news, as climbing the mountain had consumed a lot of energy. Everyone's condition varied, making it seem quite unfair. The crowd murmured, expressing their discontent. However, Lian Shou, with a mischievous smile, took out a small, pure gold ball from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. Of course, to make this test fair enough, I won't let you participate in your current state. The golden ball shattered upon hitting the ground, releasing clouds of golden mist that quickly enveloped most of the mountaintop, shrouding all the students. Suyi curiously observed his surroundings, feeling the golden mist seeping through his pores and into his body. Within a few breaths, he sensed his injury, stamina, and even his nearly depleted energy rapidly recovering. Suyi appeared astonished, immediately realizing that this seemed to be a one-time use treasure. This is the treasure. Wind cleansing dust, Lian Shou explained, and its effects were as remarkable as its name suggested. Lian Shou gazed at the incredulous students before him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Prepare yourselves fully and recover your state, he advised. The upcoming second test would see less than half of them remaining. His words struck like a deep-sea bomb, exploding in the hearts of the students. The realization dawned that only less than half would make it through the next test. This meant nearly half of them faced elimination. They had climbed to the mountaintop with great effort, and the thought of being ousted so easily was unbearable. Silence enveloped the summit as everyone desperately absorbed the golden mist, harnessing the power of the Jueba to restore their energy and stamina. Lian Shou watched the crowd with indifference, then turned and walked to a secluded corner with Songwei. Songwei frowned deeply, seemingly still contemplating the recent events. From a young age he was immersed in the tales of the senior Void Hunters. He had always aspired to this sacred profession, making it his lifelong pursuit. As he grew, he fulfilled his wish by joining Longxia Academy, becoming an honorable Void Hunter. Over the years, he ventured into numerous Void realms, battling countless Void beasts and demons, even sustaining injuries several times while protecting the public. To him, a Void Hunter should be like him, filled with a sense of justice, possessing supreme moral and a sense of responsibility. He believed in his own justice and regarded it as an honor. But Suya's recent actions had shaken him deeply. Although the outcome was just the means of achieving it were something he struggled to accept. Lian Shou retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he spoke with a faint smile. Teacher Songwei, you probably haven't interacted much with other Void Hunters, have you? Songwei turned back, nodding in agreement. When the Void hunting teams recruited members, my abilities were hard to coordinate with others, so I've always been alone. Walker, in the Dragon Nation there are 100 Void hunting teams, but not all Void Hunters join them. Those with more unique abilities, difficult to harmonize with others, become lone walkers, hunting Void beasts alone. Naturally, to be a lone walker the minimum requirement is the Mountain Realm, and those above this realm don't need to join a team, as it would only limit their actions and waste human resources. Take Ruan Rui for example. He acts alone, almost always collaborating with other lone walkers only when encountering extremely dangerous Void realms. I suppose that's true. Lian Shou chuckled lightly, exhaling a smoke ring. You've never seen other Void Hunters or collaborated with them, no wonder you're so naive. Though Songwei was a teacher, he was only 26. He had graduated from Longxia Academy just 2 years ago, using his skills and knowledge to become a teacher there. Thus, the Void Hunters he encountered were all academy teachers and students. Instructor Lian Shou, what are you trying to say? Songwei asked, furrowing his brows in confusion. justice isn't limited to one form, Lien Shou said meaningfully. As void hunters, each of us has our own sense of justice, but we all strive towards the same goal, fighting to realize the justice in our hearts. Of course, at any time we must adhere to the most fundamental principles. If we only focus on the outcome, justice becomes merely a pretext for selfishness. However, if we overemphasize the process, it might distort our judgment. Sometimes it's not the actions that define a person but their essence. Think carefully, what is the true nature of that child? Is it justice or chaos? Does he have his own principles? He finished speaking and casually extinguished his cigarette on the ground. Oh, do you remember what I told you before? When the time comes, please prepare the venue for the second test. With that, Lien Shou turned and left without looking back. Songwei stood rooted to the spot, quietly pondering Lien Shou's words. Essence? His mind raced back to the actions Su Yi had taken during the test. Moments later, the confusion and uncertainty in his mind cleared, and his tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. So that's it, this is his unique form of justice. 20 minutes passed swiftly. Almost all the students had regained their strength and energy thanks to the welcoming effect. They were spirited, their eyes focused intently on Lien Shou, who was leisurely returning from afar. As the second trial loomed, they were all extremely anxious, fearing they might be eliminated. Don't be so nervous, relax a little. Lien Shou smiled slightly, glancing around. Since you've all mostly recovered, let me introduce the rules for the second trial. Everyone immediately perked up, sitting cross-legged and staring at Lien Shou, afraid to miss any detail. I believe that those of you present wish to join Longxia Academy to become a void hunter. Lien Shou began, but you should also know how high the risk is in becoming a void hunter. As a void hunter, you must not only navigate various void realms but also fend off attacks from void beasts and void demons. When facing these dangers, what do you think significantly increases your chances of survival? The crowd before him erupted into murmurs, each contemplating the question Lien Shou posed. Soon someone responded, sufficient strength. Lien Shou shook his head lightly. Speed, if you run fast enough you can avoid danger. Lien Shou continued to shake his head. Quickly, the students began offering a variety of answers. Energy, wisdom, powerful treasures. All sorts of answers came forth, yet Lien Shou simply shook his head. After a moment, a cautious voice emerged from the group. Luck. The crowd turned their heads towards the source of the voice, only to see a young man with a delicate face but an undeniably sleazy aura. He spoke cautiously, drawing everyone's attention. Su immediately recognized him as Bai Tao, the one who disappeared right after the first test began. It was unclear what method he had used, but he looked unscathed, as if he hadn't experienced any battle at all. Indeed, it was luck. Upon hearing this answer, Lien Shou smiled, his voice ringing out clearly. In the face of the same crisis, it's not always the strongest who survive. Often it's the one with good luck. Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them started to tremble violently and the entire mountain began to descend inch by inch. The crowd looked around in panic, unsure of what was happening. Within half a minute, the towering mountain astonishingly began to shrink. The jagged mountaintop gradually flattened, as if the entire mountain was being pressed down like a piece of paper. Trees that had been perched on the mountainside were now compressed into a single level, turning the once mountainous terrain into a forest. This newly formed forest stretched approximately 200 meters in length and width, vast and obstructed by countless trees. The slightly raised stone walls on either side now encased the forest, forming four boundaries. Lien Shou stood with his hands behind his back, a mysterious smile on his face. This is the second test I have prepared for you, a test of your luck. It is called Ghost Catcher. Upon hearing the name of this test, many in the crowd expressed surprise. Isn't this a children's game? What is it doing here as a test, and what does it have to do with luck? Lien Shou observed the crowd's expressions, his eyes gleaming with a strange light behind his sunglasses. After a moment, he continued, the rules for this test are very simple. In the upcoming test, I will play the role of the ghost in the game of Ghost Catcher. You all will scatter and hide as the humans. I will give you 5 minutes to hide. As long as you remain within this forest, you can hide anywhere and in any way you like. After 5 minutes, I will begin the catching. His sinister smile sent a chill through the students, causing their bodies to shiver involuntarily. Anyone I catch and who loses consciousness will be eliminated and lose their chance to enroll. His words caused an uproar in the crowd. Their faces changed and they looked forward in shock. They all remembered how that latecomer student was knocked aside. This instructor Lien Shou was unfathomably powerful, his movements almost imperceptible. and now they were to evade and survive such a formidable presence. Sensing the student's panic, Lianshou smiled slightly, releasing a ripple of energy from his body. This energy wave started weak and grew stronger, eventually settling around him. Feeling this energy's intensity, the crowd's expressions varied, each sensing a subtle pressure. I can assure you, while engaging with you, I will limit my energy fluctuations to the realm of rocks. Lianshou spoke calmly, his voice carrying a sense of reassurance. Upon sensing the energy fluctuation he emitted, the gathered students collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. If they were only facing a Yin realm opponent, it wouldn't be insurmountable. Although all present were Stone realm awakeners, each with unique abilities and formidable combat talents, even if they couldn't defeat a Yin realm adversary, their chances of survival were still high. Confidence began to return to their faces, and a few even seemed eager to take on the challenge. Noticing the change in the students' expressions, Lianshou's smile broadened as he retracted his energy fluctuation. This test, he informed them, would last for a total of 10 minutes. Their task was simple: avoid being caught by him for the duration and they would pass the test. Standing with his hands behind his back, he offered a piece of advice in a leisurely manner. Time is money. I hope your luck will see you through this test. He took out a pocket watch, silently watching the second hand move, and just as it was about to strike the hour, he called out loudly, "Instructor Songwei, if you please." As soon as his words ended, 4 walls of rock rose swiftly at his feet, forming an enclosed rectangular structure that encased him. At the same time, the clock struck the hour and Lianshou's voice, now muffled by the rock walls, announced, "Now the test begins." The words had barely left his mouth when the students, who had been poised for action, erupted into motion, sprinting at top speed toward the edge of the forest without looking back. Thanks to their earlier recovery under the wind cleansing effect, they were all in peak condition. Their strategy was straightforward. The game was akin to tag, meaning Lianshou would have to start searching from where he stood at the forest's center. With Lianshou located at the heart of the forest, the students aimed to hide near its edges, maximizing their chances of avoiding capture. Within seconds, the once crowded forest center became sparse, as many of the 80 students vanished into the foliage. Su also frowned slightly, gazing intently at the stone walls at the center, his eyes narrowing in thought. His previously tattered clothes had already been repaired with his restoration ability. As he pondered over the test's rules, something felt amiss to him. The rules seemed simple, and Lianshou had restricted his own energy level, yet Su couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. If the rules were as straightforward as they appeared, they merely needed to hide at the forest's edge to reduce their chances of being caught. But if that were the case, there would have been no reason for Lianshou to mention luck. Luck, he felt, had nothing to do with it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Su decided not to linger in one place and began running in a chosen direction. By now, the forest was nearly empty, with the other students dispersed to different parts, each seeking their own hiding spot. They all kept their distance from others as much as possible, fearing that if discovered by Lianshou, they would be caught in one fell swoop. Su Yi quietly observed the footprints on the ground, the traces everywhere, and the fluctuations in energy, roughly deducing where the other students had gone. After 2 minutes, he stopped by a tree and muttered to himself, "Here should be good." This spot was positioned between the forest's edge and Lianshou, neither hiding in a corner like most nor too close to Lianshou. In Suye's view, this location was just right. He casually picked up a branch from the ground and activated his repairing hand. In the next moment, guided by a white light, he leaped up astonishingly, flying onto the tree branch with the twig. The ancient tree was lush and leafy enough to conceal his entire body, yet what he did not expect was that just as he ascended the tree, the leaves behind him shook, accompanied by an odd shriek. "What the heck?" Suyi turned his head sharply, only to see a silhouette clinging to the trunk in an extremely peculiar posture, looking tense and ready to leap off the tree. The figure's movements were exceptionally fluid, as if this escape maneuver had been practiced countless times. "Bai Tao?" Suyi asked with a bewildered expression, surprisingly recognizing the person about to flee. Hearing someone call his name, Bai Tao halted his movements, tilting his head. "It's you, little brother Su Yi." He maintained a stance ready for escape, cautiously keeping his distance while awkwardly smiling. "I didn't expect it to be you. What are you doing here?" Su Yi furrowed his brow, puzzled as he looked at Bai Tao. There were no signs of anyone passing through this vicinity. Before choosing this spot, he had checked the surroundings meticulously, noting no traces of others. "My abilities are rather special, hee." Bai Tao scratched the back of his head, laughing cheekily without revealing much information. Suyi suspiciously sized him up and down. "Why didn't you hide at the forest edge?" too many people at the edge. Bai Tao chuckled from where he was crouched on a branch, scratching his head. Though it's the furthest from the instructor, it doesn't feel safe to me. In my experience, to avoid capture you must evade common sense. The more unexpected, the better. Anything we can think of the instructor can too. Experience capture. Suyi found these two words from Bai Tao's mouth particularly intriguing. Just as he was about to inquire further, a thunderous sound of a rock shattering, accompanied by Lian Shou's hearty laughter, echoed all around. Time's up. The ghosts coming to catch people. Su Yi and Bai Tao almost simultaneously halted their conversation. They exchanged glances and silently hid amongst the trees, waiting with a hint of nervousness. Was this so-called ghostly chase really that simple? Yet barely half a second later their expressions changed and they both looked up in unison. A fierce wave of energy surged overhead, leaping past the two individuals with blinding speed. Lian Shou's silhouette streaked across the sky, his energy fluctuations laid bare as he charged straight toward the forest's edge. A second later, a thunderous roar shook the ground. Gazing into the distance, the two saw the forest's boundary erupt in a cloud of dust as if struck by a missile. Meanwhile, Song Wei's calm voice echoed from above. 3 have been eliminated. As an assistant instructor, his duty was to inform each student of the number of eliminations. 3 people eliminated in one go. Suyi heard the announcement and his expression changed abruptly. This test was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Even with his power restricted, Lian Shou's fearsome strength was beyond comprehension. Could such speed truly be unleashed by someone at the rock realm? At the forest's edge, Lian Shou's feet struck the ground, shattering it into a web of cracks. The forest was dimly lit, with occasional rays of sunlight reflecting off his sunglasses, casting a dazzling gleam. A peculiar smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, the tree to his right inexplicably splintered. A student plummeted from its branches, terror etched on his face. What happened? Yet before he could finish, an unseen force sent him flying, rendering him unconscious upon impact. Lian Shou did not pause, appearing next to a thicket 20 meters away. In an instant, another student was flung through the air, meeting the same fate. Without halting, he leaped forward, covering several dozen meters. As trees crumbled, yet another student was eliminated on the spot. With a nonchalant expression, Lian Shou surveyed the scene, murmuring to himself, "Next, I'll head over there." He crouched low, as if bracing himself like a martial artist preparing to leap. In the next moment, his entire body soared skyward like a javelin, piercing the air, streaking toward the other side of the forest. Nearly 5 seconds later, amid the rumbling, Song Wei's unruffled voice once again filled the forest. 2 more eliminated. You've got to be kidding me, muttered Bai Tao, poised to leap from his perch in the trees, blanching as he listened to Song Wei's report. He glanced skyward, watching as Lian Shou traversed the air every few seconds, using his immense power to leap to any point within the forest. Each landing resulted in the elimination of several students. In a matter of 2 minutes, the number of eliminated students had reached 10. With a single bound, Lian Shou could leap from one end of the forest to the other. Those who had fled to the forest's edge found no imagined safety in hiding. Instead, the concentration of students at the boundary led to a surge in eliminations. Suya's expression was no better. He stared unblinkingly at the sky, a sense of anxiety welling within him. The direction was entirely random, the destination unpredictable. Relying solely on his own thoughts and preferences, he wandered freely through the forest, eliminating anyone he perceived. Is this what it means to test one's luck? Lian Shou's actions seemed to perfectly embody the concept of luck. He was like a hunter with a shotgun, randomly pulling the trigger to take down the animals before him. Whether the students scattered throughout the forest could survive depended entirely on their luck. If their luck wasn't good enough and they happened to be struck by Lian Shou's attack, they would undoubtedly be eliminated. Staying here like this is completely unsafe. Bai Tao's expression was urgent, his eyes constantly scanning the ground as if searching for an escape route, but beside him, Suyi furrowed his brows, his eyes gleaming with a certain light. Is this really just a simple test of luck? From Lian Shou's random movements, it indeed seemed like a test of the student's luck. Anyone caught by him was almost immediately eliminated in the next second. Those who managed not to get caught were deemed lucky to have survived. Is hiding really effective? Why is he eliminating people so quickly? Did others not hide properly? Suyi placed his fingertips lightly on his brow, his mind flashing with countless words and clues. Every sentence Lian Shou had said when introducing the rules seemed to float before his eyes. Hide and seek for 10 minutes. The news of eliminated participants kept coming to his ears. Another 2 minutes passed and the number of eliminated people increased significantly, reaching as high as 20. the initial 80 participants were now reduced to only 60. This alarming rate of elimination left the students hiding everywhere in a panic, fearing they would be next. Sooyi felt a wave of irritation finding the announcements of eliminations piercing. Wait, the number of eliminations? Suddenly, as if he had caught onto something, his eyes widened in realization. Could this be the true purpose of the test? If that's the case, perhaps. His eyes twinkled as he jumped down from the tree, running towards the direction where Lian Shou was. Bai Tao, who had been ready to move, saw Suya's actions and followed almost immediately. He urgently asked, "Did you think of something? Why are you running?" Although he didn't know what Sooyi had in mind, he instinctively felt that following him was the right choice. This isn't just a test of luck at all. Sooyi's face was grave, his speed swift as if racing against time. What do you mean? Bai Tao was full of confusion, seemingly unable to grasp what Sooyi was talking about. We've been deceived. At this moment, Sooyi's body emitted a mist of blood, his speed increasing even further. Strangely, despite this acceleration, Bai Tao was able to keep up effortlessly. Sooyi paid no attention to Bai Tao, instead focusing intently ahead as he blurted out the conclusion he had reached. Do you remember that old saying? Time is money. It's impossible to pass the test relying solely on luck. As the conversation progressed, Lian Shou finally appeared before him. At this moment, Lian Shou was poised, ready to dash to another location. As Sooyi approached, Lian Shou continued to eliminate the hidden students. Suddenly Lian Shou's expression shifted and he looked up. Did he notice so quickly? He smiled, looking ahead. Four figures emerged almost simultaneously from three directions, forming a pincer movement to encircle him. Sooyi noticed the other two who had rushed out, his eyebrows raised in surprise. So, others had also realized the true nature of this test and made the same choice as him. So are you four really not going to test your luck? Lian Shou asked, with a relaxed demeanor, glancing at his side. Though I must say I consider myself quite lucky. Sooyi, having calmed his boiling blood, took a deep breath, yet a faint smile appeared on his lips. But I refuse to leave the test results to a concept as elusive as luck. When making choices, I tend to go for the option with the highest success rate. I prefer to control my destiny myself. He kicked aside the rubble before him and looked ahead. Right, Instructor Lian Shou? What do you mean? Bai Tao was bewildered. Did you come all this way just to confront the instructor head on? Are you crazy? Sooyi's voice was steady as he quickly explained to Bai Tao, this test, it's inherently unfair. Facing an instructor, at least at the peak level, whether you hide or not makes no difference. Bai Tao's mind was muddled, unable to comprehend Sooyi's words. Didn't they say they would suppress their level to the rock stage? The instructor's exact words were, I guarantee that when engaging with you, I will limit my energy fluctuation to the rock level, a calm voice interjected. A student with light blue hair and glasses emerged from another direction, speaking calmly. This means that this sly instructor is playing word games with us, the student continued. From the other side, a bare-chested, muscular man approached with a wild grin in his eyes. As long as he doesn't engage us, he doesn't need to suppress his level, allowing him to roam the forest effortlessly. Sooyi continued the explanation calmly as the three of them steadily advanced towards Lian Shou. And engagement is a two-way action. As long as others have no intention to attack, he can use his original level to eliminate anyone almost instantly. This is why, no matter where we hide, he can sense our location and eliminate us directly. The so-called hiding was merely a trap to scatter our positions completely, holding no real significance. The blue-haired man with glasses continued. As long as the students scatter and hide, spreading themselves out completely, he can move freely and randomly eliminate each one. His elimination rate is steady at 5 people per minute, meaning at this speed he expects to eliminate 50 people within 10 minutes. The burly man grinned menacingly. Though incredibly strong, his mind was exceptionally sharp. A simple calculation of probabilities was all it took. Sooyi added that if they really followed the rules and hid, the probability of survival was only 375%, but if they were unlucky enough to encounter him, they would be 100% eliminated. Passing the test depended entirely on luck. The three of them spoke in turns within seconds, encasing Lian Shou completely, eyeing the instructor before them with a predatory gaze. Lian Shou remained unmoved, instead letting out a hearty laugh, clapping his hands where he stood. Smart to have detected the real rules so quickly. The next moment he emitted energy waves of the rock realm, his smile fading away, saying, so do you four want to be the ones to stand out and face me here? Instructor, only the three of them want to fight you, don't count me in. A voice called from far away. Lian Shou looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Tao had somehow run far away, hiding behind a giant tree, poking his head out to shout loudly. Sui twitched his mouth a couple of times and silently gave the cowardly escapee Bai Tao a middle finger. But he didn't mind. If anything, besides him having two more people notice the trap within the rules was beyond his expectations. Sui, Lian Shou glanced at Sui, then swept his gaze over the blue-haired man with glasses, the burly man Qin Zhe and Jolie. Are you sure you want to stake your chance of passing the test as a bet to fight me here? Your action of blocking me here is tantamount to standing up for those other students hiding throughout the forest. Even if you succeed in stopping me, those who benefit the most would be the other students, and you gain nothing at all. Not only that, you also risk being defeated by me, possibly getting eliminated and losing your qualification. He pointed his thumb towards Bai Tao, who was hiding behind a tree in the distance, and continued, just like that guy. He and the other students hiding won't bear any risk. They just need to watch you fight and can gain benefits without any cost, increasing their chances of survival. If you get eliminated because of this, they won't feel any guilt and might even blame your lack of skill. Instructor, don't slander me out of thin air, I can hear you. Bai Tao poked his head out and shouted loudly, expressing his concern. If they get eliminated, it would hurt and guilt me deeply. Lian Shou, with a twitch of his lips, pretended not to hear and continued speaking. You could choose to be like the others, gambling on being part of the 375% lucky ones, passing the test without any cost. Even if eliminated, you could blame it on bad luck. Despite suppressing my realm to the rock realm, the gap in our combat experience is as vast as the heavens. Frankly, your probability of elimination in challenging me might exceed 70%. Beneath his sunglasses, his gaze swept over the three challengers as he asked plainly, why are you here? Why choose to take on the risk yourself in such an important test? I've told you, I prefer to take control and choose my own fate. Sui responded with a slight smile, showing no intention to back down. Based on my judgment, the probability of challenging you and lasting until the time ends is much higher than that 375%. Qin Zhe calmly adjusted his glasses and added his thoughts. I believe your arbitrary eliminations are trampling on their dreams. Each person here views Longsha Academy as their lifetime aspiration, and I can't accept your whimsical testing. Lian Shou listened to their reasons without changing his expression, then turned his gaze to Jolie. Jolie grinned. I hate being deceived. He eyed Lian Shou disrespectfully, a battle intent flickering in his eyes. I want to know just how strong you really are, even with your realm limited to the rock realm. As for what others think or how our actions affect them. In unison, the three shouted, their minds and thoughts aligning at that moment, and they charged at Lian Shou with raised fists. What does it matter to me? It's none of my business, they exclaimed, their energy bursting forth as they mercilessly attacked Lian Shou. Blood mist erupted around Sui, enveloping his body. A dazzling red energy coated Jolie's fists. A raging storm swirled around Qin Zhe. Yet in the next moment, they were all sent flying backward, crashing into several large trees simultaneously. Lian Shou wore a cold smile, his sunglasses reflecting a chilling light, yet his body remained still, as if he had never moved. As I said, this is a test of luck. Unfortunately for you three, your audacity to challenge me means one thing: your luck is terrible. Thud. Suya's body broke through several trees, the impact causing his internal energy and blood to churn, forcing him to cough up blood. This power is incredible. Despite having prepared by covering his back with energy, the force from Lian Shou's attack still surprised him. Meanwhile, in the other directions, Qin Zhe and Jolie also stood up from the broken trunks, each feeling the formidable strength they faced. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but there was a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. It was evident that Lian Shou had just used his abilities. However, none of the three people there managed to capture the trajectory of his attack. Despite this, they all shared a peculiar smile on their faces as they looked at Lian Shou, as if they had confirmed something among themselves. Lian Shou furrowed his brow, puzzled by the calm demeanor of the three students in such a tense situation. In the next moment, the three students approached him with lightning speed. Their movements were synchronized, as if they had rehearsed this scene countless times. Leading the charge was Jolie, whose feet pounded the ground, propelling him forward like an unstoppable human beast. To his side and slightly behind was Qin Zhe, whose body was enveloped by a swirling wind, ready to unleash but not yet closing in. At the rear was Su Yi, who activated his boiling blood, his steps light and unpredictable. Lian Shou remained unperturbed, energy surging through him as he prepared to unleash his abilities once more to knock the three students away. Your actions are like moths to a flame, overestimating your own strength, he declared. However, at that moment a flurry of fallen leaves suddenly rushed towards him. Xinzhe manipulated the wind sweeping up the leaves from the ground to obscure Lian Shou's vision entirely. An S-class ability Wind Whisperer used merely to stir leaves? What a waste! Lian Shou scoffed, releasing his energy to disperse the leaves in an instant, sending them swirling into the sky, yet his pupils suddenly contracted in surprise. Under the cover of the leaves, Zhou had managed to close the distance, his right fist blazing like fire as it hurtled towards Lian Shou with incredible speed. For reasons unknown, Lian Shou's heart skipped a beat, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from that punch. Not daring to underestimate it, his eyes flashed and his energy surged. With a resounding thud, Zhou was once again sent flying backward, crashing into the forest. Despite his robust physique, he was no match for Lian Shou's power. Fortunately, as if anticipating this outcome, Zhou twisted his body mid-air, using a large tree to cushion his fall and regain his balance, though he was still sent flying over 20 meters. Just as Lian Shou exhaled a sigh of relief, two shadows darted in from either side. Su Yi and Xinzhe attacked in unison, their fists brimming with energy. Xinzhe's punches were precise and disciplined, as if he had studied martial arts specifically, each strike accelerated by wind pressure, aiming to suppress Lian Shou with sheer speed and force. Meanwhile, Su Ye's attacks were erratic and unconventional, targeting Lian Shou's weak spots with the unpredictability of a street brawler. His strikes aimed at the eyes, neck, and lower body, each one sending Lian Shou's heart racing. Lian Shou's fists moved like a blur as he parried their attacks, forced to retreat under the relentless assault, especially wary of Su Ye's cunning maneuvers, fearing a misstep could cause him severe harm. Though he was constantly retreating, he managed to fend off all attacks without a scratch, his hands moving in a flurry like an impenetrable shield. His combat experience was like a vast chasm between him and the three attackers, allowing him to handle their onslaught with ease. Meanwhile, he was silently counting the seconds in his mind. Just one more. Suddenly, Xinzhe rushed forward, launching a direct attack at Lian Shou with a right punch that unleashed a powerful gust at speed. Increasing yet again, Lian Shou's eyes flashed coldly as he decisively activated his ability. Boom! Xinzhe never landed his punch as he was sent flying backward. However, Lian Shou's gaze sharpened when he noticed Su Ye's figure emerging behind Xinzhe's airborne body. A mere second earlier, Su Ye had used Xinzhe's body as a cover to stop his pursuit, cleverly widening the gap between himself and Lian Shou. Now, standing 3 meters away, he looked at Lian Shou with a knowing smile. So this is the full extent of your ability, instructor? Lian Shou's heart skipped a beat, his expression unreadable as he squinted slightly. A swirling mass of air currents appeared behind the airborne Xinzhe, cushioning and stabilizing his body in mid-flight. Su Yi, breathing heavily, spat out a mist of blood, his gaze fixed and determined. This must be your ability, instructor. He rushed forward, his right fist aimed squarely at Lian Shou's face. Your ability can't be used consecutively, or you wouldn't allow us the chance to corner you, he declared that the cooldown period for Lian Shou's ability was 5 seconds, while he could pause time for 3 seconds and attack within a range of about 3 meters. Su Ye's precise assessment made Lian Shou's eyebrows twitch in surprise. How could this kid have figured out so much in less than a minute of contact? While attacking, Su Ye quickly recited, I've been puzzled since the first test. Why do you always wear sunglasses? Why did that tardy student suddenly get knocked away without warning? Even in this dim forest you never removed them, all this because you need them to obscure your line of sight. His words were sharp as he continued his assault, and the reason I deduced you can only pause time within your field of vision was because of those falling leaves. Facing Su Ye's relentless attacks, Lian Shou remained composed, speaking with a smile curling at his lips. The leaves behind me had all settled on the ground, yet the ones before me continued to flutter. By observing these leaves, you deduced my ability's specific effects, and your staggered positioning was to probe the range and duration of my attacks. In the midst of a tense standoff, the three of you remarkably managed to coordinate without a word, probing the limits of my abilities, its effects, range, distance, and duration. Truly exceptional. He openly admired their skill, though his gaze grew colder with each passing second. In an instant, he swiftly interrupted Su Ye's attack with a forceful palm strike and gripped his neck with precision. It was as if the energy within Su Yi had been severed and the surrounding blood mist dissipated immediately. Su Yi was helplessly lifted off the ground by Lian Shou. However, it seems you misjudged one thing. He hoisted Su Yi high, energy surging from his palm. Even if you've deciphered my abilities, do you really think you can defeat me? Just as he was about to exert his strength to eliminate Su Yi, a powerful hand suddenly intervened from behind, gripping Lian Shou's head with force. "Instructor, that was quite ruthless earlier, wasn't it?" Jolie sneered, pressing Lian Shou's head into the dirt without a hint of leniency. As dust filled the air, Su Yi felt the grip on his neck loosen and quickly rolled away to distance himself from Lian Shou. He stared in astonishment at Jolie's actions, thinking to himself, "This guy is too domineering. Isn't he afraid of facing consequences once the test is over?" Jolie, full of fighting spirit, paid no heed to whether the person before him was an instructor. After slamming Lian Shou into the ground, he swiftly followed up with a punch, but before his fist could connect, a tremendous force sent him flying from a kick to his chest. With hands planted on the ground, Lian Shou executed a nimble move, flipping back to his feet looking slightly disheveled. "Little rascal, you dare to ambush me. Do you young folks today know nothing about respecting your elders?" he grumbled, swinging his right palm to intercept Qin Zhe, who was charging in with a fierce gust of wind. Pulled abruptly downward, Qin Zhe crashed into the ground under significant impact. Lian Shou, seemingly truly enraged, showed no mercy. He stomped forcefully on Qin Zhe's chest, dispersing the wind he'd gathered. Qin Zhe's face paled as he was nearly knocked unconscious by the blow, feeling as if his energy flow had been halted. "And you?" After pinning Qin Zhe, Lian Shou swung a punch to the side without even turning his head. The speed of his punch caught Su Yi off guard. Su Yi, pulling out a stick from who knows where, thrust it straight at Lian Shou. Yet, against absolute power and speed, his sneak attack was futile. With a loud crack, the stick in Su Yi's hand shattered instantly. Clutching his stomach, he fell to his knees, feeling his entire gut convulse, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Temporarily out of the fight, he finally grasped the terrifying combat prowess of this demon instructor firsthand. Even with his own level suppressed to the rock realm, the instructor's formidable physique and martial skills delivered overwhelming power. "You're the last one." After knocking down two of them, Lian Shou turned his gaze forward with a hint of annoyance. Jolie, after being kicked away, astonishingly charged back as if unscathed, ready for more. Excitement radiated across his face, with not a hint of fear. Lian Shou's right fist was poised at his waist, his entire demeanor deepening as if a terrifying power was gathering at his fist's end. "Let me open your eyes, kid. This move is the collapse from the 5 arts." He punched out his right fist, leaving afterimages as it traveled through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom that resonated as it collided head-on with Jolie's charge. Jolie's right fist was wrapped in blood-red energy, meeting Lian Shou's punch with equal force. The ground beneath them became the epicenter, instantly caving in, unable to bear the shockwave of their clash. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lian Shou's eyes, but he quickly regained composure, letting out a low shout. Jolie's energy was instantly dispersed, the terrifying force of the punch surging behind him, pulverizing giant trees 30 meters away into dust. The ground behind him looked as though it had been shelled by artillery, leaving a fan-shaped crater. But just as a grim smile remained on his face, yet his legs weakened, causing him to fall straight to the ground. "Humph," Lian Shou sneered, looking at Jolie sprawled on the ground, remarking that the power of collapse could strike directly at the body's interior. "Now that the energy within you has been completely disrupted by me, getting up in the short term is impossible." Yet deep within his eyes, a profound shock flickered. He hadn't anticipated Jolie could withstand a full-force collapse and still retain consciousness. Jolie's body trembled continuously, seemingly attempting to rise, but as Lian Shou had said, his internal energy was in total disarray. His whole body felt like it had been electrocuted, losing control over his limbs. In the distant background, Bai Tao stood dumbfounded, watching the scene ahead, feeling his legs turn to jelly. "Those 3 guys taken down in an instant by the instructor. Is this demon instructor even human?" Su Yi, Qin Zhe and Jolie lay at Lian Shou's feet, their bodies trembling and unable to move, yet they remained conscious, their eyes flickering with a hint of shock. Is this Lian Shou's true strength? After consecutively downing the 3, Lian Shou also began to breathe slightly heavier. It had been a long time since he used his martial arts, and the occasional exertion proved surprisingly exhausting. He rotated his arms, coldly smiling as he looked at the 3 at his feet. "I already told you you chose the worst outcome. Since you decided to attack me, I'll respect the rules of this test and personally eliminate you." His gaze was calm, with not a trace of hesitation or delay. His right foot swiftly lifted and was about to descend, intending to eliminate Qin Zhe first. As long as he knocked the 3 unconscious, they would lose the opportunity to join Longxia Academy, being eliminated in the second test. Smack! His standing left foot was grabbed by a muscular arm, the force trying to pull him to the ground. compelled him to lower his right foot, stabilizing his stance. "You've recovered so quickly." Lian Shou looked at Jolie, who unexpectedly regained some movement with surprise but quickly masked his emotions. "I see," he thought, "only one arm has recovered. Do you really think you can stop me with just one arm?" Jolie sneered and replied, "I don't need to stop you completely. As long as I can make you pause for a second, that's enough." With a strong jerk, he pulled, forcing Lian Shou to tense his muscles and steady himself. Yet at that moment a gust of wind suddenly swept in from behind, swirling around his legs. Caught off guard by the wind while being pulled by Jolie, Lian Shou almost lost his footing. However, he merely grunted, unleashing energy between his legs to disperse the wind and break Jolie's hold. But immediately another force came at him. Su Yi, who had somehow stood up, lunged forward, thrusting a broken piece of a wooden stick towards Lian Shou. "Ah, so they were just buying time for you to launch this attack." Lian Shou smirked disdainfully and kicked Su Yi back to the ground. The stick flew from Su Yi's grasp, rolling away. "Is this your final struggle?" Lian Shou shook his head with a hint of disappointment as he looked at the three figures lying helplessly on the ground. "I expected more surprises from you." With those words, Lian Shou raised his leg, ready to knock them out and eliminate them from the battle. However, to his shock, he felt his legs being forcefully held. Looking down, he saw Bai Tao, who should have fled, clinging to his legs, half buried in the ground. Bai Tao clung to Lian Shou's legs as if he had made a difficult decision, shouting, "Su Yi, I did what you said, you better not deceive me." To prevent Lian Shou from using his abilities, Bai Tao pressed tightly against Lian Shou's back, staying out of his line of sight. "Su Yi." Lian Shou's face reflected surprise as he quickly glanced down. Seeing Su Yi still lying on the ground, he relaxed. The kick he delivered was infused with energy, making it impossible for Su Yi to recover quickly. Let alone use any abilities, yet Su Yi, lying on his back, suddenly grinned and tilted his head towards Lian Shou. "Instructor, try out this move I've just developed. It's called delayed repair." "Delayed repair? What is that?" Lian Shou's mind raced with questions, but his pupils contracted sharply upon realizing what was happening. The broken piece of wood that had slipped from Su Yi's grasp earlier was now hovering in mid-air, connected by a thin, white energy thread, flying swiftly towards its target. At this moment, another half-broken stick on the distant ground began to move towards its counterpart, both being drawn together by threads of pure white energy. These threads extended directly into Lian Shou's mind, linking the two wooden pieces in mid-air. The energy threads themselves posed no direct harm to him, but what truly shocked him was that his head was positioned precisely between the two sticks. The repair process was unstoppable, and if they were to reunite above him, the stick might pierce right through his head. "This is bad," Lian Shou thought, alarmed. He realized with a jolt that the young man had cleverly pre-planted energy within the stick, causing a delayed release. Only now did he understand the true meaning of delayed repair. Even before Su Yi had fallen to the ground, he had stored energy within the stick. Although Su Yi was now incapacitated with his internal energy in disarray, the energy already embedded within the stick could still activate after a few seconds. The stick hurtled towards him, aiming directly for Lian Shou's eye, while the other half shot from behind towards his head. An inexplicable sense of impending doom surged within him. Without uttering a word, a peculiar light flickered beneath his sunglasses as he activated his ability instantaneously. The S-class ability known as Eternal Stillness was his, a formidable power that commanded time to freeze. While the ability would immobilize his body, his thoughts and consciousness could still function within the frozen time. Moreover, he could unleash an energy shock on anything within a 3-meter radius. This was the key to his seemingly stationary yet impactful attacks. "Freeze," he commanded. With his ability activated, everything before him seemed to halt in that moment. The falling leaves ceased their descent, the clouds paused in the sky, and even the gentle breeze seemed to freeze in time. Everything he saw appeared like an ancient photograph, frozen and unmoving. The stick, now only half a meter away, should naturally have stopped as well, but it didn't. With a swish, the stick continued its relentless approach towards Lian Shou, guided by the white threads. His pupils shrank and a chill ran up his spine. How could it not be frozen? But within half a breath he understood the reason. His ability could freeze everything within his line of sight. However, the stick behind his head was out of sight and thus unaffected by his power. Though these two halves appeared separate, Su Yi's repair technique had treated them as one entity. Even with one half within his view, he couldn't freeze its time. Without the ability to freeze it, he couldn't launch an energy shock either, leaving him no choice but to watch helplessly as the stick advanced. As the stick loomed larger in his pupils, Lian Shou's heart pounded furiously. In an instant, he deactivated his ability. Maintaining his power in such a situation would render him immobile, akin to signing his own death warrant. As the ability was lifted, the frozen leaves in the air began to flutter, and time which had been suspended started to flow once more. Cold sweat trickled down Lien Shou's forehead as he swiftly tilted his head, desperately trying to evade the incoming wooden stick, yet the stick moved with such speed that evasion was impossible. Suddenly a sharp ringing erupted from the alarm in Lien Shou's pocket, signaling the end of the second test. At that same moment the calm and steady voice of Song Wei echoed through the entire forest, "Time's up, the test is over." With Su Yi and his companions delaying him, Lien Shou found himself unable to eliminate any more classmates and was dragged to the test's conclusion. A whistling sound sliced through the air. The two halves of the wooden stick, flying rapidly, halted abruptly in front of Lien Shou. One piece hovered mere centimeters from his sunglasses, so close that it nearly touched his eyeball. The stick behind his head was also firmly pressed against his skull. A drop of sweat trickled down Lien Shou's temple, and in the next moment the energy threads between the two sticks snapped with an audible sound. Devoid of energy, the sticks fell to the ground without any further repair. Lien Shou's sunglasses shattered dramatically. He glanced down to see Su Ye's fingertips glowing with energy, a smile playing weakly on his lips as he spoke. "Instructor, it seems our luck isn't so bad, right?" The previous assault by Lien Shou had left Su Ye's energy in turmoil, and his endurance was fueled almost entirely by sheer willpower. The sound of the test's end brought a sudden release of tension, causing him to faint on the spot. At Lien Shou's feet, Jolie and Xinzhe, though not unconscious, let out long sighs of relief and lay flat on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Lien Shou's expression was complex as he looked down at Su Yi, murmuring to himself, "This guy actually dispelled the energy on the stick." If Su Yi hadn't actively released the energy, Lien Shou might have been impaled by the restored stick. The seemingly weak D-grade ability Repair Hand in Su Ye's use had achieved an almost miraculous effect. Success! Did it really work? A voice filled with surprise came from behind Lien Shou. Bai Tao, who had been clinging to his leg with all his might, leapt out of the soil, his face full of disbelief. He hopped in place with excitement, muttering to himself, "It's a good thing I listened to him and didn't leave." "What did you say?" Lien Shou quickly turned to look at Bai Tao. As soon as he turned, Bai Tao instinctively took a step back, his face full of caution. "You just said you listened to Su Yi." Lien Shou's mouth twitched, but he pressed on, "What did he tell you?" Bai Tao scratched his head with an embarrassed smile and replied, "On our way here, he told me not to leave directly, but to observe from a safe distance if possible. If I could, he wanted me to seize the opportunity to restrain you from behind." Lien Shou's eyes flickered with surprise as he glanced at the unconscious Su Yi. It turns out that this guy had already speculated about the conditions under which he could use his abilities. "Was this part of your calculations all along?" In the mere 10 minutes of this test, Su Yi was able to quickly make several preparations. If Bai Tao hadn't stepped in to stop him just now, did this kid have other plans and cards up his sleeve? For a moment he couldn't quite imagine how many backup plans Su Yi had in his hand. Lien Shou's lips slowly curled into a smile. "Interesting, very interesting. The quality of this year's freshman is excellent." The rock golem emerged from the earth, carrying Su Yi and his two companions on its head, swiftly leaving the spot. The other students, who were hiding in the forest and luckily passed the test, more or less knew about these three who dared to challenge the instructor. Although most of them did not witness the battle, they could tell from Lien Shou's slightly disheveled clothes and somewhat embarrassed posture that the fight had been intense. They harbored gratitude towards those three brave souls and left to rest. Passing the two tests allowed them to officially become students of Longxia Academy. The excitement was enough to keep most of them awake all night. In the second test, Lien Shou eliminated 32 people, leaving 48 remaining. Due to Su Yi and his companions' actions, this number was 18 more than the 30 he had planned. Bai Tao quickly blended into the crowd and left, while Lien Shou stood silently in place, quietly observing the battle scars around him, a strange smile on his lips. Instructor Lien Shou Song Wei emerged from the forest. With his appearance, the forest he had conjured from thin air began to fall inch by inch. By the time he reached Lien Shou, the forest had vanished, reverting to the vast plain of the testing ground. "Why did you intentionally limit your ability?" Song Wei stopped, frowning in confusion. "Your ability is S-level with no so-called limitations on your field of vision. The true effect of your ability is to stop time for everything within 100 meters centered on yourself, isn't it? Even if you limit your state to the rock state, you should be able to stop time within 20 meters. With your ability, you wouldn't have put yourself in such a dangerous situation. He had witnessed the entire battle between Lian Shou and Su Ye's trio, feeling utterly perplexed by Lian Shou's final predicament. Because this was my test for them, Lian Shou replied with a smile as he turned his head. In fact, this is the true reason I took over this test. Did you really think I wanted to eliminate these three talented little fellows, huh? Song Wei was taken aback. The real purpose? Observation skills, judgment, the ability to weigh pros and cons, combat skills, and humanity. Lian Shou responded with a gentle smile, his hands clasped behind his back. This is the answer I wanted to obtain from the test. So from the very beginning you deliberately showcased your abilities and set various conditions to limit them all to see if they could find a way to break through? Song Wei pondered, seemingly understanding Lian Shou's approach. Exactly, the sunlesses, the effects of my abilities, even the duration and range of their release were all deliberately maintained by me. Lian Shou nodded with a smile. Even if I suppress my own level as much as I can, my battle instincts, which have almost become second nature, and my level of ability development far exceed theirs. If I don't impose limitations on myself, how could they possibly last this long? Did you get the answer you wanted? Song Wei asked earnestly. Naturally, Lian Shou's smile grew even more profound. Their performance far exceeded my expectations. You probably noticed as well, this year's freshmen are of much higher quality than previous years. If they are nurtured properly, this group of children will undoubtedly become the main force against the virtual demons in the future. He cast a meaningful glance into the distance. Such test results also allow me to submit a perfect report to the principal. Song Wei nodded, displaying a wry smile. The test plan he had written overnight was indeed worlds apart from instructor Lian Shou's. Were the awkwardness you displayed in battle and the final predicament also just an act? Song Wei suddenly thought of something and asked again. No. When mentioning this, Lian Shou's expression grew inexplicably serious. That wasn't an act. Song Wei showed a look of surprise. Was it possible that Lian Shou had truly been driven to a dead end by Su Yi and the others? Although I imposed numerous restrictions on my abilities, my level at the rock realm and my physical skills are far beyond theirs. Lian Shou's voice continued, reminiscing about the recent events. In such a situation, not only did they probe my abilities' effects with incredible tacit understanding even without any communication, but they also effectively restricted and attacked me. Yet you still managed to handle them with ease, defeating them all, didn't you? Song Wei asked, curious as to why he was pushed to such a state. I was surprised by 3 points. Lian Shou gently extended his fingers as he explained. The first point is Zhou Li's almost domineering ability and formidable strength. The second point is the sudden appearance of the boy named Bai Tao. The third point, which surprised me the most, was Su Ye's layout of the entire scenario. If the time hadn't run out, I would have had to unleash energy surpassing the rock realm to defend myself, but doing so would have meant breaking the rules and the test would have been meaningless. Layout? Song Wei was somewhat confused, but wasn't his final maneuver just a coincidence, an accumulation of many factors? Coincidence? Lian Shou shook his head with a smile. If you thought it was merely coincidence, then you were underestimating him. But if Zhou Li hadn't intervened in the end, or if Bai Tao had chosen to avoid the confrontation, then there wouldn't have been any opportunity for the final strike. Song Wei frowned, puzzled, and spoke up. If this wasn't a coincidence, then... His voice trailed off as a possibility flashed through his mind and his expression turned peculiar. Are you suggesting that he had calculated every possibility before making his move? Precisely. Lian Shou's expression was extremely serious. Only this explanation could account for the outcome. Perhaps even before the battle began he had foreseen all potential scenarios. What ultimately transpired was just one of his many anticipated outcomes. Because of this, I am intensely curious about how many contingencies he prepared to defeat me. His mind replayed the image of that wooden stick flying swiftly through the air. The timing, angle, and velocity were all meticulously calculated. Even the energy attached to the stick seemed to have preemptively predicted his movements activating. With perfect precision, he unabashedly praised Su Yi, murmuring his admiration. To wield a D-level ability with such mastery, nearly driving me into a corner. He is the only one. I have a premonition. This child might just be the most formidable presence among all the new arrivals this time. The ethereal mist swirled around Su Yi, making his consciousness ebb and flow. Moments later he opened his eyes to find himself in a paradise of chirping birds and fragrant flowers, a veritable earthly paradise. Where is this? Sui glanced around, his groggy mind gradually clearing. The world inside the pot. "A young friend, you're awake," a voice came from behind. Turning, he saw Hu Lao half submerged in the pot, lounging as if in a hot bath, exuding a lazy demeanor. "How did I end up here?" Sui immediately asked. "Young friend, your physical body suffered a tremendous impact, and forcing the energy flow to cancel the attack caused a backlash leading to your unconscious state," Hu Lao leisurely explained. "So the Jolly pot took your consciousness in, both to protect you and to nurture your spirit. Does the Jolly pot have such a function?" Sui raised an eyebrow in surprise, finally piecing together his scattered thoughts. During the earlier test, he had forcibly disrupted the chaotic energy in his body, dispersing the energy within those two wooden sticks. It was this act that prevented him from suppressing the rampant energy leading to his fainting. But in hindsight, this might have been an unnecessary move. Even if he hadn't dispersed the energy, Instructor Lien Shou could have simply stopped suppressing his own realm, using energy to protect himself, thereby preventing the sticks from repairing. Naturally, Hu Lao boasted, although the Jolly pot is currently in a fragmented state, it was once a mighty treasure. Not only can it nurture your spirit, but it can also ward off ordinary spiritual attacks. "Oh?" Sui nodded slightly. "It seems you're not completely useless after all." "What do you mean by completely useless?" The old pot grumbled discontentedly, suddenly shaking its body and flying in front of Sui. "All right, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, my young friend. You've been so busy these past few days, you haven't given me a chance to talk to you." "What is it?" Sui noticeably felt that his exhausted spirit seemed to be alleviated quite a bit. The continuous battles and travels of the past days had left him feeling rather fatigued, yet under the nurturing of the Jolly pot, it was as if he had slept a particularly restful sleep and most of the weariness had dissipated. "Follow me." The old pot floated ahead, leading Sui towards the forest. Moments later, they arrived at a clearing. Sui's expression turned peculiar as he immediately noticed what lay before him. In the clearing, three massive spherical objects resembling hamster balls hovered in the air. Their shells were transparent, and inside, three ethereal and elusive souls were ceaselessly floating and sinking. Upon seeing Sui and the old pot appear, they immediately began to roar menacingly, their souls shifting like mist, full of aggression. Above each of these spheres was a line connecting them to a cylindrical container nearby. "This is..." Sui instantly recognized the souls before him as those of the shadow beast, the gang wolf, and the night owl. After their deaths, their souls had been absorbed by the Jolly pot. This is a device researched by the previous owner of the Jolly pot called the Spirit Extractor. The old pot explained to Sui. "I crafted it over several days and only finished it recently. Its function is simple. By activating the device, it can extract the energy deep within the souls of these phantom beasts." "Energy from deep within the soul?" Suya's expression shifted slightly, puzzled by this concept. "Everything in this world is composed of energy," the old pot calmly explained, "including the souls of these phantom beasts, which remember the power they possessed in life. The Spirit Extractor can draw out this power and convert it into energy. Once extracted, this energy can be stored in the Spirit Extractor and used by the host to some extent." "So on the plane it was you who transmitted the energy?" Sui immediately recalled the sudden surge of energy within him while repairing the propeller. "It was thanks to that energy that he successfully repaired the propeller." "That's right." The old pot nodded. "At that time I had just finished crafting the Spirit Extractor. Seeing you in trouble, I forcibly extracted some of their energy and transmitted it to you." Sui nodded thoughtfully, gazing into the distance. He pondered how much energy the spirit-absorbing device could actually store. If one disregarded the damage to the souls, the maximum energy absorption would be about half of what these souls had in life. This answer from Hu Lao slightly surprised Sui. Immediately after, Hu Lao explained why he had brought Sui here. "As the host of the Jolly pot, you possess the highest authority. How do you plan to handle these souls?" Sui examined the three clusters of virtual beast souls before him. Lost in thought, according to Hu Lao's explanation, the souls of these virtual beasts could be refined along with energy-containing artifacts to create incomplete treasures. However, such energy-infused ancient items were not easy to come by. Thus, these three souls felt somewhat useless to him at the moment. Sui suddenly had a thought and asked, "If I use the spirit-absorbing device to extract the energy from their souls, can it be directly transferred to me?" Hu Lao responded immediately. "The device is highly adaptable and can indeed transfer the energy to you, my young friend. Only..." Hu Lao hesitated. "Only what?" Sui inquired. Hu Hu Lao warned, given your current physique, if you absorb a large amount of energy all at once, you won't be able to withstand it. If you disregard the risks and inject all this energy into your body, you could forcibly elevate your realm to the mountain stage. But this state won't last long and your physical body will quickly collapse. Suyi rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, if it can really reach that extent, I'll have an extra trump card. Hu Lao's expression tightened as he hastily reminded, I just mentioned that this is extremely dangerous. You must not use it unless absolutely necessary. Yes, I know, Suyi replied nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting he might not have fully taken the warning to heart. Hu Lao, feeling anxious, reiterated, remember, the energy from the spirit-absorbing device is external. Forcibly injecting it into your body will create a heavy burden. Enough, I got it. Stop nagging, Suyi waved dismissively. Feeling Hu Lao was overly talkative. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading back. Hu Lao scratched his head, adding, if possible you should try to find more fragments of the Jolie pot. Restoring it with the fragments would allow me to regain many abilities. Suyi, feeling a bit frustrated, touched his nose and retorted, where would I even find those fragments? Even if they were right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to sense them. As long as a fragment appears within 100 meters of you, I can sense it. Immediately, Hu Lao assured confidently, patting his chest, just keep an eye out for relevant information. Now that you've joined this academy, you'll have more opportunities to gather intel. Even a single fragment of the Jolie pot can trigger extraordinary phenomena. Yes, Suyi replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. If I come across such information, I'll take note of it. With that, he focused his thoughts and his consciousness faded from the world inside the pot. Suyi opened his eyes to find himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He awoke with a start, finding himself in an opulent hospital room. Thanks to the nurturing effects of the 9-li pot, his weary spirit had largely recovered, akin to the sensation of a deep, restful sleep. The chaotic energy previously rampaging inside him had subsided, and his injuries had miraculously vanished. This place was the medical building, equipped with the finest medical technology in the country, boasting advanced treatment techniques. A familiar voice echoed from outside the door. And upon glancing up, he saw it was Bai Tao. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Bai Tao peeked his head and surveyed the room and then made a small leap inside. The instructor asked me to keep an eye on you three and inform you about the follow-up arrangements, Bai Tao said. We three? Suyi turned his head to see 2 other beds beside his, but they were empty. You were unconscious for a solid 4 hours. It's already 6 in the evening now. Bai Tao pulled out his phone to show the time. The 2 of them weren't badly hurt. After some minor treatment, they were able to move around normally and left quickly. As Bai Tao spoke, he remained stationed at the doorway like someone poised to flee at any moment, staying close to the escape route. Bai Tao rummaged through his belongings and tossed a dark card towards Suyi. Suyi caught it, feeling its cool texture. It was more like a mini tablet than a card, with the thickness of a card. This is your student card. Make sure to keep it safe. It contains your identity information and fingerprint authentication input by the instructor while you were unconscious. With this card, you can move freely within the school for classes or tasks. It also records your credits and has a tracking device. Bai Tao conveyed from the instructor, then added, oh, and your dorm has been arranged too. The student card is your key. The dorm's location and details should be accessible on the card. So he gazed down at the card in his hand. A light touch activated a glowing display of his personal information. On the card's right side were various categories like a map and credits neatly arranged. Clearly, the card was crafted with high-tech devices, providing a seamless experience. This compact student card boasted functionalities comparable to a smartphone. Suyi nodded, placing the card in his pocket. Bai Tao smiled, giving a thumbs up, and exclaimed, I managed to pass the test thanks to your brilliant planning. You three were daring enough to confront the instructor. That was incredible. Having witnessed the entire battle, Bai Tao knew the extent of their prowess. We couldn't have won without your help, Suyi modestly acknowledged. If Bai Tao hadn't acted, Suyi would have had to resort to an alternate plan, although those plans were less convenient with lower success rates. Thus, Suyi was genuinely impressed by Bai Tao's willingness to take a stand. As soon as you're all set, I'll treat you to a meal. Upon hearing Suyi's praise, Bai Tao's face lit up with a smile. He retreated into the hallway, poking his head out to shout back, I've got a few things to take care of, so I'll head out first. In 9 days, there's an entrance assessment, and apparently, it's going to be quite strict. During these 9 days, we still have some basic theoretical classes to attend. The specific course schedule can be found on the student card. make sure to prepare well. According to some rumors, our ranking in the entrance assessment is closely related to our development in school. After saying this, a card suddenly flew from his fingertips and he disappeared out the door. In just half a second, his voice came from a distance. My phone number is on this card. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Sui caught the card and discovered it was actually a business card. It boldly displayed a title, General Manager of Miracle Company, along with a photo of Bai Tao. Below, Bai Tao's phone number was also listed. Sui examined the card, his face showing a peculiar expression. Does this company name sound like a shell corporation? Does that guy really look like a general manager? He pocketed the card and lightly jumped off the hospital bed, heading towards the door. Earlier, he had already located his assigned dormitory on the school map provided on the student card. As night approached, he needed to check out the dormitory and gather some necessities in advance. While walking along the road, scenes of his previous battle with Lien Shou kept flashing in his mind. This fight had been too thrilling. Lien Shou's martial arts skills far exceeded his expectations. Could a normal person really perform those moves? He furrowed his brows slightly in thought. Reflecting now, Fong Xian and Ruan Rui's martial arts didn't seem typical either. Even with energy augmentation, enhancing physical destructiveness is one thing, but their movements and physical prowess were far beyond ordinary. And then there was the 5 arts mentioned by instructor Lien Shou. It was intriguing. His mind raced with countless clues, slowly constructing a vague hypothesis. Perhaps there was a special connection between energy and the body. If energy could significantly enhance physical attributes, martial arts might be the direction for his future development. In this way, even during the degradation cooldown period, he could maintain sufficient combat strength. He pondered and summarized the previous battles, then his steps suddenly halted, looking ahead with slight surprise. Before him, a lush array of trees lined either side, and at the end of the shaded path, luxurious standalone villas appeared. Each villa stood 2 stories high, with each floor about 200 square meters, even featuring small gardens outside, exuding an air of wealth and opulence. In the bustling city of Jin, a villa with a garden like this would easily be worth over 10 million. As he glanced down at his student card, the electronic map on it guided him to the dormitory building, which stood prominently before him. Is this the kind of treatment a void hunter receives? He mused silently, eyes narrowing as he gazed ahead. With a sigh of wonder, he stepped forward, ready to explore the interior. But just as he was about to enter, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. The person was dressed in a suit, hair slicked back with gel, and carrying a briefcase, as though he had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Suyi appear, the man quickly approached, stopping right in front of him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Suyi? The abrupt appearance of this stranger made Suyi instinctively wary, but then he reminded himself that he was within Longxia Academy and there was nothing to fear. Yes, I am, and you are? The man in the suit bowed politely before introducing himself. I am a staff member under the board of Longxia Academy. I've been waiting here specifically to deliver your reward to you personally. The man went on to explain that, according to the report from Captain Xiao Xia of the Void Hunting Team 5, Suyi had rescued hundreds of people from the clutches of a void demon in Jin City and had made significant contributions during its eradication. In recognition of his outstanding actions, the Academy had prepared a reward for him, and the man had been tasked with delivering it personally. Suyi suddenly remembered something about this. Xiao Xia had mentioned it briefly, but he hadn't inquired about how the reward would be given. He hadn't expected Longxia Academy's service to be so meticulous, even sending someone directly to him with the reward. Yes, but before you can receive your reward, I need to verify your identity, the suited man said, retrieving a device from his side pocket and placing it before Suyi. Please swipe your student card here. Suyi casually swiped his student card across the device. Moments later, his face appeared on the screen. Identity verification successful, the man confirmed, handing the briefcase to Suyi. Curiously eyeing the briefcase, Suyi chuckled. Just how much is this reward that it requires a whole case? Could it be cash? How much could it be? 100,000 dragon coins? 200,000? The man in the suit remained impassive as he gently opened the briefcase, replying, inside there is 3 million dragon coins in cash. But before he could finish his sentence, Suye's eyes were dazzled by the sight of a sea of red. The briefcase was packed to the brim with money, more cash than he had ever seen in his life or even in his past life. The suitcase was filled to the brim with dragon coins stacked like a small mountain, leaving no space unoccupied. Whoa, he began to understand why some people with less noble intentions were desperate to become void hunters. As the most dangerous profession, void hunters not only faced high risks but also enjoyed extremely high benefits. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation were of the highest quality, and their daily welfare was nearly maxed out. If they managed to slay void beasts and void demons, they could earn substantial bonuses. Of course, all these perks were contingent upon fulfilling their duties. Those who were cowardly or who betrayed the people they were meant to protect would face unimaginable punishment. If you find cash too cumbersome, we can directly transfer the bonus to your student card, the suited man suggested. Student card? Suyi glanced at the card in his hand, wondering if it could function as a bank card. The suited man, organized and efficient, explained, the student card from Longxia Academy has the functionality of a bank card and can be used throughout the entire Dragon Country. Then just transfer it to me. Suyi shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't want to carry around so much cash. All right, the suited man nodded, putting away the suitcase. Since you are now a new student at Longxia Academy, your rewards also include 2 credits which have been added to your identity information. Credits are a very important resource for you, so please use them wisely. Additionally, the suited man continued, the board of directors has decided to give you an opportunity to make a request. If there's anything you want or wish to do, let me know and I'll relay it to the board to try and fulfill it for you. Of course, if your request is too valuable, it will require a corresponding price. Oh, Suye's eyes lit up at this. This reward was even more valuable to him than the 3 million dragon coins. After all, some things are hard to buy with money. Without much thought, he asked, can you get Starsea meteorite, the special material? Are you referring to the special material that only exists in the void realm, Starsea meteorite? The suited man immediately responded, yes, that's the one. All right, I will convey your request to the board. The suited man bowed and retreated. If all went as expected, the material would be delivered within a month. With a courteous gesture, he turned and left with the suitcase. Moments after, his figure disappeared. Suye's student card flashed with a faint glow. Looking down, he saw a swift transaction message flash across the card's surface. Opening his personal information, a balance of 3 million dragon coins was displayed. Suyi wasn't overly driven by money, but he knew that upgrading skills in the future would require extremely rare materials which would undoubtedly cost a lot. He was pleasantly surprised that he could seek the elusive Starsea meteorite in this manner. With his spirits uplifted, Suyi organized his thoughts and walked towards his dormitory, standing at the door that was now his. He gently tapped his student card on the sensor area by the door, and the villa's grand entrance slowly opened. In an instant, the interior of the villa unfolded before his eyes. The floors were immaculate, the furniture complete and elegant. The villa's decor surpassed even his lofty expectations of luxury. As he changed into slippers at the entrance, his gaze momentarily halted when he opened the shoe cabinet. There, among the neatly arranged footwear, was a pair of shoes that caught him off guard. They were undoubtedly women's shoes, both in size and style. The soft sound of slippers pattering on the floor echoed from within the house. Hey, are you my roommate? A clear and melodious voice drifted down from upstairs. A girl in pajamas was descending the staircase, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked toward him, drawn by the noise of the door opening. Suye's action of placing his shoes paused slightly, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Was this school's dormitory really co-ed? And why did that voice sound so familiar? He turned his head stiffly, and the moment their eyes met, both froze, their pupils dilating in shock. Suyi. Tang Xiaowan's lips parted slightly, her face a picture of surprise. Suye's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he instinctively grabbed the doorknob behind him. I must have entered the wrong dormitory. But Tang Xiaowan's voice floated down from the stairs. How could you enter the wrong dormitory? Your student card only opens the dorm you reside in. Her eyes sparkled as she quickly descended the stairs, moving swiftly toward Suyi. This time I won't let you run away, she declared. In just a few breaths, Tang Xiaowan dashed to the entrance, her gaze fixed intently on Suyi. He felt his scalp tingle, silently cursing the absurdity of the school's arrangements, and quickly gripped the doorknob, ready to make his escape. However, when he tried to push the door open with force, it remained steadfastly shut. A faint energy enveloped the lock, transforming the doorknob into 5 large locks that sealed the door tightly. She actually used her powers. Suyi was forced to release the locks and retreat, cornered against the door by Tang Xiaowan. With a firm push, Tang Xiaowan placed her right hand against the door, pressing her entire body close to Suyi. At such proximity, Suyi could even catch the subtle scent of her shower gel. Her near-perfect face was flushed, emotions evidently running high. Suyi awkwardly twitched his lips. Isn't our position a bit reversed? He hadn't anticipated being cornered against the door by Tang Xiaowan in such a manner. At his remark, Tang Xiaowan's ears turned distinctly red. She had never been this close to a man before and she felt a bit shy, yet she fixed her gaze on Su Yi and asked word by word, "You know my sister, don't you? You were the one who went to the art exhibition with her that day, right?" Su Yi, looking entirely exasperated, raised his hands and replied earnestly, "I've already told you many times I don't know the sister you're talking about. What you're saying is all just conjecture and coincidence. I understand that growing up you might have been the center of attention and it's normal to be a bit narcissistic, but you can't tarnish my innocence." He tried to steer the conversation away with a torrent of words, but Tang Xiaowan was not swayed by his attempts to change the topic. Instead, she used her free left hand to reach for Suya's chest. "Hey, I'm warning you, I'm not that kind of person. If you try anything, I'll shout harassment." Suyi shielded himself, trying to evade her, yet Tang Xiaowan's hand moved swiftly, grabbing his shirt and forcefully pulling it open. The buttons of his shirt came undone, revealing his chest where a light red string hung around his neck, suspending a light green sachet near his heart. "If you don't know my sister." Tang Xiaowan's breathing became rapid as she held the light green sachet, treating it like a precious treasure, not daring to exert any force. "Why do you have this on you? This is just a charm sold at temple fairs. What's so special about it?" Suyi gripped Tang Xiaowan's wrist tightly, as if worried she might tear the charm apart. He silently cursed his carelessness. During the battle with the stone giant earlier, his clothes had been slashed, and it must have been then that Tang Xiaowan noticed the charm. How could this be a temple fair charm? Tang Xiaowan's voice suddenly rose, her tone becoming incredibly agitated. She withdrew her hands, then suddenly tugged at her own nightgown as if about to tear it open. "Let's talk this out." "No need to undress." Suyi quickly covered his eyes, peeking through his fingers, and shouted loudly. Yet, the next moment he was stunned. He saw Tang Xiaowan's collarbone exposed, and around her neck was an identical light green sachet. Tears seemed to well up at the corners of Tang Xiaowan's eyes, and her voice became extremely emotional. "This sachet was handmade by my sister. She bought the herbs inside with the money she earned from part-time work. The charm in the middle she carved by hand for a whole month. These two charms are unique in this world. There's absolutely no way they could be replicas." She swiftly flipped her own sachet to the back, then reached for Suya's sachet. The back of both sachets bore a flower pattern. This flower was vibrant with clear lines, and they were identical. "This is a night blooming cereus, my sister's favorite flower." Tang Xiaowan's voice began to tremble slightly. "Everything she made, she would leave this pattern on it." Suyi remained silent for a long time, just about to speak, when Tang Xiaowan's voice came again. "My sister once told me that she placed all her good luck into these two charms. One charm was given to me and the other was given to the cool boy. She wished to embed her blessings and good fortune into an amulet, hoping it would always protect us." Her eyes were fixed intently on Suya's, filled with a persistent determination. "Suyi, dare you look into my eyes and tell me again that you don't know your big sister?" Upon hearing these words, Suya's pupils slightly trembled. "Here, Suyi, a little gift for you." The girl smiled brightly, yet deep within her eyes lay a profound weariness, accentuated by the faint dark circles around them. "What is this?" Suyi glanced at the object in her palm, realizing it was a light green sachet. "It's an amulet," she chirped, winking playfully. "I specially requested it from the temple fair. You know, the gods there are said to be very effective. It's believed that amulets from there can ward off disasters and ensure safety." "I don't believe in such things." Suyi shook his head. "Rather than praying to gods, I trust more in the power of human determination. You should keep this for yourself." "Don't say that," she replied, her eyes twinkling as she placed the amulet around his neck despite his protests. "Sometimes fate is quite unpredictable. Perhaps this amulet really can protect you in secret. And if for some reason we can't meet again, seeing it might remind you of me, right?" Suyi frowned, but upon seeing her innocent and sincere expression, sighed helplessly and left the amulet hanging around his neck. "If you feel embarrassed, you can hide it under your clothes." She giggled mischievously and skipped ahead, hands behind her back. "Let's go. You promised to accompany me to the art exhibition. It's the price you pay for losing our bet." Suyi shrugged, slowly following her. "I only lost to you by chance." "It's not chance. It's the power of trust. You should honor your bets," she insisted. "Why didn't you take your sister with you? You know I don't understand art at all. She has something to do today and can't join me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you." Suyi retorted. "I bet she also thinks looking at these so-called artworks is a waste of time." "Stop blathering." She planted her hands on her hips, annoyed, but then, turning around, she smiled again, as if recalling something. "By the way, you must take good care of that amulet. You absolutely can't lose it," she said, her voice inexplicably anxious as she quickly turned her head. "Let's hurry. I need to properly teach you how to appreciate art." Sui took a deep breath, silently tucking the sachet back under his clothes. He paused for a moment before finally looking into Tang Xiuwan's eyes and speaking softly. "That day, it was indeed Tang Tan and me who went to the art exhibition in Haicheng." The principal's office door creaked open as Lian Shou stepped in, illuminated by the light, carrying a neatly organized stack of documents. He placed the document on the table and tapped it lightly. Xiao Wu, who was dozing at the table, suddenly woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes and glancing around. "Is it time to eat? It's already evening. Where would you get food now?" Lian Shou sighed helplessly. "Principal, your condition has really been getting worse over the past 2 years. It's you, Lian Shou." Xiao Wu finally recognized the person in front of him, vigorously rubbing his face to wake himself up a bit more. "Why are you here? Haven't you already retired?" "You called me back, remember?" Lian Shou replied patiently, which was quite unexpected in front of the principal. At this moment, the sunglasses that usually adorned his face were off, revealing eyes deep with a touch of middle-aged melancholy. "All right, I think I did call you back." Xiao Wu nodded in sudden realization, as if recalling something. Sai Lian Shou softly sighed, pushing a report in his hand towards Xiao Wu. "This is my analysis report on the new students. Everything you asked me to focus on is in there. I tested the 4 students you wanted me to pay special attention to." "Oh, not bad," Xiao Wu smiled, picking up the report and flipping through it. "Tell me, what's your conclusion?" "Yes," Lian Shou stood firmly, beginning his detailed report. "Based on my observations and comparisons, the quality of this year's freshmen is the best in 15 years. After my selection process, 48 new students passed the tests, all showing great potential. Among them, the 4 you wanted me to focus on are indeed noteworthy." Clearing his throat, Lian Shou began outlining the key points. "Firstly, there's An Lan, who possesses the highest level of ability among the new students and SS-level capability. My evaluation of him is intriguing. He has exceptional talent and a unique ability, and his self-development is quite impressive. In the first trial I set, he reached the summit in just 30 seconds, showcasing extraordinary strength. From the perspective of ability development, he is bound to become a formidable void hunter in the future. However, his personality seems problematic. He's extremely reclusive and appears to detest conflict. In the second trial, he identified my intentions early on but chose not to act, merely waiting for the test to conclude. My conclusion is that psychological counseling is urgently needed to understand his aversion to conflict, which will help guide him towards becoming a void hunter. If he can overcome this issue, he will undoubtedly be incredibly powerful." Xiao Wu nodded slightly, putting aside the report on An Lan. Lian Shou continued. "Next is Qin Zhe, the young master from the Qin family in the capital. My evaluation of him is perfect. In the first test, he repeatedly helped his companions without regard for energy loss. From a character standpoint, he is excellent at uniting people and is a great leader. His heart is kind, always willing to stand up for others, as demonstrated when he tried to stop me in the second test. His strategic thinking and intelligence are remarkably high, and his grasp of abilities is equally commendable. If we were to evaluate him based on a comprehensive score, he would undoubtedly rank as the top among the new students this time. However, his overly kind nature might make it difficult for him to make tough decisions when faced with threats." He paused, his expression becoming slightly more serious. "Next, I would like to address the 2 individuals I consider the most unpredictable in this evaluation. The first is Jolie. My assessment of him is uncontrollable. According to data records, the abilities he possesses are extremely dangerous. For certain reasons, his abilities awakened prematurely when he was just 4 years old. This means that from a young age his personality has been influenced and twisted by these powers. There was even an incident where a sudden outburst of his abilities destroyed an entire kindergarten. Although no casualties were reported, the potential danger he posed caught the government's attention, leading to his early education and supervision in a reformative environment. Throughout this process, he caused quite a bit of trouble but eventually was released due to his outstanding academic performance and evaluations that deemed him fit to re-enter society. The reason for his presence at the academy this time is due to the requirements from the reformative facility and an invitation from new principal. This child's nature is chaotic, with no clear distinction between right and wrong in his eyes. If left unchecked, he might pose a threat to society." Xiao Wu glanced at the documents in his hand, smiling faintly as he spoke. "You know, if those guys from the Void Demon Council were to find him, the consequences would be unimaginable." that's why our old friend wanted me to take him in and guide him properly. If he can be guided appropriately, he is bound to become an excellent void hunter in the future. Indeed, Lian Shou nodded in agreement, which is why I conducted a test on him. My evaluation of him is personality flawed, difficult to discern between good and evil, acts solely based on personal preference. However, his intelligence and combat capabilities are top-notch. It would be a pity to give up on him just like that. Therefore, I did not eliminate him and decided to keep him at the academy. I believe that in order to properly guide him or wield this sword-like talent, there must be a scabbard to provide restraint. Yes, I will take his situation into serious consideration. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. After discussing Zhou Lian Shou's expression became slightly more serious as he moved on to the next unpredictable individual, the little D-class fellow Su Yi. Forgive my bluntness, but his intelligence and acumen are among the top 3 of everyone I've encountered. With just D-class abilities, he has managed to push me to the brink several times. If he possessed abilities above A-class, I can hardly imagine the waves he would create. But this isn't the issue. Even if his ability level is not high, he can completely develop in the direction of physical techniques to compensate for the lack of combat power. During the trials, he collaborated with others multiple times, even risking his own life to save people. In the final battle, he even deactivated his energy to prevent causing harm to me. While his every act of kindness seemed to carry a sense of purpose, the results showed that he was genuinely helping or saving people. Compared to Qin Zhe, he is neither indecisive nor bound by kindness, and he has a clearer insight into the essence of matters. Isn't that a good quality? Xiao Wu smiled faintly, asserting that the boy possesses a unique sense of justice. Indeed, from these instances, it seems he has his own brand of gentleness and kindness. Lian Shou nodded slightly but then furrowed his brow, expressing a trace of unease he sensed in his heart. I can't shake the feeling that there is a significant darkness within the boy's heart. I'm concerned that one day, something might trigger him to fall into that darkness. Thus, my evaluation of him is that he is an extremely dangerous double-edged sword. A double-edged sword? Xiao Wu showed a look of interest. Exactly, Lian Shou stated his judgment plainly. To be frank, if one day in the future, when his abilities become very strong, this dark side is provoked, he could potentially destroy the world, yet you still let him pass the test. Xiao Wu looked directly at Lian Shou. This implies that you still have faith in him. Yes, Lian Shou nodded. Since 3 years ago, the frequency of void demons invasions has increased significantly. In the past 2 years, the number of fallen void hunters has doubled. For the Dragon Nation, compared to this uncertainty, formidable combat power is what we need more. Besides, he hesitated for a moment before speaking calmly. On a personal note, I believe there is a light within this child's heart. Perhaps in the future this light will act as his limiter, keeping his dark side suppressed. Very well, Xiao Wu nodded slightly, having now finished reviewing all 48 reports in his hand. I trust your judgment, Instructor Lian. He looked up gently at Lian Shou, saying, regarding the guidance of these children, I will entrust it entirely to you. You will be responsible for them. He set the reports aside, his expression becoming slightly more serious, finally revealing a hint of a principal's demeanor. Now, we can discuss personal matters. Concerning that matter, when Xiao Sha met you at the airport, he should have mentioned it. What is your response? Lian Shou's expression also turned more solemn. He met Xiao Wu's gaze calmly, saying, are you referring to the matter of me succeeding as the guardian of Jinchang? After the void demons were expelled from the Dragon Nation by the glutton, due to years of battles and calamities, the structure within the Dragon Nation has changed significantly. After merging numerous cities, only 50 major cities remain within the Dragon Nation. In each of these cities, there is a presence of a guardian at the peak level or above, who serves as the city's highest combat power and is responsible for protecting the entire city. Correct? Xiao Wu nodded, acknowledging the vacancy of the city guardian position since the death of the previous holder Whiteface 3 years ago. The selection process for a city guardian was notoriously rigorous, and there were now only a few eligible candidates among the void hunters. Although you had retired several years ago, your strength and qualifications were beyond doubt. If it were you, no one would oppose your appointment as the city guardian. Moreover, the role seemed perfectly suited for your life post-retirement. I refuse, Lian Shou interrupted Xiao Wu almost without a moment's hesitation. With a resolute gaze, he offered a bitter smile and forcefully pulled apart his shirt to reveal a massive scar that seemed to tear through his entire body, stretching from his abdomen to his shoulder. The depth of the wound made it unimaginable how he had survived. I'm someone who was dragged back from the brink of hell. He spoke calmly, his eyes reflecting a hint of desolation. Since that day, my level has been stagnant, even declining. I can barely maintain my peak state now. You want me to bear the safety of a city? I simply can't handle it. Returning to teach this time is the last contribution I can make. Years of treatment have made my situation clear to me. His expression dimmed. The ghost doctor told me there's no chance of recovery. Xiao Wu observed Lian Shou quietly, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. After this teaching stint, I plan to enter the Void Realm, hoping to meet my end in battle. Lian Shou continued, lifting his head, his voice steady as if he had long made peace with his decision. I'm sorry, Principal, but you know my character. I can't accept living the rest of my life by luck under the guise of a city guardian. Alright, I understand, Xiao Wu replied softly, closing his eyes briefly. He paused, then motioned with his hand, you may leave now. From the depths of Xiao Wu's gaze, Lian Shou caught a glimpse of sorrow. He sighed inwardly, fully aware of the burden Xiao Wu carried. Lian Shou bowed deeply to Xiao Wu before turning to leave. However, after taking only a couple of steps, he abruptly stopped and looked back. Principal, in these past 2 years, is it because of suppressing that thing that you have become like this? Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, quickly dimming again. It seems you've guessed correctly, he said quietly, turning his gaze to the window. That thing has started to act up over the past 2 years. Recently, its outbreaks have become increasingly frequent, consuming much of my energy. Suddenly he stood and walked to the window, gazing down at Longxia Academy from the principal's office. An indescribable aura emanated from him, as if he were a dragon awakening from a long slumber, gently opening its eyes. His voice was deep and commanding, carrying an air of absolute dominance as he calmly declared, as long as I'm here, it will never emerge, forever suppressed under my control, incapable of causing even the slightest ripple. A smile appeared on Lian Shou's face, his expression becoming even more respectful. He bowed, turned around, and exited the room. Just as he reached the door, he added, by the way, I've already chosen the location for the entrance examination 9 days from now. If possible, could the principal please make an early visit to greet the guardians of the city over there? Suyu watched Tang Xiaowan, who was crying uncontrollably in front of him, and fell silent. Tang Tan had told him more than once how much she valued her younger sister. If she were to know the true cause of Tang Tan's death, how disappointed would she be in the Void Hunters? Therefore, in his narrative, he only mentioned that Tang Tan died while saving others, without revealing the involvement of those who exploited her. I did promise your sister to look out for you a bit. It's just a promise, so you don't need to dwell on it too much. He hesitated for a moment, then comforted her. You should know the person she cared about most was you. Until her last breath, she was still worried about you. But I didn't even get to see my sister's body. Tang Xiaowan sobbed, her mood extremely low. Suyu remained silent. Perhaps due to the cruelty of the scene and its connection to the void beasts, the hospital chose to proceed with cremation directly without preserving the body. He was about to say something more, but Tang Xiaowan's words struck him like lightning, leaving him frozen in place. I asked the hospital, they told me they couldn't locate my sister's body. All I received was a death report. Wait, Suyi suddenly stood up, his expression becoming intensely agitated. What did you say? You just said the hospital didn't find your sister's body. Typically calm, Suyi's demeanor showed signs of losing control. He gripped Tang Xiaowan's shoulders tightly, causing her to wince in pain and gasp. Realizing his lapse, Suyi let go, staring directly at Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan, seemingly frightened, nodded timidly. Yes, they told me my sister's body wasn't sent to the hospital. Their explanation was that the art exhibit building collapsed, causing numerous casualties, and besides my sister, many others died there. Not just her, but many bodies disappeared. No, something's not right, Suyi muttered, rubbing his chin as his emotions surged. Those whose bodies disappeared were almost entirely swallowed whole by the void beast at the time, leaving no remains. But Tang Tan was different. Although she was bitten in half and quickly lost her life, at least her body existed. The most crucial point was that back then Suyi personally witnessed the medical personnel retrieving Tang Tan's body. If that's the case, as Tang Tan's closest sister, Tang Xiaowan should have seen her body. Something was definitely amiss. Sweat beaded on Suyi's forehead as the memory palace within his mind whirred at an alarming speed. Scenes from 3 years ago, a moment etched deeply in his memory, played out like a rapidly spinning film reel before his eyes. This incident had dealt him a significant blow, one he had always been reluctant to revisit. Adding to that was his emotional state at the time, which was completely out of control, causing him to overlook many details at the scene. He originally thought Tang Tan's body was taken by the hospital to be cremated and buried as per normal procedures, but now it seemed something in the chain of events had gone terribly wrong. Why, after the battle ended, did an ambulance appear so quickly? Why was there only one ambulance when there were so many wounded and deceased at the scene? Tan's body was taken away by them. In Suya's recollection, a few people in white medical uniforms flickered past. They wore masks, descended from the ambulance, and after briefly attending to the injured, began to transport the bodies. Suyi had watched helpless as they took Tan's body away. According to those medical personnel, they were the first ambulance to arrive with others on the way, but looking back now, none of it made sense. The art exhibition was located in the outskirts of Haicheng, a good 20-minute drive from the nearest hospital. Yet, less than 10 minutes after the hunters had slain the beast, this ambulance appeared on the scene. If someone had indeed called the hospital, how was it possible that only one ambulance arrived given the number of casualties? Sweat trickled down Suya's cheek, his expression darkened to the point of dripping with intensity, his breathing rapid, eyes seemingly ablaze. Countless clues rapidly pieced together in his mind. Moments later, a conclusion almost unbelievable emerged. The ambulance that day wasn't sent by the hospital. How could this be? Who were they? What was their purpose? And why did they take Tan's body? Suyi bit his lip, his mind swirling with countless questions and confusions, teetering on the edge of losing control. Suyi, what's wrong with you? Tang Xiaowan, taken aback by Suya's expression, stepped back nervously, her eyes fixed on him. Are you really sure back then the hospital told you they never saw your sister's body? Suyi suddenly asked, staring intently at Tang Xiaowan. There was an aura about him that Tang Xiaowan had never seen before. This cold, domineering and indifferent aura made her feel a bit afraid. Yes, Tang Xiaowan responded softly. When the hospital informed me of my sister's death, I hurried to Haicheng. They told me there had been a building collapse at the art exhibition where my sister was, and she was buried inside, her body not found. I understand, Suyi replied. Suya's demeanor suddenly shifted, his face became expressionless, making it impossible for anyone to decipher his thoughts. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, he said, concluding the topic with an unusual calmness. Despite this, his tightly clenched fists revealed the turmoil within him. Did something happen before her sister's death? Tang Xiaowan, not being foolish, quickly detected the hidden meaning in Suya's words. With her sister involved, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Was there a hidden truth to the events of the past? Something her sister. This matter has nothing to do with you, Suyi interrupted Tang Xiaowan's words with a domineering tone. How could it not concern me? She is my sister. Tang Xiaowan, usually gentle, became emotional at this moment. You should tell me what exactly happened. Is there something you haven't told me? Suyi instantly closed the distance between them, their eyes meeting, separated by only 10 centimeters. His gaze was icy as he spoke slowly. I am helping you sort out some things because it was your sister's dying wish. She didn't want you to do meaningless things because of her, nor did she want you to face dangers or to live for her by fulfilling her last wishes. Enrolling in Longxia Academy is your personal choice and I can't interfere. But let me remind you, if your sister wanted to become a virtual hunter and you wish to fulfill that dream for her, you should seriously consider if this is what you truly want. As for your sister's matter, I will investigate it thoroughly. I have neither the responsibility nor the obligation to tell you what exactly happened. You just need to be a good student here and focus on your studies, understood? Tang Xiaowan bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, seemingly startled by Suya's attitude. However, her gaze was defiant, with a hint of grievance as she stared at Suyi. Suyi took a step back, glanced at Tang Xiaowan indifferently, and turned to walk into the house without looking back. He headed straight for the door of a bedroom on the first floor, ready to enter. But Tang Xiaowan's voice came from behind. That's my bedroom. Suyi paused abruptly, his body trembling slightly as he let go of the doorknob, appearing somewhat awkward. You don't live on the second floor, he replied without turning around. I just went up to have a look. The awkward atmosphere lingered as Suyi withdrew his hand and walked up to the second floor without looking back. Then I'll stay on the second floor, he said as he calmly pushed open the bedroom door and entered, a thought quickly flashing through his mind. This is a bit embarrassing. The next morning, Suyi yawned as he emerged from his room, his entire being exuding exhaustion. After a quick wash, he descended the stairs and immediately noticed Tang Xiaowan neatly dressed emerging from the kitchen on the first floor. Their eyes met briefly before they both quickly looked away. The argument from last night had left an awkward atmosphere lingering between them. Tang Xiaowan held 2 plates in her hands and placed them in front of herself. On the plates were 2 slices of bread, seemingly her breakfast. she cast a quick glance at Suyi, who was coming down the stairs, and silently pushed one of the plates to the other end of the table, declaring in an even tone, "This is yours." Suyi understood that they were now like roommates sharing a space. Given how often they would see each other, maintaining a strained relationship would only make things uncomfortable. Seizing the opportunity to ease the tension, he took a seat at the other end of the dining table, picked up the bread, and asked in a conversational manner, "Did you make this?" "Yes," Tang Xiaowan replied indifferently as she began eating her own bread. Suyi shrugged, recalling the harsh words he had used with her the previous night. Anyone would be upset. He nonchalantly picked up the bread from the plate and took a bite. In the next moment his expression froze, his face turning a shade of green. It was as if he had bitten into raw ginger in a potato fried rice dish. Struggling to swallow the bread, he blurted out, "Did you poison the bread?" Tang Xiaowan furrowed her brows, a hint of anger in her voice. "I made you breakfast out of kindness, and you suspect me of poisoning it?" Suyi observed her expression, which did not seem to indicate any malicious intent. With a twitch of his mouth he continued to probe, "Is your bread the same as mine? What else would it be?" "I didn't know what flavors you like," Tang Xiaowan replied, puffing her cheeks. Suya's expression turned peculiar as he watched her from afar and cautiously asked, "May I ask, what did you put in the bread?" Tang Xiaowan wrinkled her brow and thought for a moment before responding, "I added cucumber, bitter melon, beef and chili. To adjust the taste, I also added a bit of vinegar and soy sauce." As she spoke, she continued to devour her own bread without the slightest indication that there was anything strange about her creation. Suyi remained silent for a long while before he could no longer hold back. "Did your sister never let you into the kitchen at home?" Surprised, Tang Xiaowan replied, "How did you know?" "My sister said she was afraid it would interfere with my studies, so she never let me cook." Looking at the remaining bread on his plate, Suyi felt like a soldier heading into battle, closing his eyes tightly and swallowing it down almost without chewing. Then, standing up with a determined expression, he looked at Tang Xiaowan earnestly. "If possible, I hope you won't go into the kitchen again." At that moment, he wanted to commend her with a "well done" while urging her never to do it again. His face was slightly green, an indescribable taste lingering in his mouth and on his taste buds. "I have a lecture today, so I'll head to the classroom," he said, suppressing the strange sensation as he walked straight to the villa's front door and exited. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and called out to him, "About my sister. Even if you are unwilling to tell me, I will find out the truth in my own way. She is my sister and I must know what really happened. You cannot stop me." Her gaze was firm, unshaken by what Suyi had said the previous day. Suyi paused for a moment, then stepped out of the door, disappearing beyond it. "Do as you wish." "Oh, Mr. Liensho, it's been a long time." Within the Dragon Summer Academy, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair lit up as he spotted Liensho approaching from the other end. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Qi." Liensho raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. Years ago, when he was still working at Dragon Summer Academy, he had met many teachers. The man in front of him was one of his acquaintances. Although his level wasn't very high, he possessed profound knowledge in energy theory and was deeply involved in research on abilities. "Ever since you suddenly retired a few years ago, we haven't seen each other." Mr. Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement from not seeing him for so long. "When I heard a few days ago that you had returned, I thought they were joking with me." "So has something happened over these years?" "Nothing much, just a little health issue." Liensho shook his head indifferently, not mentioning his situation. He looked at Mr. Qi in front of him and suddenly thought of something, asking curiously, "Are you heading to teach a class?" "Yes, it's the batch of new students you just tested yesterday," Mr. Qi replied with a cheerful smile. "I'm heading to give them their first theory lesson along with teaching some basic energy theory knowledge." Liensho's expression turned peculiar. He hadn't expected his old friend to be the one teaching this batch of new students. "Are you planning to use your old method of teaching?" "Indeed." Mr. Qi nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. "These newly admitted kids have ambitions as high as the sky. Only this method can assert authority over them, instilling a sense of awe so they don't become arrogant." Liensho's expression grew strange as he rummaged through his pocket for a while, then pulled something out and handed it to Mr. Qi. "I think you might need this." "What is this?" Mr. Qi was taken aback, looking down to see the mirror of response. He recognized the name of the one-time treasure wearing a puzzled expression. "Why are you giving me this?" Liensho patted his shoulder, reciting meaningfully, "Just a heads up, this batch of students is significantly different from previous ones. Based on my assessment, they are possibly the most outstanding batch in the past 15 years. They're just a bunch of young stone-level kids." Mr. Qi dismissed it with a laugh. "Every student who enters Dragon Summer Academy is a genius, aren't they? If I needed the mirror of response to handle them, you'd be underestimating me. Although my fighting power is certainly not as strong as yours, Mr. Lienshow, my combat experience is surely much richer than those fresh little brats. Don't say it like that. Lienshow shrugged with a hint of laughter. Just consider it a gift for our reunion, he added, noticing the time. All right then, class is about to start. You should head to the classroom. I'll be off now. As Lienshow walked away, teacher. She held the square mirror in his hand, perplexed, scratching his head in contemplation. Lienshow, still as eccentric as ever, he mused, shaking his head with a smile. He tucked the stress response mirror into his coat pocket. Let's see what these newcomers, praised by Lienshow as excellent, have to offer. In the spacious classroom, Suyi casually sat on a chair, yawning as he observed his surroundings. The room was already half filled with students, all of whom had successfully passed the second test yesterday. Their faces glowed with excitement as they chatted, thrilled at the prospect of joining Longxia Academy. Gradually more students trickled in, including Tang Xiaowan. Upon entering, she quickly spotted Suyi but awkwardly turned away, choosing a seat far from him. Hey Suyi, a voice called from the side. It was Bai Tao, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, seating himself next to Suyi. About what you asked me yesterday, I did some digging. Records of all tasks completed by void hunters, including the creatures they've hunted, are kept in paper form in the school's intelligence department's confidential archives. Each academy holds detailed records of their own hunters or teams. Additionally, a summary of this information is uploaded to a database interconnected among 10 schools and linked to the National Special Database. Accessing this requires a very high level of clearance. Bai Tao spoke rapidly, his information well structured, though he didn't understand why Suyi had contacted him late last night with these questions. Still, he quickly found the answers Suyi sought. Got it, Suyi nodded calmly, though his expression was tinged with weariness. Suddenly a thought struck him and he asked, is there always someone maintaining this special national database? Yes, Bai Tao confirmed. Due to the interconnected nature of the 10 schools, it can't use an intranet or local network. It relies on the top-tier firewalls and dedicated personnel to prevent leaks. Suyi muttered to himself, displeased. No wonder. Bai Tao, curious, leaned in to ask softly, why are you suddenly interested in this? Is there something specific you're investigating? Suyi had no intention of answering the question. He was just about to concoct an excuse to change the topic when the classroom door swung open. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair leisurely strolled in. Judging by his attire and nameplate, this was the teacher for their energy and ability development class. Upon the teacher's arrival, the previously chattering students fell silent, their attention now focused forward. During the entrance exams, Lienshow had left a profound impression on them, ensuring that nearly every student was present for this theoretical class without a single tardy, all seated neatly within the classroom. Bai Tao too ceased his questioning, scratching his head as he straightened up in his seat. Today, I'll be teaching your energy and ability development theory class. My name is Chi Fu and I hope we can get along well. Chi Fu surveyed the group of freshmen with a grin, offering a brief self-introduction. Without further ado, he launched directly into the lesson, turning to write on the blackboard behind him. As many of you may know, since the day of calamity 300 years ago, newborns among humans have begun to possess potential awakenings. According to Dragon Nation's database, approximately 48% of individuals can awaken their abilities on Awakening Day and become awakeners. He circled the 48% figure on the board, drawing several lines from it. Among this 48% of awakeners, around 80% only possess D-level abilities, most of which lack direct combat power. They're akin to ordinary people with a special ability, generally lacking combat talent and unable to comprehend the flow of energy. They remain in the stone realm for life, often taking on ordinary jobs or roles in intelligence analysis. Only a few D-level ability users manage to develop their abilities and compensate in other ways to become void hunters with partial combat capability. The remaining 20% of awakeners possess abilities above sea level, with reasonable development of their abilities and sufficient conviction. They have the chance to become void hunters. However, becoming a void hunter carries a significant risk of death. They must venture into various void realms, intercepting void beasts and void demons attempting to escape and wreak havoc. Consequently, the number of void hunters domestically remains relatively scarce. Major void hunter squads and hunters are on the move almost year-round, tackling various incidents and dealing with randomly appearing void realms across the country. Shifu paused his writing and turned to face the students. All of you who joined the Longxia Academy most likely aim to become void hunters, so I want to ask you a question. in our battles against void beasts and void demons, what do you think is the most crucial factor? A red-haired student Han Hao immediately raised his hand, a look of pride on his face. Teacher, I think it's having high-level abilities. Shi Fu shook his head with a smile and turned back to the blackboard, saying, since the day of the disaster, more and more ability users have emerged. Humanity, in its struggle against the void demons, began to focus on studying these new abilities and the awakened individuals. During this process, the government not only categorized all newly emerged abilities but also provided new annotations and classifications for them. He drew 6 lines on the blackboard and introduced up to now all abilities have been classified into 6 types: space-time manipulation, rule disruption, domain laws, material amplification, mental influence, and energy conversion. He continued, this means that the abilities you possess can be categorized into one of these 6 types based on their nature. The names of your abilities were also given by the first person to wield them, according to data and research. With the exception of D-level abilities, for any ability rated A level and above, there can only be one holder at a time. Unless the previous holder dies, a second identical ability rarely appears. Pausing, he surveyed the new students in the classroom before speaking again. The level of an ability can be somewhat classified using ability stones. Higher level abilities are rarer and, from an objective standpoint, stronger. With a slight pause, he added, however, stretching out the word with intent. He glanced meaningfully at Han Hao. The first lesson I want to teach you today is to never judge an awakened individual's strength solely based on their abilities level. If you don't take this to heart, you will surely face difficulties in the future.